task has been issued. New World Mission, to establish a hotel in the apocalypse. Xia Yan, what happened to the promised vacation? Where is the scenery? Could it possibly be zombies? Thank you, goodbye. System, no, allow me to explain. There are no tasks, no penalties. Advancement relies solely on your own initiative. Feel free to languish as you wish, for this system shall always stand by your side. Xia Yan, very well. Thus, Xia Yan found herself in a dilapidated hotel, where the environment was not only harsh, but also beset by zombies lurking outside. She calmly purchased a rocking chair from the marketplace and reclined at the entrance, basking in the sunlight. Initially intending to embrace a life of idleness, she was unexpectedly approached by someone seeking protection. Seeking accommodation? Certainly. Craving a meal? That is also possible, provided one is willing to obey and pay with points. Disturbances? They shall be met with immediate elimination. Apologies, but Xia Yan is not a benevolent soul. Inadvertently, she has leveled up. Chapter 1. The commencement of a new mission. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task. Shall we initiate the next world mission? Yes. A new task is about to be initiated for you. Loading task. Vacation task. Please establish a hotel in the apocalypse. After a blinding flash of light, Xia Yan found herself stepping onto a somewhat sticky floor. Please name the hotel. She rubbed her somewhat uncomfortable eyes and softly remarked, let's call it the Vacation Hotel. Name has been changed. Vacation Hotel. Level 1 number of rooms. 2 single rooms, 1 double room. Upgrade requirement. 500 points. Upon upgrading, the number of rooms will increase by 5, along with a private room for the owner and a breakfast room. The marketplace has been activated. Please check. A flurry of information instantly appeared before her, and after she clicked through each one, the brightness finally returned to her surroundings. Only then could she clearly perceive her location, standing in a lobby of approximately 15 square meters. Directly in front of her, a glass door obscured by a layer of yellow-black grime, making it exceedingly difficult for sunlight to penetrate, rendering the room dim and dreary. The walls were yellowing and peeling, and the floor tiles were covered in a thick layer of dust. Behind her stood a rudimentary reception counter about a meter long, containing a narrow bed half a meter wide, accompanied by a shedding chair. The sheets were a dismal shade of black and yellow, appearing as if they had not been laundered in years. To the right of the reception counter was a corridor. Xia Yan proceeded to explore the rooms on either side. The chipped vermilion door bore the barely legible number 101. Opposite was room 102, and further in lay the double room marked 202. Xia Yan murmured as she opened the door to inspect the furnishings within. A simple wooden bed, disheveled bedding, a wooden table, and a tattered blue plastic stool were all that could be found. The other room was no different. A pungent odor assaulted her senses, prompting Xia Yan to take a step back and fan her hand in front of her nose. System. Would anyone actually reside in such a dilapidated place? This room had likely not been opened for an extended period, a musty stench mingling with an unidentifiable foul odor, exceedingly unpleasant. Indeed, it will. After all, this is one of the rare safe havens. What exactly is a safe haven? Xia Yan, disinterested in exploring the innermost double room, turned back to the lobby and opened the glass door, intending to refresh the air. The sunlight outside was as delightful as she had imagined, under a clear blue sky. Ah, what splendid weather. It was just necessary to disregard the nearby zombies, their limbs contorted and bodies decayed, swarmed by incessant flies. She took a few steps forward and noticed the zombies becoming increasingly agitated. This is bad. The zombies are approaching. Xia Yan withdrew her foot that was poised to exit and fixated her gaze upon them. She merely wished to ascertain whether the shop had a sign, without the intention of provoking them. The horde of zombies seemed to catch a scent, their hollow nostrils sniffing deeply at the air. They let out a guttural roar directed at her, and stumbled forward. 1 or 2 might be manageable for Xia Yan, but there were nearly 10 of them, it seemed. Xia Yan felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck, pivoted, and dashed back into the store, slamming the door shut. She dragged the cash register to barricade it and frantically searched for a weapon for self-defense. Not far from the door, the zombies howled loudly, and within the store, Xia Yan's palms were slick with sweat, her heart pounding fiercely. A safe house is an absolute sanctuary, impervious to zombies, natural disasters, and man-made calamities. The designated master recognized by the safe house possesses unparalleled strength within its confines. So, Does this mean the safe house is akin to a turtle shell? This task appears to be somewhat more manageable. Xia Yan became silently vigilant, aware that seemingly easy missions often conceal insidious secrets. This deceptive system better not engage in any underhanded tricks behind her back. You are overthinking it. Your previous mission was rated SSS, and this is a reward specially issued to you. A vacation in this world. Vacation? Why not transport her to a picturesque coastal city instead of a horde of zombies? Who could possibly feel joy for a vacation while surrounded by such filth? Therefore, there is no mandatory task completion penalty this time. Please indulge in the pleasures of leisure. No penalties? This is quite favorable. Satisfied with this outcome, Xia Yan noted the silence outside the door and recalled what the system had said about the safe house, feeling a sense of reassurance. After moving the cash register aside, she cracked the door open slightly to peer outside. The zombies had indeed halted, swaying from side to side, their gaping mouths opening and closing, with decaying flesh occasionally falling away with their movements. Xia Yan straightened up, pushed the door open wider, and cautiously observed the zombies. Seeing that they were genuinely unresponsive, she finally felt at ease. The long-lost sunlight streamed onto the darkened floor of the shop. System. What is the area of the safe house? The first-level safe house only encompasses the area of the shop plus a 1-meter radius around it. This implies that the area can be expanded later. Acceptable. Xia Yan extracted a stool from the corner, settling beneath the sunlight and basking in its warmth. Where will I reside? After upgrading, there will be a private bedroom for the shopkeeper. What does that mean? Does she currently have no place to stay? Then how am I to procure food? Surely, she cannot venture out to hunt, especially since there is nothing to hunt at this moment. The mall offers a lunch machine for exchange. She had almost forgotten about the existence of the mall. Clicking into the mall, she indeed found the lunch machine, priced at 150 points. There were also breakfast machines, delivery machines, and so forth. All it required was the insertion of points, and within seconds, a meal would be prepared, emerging from the delivery slot below. Xia Yan noticed her name and balance displayed at the bottom. 1,562 points. Are these my points? Yes, they were left by the previous shopkeeper. The previous shopkeeper? Am I inheriting her mess? Xia Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. The former shopkeeper drew a direct ticket and returned home. How does one draw a direct ticket? Xia Yan composed herself. She wanted to test her luck. Perhaps she too could draw a direct ticket. Your balance is insufficient. An unsettling thought invaded her mind. How many points are needed for a draw? The advanced Lucky Wheel requires 1999 points for a single draw, and each attempt accumulates 1 luck. Upon reaching 100, a mysterious grand prize awaits. Very well. She knew it wouldn't be that simple. The former shopkeeper was quite ruthless. So, after her departure, the shop started from scratch? Yes, indeed. Xia Yan let out a long sigh, rendered speechless. Since I possess these points, please upgrade to level 2 directly. It is not permissible. Personal accounts cannot be used for upgrades. Xia Yan. She rubbed her growling stomach, decisively ordered a lunch machine from the mall, and then ordered a water dispenser. The 2 machines materialized instantly within the shop, placed in the corner according to her preference. Xia Yan set herself as the sole administrator following the provided instructions. She ordered a serving of cumin duck leg fried rice from the lunch machine, positioning the stool in front of the cash register. Upon opening the meal box, a wave of aromatic cumin with a hint of spice enveloped her senses. The glossy, plump rice was cloaked in dark sauce, intermingled with substantial pieces of duck leg and purple onions, offering a feast for the eyes and palate. She unwrapped a pair of disposable chopsticks, rubbed them together, and picked up a hefty morsel of rice, savoring it in her mouth. Satisfaction. Within the shop, she sat at the cash register, relishing her meal, while outside, a throng of zombies strained to catch the scent in the air. They too were hungry. Chapter 2. The blaze not far away, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air, sharp and jarring. Even Xia Yan, seated inside the shop, could hear it, let alone the horde of zombies lingering outside. The undead erupted in a chorus of furious roars, rushing towards the source of the sound. Xia Yan finished her last mouthful of rice, retrieved a garbage bag from behind the counter, tore off a piece, placed her chopsticks and takeout box inside, and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Having satisfied her hunger, she ordered a rocking chair from the mall, positioning it in a sunlit spot, then reclined back. preparing to bask in the sunlight for a midday nap. As for attracting customers and upgrading her establishment, she could address that upon awakening. Since she was on vacation, she intended to embrace the spirit of leisure. The zombies that had previously encircled the area were drawn away by the sound of brakes, revealing the street that lay before her. Lying on the rocking chair, she comfortably squinted her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. On either side of the street stood an array of shops, each offering a diverse range of goods. After 4 years of apocalyptic devastation, these 2 rows of stores were riddled with scars, their interiors stripped bare of any remaining possessions. Seizing the moment while the zombies were distracted, she ventured outside for a closer look. Her shop was conspicuously visible. One could spot it immediately upon turning the corner. It likely functioned as a hotel prior to the cataclysm, with a towering 30-story structure crowned by an enormous sign. The sign, battered by the elements, was now rusted and the lighting long since extinguished, rendering the once golden letters nearly illegible, perhaps once proclaiming it as a luxurious inn. It was a splendid name, and she mused that she might restore it to its former glory. Before she could examine it further, a zombie appeared at the street corner, its mouth agape as it charged toward her. Xia Yan wasted no time lingering outside. She dashed back into the shop, setting aside her thoughts and resolving to enjoy her well-deserved rest first. She slept soundly from noon until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, finally waking refreshed. Stretching languidly, Xia Yan secured the door, locking it behind her. Although it was summer, this world was different. By 5 o'clock, the sun would already be setting. After her satisfying slumber, she knew it was time to tackle some tasks. The system had previously mentioned there were 2 single rooms and 1 double room. Was there not a place for her to stay? Did it expect her to sleep on the floor? Nonsense. The double room was hers. Approaching the door of the double room, she flicked on the light. Under the warm glow, the small space revealed itself to her. A double bed, a dilapidated coffee table, and a dark blue, shedding leather sofa. To her surprise, there was also a private bathroom. Turning on the faucet, a trickle of barely drinkable water emerged after a brief wait. Elated, Xia Yan cupped her hands to wash her face. Afterward, she drew the curtains. Should she turn around and encounter something strange, it would surely frighten her to the core. She ripped the sheets off the bed and tossed the blanket and pillow into the hall. Returning to the mall, she purchased a brand new mattress and a 4-piece bedding set, costing her a total of 100 points. Along with the 2 machines she had bought earlier, she now had 1162 points remaining. Thankfully, as the shopkeeper, her meals and lodging were free. Otherwise, such a paltry sum would hardly suffice for anything. Gazing at the pristine bed, Xia Yan felt a flicker of satisfaction. After quickly cleansing herself, she lay on the bed, meticulously reviewing the conditions for upgrades. According to the system, leveling up to level 2 required 500 points. Moreover, if she wished to replace the furnishings in the single rooms, she would need to purchase items from the mall. The more exquisite the decor, the higher the room rates. Xia Yan contemplated the rickety beds and somewhat tattered blankets in the single rooms, recognizing that the path ahead would be one of toil and effort. Switching to the mall, she discovered that the furniture section included not just furnishings, but also renovation materials, such as tiles, lighting fixtures, and wall hangings, categorized into soft and hard furnishings. There were even sheets and pillowcases, along with instant noodles and other essentials one would find in a hotel. It could be said that as long as she had points, she could adorn her space as she pleased. At the bottom of the page, there was a reference option. Upon clicking, she found a comprehensive selection of model room samples. However, the price was steep, with a single set costing 5,999 points. Out of her budget, she swiftly exited. Xia Yan closed the mall interface and reopened the points details. The 1162 points she possessed were left to her by the previous owner. According to the system, the income generated by the shop could be freely managed by the owner, albeit at the cost of slower upgrades and delayed distribution of benefits. However, the points in her possession were genuinely hers. Did this imply there was a means to earn extra income? Or did the system permit the owner to profit from price differences? That could be promising. System. Under what circumstances do points belong to me? Xia Yan was reluctant to waste time pondering, so she directly inquired. You must first upgrade the shop to level 5 to unlock the delivery service. Wasn't this a hotel? How could there be delivery? It depends on whether you choose to operate the restaurant to the public. This suggested that only after reaching level 5 would she have a restaurant, and the owner had the authority to decide whether to open it to the public. If so, the delivery fees would belong to the owner?
Correct.
Level 5 felt quite distant. Xia Yan resigned herself to fate, conceding that it was better to let things unfold naturally. Furthermore, lacking any means of self-defense, venturing outside was akin to courting death. You can draw from the ordinary version of the lucky wheel. There was an ordinary version of the wheel. Xia Yan perked up, propping herself up as she opened the interface. On the right side of the mall, a vibrant, multicolored wheel awaited her. She clicked in a colossal, colorful wheel materializing before her. System. Why can't I see the contents clearly? Xia Yan felt a flare of frustration. Your current lucky points are at 0. You must accumulate 10 to view the contents. A trick. This was a trick. How many points did it require to draw? 10 points.
Come.
Let us draw. With a decisive payment of 10 points, the draw button illuminated. Xia Yan eagerly tapped it, watching as the wheel spun rapidly. Unable to discern the letters, she could only see a blur of colors whirling before her. As for what rewards corresponded to which colors, she had no inkling. Soon, the wheel began to slow, finally landing on a narrow red segment. Reward is being dispensed. Please check. With a chime, the shop information bar lit up. She clicked in, discovering an addition, a set of surveillance equipment. Surveillance? Xia Yan furrowed her brow. Surveillance equipment, 2 wireless cameras that can be installed anywhere at the owner's discretion. After some contemplation, she decided to install the cameras at the entrance and in the hall the following day. Eager to continue, she spun the colorful wheel once more, her heart brimming with anticipation. Reward is being dispensed. Please check. What could it be this time? Xia Yan impatiently clicked the gift box icon. A life-size teddy bear appeared on her bed. Congratulations, you have drawn a level 1 cleaner, teddy bear. Note: the bear is afraid of fire. A cleaner? Xia Yan gazed quizzically at the dark brown, plush teddy bear, its claw-like paws devoid of fingers. Could it even work? The bear's pitch black, round eyes glimmered as if electrified, hopping off the bed to face her, a voice, indistinguishable in gender, emanating from its belly in an electronic tone. Esteemed master, the janitor, Xiong. Reports for duty. Please feel free to issue commands to Xiong. Chapter 3. Guests have arrived. Upon this pronouncement, Xiong slightly bowed and stood motionless in place. Xia Yan pondered for a few seconds, then approached to gently pat its head, attempting to direct it. Xiong, please fold the quilt lying on the ground outside. Certainly, master. Xiong turned, unlocked the door, and briskly moved to the living room, shaking out the crumpled bedding and deftly folding it into neat squares. Is there anything else you require, master? Xiong asked, hands clasped before its round belly, standing obediently to one side. Please tidy up the bedroom as well. Observing the little bear's nimble movements, Xia Yan felt that the spinning wheel was worth it and gave it another turn. This time, a gift box appeared. Excitedly, she opened it, only to find a small firework shooting out, proclaiming, "Thank you for your patronage." What? Nothing of value? Xia Yan peered inside the box, confirming it was utterly empty. Undeterred, she attempted to draw again, but received a notification stating it was prohibited. Only 2 draws a week? 3 chances each time? How outrageous. Xia Yan angrily closed the interface. Noticing the little bear laboriously cleaning the tables and chairs with a cloth it had mysteriously found, her mood lightened. Sitting on the bed, she watched Xiong diligently tidying up, even understanding the need to open windows for ventilation. After a thorough cleaning, Xiong finally paused, standing by the door, awaiting her next command. That's enough for now, you may rest. I'm off to bed. Xia Yan yawned. After so much activity, it was already 10 p.m. Early to bed, early to rise. She still had to tidy up the room tomorrow. The following day, just before noon, Xia Yan awoke from her soft, cozy bed. Having enjoyed a splendid slumber, she leapt from the bed and exchanged 30 points for a toothbrush, toothpaste, and towel at the mall. Her current level in the store was insufficient. She could only obtain free toothpaste and toothbrushes upon reaching level 2. It seemed she needed to level up first. Arriving in the lobby, the janitor Xiong stood in its original spot. Xia Yan instructed it to fold the quilts in the bedroom and tidy up the various rooms. Initially, She had assumed these tasks would require her personal attention, but with the assistance of a little helper, she found it was not tiring at all and decided to make full use of the opportunity. In high spirits, Xia Yan opened the front door, greeted by the brilliant sunshine outside. After inhaling a few breaths of fresh air, she stood before the lunch machine, finding herself lacking appetite for the offerings. The lunch machine featured 5 meals: cumin duck leg rice, fish-flavored shredded pork rice, grilled meat rice, Yangzhou fried rice, and spicy potato shreds rice. None seemed suitable for breakfast. With decisive action, she ordered a breakfast machine from the mall instead, which would be ready for use in a minute. The breakfast machine also offered 5 breakfast options: fresh meat soup dumplings, stuffed egg pancakes, crispy pancakes with fillings, sauce-flavored pancakes, and steamed dumplings. Alas, there was no soy milk or congee. Never mind, I'll just drink hot water. After granting the necessary permissions, she selected the fresh meat soup dumplings. In approximately 15 seconds, a steaming box of dumplings emerged from the dispensing slot below. Sipping a cup of hot water first, she opened the box to reveal 6 fluffy dumplings, steaming and inviting. Eagerly, she picked one up and took a bite, the savory juices bursting forth, revealing a delightful filling of fresh pork, chewy and flavorful, with the dough absorbing all the juices, delicious beyond compare. Before long, she had devoured the entire basket of dumplings. Xia Yan patted her belly and let out a satisfied burp. Feeling content and sated, she decided to take a stroll to aid digestion while also supervising the cleaning. In room 101, Xiong was diligently scrubbing the muddy floor. Xia Yan was puzzled as to where it had found the mop. Just as the water in the bucket became murky, Xiong washed the mop and lifted the bucket, intending to dispose of the dirty water. Xia Yan hurriedly stepped aside, and Xiong steadied the bucket, trying to prevent the sloshing water from splashing on her as it made its way down the corridor to the far end. At the end of the hall lay a particularly narrow room, barely a meter wide, containing brooms and cloths. Oh, this is the storage room. Xia Yan rehung the precariously dangling sign on the door. Xiong poured the dirty water into the drain, refilled the bucket with clean water, and returned to continue its cleaning. Surprisingly, the water flow in the storage room was even stronger than that in her own room. Xia Yan approached and turned on the faucet, and after a couple of splutters, a vigorous stream of water gushed forth. She turned it off and returned to the cashier's counter, sitting down. With nothing to occupy her hands, she opened a drawer, hoping to find something to alleviate her boredom. The old, dilapidated cashier's counter appeared to have not been opened in ages, filled with cobwebs and coated in a thick layer of dust. Disappointed by the lack of interesting items, she frowned. Just then, Xiong finished cleaning room 101 and hurried into the lobby with the mop bucket. She lifted her feet, watching it work. Xiong seemed to have a compulsion for cleanliness, ensuring not a single trace marred the floor. Xia Yan observed as it scrubbed repeatedly until the floor shone brightly, nearly reflecting her image. After finishing the floor, it didn't rest, donning rubber gloves and carrying a full basin of water to begin cleaning the windows. The glass was speckled with mud from the rain and marked with unknown black stains. Xia Yan had initially planned to upgrade and replace the store's fixtures, thus neglecting cleaning duties. However, she was taken aback by Xiong's diligence, which resulted in crystal-clear windows. Bathed in sunlight, Xia Yan smiled, her face cradled in her hands, her eyes sparkling. Sitting in her store, she could now see clearly to the end of the street, where her little shop's windows gleamed brightly among all the others. By midday, her shop had shed its previous dirty and chaotic atmosphere. The floors were spotless, the bedding neatly arranged, and the windows of the 3 rooms and lobby shone brilliantly. As she enjoyed her fish-flavored shredded pork rice from the lunch machine, a small horde of zombies suddenly appeared at the end of the street. Xia Yan squinted her eyes, and only then did she discern that a young girl was sprinting in front of the zombies, her face a mask of panic. She picked up a piece of shredded pork, savoring the sweet and spicy flavor that delighted her palate. Although the food produced by the system lacked the warmth of home-cooked meals, it was nonetheless exquisite. Meanwhile, Feng Bei felt as though she was on the verge of death on this street. She was truly having the worst luck. Partnered with the strongest member of her squad, Li Chang, she had foolishly been swayed by others, determined to show them that Feng Bei was not merely surviving on scraps. So she had ventured out to scavenge for supplies. Yet, What supplies could possibly be found in this old street? The moment she stepped outside, regret washed over her, especially knowing this area was infamous for its abundance of zombies. Level 3 and 4 experts moved with ease, while she had only just reached level 2. What a reckless decision. Feng Bei regretted so deeply she could almost gnaw her back teeth to dust. Quickening her pace, she scanned her surroundings, hoping to find a refuge. At worst, she could signal for help. Knowing her father held some sway at the base, they would have to come for her, provided she could survive long enough. However, sounding the distress signal would only attract the nearby zombies. Suddenly, she caught sight of a small shop across the street, its door ajar, and there sat Xia Yan, eating at a table. Someone! Feng Bei's heart leaped with joy, and without a second thought, she pulled a small firework tube from her waist. After pulling the string, it shot up with a whoosh, exploding into a purple cloud. As anticipated, the nearby zombies roared in response to the commotion and began to rush toward her. Feng Bei exerted every ounce of strength, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "Help me. I'm begging you." The girl behind the table finally lifted her head from her lunchbox, leisurely taking a tissue to wipe her mouth, seemingly oblivious to the zombie lurking behind Feng Bei. "Don't close the door. Wait for me." Feng Bei's heart raced with anxiety, fearing the girl might shut the door. With a small shop so tantalizingly close, she stifled the pain in her chest and hurriedly stepped inside, swiftly shutting the glass door behind her. Pressing her back against the door, she cried out, "Quick! Move the table to block the door." Feng Bei shouted multiple times, her urgency palpable, terrified of being devoured by the zombies. Yet, the girl by the table remained unfazed, casually tossing her food packaging into the trash. How could she act so nonchalantly in such a dire situation? Anger surged within Feng Bei. She felt an overwhelming urge to throw the girl out to face the zombies herself. "Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 4. Is there actually takeout? What do you mean? The girl, Xia Yan, said, pinching her earlobe and rolling her eyes. "Don't close my shop's door. The zombies can't come in."
How can that be?
Are you living in a fairy tale? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Feng Bei thought this person was utterly unbelievable. Did the zombies recognize her? Leaving the door wide open was tantamount to welcoming the undead. What a lunatic. She's a female lunatic. Rest assured, you won't die in my shop. Xiong, standing to the side, received her command and walked towards the door. Only then did Feng Bei notice the plush toy in the corner. It rushed towards her, attempting to pull her away, causing her to panic and curse. The teddy bear was not as soft as it appeared. Despite her desperate struggles, Feng Bei could not escape, helplessly watching as Xiong opened the door. The moment the door swung open, the zombies outside would pounce and devour her. In despair, Feng Bei closed her eyes, regretting ever entering this place. The heavy creaking sound echoed as the glass door opened. She felt an overwhelming stench wafting toward her. "Hello. Welcome to the Holiday Inn. Do you require a room?" Xia Yan said with a mischievous grin, resting her chin on her hand. Feng Bei. Trembling, she opened her eyes to glance outside. Contrary to her expectations, the zombies did not rush into the shop but gathered aimlessly about a meter away from the door, swaying and directionless. "Is this your supernatural ability?" Feng Bei's face remained pale as she instinctively took a few steps back. In this post-apocalyptic world, half of the survivors had acquired supernatural powers. She had witnessed a myriad of abilities, from manipulating wind, fire, lightning, to those that could merge with their surroundings, tame exotic beasts, control plants, and even encase themselves in bubbles. Yet, she had never come across a power like the one wielded by the girl before her. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Seeing that the zombies indeed could neither hear nor see them, Feng Bei collapsed to the ground in relief. Xia Yan tilted her head slightly. "Does running a hotel count as a supernatural ability?" Feng Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of ability was that? She glanced around the shop, her gaze landing on 3 machines in the corner, and jumped up in excitement. "There's food?" Xia Yan nodded.
Can we eat it?
"How do we buy it?" Feng Bei pressed her face against the machine, desperate to devour every morsel inside. Heaven knows how long it had been since she had a proper meal. Every day consisted of compressed biscuits soaked in water, which were hardly even available for begging. But could she actually eat the food in front of her? How to purchase it? Xia Yan had forgotten that as the shop owner, she didn't need points to buy things, so she hadn't considered that aspect. Wait a moment. She opened the mall interface and, in the search bar, located the machine that combined payment and redemption. Among various options, she found the free version on the last page and confirmed her selection. Feigning a bend, Xia Yan placed the bulky payment machine on the counter. Do you have a crystal core? Feng Bei rummaged through her pocket, retrieving a level 1 crystal core. What could she buy with a level 1 crystal core? The food looked expensive. And filled with disappointment, she asked, can I buy something with a level 1 crystal core? Xia Yan smiled enigmatically, instructing her to insert the crystal core into the machine's small opening. Feng Bei complied, her eyes glued to the screen. Soon, a line of text appeared, level 1 crystal core, redeemable for 100 points. Would you like to redeem? Feng Bei eagerly clicked yes. The machine spat out a card. Is this it? She picked up the card, examining it closely. It resembled a supermarket points card from before the apocalypse. Xia Yan stepped out from behind the counter, curious about the pricing of the food in the machines. Feng Bei selected a box of grilled meat rice from the lunch machine. Requires 15 points. Please swipe your card. Feng Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. Once more, trembling, she swiped the card. Within seconds, a box of food was dispensed. Incredible. She hurriedly opened the box. Golden grilled meat coated in sauce, vibrant potato shreds paired with tender green lettuce, and fluffy rice beneath. Her mouth watered at the sight. Without a second thought, she grabbed the chopsticks and stuffed the food into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, she was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly crying as she realized she had forgotten how long it had been since she had eaten something so delicious. Was she dreaming? Had she ascended to heaven? Regardless of whether she was dead, she needed to fill her stomach. Xia Yan observed as the 15 points were registered, finally marking a non-zero performance for her shop. Seeing how much Feng Bei enjoyed her meal, perhaps running a takeout service could be a viable business? Furthermore, there were only 2 single rooms available for rent, each costing 20 points, and it would take an eternity to accumulate 500 points. If they utilized both the lunch and breakfast machines, upgrading would be just around the corner. With that thought, Xia Yan gazed at Feng Bei, her eyes sparkling with ambition. Sweetheart, you're a walking advertisement. Just as Xia Yan was about to fetch her a glass of water, she discovered that only she could drink from the water dispenser for free. Others had to pay 1 point. Oh dear, little shop, I didn't expect you to be so shrewd. Not bad, indeed. It suited her well. Out of kindness. Xia Yan reminded her, there's also a water dispenser here. It only costs 1 point. Feng Bei, cheeks bulging like a hamster, nodded vigorously and, clutching her lunchbox, walked over to the water dispenser to fill a cup. Watching the clear stream flow, she found it hard to express her emotions. In the outside world, not only was food scarce, but even water had become contaminated. The major bases could only dig deep into the ground, extracting water with low pollution levels, which was then purified by those with purification abilities before being distributed. However, individuals with purification abilities were exceedingly rare, categorized as a protected group, and the purified water amounted to a mere 3 tons per day. With a minimum of 10,000 people per base, how could that suffice? Thus, water-type ability users were highly sought after, often recruited by capable teams. Their team also had a water-type ability user, as precious as those with spatial abilities, who would hide in the center of the group during missions, appearing much cleaner and tidier than others, inciting Feng Bei's envy. There was also water for sale within the base, with a 500 milliliter bottle fetching as much as 1 level 1 crystal core. Those unable to afford water had to settle for low-pollution water, and as the pollution levels in their bodies slowly exceeded the critical point, they would inevitably turn into zombies. Yet, there was nothing to be done. They could only live 1 day at a time. To her surprise, the water here was so affordable. Feng Bei filled another cup. Her gaze lowered, her thoughts a whirlwind. Dear guest, would you like to stay here for the night?
Huh.
With unwavering focus, Feng Bei leapt up, her heart racing, fearing that her innermost thoughts had been uncovered. How much for a stay? She inquired, tapping her fingers on the table. Unfazed, Xia Yan replied nonchalantly, 20 points per night. Will you be staying? Foolish girl, did she really think I wouldn't notice the guilt etched across her face? Remembering the prompt from the system, a faint smile graced Xia Yan's lips. Bring on more strong individuals. She was poised to amass a fortune. Chapter 5. Almost at the hotel. Feng Bei was uncertain how long it would take for her teammates to arrive, as zombies still loomed nearby. With her second-tier binding ability, escaping seemed implausible, and she needed to continue gathering information here. Resolving this, she nodded and handed over her card. Thank you, miss. I'll be staying here for one night until my team arrives. After processing the payment, Xia Yan handed over the key to room 101. The room is just behind you. The door marked 101. Taking the key, Feng Bei glanced outside before deciding to retreat to her room for a while. After a tiring day, she felt sore and utterly exhausted. Pushing open the door to room 101, she found the decor reminiscent of the base, an unstable single bed, a worn and yellowed blanket. Though the floor was clean, given the current circumstances, having a bed was a luxury. What more could one ask for than a serviceable blanket? It seemed the proprietor's abilities were rather limited. Perhaps her strength lay solely in defense? Lost in thought, Feng Bei soon drifted off to sleep. Xia Yan moved a rocking chair to the doorway, reclining contentedly. If it weren't for the gruesome sight of zombies not far off, she might have almost felt as though she were on holiday. The shop welcomed its first customer, successfully earning 37 points. According to the system's rules, even if a customer topped up 500 points, those points wouldn't count towards revenue unless they made a tangible purchase. After reading this, Xia Yan could only curse her misfortune. The sun shone brightly outside, yet her hands remained empty. Opening the shop's interface, she attempted to purchase a beverage machine, only to be met with a warning notification. Note: a level 1 can purchase a maximum of 3 types of machines. Current quantity, 3, with a pained expression. Xia Yan closed her eyes. Perhaps a nap would suffice. However, just before sleep, she murmured, Xiong, come here and protect me. Prohibit anyone and any powers from approaching. With that, she activated the shop's built-in defense system, adjusting the initial settings to include a clause forbidding the expulsion or blacklisting of anyone threatening the owner's life.
All right.
Time for sleep. Captain, it's been so long. Feng Bei has likely been devoured by zombies. Why are we still searching for her? Nightfall is approaching. Wang Xuewei stomped her foot in frustration, casting a disgruntled glance at the tall man leading the charge. Upon seeing the purple distress signal, the captain had rushed back to the rendezvous point to account for their numbers, only to find Feng Bei missing. His expression darkened as he repeatedly questioned where she had gone. Learning that Feng Bei had ventured alone to seek supplies, the captain's demeanor soured further, halting their rest and ordering everyone to set out to rescue her. However, a considerable amount of time had elapsed since the signal was sent, and they were in the dark about Feng Bei's whereabouts, too fearful to call her name aloud. This was maddening. Wang Xuewei rolled her eyes internally. She glanced at Li Chong, who was seriously searching for their missing teammate, and found it amusing. She sidled closer, whispering, Li Chong, do you think Feng Bei is still alive? Li Chong didn't spare her a glance, subtly distancing herself. What a facade. You were complicit in driving Feng Bei away. Now you pretend to be the Good Samaritan. Ultimately, Li Chong was also a formidable member of the team, and Wang Xuewei didn't wish to create conflict. So she awkwardly returned to her previous spot. Let's check that street, the captain, Chi Hua, said in a low voice, pointing towards the road ahead. There was still this street left to search. He hoped Feng Bei was alive, as he would have difficulty explaining to her father otherwise. The 5 of them cautiously ventured into the street, only to find it teeming with zombies. Chi Hua raised a hand, signaling for silence. Suddenly, Wang Xuewei screamed, zombies are coming from behind. Run. The entire team jolted, and Chi Hua realized it was too late to intervene. The zombies ahead turned at the sound, their grotesque faces lunging towards them. The zombies behind also detected their presence, trapping the squad in a nightmarish sandwich. Defensive positions. Chi Hua shouted. Xia Yan was roused from her slumber by the cacophony of chaos. Opening her eyes, she beheld layers of zombies encircling the street, with various powers erupting amidst them, toppling zombies in their wake. Oh, it seems someone else has been encircled by zombies? I wonder if they can escape. Nightfall is approaching, and they should be able to take refuge here. More points to be earned. Xia Yan rubbed her hands together excitedly, praying for their powers to be formidable enough to break free from the encirclement. What is happening? Feng Bei rubbed her eyes, panic-stricken as she rushed out. It was rare for her to sleep so soundly. How strange that she had dropped off her guard in an unfamiliar place. Did the shopkeeper employ some sort of ability? Feng Bei scrutinized Xia Yan cautiously. Just then, someone in the zombie circle shouted, "Captain, there's a breach over there." "Good. Let us escape through the breach." Hearing a familiar voice ignited excitement in Feng Bei, who rushed to the door, shouting, "Captain Hua, it's me, Feng Bei. Run this way." The sudden sound of Feng Bei's voice startled everyone, eliciting a mix of surprise and resentment. "Boss, those people in the zombie circle are my teammates. Could you please help them? I beg you." Feng Bei clasped her hands together, her eyes brimming with desperation. Xia Yan regarded her as if she were daft. "Are you out of your mind? You expect me, a stranger, to save your teammates while you sit back?" Feng Bei was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, "My abilities are too weak. You are powerful. I assure you, if you rescue them, I will reward you with crystal cores. Many of them." Xia Yan rolled her eyes, kicking her out the door. "If you know you're weak, why haven't you improved? Relying on others as if I were your long-lost mother?" Feng Bei clutched the doorframe to avoid falling, biting her lip to stay silent, fearing Xia Yan might toss her into the horde of zombies. With so many zombies around, going out would be tantamount to seeking her own demise. Seeing Feng Bei clinging to the doorframe, too afraid to move, Xia Yan let out a cold huff. "I detest moral blackmailers. For the sake of the points I am about to earn, I'll let you live, but improving your living conditions takes precedence." A group of people burst from the zombie circle, their eyes locking onto Feng Bei at the shop's entrance, and they rushed over in a frenzy. Seeing them successfully escape, Feng Bei hurriedly shouted, "Come quickly. This shop can shelter us from the zombies." Shortly thereafter, the group stumbled in, panting heavily, and rushed to close the large door. Feng Bei glanced back at Xia Yan, noticing her slight frown, and her heart raced. She quickly intervened, saying, "No need to close the door. The zombies can't get in." "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you realize that because of you, we almost became zombie fodder?" Wang Xuewei exclaimed, her nostrils flaring in anger as she pushed Feng Bei forcefully. Feng Bei, who was typically assertive, had never liked Wang Xuewei, and this shove only fueled her ire. She retaliated, pushing back, "You're the one who's sick. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had to run out by myself. You want to fight? Bring it on." As the conflict between the two escalated, Hua, who had been quietly observing Xia Yan from the sidelines, felt compelled to intervene. "What is wrong with you two? Is this really the time for fighting? Stand down." With a thunderous roar, he halted the two individuals, who glared at each other, unwilling to yield. The atmosphere grew inexplicably tense. Xia Yan cleared his throat softly, drawing the attention of the crowd. "Welcome to the Vacation Inn. Would any of you like to check in?" Chapter 6, A Squeeze Will Suffice.
An inn?
At this time, is anyone still operating an inn? Surely this isn't some newfangled scam. The expressions of the team shifted unpredictably, uncertain of how much truth lay in Xia Yan's smiling demeanor. Feng Bei, as if returning to familiar ground, wore a proud expression and, taking advantage of their momentary distraction, swung open the glass door, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. "Fear not. The zombies cannot see us," Feng Bei declared loudly, her face gleaming with delight as she observed their astonished reactions, particularly focusing on Wang Xuewei. As they beheld the multitude of zombies outside, swaying and oblivious to their presence within the shop, even Feng Bei's loud voice failed to reach their ears. "What sort of supernatural ability is this?" Li Chang exclaimed incredulously, attempting to step outside, only to be held back by Hua. Hua, filled with caution, recalled Xia Yan's words and scrutinized her closely. "Who is this person? How can they operate an inn in the midst of a zombie encirclement, far from the base?" "Captain, let us stay here for the night. I've already booked a room. Though it's a bit small, it's quite secure." Feng Bei sidled up to Hua, her eyes sparkling as if presenting a treasure. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly become the inn's enthusiastic promoter, to Xia Yan's satisfaction. If only she could gather more individuals like this, how much breath she could save. "You've stayed here before?" "Indeed. I had the most delightful nap this afternoon." Though she exaggerated, it was genuinely one of her best sleeps. "Oh, and there's food here too. I had grilled meat with rice for lunch. It was utterly delicious." Captain Hua, I shall treat you. Feng Bei tugged at Chi Hua's arm, leading him to the lunch machine, pointing at the images displayed. What would you like? Chi Hua? I'll buy it for you. A fish-flavored shredded pork rice? Seeing Chi Hua's skeptical expression only fueled Feng Bei's excitement. Was this not her moment to shine? With this box of food, would she not win Chi Hua's heart? What chance did Wang Xuewei and the others have against her? Feng Bei cast a haughty glance at Wang Xuewei, relishing in the sight of her flushed face, and, aside from the sour and spicy shredded potatoes, ordered one of everything else from the lunch machine, spending a total of 61 points, leaving only 2 points in her account. She contemplated exchanging more crystal cores with her father upon returning home, converting them all into points to purchase whatever her heart desired. Soon, the machine dispensed several boxes of food. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the others, Feng Bei triumphantly handed out the boxes, suppressing her laughter as she told Wang Xuewei, I'm sorry, Xuewei, but I have no points left to buy for you. You'll just have to endure a night of hunger. Wang Xuewei glared at the food boxes in the hands of the others, feeling a wave of humiliation wash over her, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. She had previously thought Feng Bei was merely jesting. After all, how could there still be box meals for sale after so many years of apocalypse? Yet, to her astonishment, there were indeed box meals: fish-flavored shredded pork, grilled meat, duck legs, Yangzhou fried rice, the aroma wafting tantalizingly close to her nose. It was pure meat. And fluffy, white rice. Just the sight and scent of it made her mouth water. Xia Yan interjected at the perfect moment. Dear guests, my little shop only requires one first-level crystal core to exchange for 100 points, which can be used for accommodation and purchasing box meals. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuewei's heart soared. She rummaged through her pocket, wiping away her tears as she carefully selected a second-level crystal core to present. A second-level crystal core could be exchanged for 500 points. Xia Yan assisted her in converting it into a card but made no effort to instruct them on how to use the machine. Given that Feng Bei had already demonstrated it so ostentatiously, do any of the others require a point exchange? Chi Hua also recharged 100 points, while the remaining 2 did the same. Xia Yan shrugged, indifferent. Those points would eventually find their way into her pocket. Do any of you require accommodation? The group turned their gaze to Chi Hua, their captain, who held absolute authority. Although they all wished to rest comfortably for the night, the multitude of zombies outside made venturing out tantamount to suicide. After much contemplation, Chi Hua, living up to expectations, nodded in agreement. How many points are required? A single room costs 20 points, and I only have one left, Xia Yan replied nonchalantly. Wait, there's only one? Feng Bei, having been holding back her frustration, seized the opportunity to vent. Her teammates straightened up, emboldened by her presence. Xia Yan cast a cold glance over her face. It's this small. If you don't find it satisfactory, feel free to leave. Chi Hua pulled Feng Bei behind him, his expression serious. Boss, since this is business, it's best to conduct it amicably for mutual profit, right? I'll take the other room. 20 points, correct? He reached for his card to pay. Xia Yan crossed her arms and smirked. Hold on. I can rent you the other single room, but it's only meant for one occupant. As soon as she finished speaking, the team erupted into a clamor. What? Only one person can stay? Where will the other 3 of us go? Exactly. You can't expect us to sleep outside. Xia Yan remained silent, allowing them to voice their concerns. Chi Hua, noting her nonchalance, contemplated leaving, but the realization that there was nowhere to escape forced him to endure and negotiate again. Could you please make an exception, boss? You know that zombies are most active at night, and with our ability levels, stepping outside would be suicidal. Upon hearing the authoritative voice once more, Xia Yan finally lifted her head, stating her terms. You may stay, but if you want 2 single rooms, the other 3 must pay the full price. Seeing the glances of dissent, Xia Yan raised her hand to silence them. Before you speak, let me remind you, as you can see, my little shop is completely secure. No zombies can enter. Each person only pays 20 points. There isn't a price like this anywhere else in the world. It's not about cheapness. It's about safety. Moreover, who says a single room cannot accommodate a few more people? In these times, do you still expect individual rooms for everyone, as if this were peacetime?
Indeed.
After her words, the others fell silent. Seeing Chi Hua nod in agreement, they stepped forward to pay their points. Xia Yan handed over the key to room 102. Reverting to her cheerful demeanor as she reminded them, "My little shop currently lacks a restroom, so I hope you can resolve that before nightfall." The area within 1 meter of the shop is completely safe. The group exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to venture out as instructed. Just as the boss had said, as long as they remained within a meter, the zombies remained oblivious to their movements, even right under their noses. The group was taken aback, increasingly convinced of the shop's mysterious nature. Upon returning, Qihua assigned one room for the boys and another for the girls. Noticing that Xia Yan had not provided bedding, he directed Wang Xuewei to retrieve 3 single tents from their storage. They had previously camped outside the base, so such essential gear was always kept at the ready. Nightfall soon enveloped the surroundings. Xia Yan, having locked the door behind her at the counter, retreated to her room. Xiong was stationed in the hall, overseeing the machines and entrance. As for the cleaning staff, in her establishment, they were but a brick, used wherever necessary. After a quick wash, she recalled that she had forgotten to install the surveillance system today. Opening her screen, she checked the shop's earnings and was astonished to find they had accumulated 193 points. Members: Feng Bei, 98, 100. Members: Li Chang, 20, 100. Member: Wang Xuewei, 35, 500. Member: Qihua, 20, 100. Member: Wang Yi, 20, 100. Chapter 7. Level Up. Another night of blissful slumber. Xia Yan, cocooned in her soft, fluffy blanket, lingered in bed for a while before stretching languidly and drawing back the curtains. Afterward, she strolled to the bathroom to freshen up. Half an hour later, she made her appearance in the lobby. "Good morning, esteemed guests. How did you fare last night?" "Morning, boss." "Slept splendidly," Qihua replied with a beaming smile. A few individuals sat on the floor, relishing their breakfast. A quick glance revealed that all varieties from the breakfast machine had been purchased in pairs. Receiving 84 points so early in the day was indeed a delightful start. After exchanging warm greetings, she opened the door, drawing the attention of the small team that had been engrossed in their meals. The streets, once teeming with zombies, had been diverted by other disturbances, leaving only a few stragglers behind. Xia Yan instructed Xiong to tidy up while she approached the breakfast machine to order a serving of steamed dumplings. With a cheerful ding, the food box emerged, and she took it over to the payment counter, savoring her meal at a leisurely pace. The sunlight streamed in perfectly, a gentle breeze wafted through, and the delightful aroma of food filled the air. The small team felt momentarily dizzy, as if in a dream. When would they ever experience such leisure? Devoid of concerns about being surrounded by zombies, sleeping soundly, and enjoying such delectable meals? "Oh, I don't want to leave." Qihua noticed the pleading expressions on everyone's faces and hesitated. They had ventured out for supplies, and their families awaited their return to the base with food. How could they linger here? Wondering if the boxed meals could be taken away, Qihua decided it was better to ask directly. "Boss, may I inquire if the boxed meals can be taken out?" "Takeout?" Xia Yan paused momentarily, consulting the system. "Takeout is permitted. The lunch machine can produce a maximum of 20 box meals, with a shelf life of 1 day. The breakfast machine can produce a maximum of 30 servings, also with a shelf life of 1 day. You can take away 15 servings, but each will incur an additional fee of 5 points, Xia Yan declared, her tone tinged with a merchant's shrewdness. Upon hearing this, Qihua was overjoyed, astonished that they could indeed make a purchase. Even with the extra 5 points, it was quite reasonable. However, she reminded them of the 1-day shelf life. "No worries, we have space. Time is suspended inside," Qihua replied with a smile, indicating she was not concerned. Xia Yan, not intending to delve further, nodded dismissively. After a brief discussion, Qihua produced a shared secondary crystal core from her pocket to recharge Xia Yan. The others hastily finished their food and rushed to the lunch machine to calculate the prices based on the images displayed. Cumin duck leg rice was 17 points, fish-flavored shredded pork rice was 16 points, grilled meat rice was 15 points, Yangzhou fried rice and spicy shredded potatoes were both 13 points. While the breakfast machine's fresh meat soup dumplings were 8 points, egg-filled pancakes were 7 points, and both fried pancakes and sauce-flavored pancakes were 6 points, with steamed dumplings at 10 points. After deliberation, They ordered 3 servings each of 5 different box meals from the lunch machine and purchased a total of 15 breakfasts from the breakfast machine. They also incurred a service fee of 150 points to Xia Yan. Naturally, this 150 directly entered her private account. The 2 machines alone generated an income of 333 points. Congratulations to the shop owner. The hotel can be upgraded to level 2. Upon upgrading, the number of rooms can be increased, private rooms can be opened, and a breakfast area can be established. Current points, 760. Upon receiving the system notification, Xia Yan's smile broadened and her gaze softened toward the group. The team members were equally elated, their spirits soaring. A win-win situation. Not only did they suffer minimal casualties, but they also completed their mission with high quality, allowing them to return to the base for a well-deserved rest of 3 to 4 days. Boss, may I take a few box meals personally? Wang Xuewei, collecting the meals from her team members into her space, recalled her abundant points and desired to take a few boxes home. After all, this was food from the pre-apocalypse. Now a rare commodity. Upon Wang Xuewei's suggestion, the others' eyes lit up, each calculating how many meals they could package based on their points. Xia Yan poured herself a cup of hot water, gently blowing away the steam, and shook her head. No, only this amount is allowed. She chuckled at the thought of letting them take everything while she remained hungry. Seeing Xia Yan's resolute stance, though disappointed, the group refrained from further protest. Qi Hua instructed her team to clean up the remnants and take out the trash from the bin before bidding farewell to Xia Yan. With their mission accomplished, they decided to hurry back to the base while the daylight lingered. Xia Yan smiled and welcomed them to visit again. Before departing, Wang Xuewei's gaze lingered on the water dispenser as she watched Qi Hua move her lips, yet ultimately, she remained silent. Xia Yan noticed her gesture, but chose not to remind her, eager to upgrade and wishing for their swift departure. Watching the group eliminate the scattered zombies and disappear around the corner, she eagerly tapped the screen. Would you like to begin the upgrade? Yes. Upgrading in progress. Please select the number of rooms. Single room 0, double room 0, available rooms 5. After a brief hesitation, Xia Yan decisively chose 4 single rooms and 1 double room. Upon confirming, the hotel began to transform. First, the lobby expanded by an additional 5 square meters, the payment counter became brand new, the walls were freshly painted, and the floor tiles were replaced with pristine, white porcelain. The corridor deepened, revealing 3 single rooms on either side, with the ends splitting into 2 paths, one leading approximately 10 meters left and the other ascending a staircase, while the center housed her private room. The left end, formerly a storage room, now measured 3 square meters, opposite a shared restroom, each stall's door fitting perfectly without a gap. Inside, an oversized ventilation fan ensured the restroom exuded a refreshing citrus scent at all times. Ascending the staircase, the second-floor corridor was somewhat confined, with 2 double rooms directly opposite the stairs, numbered 201 and 202, and beside them, a door labeled breakfast area. She intended to check out the breakfast area first, but the door resisted her attempts to open it. Just as she pondered this, a piece of paper gradually appeared on the door, reading, Operating hours, 5 a.m., 8 a.m. Latecomers will not be served. Can't even the boss use the back door? Sighing, Xia Yan abandoned the idea. Opening room 201 revealed a refreshing new interior, with even the walls freshly painted and her set of bedding neatly placed on a nearby double sofa. She picked up the bedding and glanced into room 202. Discovering both rooms boasted the same decor, a spacious, comfortable double bed adorned with ocean blue sheets and matching bedside tables. A light gray double sofa rested by the window, facing a dark tea-colored coffee table, opposite a simple wardrobe, next to which stood a waist-high cabinet holding 2 cups of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water. There was also a modest restroom suitable for bathing. Xia Yan picked up the instant noodles. The transparent packaging clearly marked with large letters, "This instant noodle requires a consumption of 5 points, automatically deducted from your card." The same was noted for the mineral water, albeit at a slightly lower cost of just 2 points. Satisfied, Xia Yan nodded, closed the door behind her, and returned to the first floor. She prepared to inspect her room, standing before the deep copper door. Taking a deep breath, she pressed down on the handle, and the door opened smoothly. A bright, gentle light flooded the entire room, with her gaze drawn to the delicate white curtains that fluttered softly in the farthest corner. Against the wall stood a vibrant yellow banana-shaped sofa, and in front of it was a round cream-colored table. Beneath her feet lay a broad, plush carpet in a matching hue, while the ceiling light, simple yet elegant, bathed the space in a warm glow, with several concealed spotlights emphasizing the finer details. The light converged on a low cabinet in a natural wood tone, adorned with a simple piece of art. Raising her eyebrows with a slight smile, she slipped off her shoes and replaced them with the slippers provided by the system, stepping into the living room to survey her surroundings. The living area was not large, but it exuded a sense of warmth. The bedroom featured a large, soft bed accompanied by her vanity, while a row of pale yellow cabinets lined the wall, and a tall floor lamp stood by the head of the bed. She opened the wardrobe, which contained only a few sets of clothes for her to change into, but it was stocked with undergarments and socks. She placed the bedding she had carried down from upstairs inside, then turned and entered the bathroom. The bathroom was even smaller, yet it had been designed with a separation between wet and dry areas. Beneath the sink, a cabinet held a pack of toilet paper and a complete row of various sanitary napkins. Xia Yan chuckled, her eyes gleaming as if she had stumbled upon treasure. How splendid that they provided sanitary napkins. Although the bathroom was compact, it surprisingly housed an automatic washing machine, accompanied by laundry detergent and fragrance beads. She eagerly twisted the shower's knob, discovering both hot and cold water, her eyes widening in excitement as she swiftly turned to lock the door behind her, returning to find a fresh outfit for a refreshing bath. Chapter 8. A visitor arrives. Chi Hua maintained a vigilant gaze ahead, subtly raising a hand to signal her companions to remain silent and hidden. Not far away, a group of over a dozen second and third-level zombies were clustered together, angrily roaring at a specific point. The members of her team, startled by the commotion, immediately turned upon seeing Chi Hua's gesture, opting to take a detour back to the base. What bad luck to encounter a horde of zombies repeatedly. Feng Bei shot an exasperated glare at the air, cursing inwardly at the careless individual who had triggered the zombie frenzy. Chi Hua lingered at the rear of the group, occasionally glancing back to ensure the zombies had not detected them. Their team was weak, especially with two purely supportive girls among them. In such a situation, retreat was their only option, fearing that any delay might draw the zombies' attention. In this post-apocalyptic world, mere survival was a victory, let alone sacrificing oneself for others. Chi Hua scoffed at such notions. However, a particular individual crossed her mind, one with an abundance of resources offered at remarkably low prices. That person was rather foolish, openly selling valuable items without a hint of discretion. She feared that if she submitted her supplies, it would immediately attract the higher-ups' attention. At that moment, a mere frail girl like her would be unable to protect herself. Chi Hua brushed aside a fleeting sense of regret. She wished to harbor some selfish desires, to keep this secret close to her heart, yet Chi Hua subtly glanced at Feng Bei's back. Her father held a position of authority, reportedly competing for a leadership role, and he was in dire need of achievements. Feng Bei had also contemplated this matter. She desired to keep this secret hidden, ensuring a life free from worries about sustenance. With food in hand, any man would eagerly vie for her attention. Why should she cling to Chi Hua? Yet she knew her father all too well. He was utterly obsessed with power, having been a minor official before the apocalypse, lamenting his lack of promotion. After the fall, he adapted quickly, offering up all the family's food supplies for a position in the newly established base. One night, after drinking too much of the wine gifted by others, he pounded his chest, weeping as he vowed to forever remember her mother's sacrifices, claiming that without her, he would not be who he was today. And how did she respond? She merely smiled and poured him another glass. Feng Bei shook her head, forcing herself to dismiss those thoughts. What joy! Those people had left. Li Shenglong continued to focus on his scope, though he had merely shifted his aim. All right, let us get to work. Tai Shixin took a deep drag from his cigarette before carelessly tossing it aside, seizing a nearby katana and blowing smoke onto its blade. The sharp edge was instantly enveloped in a golden sheen, appearing even more lethal. Li Shenglong targeted the highest-level zombie, taking it down with a single shot. After he finished off the high-ranking zombies, Tai Shixin leaped down from the second floor, landing steadily on the ground. Facing the approaching zombies with a fierce expression, he struck with precision, each blow landing true. With the loss of the third-level zombies, The remaining foes were utterly defenseless against their wrathful third-level abilities, akin to mere frogs flailing helplessly. In roughly 2 minutes, this one-sided massacre came to an end. Li Shenglong slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder, and together they began to gather crystal cores. What a bountiful haul! Should they rest at the nearest base? Tai Shixin flicked the ginger-colored crystal core in his hand and glanced skyward. No, they needed to gather more. The high-temperature season was rapidly approaching, making it difficult to venture out. Li Shenglong pondered the date and realized July was just around the corner. Each year in July and September, the temperatures soared alarmingly, often reaching 60 degrees Celsius, with midday highs hitting 70 degrees. As this thought crossed his mind, his movements quickened. Let us move on to the next location. The two stowed the crystal cores in specially crafted pockets close to their bodies and turned to continue their search for zombies. This area was densely populated with the undead, and most of the crystal cores circulating in the nearby base originated from here. Perhaps due to the impending high-temperature season, they encountered several groups along the way, some forming small teams like theirs, while others were powerful lone wolves. All parties chose to ignore one another. Fortunately, the abundance of zombies prevented any violent robbery incidents. After securing another batch of crystal cores, Tai Shixin wiped the sweat from his brow and cautiously scanned their surroundings, whispering, "The lone wolf we encountered earlier is a 5th-level powerhouse." Li Shenglong, who had been drinking water, nearly choked. "What? 5th level?" Tai Shixin nodded with admiration, firmly asserting, "Absolutely. The aura was incredibly strong. I wonder when I'll reach 5th level." Becoming a formidable force was the aspiration of countless ability users. This marked the 3rd time he had seen a 5th-level powerhouse, and with a bit more time, he too could become a dominant presence. Best to keep our distance for now. If even 5th-level individuals are out collecting crystal cores, they must have received some insider information about a rough, high-temperature season ahead. Li Shenglong's expression grew serious as an unprecedented sense of crisis washed over him. At his words, the fire in Tai Shixin's eyes dimmed, and he recalled the harrowing high-temperature season from 2 years prior, his face turning pale. Could it be that it's returning? Both of them shuddered, their expressions darkening. Too anxious to rest, their eyes reddened from the relentless slaughter of zombies. There was a knock at the door outside the shop. Nestled comfortably on the sofa, enjoying the gentle breeze, Xia Yan was jolted by the system's notification. Could it be that small team returning? She murmured as she left the cozy embrace of the sofa, donning her slippers as she stepped out of her room. In the hotel corridor, she could distinctly hear the knocking. "They're here. They're here," she called out cheerfully. "Please don't knock so hard. The glass door can't withstand it." Upon hearing her voice, the individuals outside indeed ceased their knocking. Xia Yan, upon entering the hall, discerned that the individuals knocking at the door were not her small team, but rather a tall man clad entirely in black, adorned with a mask and a hat. The man was fixated on her, silently scrutinizing her. Xia Yan retrieved a key from the counter and approached the door to unlock it. "Please step back a few paces," she gestured with a wave of her finger. The man obediently retreated 2 steps, glancing up at the sign once more. A resort hotel? Newly opened? Through the pristine glass, he could distinctly see 3 machines aligned against the wall. Setting aside the 2 machines displaying an array of delectable food images, the water dispenser, with its full barrel of water, boldly positioned where it could be easily observed, caught his attention. Moreover, the young proprietress appeared remarkably youthful. Her complexion was rosy, her attire immaculate and fragrant, her gaze bright, and her fingers delicate and callus-free. Yet, he was unable to ascertain her status. Was the guest here to lodge? Xia Yan invited him inside, indicating the sign hanging behind the reception desk, which listed the rates for single and double rooms, alongside a flowchart for joining the hotel's membership. Even those who were illiterate could comprehend the simple images. A single room cost 30 points per night, while a double room required 50 points. Due to the hotel's upgrades, the in-room amenities had been replaced with new ones, resulting in an increase in prices. Jing Yimai silently perused the information, his dark eyes shifting to the girl behind the counter as he inquired, "May I inspect the room first?" It was an astute inquiry, indicating his discerning nature. Xia Yan was equally surprised by the depth and richness of his voice. "Of course. Would you prefer to see the single room or the double room?" "The double room." "Very well, please follow me." Xia Yan stepped out from behind the counter, leading the way. Jing Yimai glanced back briefly, surveying the open doorway as she walked ahead, seemingly unfazed by the possibility of someone entering to abscond with the machines. Did she possess such formidable strength? His gaze fell upon the slender neck and shoulders of the girl in front of him. She appeared quite fragile, as if she could be easily broken with a mere grip. Suddenly, she turned her head, and Jing Yimai nonchalantly redirected his gaze. Esteemed guest, I highly recommend this double room. The lighting within is exceptional. Chapter 9. Could this be the property of a magnate? What if a customer of dubious wealth were to arrive? Naturally, one would endeavor to milk them for all they were worth. Xia Yan noted the fleeting satisfaction in his eyes, steadying her nerves, realizing that this transaction was inevitable. She succinctly introduced the features of the double room, emphasizing the availability of a bathroom for bathing. Surely, no one would wish to remain in a state of uncleanliness, despite his heavily concealed appearance on such a sweltering day. Proximity would render him rather unpleasant. Rumor had it that water was scarce outside, barely sufficient for drinking, let alone bathing.
As anticipated.
Upon hearing the prospect of a refreshing shower, the man's eyes gleamed with interest. He strode directly into the bathroom, turning on the faucet, momentarily entranced by the clear water flowing forth. After several seconds, he lifted his gaze to Xia Yan and, in a deep and resonant voice, remarked, "The room is quite satisfactory. I shall book it." At his words, a smile blossomed on Xia Yan's face. "Please accompany me downstairs to recharge your points." Jing Yimai, having previously reviewed the recharge process, executed it swiftly, depositing 2 level 2 crystal cores to cover that day as accommodation fee. "I wonder if the guest has dined yet? I have lunch boxes available. Feel free to select whatever you desire from the machines." Observing his prompt payment, Xia Yan seized the opportunity to recommend some lunch boxes. Jing Yimai, maintaining an air of calm, ordered 2 meals, holding the warm, aromatic boxes, feeling a rare moment of dizziness. Xia Yan handed over the room card for room 201, wishing him a pleasant stay at her establishment. Jing Yimai cast her a seemingly indifferent glance, saying nothing as he ascended the stairs, his legs feeling somewhat unsteady. Xia Yan chose not to dwell on his rudeness. Her spirits lifted upon seeing the new 83 points credited to her establishment. Suddenly, she recalled the system's earlier warning about the limit of 20 meals per day. And realizing she had already accounted for 19 with her own consumption, she rushed to the lunch machine, only to find a solitary portion of spicy sour shredded potatoes remaining, leaving her near tears. It seemed she would need to be more judicious in her calculations moving forward, reserving her own meals to prevent the upstairs guest from claiming the last meal. Consequently, she stowed the meal away in her room, leaving only the breakfast machine as offerings for any potential guests. Seated behind the reception desk, Xia Yan retrieved the surveillance equipment and summoned Xiong, instructing it to mount 1 camera in the hall and another on the second floor. Xiong, of similar height to her, assisted in moving a stool, preparing to climb atop it. However, to her astonishment, Xiong required no assistance. As it grasped the wall, the solid structure yielded effortlessly to its strength, bending as if it were mere cheese. The entire wall, including the corners, tilted softly towards them. Xia Yan suppressed her shock, stepping back a couple of paces. Xiong inserted the surveillance camera into the wall with the ease of inserting a chocolate stick into cheese. Releasing its grip, the wall instantaneously returned to its former state, the camera firmly secured. Xiong then turned to ascend the stairs. Xia Yan followed, once again witnessing this miraculous feat goodness. Xiong's skills as a cleaner were truly underappreciated. After completing the owner's assigned tasks, Xiong began to scan the cleanliness of the establishment. Not long after, Xia Yan, reclining on a lounge chair, observed Xiong carrying a bucket of water, commencing to mop the floor, ensuring the area within the safety perimeter, including 1 meter outside the door, was scrubbed spotless. With such a capable assistant, what more could one desire? Bathed in the gentle warmth of the sun, she touched her slightly flushed arms and legs. Having spent years in a damp and cold environment, rarely witnessing the sun, she had often felt despondent, even suspecting she might have developed rheumatism. Hence, in this new world, she relished the bright sunlight. Merely gazing at it uplifted her spirits. As the sun began its descent, she prepared to rise and close the door, only to lock eyes with two individuals passing by outside. Channeling her inner shrewd businesswoman, she donned a standard smile. Are you two seeking accommodation? I guarantee safety. Zombies cannot breach this place. The newcomers were none other than Li Shunlong and Tai Shixin. Both had toiled throughout the afternoon. Appearing disheveled and malodorous, their clothes splattered with remnants of zombies, looking utterly untidy. Accommodation? Tai Shixin regarded the sign above with confusion, uncertain as to when this establishment had opened, wondering if it might be a scam. Li Shunlong's eyes were filled with suspicion, silently shaking his head at Tai Shixin. Just as the two were about to disregard her and turn away, Tai Shixin fortuitously caught sight of the level 5 magnate he had encountered earlier. Now adjusting the curtains on the second floor. He froze, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he tugged at Li Shunlong's sleeve, gesturing for him to look upstairs. Li Shunlong, equally astonished, pondered if this was indeed a shop owned by a magnate. Such an explanation would render everything logical. How could a delicate young girl manage to run a hotel amidst zombies without being attacked? Clearly, a powerful figure was at the helm. We must stay. With a magnate's protection, we can rest easy. Jingimai. Xia Yan watched as the two individuals, who had initially intended to leave, turned back with eager and somewhat disdainful expressions directed at her. Xia Yan. Nevertheless, she was in the business of welcoming patrons, and money that came to her doorstep was money worth earning. After showing them the two signs within the establishment, they too opted for a double room. Li Shunlong recharged using a level 1 crystal core, leaving him with 50 points remaining. Xia Yan wholeheartedly recommended the food available in the breakfast machine to them. Although the two looked at her with bewildered expressions, they nonetheless purchased steamed buns and dumplings for 18 points. Perhaps this was a new method of payment? After all, with the absurdly low housing prices, who knew what other hidden fees awaited them? Regret was futile at this point, and with the level 1 crystal core they possessed, they still had a fair amount left, so they might as well indulge in a game with this formidable figure. Who would have imagined that a level 5 powerhouse would revel in such tricks? Perhaps the more powerful one became, the more eccentric their temperament? The two of them muttered amongst themselves, dismissing the breakfast entirely. Seriously, how long has it been since the apocalypse? Fresh meat steamed buns and dumplings? Even a big loaf of bread soaked in water would be a blessing at this point. Soon, the breakfast machine dispensed 2 lunch boxes. The aroma was rather enticing, and Tai Shixin took a deep whiff from the lunchbox, acknowledging that the grand figure indeed was impressive, even crafting such faux delicacies with such realism. Li Shunlong shared the sentiment, questioning if true dumplings could be casually placed in such disposable containers. Neither took the boxed meal seriously as they prepared to head upstairs. Xia Yan had no intention of leading the way, instructing them to follow the corridor to the staircase, with the door marked 202 being their destination. Noticing that it was getting somewhat dim outside, she assumed no one else would be checking in and prepared to close the door.
Wait.
I'm staying too. Xia Yan strained to peer outside but failed to spot anyone, only noticing the trees swaying in the wind. She thought she had misheard and was about to shut the door when the voice called again. I said wait. This time, Xia Yan saw clearly as a girl emerged from behind the tree trunk, her body transitioning from a brownish hue back to its original color. With a thud, she landed at the shop's entrance, nimbly darting through the door with a few quick steps. Chapter 10. Guests Dining. Apologies, dear guest, I didn't see you there. Xia Yan smiled sheepishly. The girl before her barely reached her chest, petite and slender, and amidst her thick hair, 2 fuzzy little horns were faintly visible. Her large, round eyes sparkled with moisture, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her thin lips were pursed in a tight line, suggesting some dissatisfaction. I forgive you. She puffed her cheeks, her eyes scanning the machine. I want to stay. All right, please take a look at the rules displayed above. They are quite straightforward. Just as Lu Ju was about to mention her illiteracy, she noticed the accompanying images and, to her surprise, managed to comprehend them. After a moment of silence, she fished out a crystal core from her pocket, her eyes brimming with hope as she gazed at Xia Yan. I only have this. Can I exchange it for points? Xia Yan fell silent as well, suppressing her excitement at the sight of the girl's fluffy hair and the 2 adorable horns. She truly wanted to reach out and pet her. Seeing Xia Yan's hesitation, Lu Ju's expression shifted to disappointment. She had observed those 2 individuals earlier, who had taken out similar items and exchanged them for points, even acquiring goods from the machine. The enticing aroma had wafted to her from afar, and she was thirsty too, glancing at the full water bucket. Her brother had said she could take whatever she wanted, but not to touch others' belongings. Wah, I miss you, big brother. I'm thirsty. Is it not permissible? Lu Ju's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her small mouth pouting, cheeks swollen. So, can I or can't I? Why do you mimic my brother by patting my head? Lu Ju felt genuinely aggrieved, having inadvertently lost her brother, frightened while evading monsters, with no food or water. And now being patted on the head by a pretty sister. Xia Yan, feeling the comforting texture of the girl's hair, curiously pinched her little horns again.
Oh.
They are rather firm. The little girl's face turned a rosy shade, on the verge of tears, but unable to express her frustration. Her adorable demeanor tugging at Xia Yan's heartstrings.
Just place the crystal core into the machine.
Xia Yan took the crystal core from her palm and inserted it into the machine. It quickly spat out a card, displaying a total of 2,000 points. Inside this card, there are 2,000 points, enough for you to stay for quite a while and enjoy plenty of delicious food. Xia Yan handed her the room card for room 101. Perhaps it was due to her overwhelming cuteness that she found herself explaining so much. Upon hearing there were many points on the card that could be exchanged for food, Lu Ju's eyes lit up. Unable to contain her excitement, she dashed to the water dispenser. I'm thirsty. Can I exchange for some water? Of course. Xia Yan approached her, showing her how to swipe the points, using a nearby disposable cup to fill with water. Lu Ju was genuinely parched, drinking 5 cups in quick succession before pausing. Well, is there anything to eat nearby? The lunch machine has sold out today, but the breakfast machine still has 2 items left. One is an egg pancake, and the other is a sauce-flavored pancake. Which would you like? Lu Ju leaned over the machine, hesitating as she gazed at the colorful images above. I want both. I have 2,000 points, so I can afford it. Thus, Lu Ju cradled her warm food as she prepared to return to her room. Suddenly, Xia Yan recalled something and called out to her. Oh, by the way, the breakfast room on the 2nd floor opens tomorrow from 5 to 8 a.m. If you wish to eat, you can go upstairs to purchase. Breakfast room? Lu Ju nodded eagerly, a smile spreading across her face. Xia Yan realized she hadn't notified the others yet, promptly locking the door behind her and dutifully heading upstairs to knock on the door of room 201. After a moment, a voice came from within. What is it? Tomorrow morning, the breakfast room on the 2nd floor will be open for breakfast. If you need anything, please go between 5 and 8 a.m. to place your order.
All right.
Thank you. Perhaps hearing her outside, the occupant of room 202 opened the door without waiting for her to leave. Li Shenglong peered out, glancing at room 201, and in a hushed voice asked, Are there still breakfast items left? Not enough to eat. Tai Shishi nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he had spotted a fairy. Upon returning to their room earlier, they had been taken aback by the cleanliness and tidiness of the space. Hesitant to dirty the floor, lingering at the entrance for quite some time, it was Li Shenglong who, noticing the adjacent bathroom, turned on the tap and was unable to resist drinking several mouthfuls of the clean, clear water that flowed forth. It's not contaminated. The grand figure is amazing. 666. The two of them joyfully took a shower and, collapsing onto the soft bed, felt their stomachs grumbling. They hadn't eaten dinner yet. Thus, they reached for the boxed meal on the cabinet, and the moment they opened it, they were utterly astonished. Goodness! They are real steamed buns and dumplings. Without further ado, they grabbed the buns and dumplings, devouring them ravenously. The chewy dumplings and fresh buns were, astonishingly, even more delicious than what they had tasted before the apocalypse. After finishing their meal, they regretted not heeding the shop owner's advice to purchase more and were just about to head downstairs when they overheard her speaking to the occupant of room 201. Li Shenglong and Tai Shixin exchanged glances and, with nimble movements, leaped off the bed, pressing their ears against the door to listen intently. What? They are actually serving breakfast tomorrow morning. In each other's eyes, they saw shock and delight. Once the grand figure and the shop owner finished their conversation, Li Shenglong could hardly wait for her to knock on the door. He flung it open, planning to grab more food from the machine. There's still plenty of time until tomorrow. We're both starving. I apologize, dear guests, but the food in the breakfast machine has already been purchased by other customers. Xia Yan expressed her apologies, diligently fulfilling her role as the shop owner. However, the breakfast room next door will provide breakfast tomorrow morning, so if you need anything, you can go over to buy it. Tai Shixin was skeptical of her words, wondering how it was possible for the machine to be empty of food. He suspected that the big boss secretly disdained their meager purchases and minimal support, which is why he abruptly extinguished their hopes. Tai Shixin cast a wary glance at room 201, fidgeting with his fingers, and refrained from troubling the petite girl before him. However, we truly haven't had enough to eat. Could you perhaps make an exception? Li Xinlong, oblivious to the implications, was wholly captivated by the enticing aroma of soup dumplings and steamed dumplings, feeling quite ravenous. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan firmly asserted, "There are instant noodles in the double room. If that is insufficient, you may have to settle for that. There is also hot water available at the drinking machine downstairs, but it requires 1 point." Li Xinlong was about to persist, but was pulled back into the room by Tai Shixin. "What are you doing? That's the big boss's woman. If we anger him, we won't be able to escape the consequences." Tai Shixin whispered fiercely into his ear, a sense of dread swelling within him. What a useless teammate. Didn't he see that the big boss was intentionally targeting them? Li Xinlong's face flushed red as he forcefully pried Tai Shixin's arm away, taking a deep breath and glaring back at him. "What do you mean, the big boss's woman? Didn't you hear their conversation just now? It was so unfamiliar. How could that possibly be the case?" "Ah, is it not?" Tai Shixin scratched his head, momentarily perplexed. Li Xinlong had no intention of engaging in further debate. He located the instant noodles atop the cabinet, scanned the white lettering, tore open the packaging, and prepared to head downstairs for hot water. Downstairs, Xia Yan remained seated behind the reception desk, staring blankly ahead. Li Xinlong cast a glance at her before quietly approaching the drinking machine to fetch hot water. Tai Shixin arrived late with the instant noodles, his gaze occasionally drifting to Xia Yan's fair face and her remarkably slender wrists. How could such a fragile woman possess the power to command such invaluable resources without being robbed? There was not a trace of supernatural energy emanating from her. She was evidently an ordinary person. If there were no big boss shielding her, Tai Shixin would never believe it. The drinking machine gurgled as hot water gradually submerged the noodle cake. The two turned and ascended the stairs. Chapter 11. Woohoo, a new gift package obtained. As the two retreated upstairs, Xia Yan withdrew her gaze from the screen and instructed Xiongxiong to stand by the machine. Before she entered her room, she had Xiongxiong turn off the lights in the hall. She settled onto the soft, springy sofa, opened her lunchbox, and slowly savored a mouthful of shredded potatoes. Just a moment ago, she had intended to upgrade the two machines outside, but the system prompted that 2 level 2 crystal cores were required. Xia Yan was at a loss for words. Did this mean she had to venture out to slay zombies? And level 2 at that? If it were level 1, she might still manage, but level 2 would be tantamount to delivering herself as a target. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for rewards that enhance defense and attack before proceeding. Xia Yan clicked on the shop's operating data and found she had accumulated 466 points. How could there be so many? Upon closer examination, she realized that today's income of 206 points combined with the remaining 260 points from her last upgrade. After the upgrade, the interface displayed an additional column for room occupancy information, where she could see the basic details and danger levels of the guests, along with 2 differently colored boxes labeled Expel and Kill. To simplify matters, Xia Yan directly modified this authority to language commands. The shop interface also included a section for the breakfast kitchen. Upon entering, she found that breakfast items had yet to be added. A maximum of 8 items could be included. She selected fried eggs, soy milk, pan-fried dumplings, stuffed pies, youtiao, yogurt pancakes, tofu pudding, and milk. Reluctantly, she discarded the porridge and pressed the confirmation button. In the existing breakfast section, the 8 items were further categorized. Fried eggs could be cooked hard, medium, or soft. Soy milk came in red bean, original, black sesame, and savory varieties. Pan-fried dumplings and stuffed pies were divided into pork, beef, lamb, Orleans chicken, sauerkraut, and scallion fillings. Tofu pudding also had sweet and savory options. Prices were clearly marked, with tofu pudding being the most expensive at 3 points, while each pan-fried dumpling cost 1 point, and the rest were merely 2 points each, a most reasonable deal. After clicking confirm, a gray stopwatch appeared in the breakfast area. with a prompt indicating the time remaining until opening. She finished the last bite of rice in her lunchbox, closed it, and tossed it into the trash before standing up to pace around the room, digesting. Though cozy, the small room still felt too quiet. Gazing at the empty wall, Xia Yan thought it was time to arrange for television. She opened them all, typed television into the search bar, and a lengthy list popped up. There were various types and sizes, but the prices were steep, and an additional payment of crystal cores was required. A 70-inch ultra-high-definition TV cost an astonishing 2,000 points plus 5 level 2 crystal cores? Goodness, it seemed that aside from building the shop, everything else for personal enjoyment required extra crystal cores. System, care to explain? Speaking of which, these regulations can be attributed to the previous shop owner, who was always engaged in reselling resources and indulging in extravagance, nearly leading to a name change for the hotel. Moreover, the fees were exorbitant. Thus, she was able to accumulate points quickly and abundantly. We had barely arrived in this world for a minute when the main system called me over for a thorough reprimand. Now, everything is in accordance with its requirements. This was the first time Xia Yan had seen the system express such a multitude of grievances, and from its tone, she could even sense a hint of its indignation. However, the former owner was indeed quite formidable. Just listen to the terms of reselling, extravagance, high pricing, and even handsome men. Xia Yan smirked. A house full of dashing suitors vying for attention. How could that woman possibly cope? By the time she left, her troubles must have escalated. Please retract your lewd expressions and refrain from crossing the yellow line. Okay. Xia Yan shook off her thoughts, her eyes darting as she continued. What the former owner did has nothing to do with me. That was her personal conduct. You cannot penalize me, a model student, for the actions of a single rotten apple. It is unjust. Now, even purchasing a television for my own amusement requires 5 level 2 crystal cores. Upgrading a breakfast machine demands 2 crystal cores. Is that not excessive? I may be invincible in the shop, but according to your system's arrangements, to live well, I must venture out to slay zombies. Tell me, what kind of vacation is this? Xia Yan's barrage of proactive arguments indeed left the system momentarily speechless. There you have it. Even the system deemed its treatment of her excessively harsh. Xia Yan maintained her disgruntled expression, arms crossed, impatiently rising onto her toes. If one was to act, they must do it thoroughly. Please hold on. I am applying for a gift package for you. Woohoo, a gift package? 1 advanced package. 2 basic packages. Please make your selection. Xia Yan raised an eyebrow. Even a fool would choose the advanced option, right? Please confirm once more. Do you wish to select the advanced package? Reminder, the advanced package will conflict with one of your existing benefits. If confirmed, that benefit will be revoked. Xia Yan read each word aloud with utmost seriousness. Revoking a benefit? Could it be the spinning wheel? If so, then forget it. She didn't even know what was in the package. She opted for the basic package instead. Please confirm once more. Do you wish to select the basic package? Reminder, the package will conflict with one of your existing benefits. If confirmed, that benefit will be revoked. Huh. Did this mean that regardless of which package she chose, it would result in the revocation of the spinning wheel? System, your gift packages lack sincerity. Xia Yan felt quite displeased, questioning the so-called benefits, as they still required exchanging for a spin on the roulette. A mere 10 points granted a single turn, with any outcome possible, so why squander them on an uncertain one-time gift pack? The roulette would only be available until the end of this month. And any items within the gift pack would bind to this world once issued, persisting until the completion of the task and transition to the next world. Was there a time limit on the roulette? Xia Yan closed the gift pack interface and switched to the marketplace, where she indeed found the information about the June 30th deadline in the smallest line of explanatory text. Was this truly such a scam? How clever. Written so small. Who would notice? Was this just a ploy to deceive a wave of points and then vanish? Xia Yan once again witnessed the shamelessness of the unscrupulous system. Noting that there were only 3 chances left for the week, she disregarded the rising cost of 20 points per spin and proceeded to draw 3 times consecutively. 2 times she received fireworks, and on the last draw, a standing air conditioner appeared. Xia Yan placed it in the corner of the living room. Alright, system. I choose the advanced gift pack. Please check your rewards. Xia Yan first opened the marketplace, finding that the roulette had indeed been retracted, and she felt no regret as its activity was about to close. In her personal backpack, she discovered a resplendent gift box. Upon clicking to open it, there were no dazzling effects, and it simply vanished. Xia Yan was momentarily stunned, waiting for an exhilarating moment. But soon, the system popped up a notification. The host may now venture outside at will, and zombies will neither notice nor attack the host. During this outing, should the host encounter any attacks, regardless of abilities or ordinary, they will be returned double, and at any time and place. As long as the host silently wishes to return home, they can instantly appear in their private room. The most comprehensive food city has been opened for the host. On the next hotel upgrade, 3 unlimited fruit options will be additionally issued, which can be consumed or sold, priced no higher than 3 points each. Chapter 12. Breakfast Room. Xia Yan had not slept well all night, excitedly exploring the food city until dawn, finally closing her eyes for a brief 3 hours. The alarm in the breakfast room rang, forcibly pulling her from her slumber. Xia Yan, bleary-eyed and feeling exceedingly uncomfortable from lack of sleep, was prompted by the system to go upstairs and open the door for business, with customers already waiting outside. Reluctantly, she brushed her teeth, washed her face, and dressed. Her steps unsteady as she ventured out. Along the way, she yawned incessantly, and upon ascending to the second floor, she indeed found 3 guests waiting outside the breakfast room, each in their own corner, ignoring one another. Upon seeing Xia Yan finally arrive, Li Shenglong and Tai Xixin perked up, glancing at her and then at the esteemed guest in room 201. Xia Yan, oblivious and lacking even the energy to greet them, shuffled to the door, gently pressed the handle, and the door opened with a soft click, the lights within automatically illuminating. Tai Xixin was astonished. They had previously attempted to open this door and could not budge it, not even a slight movement. Yet, Xia Yan effortlessly opened it with a mere touch. Jing Yimai, leaning against the wall, noted the ease of Xia Yan's action. Having tried himself, even with his level 5 abilities, he could not open this seemingly thin wooden door. A whirlwind of thoughts filled the air, but it was Lu Ju who broke the tension with a cheerful exclamation, bouncing in without a care. Wow, so much delicious food! Lu Ju exclaimed, gazing at the array of breakfast options before her hands cupping her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with delight. Xia Yan randomly chose a table and, with a lack of energy, mumbled about using the self-service ordering machine to swipe points, after which a mechanical arm would assist in fetching food, advising to patiently wait at the exit. With that, she slumped into the crook of her arm, dozing off again. Lu Ju, clutching her points card, dashed to the ordering machine, her small hands tapping rapidly. Soon, a warning popped up on the machine screen, limit of 10 items per order. Though Lu Ju was slightly disheartened, upon realizing she had ordered 10 different items, she felt satisfied enough, and after paying 22 points, she eagerly awaited at the pickup area. Behind the glass, transparent mechanical arms began to move swiftly, placing the ordered items onto a tray and pushing it to the exit. Lu Ju, holding a tray of breakfast, beamed with excitement, sitting down opposite Xia Yan and happily digging in. Li Shenglong and Tai Xixin stood a meter behind Jing Yimai, their attention completely captivated by the bountiful spread of food. What kind of divine hotel is this? So many supplies. They had grown accustomed to soaking various biscuits, instant noodles, and breadcrumbs, and for a moment, they believed they had died and gone to paradise, indulging in their culinary dreams. Eager to place their own orders, they were met with a warning glance from Jing Yimai, dousing their enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water, and they immediately sobered up. After you. We're in no rush, Tai Xixin chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. How could they have forgotten about their esteemed guest? Jing Yimai snorted softly, striding confidently to the ordering machine, his fingers flying over the screen, and after paying with points, he stood waiting, unwavering in his focus. Only then did Tai Xixin step forward to order, but when it came time to pay, he attempted to use Li Shenglong's card. The ordering machine lit up with a red warning. First warning. Use of another's membership card is prohibited. After 3 warnings, expulsion protocol will be triggered.
Tai Xixin,
holding the card, froze and couldn't help but retort. We're together. We even shared a room yesterday. The machine responded in a mechanical voice. The restaurant enforces a 1 card per person policy. Sharing is strictly forbidden. Then I'll just go get my own card. Tai Xixin frowned tightly. shoving the card into Li Xinglong's hands before turning to dash downstairs. He regretted not obtaining a card yesterday. Frustration boiled within him, wasting precious time for a meal.
Meanwhile,
Xia Yan remained undisturbed in her deep slumber, sleeping soundly. The breakfast room was not particularly large. Aside from the counter for food, it could only accommodate 4 tables. Jingmei took a bite of the beef pie, subtly observing his surroundings but finding no kitchen. The food appeared as if conjured from thin air yet remained fresh and delectable. This was quite peculiar. He discreetly scrutinized Xia Yan, attempting to unravel the hidden secrets within her. What kind of ability was this? Could it connect to another world? An inexhaustible supply of food, unlimited water, and constant electricity, all while evading the notice of zombies. Wasn't such power what every base yearned for? Did she comprehend the value of her abilities? He feared it would not be long before the word spread far and wide. The legendary paradise truly existed in this land. Would this so-called hotel withstand the onslaught of countless powerful ability users? Never mind, he thought. Perhaps he should find a way to abduct a space user while the hotel was still operational and stockpile food. At 8 o'clock, the breakfast room closed promptly, instantly relocating any remaining guests back to their rooms, regardless of their presence. The system dutifully roused Xia Yan, notifying her that breakfast hours had ended. Xia Yan's arm had fallen asleep, leaving several red impressions on her face as she remained groggy. Staring blankly at her surroundings for several seconds, her eyes finally began to focus. The 4 tables were clean and tidy, the floor freshly mopped and disinfected, and the trays of breakfast items in the glass cabinet had noticeably diminished. Xia Yan rose and made her way to the counter, retrieving a tray that held a cup of red date soy milk, 2 beef pies, and a perfectly cooked egg. Following the system's prompt, she clicked to end service, and the once plentiful food vanished in an instant, sealed back within the system. Xia Yan then descended to the first floor, placing the tray on the cashier's desk before opening the hotel door. The weather today was overcast, with the sky filled with billowy clouds cascading down in layers, creating a rather peculiar sight. Intrigued, Xia Yan stole a few glances, and a gentle breeze swept by, offering a refreshing contrast to the previous days. After instructing Xiong to clean up, she sat down to enjoy her breakfast. Despite having slept for several hours, the food remained warm and ready for consumption. The meals produced by the system, while Xia Yan might have whimsically remarked lacked the essence of earthly flavors, received nothing but praise from others, who devoured them with gusto, declaring it the finest meal they had ever experienced. This morning, she accumulated a total of 182 points. Xia Yan found this figure somewhat perplexing. After all, the most expensive item, a bowl of tofu pudding, only cost 3 points. Even with 4 people dining, it seemed implausible that they could consume it endlessly. Moreover, the system capped the selection at a maximum of 10 items per order, and although there was no limit on how many times each person could order, could there truly be a competitive eater among them? She examined the sales details from the breakfast room. Aside from pan-fried dumplings and other filling fare, only the milk appeared to be selling particularly well. Interestingly, Tai Xixin and Li Xinglong had quite the appetite, having ordered 3 times, with their last 2 orders specifically choosing pies and similar items. Xia Yan sensed something was amiss when a warning from the system appeared in her message inbox. Tai Xixin and Li Xinglong have engaged in malicious purchasing, leading to waste. After 3 ineffective warnings, their takeaway breakfast has been forfeited, and the points paid will not be refunded. Chapter 13. The Troublemakers? Now it all made sense. No wonder the points were higher.
system.
Erect a prominent sign in the breakfast room stating that takeout is prohibited. She handed the empty tray to Xiong for it to be returned to the breakfast area. Behind the staircase was a half-meter-high elevator, designated specifically for Xiong. Despite being the same height as her, whenever it approached the elevator, it would shrink to an appropriate size, including any items it held. Thus, Xia Yan often directed it to run errands on the 2nd floor.
System.
Also place a large sign on the wall of the lobby outlining the store rules. Consequently, a conspicuous sign appeared on the blank wall on the left side of the lobby. First, fighting and causing disturbances within the premises is strictly prohibited. Offenders will receive 1 warning and a fine. A second offense will result in expulsion and being blacklisted, while severe cases will be met with immediate elimination. Second, Damaging the store's facilities incurs a fine of 500 points, with 100,000 points plus expulsion and blacklisting for severe violations, with the possibility of immediate elimination for egregious offenses. Third, those who steal from the store, maliciously harass other guests, or instigate trouble shall face a day in a zombie horde. Fourth, still undecided, will be added later. Lastly, note that all rights to interpretation belong to the establishment. With each rule articulated, it appeared on the sign. After reading through it, Xia Yan deemed it satisfactory. Just then, Li Shunlong and Tai Shixin descended the stairs and, upon noticing the new sign, curiously read its contents. Seeing the stringent regulations, Tai Shixin's mood soured. Recalling the breakfast items confiscated earlier, feeling both vexed and irritated. Boss, why is takeout not allowed here? It's permitted elsewhere. I've spent my money. So why should my food be taken away? Just as she finished writing, someone walked right into the proverbial gunpoint. Xia Yan, with a stoic expression, retorted coldly. Takeout is against the rules. If you're unwilling to stay, then leave and find a hotel that allows takeout. There's nowhere else that offers such delectable food. Tai Shixin merely intended to intimidate her with a casual remark, but upon sensing her unyielding demeanor, he felt embarrassed in front of Li Shunlong, which only fueled his anger. A little girl with no abilities dares to brazenly defy him. Tai Shixin's expression turned vicious as he stepped forward, channeling the ferocity he'd employ against zombies. I'll say this one last time. Return my food. Li Shunlong wore an amused expression, eager to see how she would respond. Since discovering that she was not the woman of the 201 boss, he had been plotting to seize her resources, ideally eliminating her to take over the establishment. Xia Yan let out a derisive laugh and stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence.
Dream on.
You're courting death. Tai Shixin resolved not to use his powers, raising his fist, as large as a sandbag, and aimed to strike her down with a single blow. Eliminate. Xia Yan furrowed her brow, calling out. Tai Shixin disregarded her words, eager to witness whether her fluffy little bear would arrive faster than his fist. He had long recognized that bear as her sole means of survival. He bellowed. The hotel is mine. His speed quickened, believing victory was assured, reveling in his triumph. Suddenly, he felt the space around him harden as if encased in concrete, rendering him completely immobile. Li Shunlong watched in astonishment as Tai Shixin's fist froze midair, a transparent cube materializing around him, rapidly compressing inward. Within mere seconds, without a sound, a living being transformed into a mist of blood, and the cube shrank to the size of a centimeter, a rich crimson gently wafting around the owner. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Li Shunlong struggled to suppress his fear as he stepped back, not out of cowardice, but because it was all too swift for him to react. As he caught the cold, steely gaze of the female proprietor, a chill ran down his spine. And he sensed a looming crisis, leaving him no time to utter a threat before he turned to flee in haste. Trying to escape? Eliminate. Upon hearing the girl's calm utterance, Li Shunlong's scalp tingled with dread. He summoned his sniper rifle at lightning speed, firing a few shots backward indiscriminately. Whether he hit or not was irrelevant. What mattered was buying himself time. The speeding bullets, when nearing Xia Yan, seemed to sink into a quagmire, unable to advance a single step further. With two faint clinks, the bullets fell powerless to the ground, producing a crisp sound. He had successfully bought a second's reprieve. Li Shunlong felt a flicker of hope for survival, a smile creeping onto his lips. The door. Once outside, he would devise a plan for revenge against Tai Shixin. He would ensure the ruthless female demon faced a bloody reckoning. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to sprint toward the exit. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual shift in the air around him, something inexplicable forcibly halting his movements, nearly robbing him of control over his own body. As he stood on the brink of the door, unable to take that final step, a sharp pain surged from his feet to his head. Xia Yan, expressionless, regarded the two small cubes before her. Malicious abilities. For sale. What do you do when surrounded by zombies with no escape? Simply toss this cube onto the ground, and a pool of fresh blood will appear. Rest assured, zombies will be disinterested at that moment. Those with sense should flee quickly. Let us create a card based on this description. Xia Yan purchased a half-meter display case from the shop for 50 points, placing it beneath the sign. She placed 2 cubes inside, arranging a card beside them. Contemplating a price of 2 secondary crystal nuclei. Standing in the hall, Xia Yan gazed down at the still pristine floor and summoned Xiong to disinfect it once more. System, what about the crystal nuclei on the 2 of them? They have been annihilated together. Xia Yan, skeptical, retorted, did you hoard them for yourself? Share half with me. The annihilation mechanism is comprehensive. Hoarding is impossible. Can the crystal nuclei be preserved next time? No. Although the crystal nuclei were gone. The unspent points belonging to both individuals remained with the shop, increasing the day's revenue by 72 points. Xiong polished the hall floor until it gleamed, the faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. On the 2nd floor, the tenant Jing Yimai, still bundled up, descended the stairs and casually tossed a phrase at the counter, renew the room. He keenly noticed the 2 red cubes displayed in the glass case, and, upon seeing the card beside them, approached to examine them closely. How many days would you like to renew? Xia Yan rested her chin on her hand, feigning indifference to his actions and unconcerned that he might snatch something and flee. Under the shadow of his black hat, Jing Yimai furrowed his brow in astonishment. Was it possible for something to attract zombies, granting a chance of escape? He had heard of similar items in some large bases, albeit scarce and exorbitantly priced, reserved solely for internal personnel. To possess such an item equated to having an extra life. How many would clamor for something unattainable? Yet, it was currently displayed in the most commonplace open glass case, easily accessible. Boss, are you ignorant of its value? Or do you possess an unfounded confidence? I'll take these 2 cubes. Do you have any more in stock? Jing Yimai held them in his hand, shaking them slightly. They felt remarkably light. Xia Yan looked up and replied, no. Just these 2. Any more would have to wait for other reckless souls to stumble upon them. Without a hint of doubt, Jing Yimai, fearing she might reconsider, retrieved 4 secondary crystal nuclei from his pocket and tossed them onto the counter. Extend the room for a week. Chapter 14, Outing. Xia Yan gleefully tossed the 4 crystal nuclei, reveling in the earlier influx of 604 points. What a delightful windfall. After watching the affluent Jing Yimai exit the inn, she stowed the crystal nuclei in the system's backpack. Xia Yan had no immediate plans to upgrade the breakfast and lunch machines. She yearned for a television. Once she acquired a television, she could clock out early, cozying up on the sofa with snacks and milk tea while watching her favorite shows.
System.
Please indicate the business hours on the glass, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. One must indeed allow oneself some relaxation, work when it's time, and leave promptly without delay. Rising from her seat, she stepped outside, noticing the clouds thickening, their hue shifting from pale white to deep gray, and the wind picking up, hinting at an impending downpour. Would anyone still seek lodging in such weather? She surveyed her surroundings for a long while, spotting not a single living soul aside from the zombies. After ensuring Xiong was watching the shop door, she prepared to venture further. Since her arrival in this world, she hadn't explored outside yet. As Xia Yan stepped beyond the safe zone, she noted the zombies indeed regarded her as invisible, exhaling a sigh of relief. Standing at the street's end, she glanced left and right. Both sides appeared similar, prompting her to choose the right. The main street was littered with dilapidated cars, haphazardly strewn across the road. Their windows shattered, with all edible items long since scavenged. The ground near certain vehicles bore a deep, dark stain. Xia Yan accidentally stepped onto it, feeling an unpleasant stickiness. Disgusted, she wiped her shoe sole against the steps by the roadside. The shops on either side were wide open, a chaotic mess within. As she continued forward, she unexpectedly encountered another person. From a distance, his tattered dark clothing and filthy face, along with his disheveled hair, led her to mistake him for a zombie. Just as she planned to ignore him, she noticed him staring intently at her, his gaze predatory. Xia Yan shot him a cold glare, preparing to give him a piece of her mind. Just then, the man turned, sniffed the air, and, resembling a monkey, clung to a streetlight as he scampered away, disappearing around the corner in an instant. Xia Yan could hardly be bothered to pursue him. After all, in this apocalypse, without strict regulatory systems, survival depended on strength. Only the strong could thrive. Monkey, what did you just see? A well-dressed, solitary woman? In a high-rise building, a tall man lounged lazily on a sofa. The surroundings surprisingly tidy. The man dubbed Monkey, hunched over, spoke with a surprisingly youthful voice. Yes, not only was she cleanly dressed, but she also appeared particularly well-nourished, as if resources were abundant. Xiji leaped off the sofa, his slightly longer hair cascading down to cover his newly brightened eyes. What are you waiting for? Go and cling to her for support. Wait, I just mentioned that she not only looks good, but is also cleanly dressed. You can't just approach her like that. Monkey interjected, raising a hand to stop him, earnestly advising against it. Xiji ran a hand through his somewhat greasy hair, then sniffed his own slightly sour-smelling clothes. Growing frustrated. Then why are you still standing there? Go fetch me some water. Monkey shrank back slightly, cautiously pointing out the window. Did you forget that you threw her out the window during your last personality shift? Xiji froze, his gaze fixated on the overly transparent glass. Disbelief washing over his features. Her? That formidable water ability user? That old woman? Suddenly, he began to tremble, an involuntary sound escaping from his throat. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Good riddance. That's splendid. Monkey had already retreated to a safe distance when Xiji exhibited signs of unusual behavior, his eyes wide with fear. Is he about to switch personalities again? Xiji abruptly halted his laughter, lowering his head, the tips of his hair concealing half his face, his neck stiffening like a taut line. In the ensuing silence, he slowly raised his head, and in an instant, an aura of extreme danger enveloped him. Wang Chong. At the moment their eyes locked, fear surged through Wang Chong like a tidal wave, leaving him paralyzed. Lead the way. Yes, yes. Almost instantly, he understood that Xiji meant to find that clean girl. He hurriedly stepped ahead, eagerly opening the door for Xiji, then sprinting with all his might toward where he hoped to find her. Oh, ancestress, please don't have gone too far. Behind him, Shiji's expression darkened ominously, his lips twitching slightly. Women with ulterior motives deserve to perish. Upon arriving at the location Wang Chong indicated, the street was devoid of Xia Yan's presence. There wasn't even a single living soul. She's gone. Wang Chong stared at the zombie-infested street, nervously wiping the sweat from his forehead, anxiety coursing through him as he cast several furtive glances at Xiji, fearing the wrath of his second personality. Where is she? Wang Chong shivered at Xiji's nonchalant words. I will go down and search. Alive, I want to see her. Dead, I want to see her corpse. Without waiting for Xiji to speak, he leaped from the rooftop, using momentum to land swiftly, rolling forward to stabilize his stance. Several nearby zombies were drawn to his movement, roaring as they charged toward him. Wang Chong nimbly dodged them, zigzagging into the street in search of people. Xiji stood expressionless above, observing Wang Chong's frantic movements with a glint of disdain in his eyes. Only that wretched Xia Yan would harbor an affection for such detritus. And as for Xiji, his abilities are equally worthless. All he knows is how to use his handsome visage to entice women. He recalled the last time he awakened. The first sight that met his eyes was that of the old woman clad in black stockings, her sultry gaze, and her tongue as red as a serpent, shamelessly attempting to kiss him. With a swift motion, he rendered her unconscious and forcefully hurled her away. Such experiences he wished to never encounter for a fifth time. It seems he must seek an opportunity to eliminate both of them. As Wang Chong hustled down the street, he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck and turned to confront Xiji, whose crimson eyes brimmed with murderous intent. This living ancestor, it appears, has once again entertained thoughts of ending his life. Wang Chong felt weary. After all, he was merely a creation of Xian's powers, and with her slumbering, he had to continue to toil. And yet, she would still seek to kill him. Even a farmer's donkey would not be treated this way. Witnessing his increasingly diligent figure, let out a disdainful snort.
Bastard.
As if sensing something, he raised his gaze towards the east. The clouds in that direction grew ever darker, rolling ominously towards him. In the distance, atop the church's cross, stood a man clad entirely in black, his features obscured. The two exchanged glances, engaging in a silent battle devoid of gunpowder. Level 5. Shiji's lips curled into a smirk. The warrior within him stirred. A fight? He was eager to test himself, having slumbered for too long, uncertain whether his powers had waned. However, the man opposite him could not even be bothered to meet his gaze. Hearing the rumble of thunder, He understood that the impending storm was about to descend, and he turned to leap down, preparing to return to the hotel. Shiji clenched his fists. Look at me.
Bastard.
Chapter 15. Inner Thoughts. The moment Jing Yimai stepped into the hotel, the torrential rain began to pour. He glanced at the front desk, where Xia Yan was cheerfully attending to customers. Noticing the new guests curiously sizing him up, he lowered his hat and made his way directly to the lunch machine. Intending to order 3 meals, 3 individuals stood before Xia Yan, a couple and the sister of the woman. She briefly introduced the room rates and the hotel's rules, as the single and double rooms were not on the same floor, leaving the couple in a quandary. The sister was an ordinary person, lacking self-defense capabilities, and had always relied on their protection, essentially never having parted from them since the apocalypse. However, sometimes it was indeed inconvenient for the couple to have their own private moments. It would be wonderful if this establishment was as safe as the proprietress claimed. She glanced at her husband. Although he said nothing, she hoped they could stay alone together. Little sister, you see, this place is indeed safe. Otherwise, you should stay in a single room, Li Yun suggested, pulling her sister aside for a quiet discussion. Li Ru glanced at her brother-in-law, seeing his tacit approval, and nodded. Li Yun felt a wave of relief and looked at her husband with a hint of shyness. Then please, dear boss, arrange 2 rooms for us, 1 single and 1 double. Zhang Lei grinned mischievously as he tightly wrapped his arms around her waist, retrieving a first-grade crystal core from his pocket to recharge their membership card. They had initially been reluctant to part, but upon seeing Lu Ju emerge to buy a box meal, they began to feel somewhat reassured, and coincidentally, Jing Yimai was also alone, which added to their confidence. Then came their private desires. Xia Yan handed over the 2-room cards while informing them that they could purchase food from the lunch machine, and the water in the dispenser was also available for purchase. The couple was utterly astonished, having thought that only high-level individuals could afford such luxuries. Li Ru fixed her gaze on Jing Yimai and cautiously approached him, speaking softly. Hello, could you please teach me how to make a purchase? The moment Jing Yimai sensed her proximity, he took a step back, his eyes filled with caution, and had no intention of engaging her. He deemed it unnecessary to waste his breath. The owner would surely handle the sales pitch. When Li Ru noticed his indifferent departure, she felt no discomfort. Rather, she perceived him as dependable, a man of great strength, with a temperament that wasn't too harsh. If she could become his woman, it would mean a life of indulgence and luxury. Li Ru covertly glanced at her sister and brother-in-law, fully aware of their growing annoyance. After all, she lacked any powers, couldn't run fast, and couldn't even cook. But that was all right. There would always be powerful men who would take notice of her, for she was not unattractive. It was merely the result of poor food and sleep, combined with a lack of hygiene, that made her appear disheveled. She couldn't fathom how the proprietress managed to maintain her beauty in this apocalypse, her complexion fair and supple, perhaps just slightly inferior to her own. Li Ru felt a pang of jealousy. When Li Yun cast a glance her way, she hastily concealed her thoughts, adopting a demure demeanor as she accepted the room card and followed her sister with the boxed meal toward their room. Room 102, little sister, you will stay here tonight. After dinner, come upstairs to 202 to find me. The boss mentioned there's a place to bathe inside. You should wash up too. Li Yun was pleased to see that while the single room was small, it was incredibly clean and tidy, with fresh air devoid of any foul odors, making her all the more eager to see the double room. To her surprise, Li Ru nodded in satisfaction. After the couple ascended the stairs and located room 202, they opened the door to find a somewhat dim space. Zhang Lei found the switch nearby and pressed it. The lights instantly illuminated the room, revealing its clarity. Such a room truly exists? They stood in awe, exchanging glances, excitement radiating from their eyes. This crystal core was worth every bit. Li Yun longed to touch the clean, comfortable bedding, but as she extended her hand and noticed the stains marring her fingers, she quickly withdrew. Such pristine items should not be sullied by her hands. Remembering the owner's words about water in the restroom, they decided to wash their hands before eating. Upon seeing the clear water flowing from the faucet, the two were rendered speechless. There were even disposable bars of soap on the countertop. They carefully used the soap to wash their hands and faces before settling onto the soft sofa, ready to eat. As they gazed upon the fragrant and visually appealing boxed meal, they were too astonished to speak. diving into their food with fervor. This truly was a life akin to that of deities. Li Yun, mouth full, surveyed the comfortable surroundings and the bountiful feast before her, feeling that this was what it meant to truly live. Tears welled in her eyes as she began to sob. To experience such a night in her lifetime. How fortunate she was to have not only a sweet sister, but also a caring husband. If the three of them could live well here, every sacrifice would be worth it. Zhang Lei felt similarly. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had struggled to survive, teetering on the brink of life and death, with loved ones long departed. If it weren't for Li Yun by his side, he feared he would have succumbed long ago, seeking solace in death. Wiping away his tears, he embraced his wife gently, tenderly drying her tears. If you wish, we can settle here. As long as the hotel operates, we shall remain. Upon hearing this, Li Yun was overjoyed. She longed for a peaceful life. I love it. I want to continue living here. If possible, I wish to have a baby. Baby. Zhang Lei fell silent. How he longed to have a child of his own, yet in this environment, even living without worries was a challenge, let alone raising a child. If one day they could no longer endure, they could depart from this world without regrets, but what would happen if they had a child? The thought was too daunting. An indescribable sadness enveloped them, two wounded souls embracing tightly, tending to each other's scars as they continued to survive in this apocalyptic world. Knock, knock, knock. Sister, it's me. The two individuals swiftly parted ways. Li Yun smoothed her clothes and approached the door, where she indeed found Li Ru waiting outside. Sister, I've finished eating. I was afraid of disturbing your rest, so I hurried over to wash up before heading back to sleep. Upon seeing the decor of the twin room, Li Ru inhaled sharply, but her quick wit allowed her to respond gracefully. Please come in. The bathroom is right here. You can wash up first. We haven't finished our meal yet. Li Yun, trusting her words, encouraged her to freshen up and rest well that evening. What was intended as kindness, however, sounded to Li Ru like a dismissal filled with impatience. With a stiffened face, she retreated into the bathroom, and as she closed the door, a wave of grievance surged to her eyes. The sound of running water echoed from within as Li Yun and Zhang Lei remained seated on the sofa, savoring their meal. Every morsel was precious. None should be wasted. Approximately half an hour later, Li Ru emerged, donning her original attire once more. Initially unaware of their discomfort, she now found her clothes filthy and odorous after her shower, yet with no clean garments to change into, she bore the burden of wearing them. Sister, I'm done washing up. I'm heading back to my room. Li Ru gently closed the door behind her, and as she passed room 201, she secretly pondered whether the enigmatic man clad in black resided there. If so, she was determined to find an opportunity to align herself with him. Chapter 16. At last, the rain falls. A thunderclap resonated, violet lightning cleaved the sky, and raindrops coalesced into lines, cascading to the earth with a dull thud. Before long, the rain intensified, enveloping the air in a mist, rendering the world a gray haze. The rain had finally arrived. Observing the rain slanting into the store and dampening the pristine white tiles, Xia Yan hastily stepped forward to close the door and flicked on the lights. Turning around, she spotted Xiong approaching, mop in hand, swaying gently. Xia Yan quickly stepped aside. Having such a diligent employee as Xiong was indeed a blessing. Returning to her post behind the cash register, Xia Yan noted that it was only 4 p.m. Several customers remained in their rooms, likely not descending anytime soon. She dashed back to her room, retrieving the small, milky white round table from the living room and placing it in the hall, along with a light blanket. In the food court, she ordered a pot of steaming floral tea and a low-calorie cake. Reclining in the rocking chair, she draped the blanket over her legs, savoring a sip of the hot tea to dispel the discomfort brought by the damp air. The apocalyptic weather was unbearably hot at times and chillingly cold during the rain. Having been drenched by a downpour in her youth, she now felt as though her right ankle was submerged in cold water whenever it rained, an uncomfortable sensation. Despite this, Xia Yan cherished rainy days. The rhythmic patter of raindrops and the faint earthy scent brought her a sense of tranquility. She lifted a piece of cake from the small plate, taking a bite. The cream was delicate and perfectly sweet, while the slightly frosted blueberries burst with flavor against her lips. When Li Ru entered the hall, This was the scene she encountered. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she found it astonishing that the female proprietor was indulging in cake. Here was someone her age, yet endowed with such extraordinary abilities. How could there truly exist a favored child of the gods? Countless souls battled for a mere morsel, even sacrificing their lives, while she lay comfortably with an abundance of provisions. It was utterly unfair. Glancing down at her tattered clothes and shoes, Li Ru bit her lip in humiliation. Initially intending to inquire if the owner had any clean clothing for sale, she now felt the weight of defeat and resolved to retreat and lick her wounds. Xia Yan, observing Li Ru's reflection in the glass, sipped her tea with curiosity about why an ordinary person would venture out here instead of remaining in her room. After taking in her expression, Xia Yan found it amusing. This girl had quite a few thoughts swirling in her mind. Ultimately, Li Ru remained silent, turning away in dejection. Her footsteps heavy. Xia Yan lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes. Finishing the last bite of cake, she reclined again, pulling the blanket up to her neck. Warm and cozy, she gazed at the rain scene, the monotonous patter of raindrops serving as the perfect lullaby. Feeling drowsy, she yawned. Noticing the night deepening and the rain showing no signs of abating, the sky was a dark expanse, only occasionally illuminated by flashes of violet lightning. Xiong, I'm off to bed now. Thank you for continuing to watch the door. Xiong stood by the wall, her dark eyes unfocused. Xia Yan instructed her to neatly fold the blanket and to place the rocking chair and small round table aside. She retrieved a long U-shaped lock and approached the door, preparing to secure it. Just then, a pale hand grasped the doorknob.
Wait.
The voice was hoarse, as if scorched by smoke and fire. Xia Yan turned to see a woman, clad in worn black athletic attire, soaked by the downpour and clinging to her form. Strands of short hair clung to her cheeks, and her lips were a ghastly white, pressed tightly together, accentuating her gaunt features with prominent cheekbones. Yet her eyes held a fierce resolve, fixed intently on Xia Yan. Xia Yan paused, re-establishing her customary smile, unlocking the door to welcome the guest. Please come in. The woman quickly scanned Xiong standing nearby, her eyes betraying a deep-seated wariness. With no suitable refuge in sight, she had spotted the illuminated sign of the establishment and, with all her strength, had escaped here, gambling on a chance for safety. Seeing her hesitate at the threshold, Xia Yan sensed her trepidation. Rest assured, our establishment is absolutely safe. The woman nodded slightly, her movement stiff, as she stepped inside. Xia Yan guided her to the cash register, gesturing towards the sign above where all the rules were clearly outlined. She did not display the sign merely for decoration. After patiently waiting for 5 minutes, the woman produced a second-tier crystal core from her pocket to exchange for points. Here is the room card for 103. If you haven't eaten yet, you can purchase a boxed meal from the lunch machine at the back. There's also a water dispenser offering both hot and cold water, 1 cup per point. The woman maintained her stoic expression, though it was evident she was unsteady on her feet, as Xia Yan observed her taking 3 boxes of meals and preparing to take more. She raised an eyebrow and cautioned, "Dear guest, just enough for tonight will suffice. Breakfast is served on the 2nd floor tomorrow morning, and the lunch machine has boxed meals available all day." The woman hesitated for a few seconds, but her hands did not stop. She grabbed 2 more boxes of meals, stiffly declaring, "I have a big appetite." Xia Yan smiled knowingly. Please be aware, there are penalties for wastefulness. A day trip among the 5th-tier zombies is not an experience one would wish to endure. The woman's breath quickened, and she looked at Xia Yan with utmost seriousness, stating, "I'm very hungry. I can finish these without waste." Xia Yan met her gaze calmly. The woman's expression was clear and resolute, devoid of deceit. After a moment, Xia Yan withdrew her intensity, restoring her friendly smile. "I hope you find your stay here comfortable." The woman exhaled in relief, her taut body relaxing, though a dull pain throbbed from her leg wound. She needed to replenish her energy to heal the injury, especially with a skilled tracker among her pursuers. She could not afford to be exposed any longer. Struggling to muster a smile to convey goodwill, she realized that after prolonged hardship, she had forgotten what a true smile felt like. Quickly abandoning her attempt, she reverted to her impassive demeanor and hoarsely stated, "I'll stay for a week." "Very well." Xia Yan processed her payment for 6 days of accommodation. As they walked down the corridor, the left side led to the restroom, available for washing up. The woman traversing the corridor turned her head slightly, offering a nod of gratitude, her pale profile showcasing a straight and prominent nose. Xia Yan, seated behind the reception desk, exercised patience for a while longer, and upon seeing no other guests arriving for accommodation, deftly secured the main entrance and extinguished the lights. The corridor's illumination remained lit throughout the night, as the single rooms on the first floor lacked private bathrooms, necessitating passage through the corridor to the communal restroom. Xia Yan discerned the sound of running water emanating from the restroom and decided to investigate. To her surprise, it was Li Ru, diligently washing her soiled garments in the sink. Clad in a tank top and shorts, she repeatedly scrubbed her outerwear, the originally clear water quickly turning murky. Xia Yan silently observed the pristine sink transform into a mess, her brow furrowing in discontent. Yet, she uttered not a word and retreated to her own room.
System.
Is there a more affordable washing machine available? Chapter 17. The Temptation of Xia Yan. This matter had indeed escaped her consideration. Encountering a source of water and a means to cleanse one's garments, any individual would likely seize the opportunity to wash their dirty clothes. The most economical washer-dryer combo in the store requires 500 points. How exorbitant! Are there no standalone washing machines? I require no drying function. The ability to wash suffices. Yes. One is available for 50 points. Very well, I shall take two, to be placed in the first floor restroom. Xia Yan made her decision promptly, and then recalled something. Setting the wash cycle to 5 points per use, and purchasing a standing glass display case to position beside the water dispenser in the lobby. She opened the store and selected 10 packets of highly efficient laundry detergent, spending 20 points. Additionally, she procured 5 packs of long sanitary pads, 5 pairs of women's underwear, 5 universal sports bras, and 5 pairs of men's underwear, totaling 80 points. All expenses were drawn from the store's revenue. She carried her bounty back into the lobby. Next to the water dispenser stood a 30-centimeter wide, 45-centimeter high glass cabinet with a lock, featuring 4 shelves. Xia Yan placed the laundry detergent on the 3rd shelf, women's underwear and panties on the 2nd, men's underwear on the 1st, and sanitary pads on the 4th. She also discovered disposable soap, shampoo, and towels provided free by the system, which she stored in the reception desk's cupboard to distribute to the 3 single rooms the following day. Gazing at the well-stocked drawer of supplies, Xia Yan sighed deeply. What a dilemma. The more free items she provided, the more envy she would incite. She had a vague premonition that her future would not unfold in tranquil waters. Returning to her room, she ordered a spicy rice noodle dish and a lime passion fruit tea from the food court, perspiration beading on her forehead as she relished the tangy flavors. After an hour of leisurely walking to aid digestion, she indulged in a hot bath. Humming a gentle tune, she nestled into the soft embrace of her blankets, listening to the rain pattering outside, a sigh of contentment escaping her lips. Before drifting off to sleep, she checked the day's business performance. After deducting expenses, she had 883 points remaining, with a cumulative total of 1349 points. She was one step closer to leveling up. Satisfied, Xia Yan extinguished the lights. Early to bed, early to rise. Tomorrow she needed to open for breakfast service. At 5 a.m., the alarm rang punctually, and Xia Yan sat up. She had slept exceedingly well the previous night. Stretching, she noted that since arriving in this world, her routine had become remarkably regular. Retiring by 8 p.m., rising at 5 a.m., and enjoying a midday nap. Approaching the window, she drew back the curtains to reveal a still overcast sky, the rain unrelenting. Yesterday, while venturing outside, she had made a point of circling the house, yet she could not locate a window belonging to her room. Nonetheless, from within, she could indeed see the street and had a direct view of the park. Observing from outside, the park was several streets away. She had pondered this for a considerable time yesterday, seeking answers from the system, which remained silent. Deciding not to expend any more mental energy on it, she let it be. Xia Yan neatly folded her blanket and turned to the restroom to freshen up. In passing, she retrieved the clothes from the washing machine and hung them on a rack to dry. Upon completing her tasks, she glanced at the time. Noting it was already 5:30 a.m. No longer dawdling, she slipped on her shoes and stepped outside. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, She found several individuals already gathered outside the breakfast area. After offering a warm smile and nod, she opened the door and entered first. Jing Yimai trailed closely behind, the first to approach the self-service ordering machine to place her order. Zhang Lei and his wife, along with Li Ru, watched intently, hesitant to move, covertly observing Jing Yimai's actions, fearful of appearing inept when it was their turn. The woman, who had looked so pale the night before, now appeared considerably revitalized after a night's rest. Unlike the others, she stood tall and poised at the back, surveying her surroundings with keen vigilance. Xia Yan, unperturbed by the thoughts of her companions, had indulged too much the night before and awoke ravenous. She casually selected a few of her favorite items to eat. Suddenly, the self-service machine emitted a prompt, prompting Xia Yan to glance up. It turned out that Zhang Lei and his wife possessed only one card, preventing them from ordering for Li Yun and Li Ru. Xia Yan interjected at the opportune moment, explaining that breakfast cards could not be shared, suggesting that the two go downstairs to acquire their own point cards. Zhang Lei, with a tray in hand, intended to accompany them downstairs. But a warning blared from the room. Warning. First notice. Taking food out is prohibited. After 3 warnings, ordered food will be confiscated. Please take heed. Zhang Lei's face flushed crimson as he reluctantly handed the 2 women 2 primary crystal cores, allowing them to recharge their cards. The sisters hurriedly descended the stairs. Zhang Lei, settling down with his tray, gazed longingly at the food before him. The woman then approached the ordering machine, selecting 10 pastries, and sat down at the only empty table to eat. The moment the food touched her lips, she fell silent, reflecting on her comrades still fighting on the front lines. Unable to secure food or water, ever vigilant against the onslaught of enemies and zombies. She envisioned a certain individual still battling on the battlefield, striving to uphold a glimmer of hope for survival for their comrades, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she bit down hard and chewed vigorously.
No.
She must regain her strength swiftly and return to the battlefield. They needed her. Lu Ju arrived fashionably late, bouncing to the ordering machine. This time ordering only a cup of milk, 2 fried eggs, and 2 pan-fried dumplings, spending merely 10 points. Oh, Lu Ju exclaimed as she settled beside Xia Yan, her dimples appearing as she greeted her sweetly. Good morning. You're up quite early today. Xia Yan found herself fond of this adorable girl, affectionately ruffling her hair and playfully pinching her little antlers. They were somewhat stiff, yet delightfully fluffy, a curious tactile experience. You're the one who overslept, Lu Ju retorted, adorably scrunching her nose. I just can't wake up when it rains. During winter, I can sleep for an entire season. After speaking, she covered her mouth, cautiously glancing around. Seeing no one paying her any mind, she leaned in to whisper to Xia Yan, you mustn't tell anyone, okay? It's my secret. My brother doesn't allow me to tell others. He'll spank my bottom. Xia Yan chuckled, mimicking her tone and leaning closer. I won't tell anyone. Have you found your brother? Lu Ju's large, sparkling eyes were mere inches away, her long lashes fluttering, her petite nose adorably cute, her cheeks still bearing a hint of baby fat, positively enchanting. The more Xia Yan looked, the more she adored her. I found him. My brother told me to stay here and not move. He'll be here soon. This was a topic Lu Ju relished, her brows lifting slightly, her eyes shining brightly, and her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Xia Yan seemed to be ensnared by a sudden impulse, and with a swift motion, she pressed her lips against Lu Ju's. Lu Ju's face flushed crimson. Xia Yan's cheeks mirrored her own. Meanwhile, the observant Jing Yi, who had been discreetly watching the two, was taken aback. Lu Ju's eyes sparkled with a glistening sheen, as dark and luminous as the brightest star in the clearest night sky. Suddenly, she became bashful, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue akin to the first light of dawn, casting her gaze downward in shyness, her lips pursed, and finally, she sweetly uttered, Sister. Chapter 18, A Misunderstanding. Indeed a misunderstanding. Xia Yan, feeling an unexpected discomfort, sensed a new aroma wafting through the air. Mingling with the scent of the meal, was it the fragrance of mushrooms? She could not precisely identify the source of this new scent. Clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, she remarked, Sister, it's simply that you are too adorable. A familial kiss from an elder, do not misconstrue it, haha. How awkward. With that, Xia Yan hastily gathered her plate, and fled the scene. Lu Ju gazed at her retreating figure, her eyes glistening, and touched her own flushed cheeks, laughing joyfully. Just as her brother had said, little dear was indeed charming. Xia Yan dashed into the hall to prepare 3 sets of disposable toiletries, which included single-use soap, shampoo, and a towel, intending to distribute them to guests in the single rooms. Xiong was busy wiping down 3 machines, the faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. After sitting behind the reception desk for about an hour, she finally heard someone descending the stairs. Xia Yan quickly gathered the items and made her way to the corridor. Dear guest, here are complimentary disposable toiletries from our humble shop. Additionally, we offer women's sanitary products and men's and women's undergarments for sale at the front desk. Should you require any? Li Ru paused for a moment, a smile blossoming on her face as she hurried forward to accept the items, expressing her gratitude sincerely.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss.
Xia Yan's gaze fell upon Lu Ju and the woman behind her, extending the items towards them. I sincerely apologize. These items were just unearthed from storage, and I'm uncertain if they are still within their expiry date, so please make do with them. She spoke truthfully, as she indeed had retrieved them from the system's warehouse. The restroom on the 2nd floor would automatically replenish disposable items, alleviating her concerns. According to the shop's policy, single rooms were not provided with such amenities. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, no one would carry toothbrushes or toothpaste on their person. Yet, neglecting dental hygiene for an extended period was hardly appealing. For the sake of her guests' health and well-being, she decided to distribute them freely. As they incurred no cost to her, why not take advantage of it? Oh, by the way, 2 washing machines have been added to the restroom, and washing a load will cost 5 points. We also sell laundry detergent in the hall. Feel free to come and take a look if you need any. Washing machines? Li Ru thought the shopkeeper was lying. She had just done laundry there the previous night, and there were neither machines nor even a basin. It was implausible that 2 washing machines could appear overnight. Even if one were to venture out to find them, it wouldn't be easy to locate 2 functional ones. Behind her, Lu Ju leaped up with excitement, exclaiming, "We can get new clothes now." She had already noticed a new glass cabinet in the hall and was overjoyed to hear Xia Yan mention the availability of new lingerie. Bouncing with anticipation, she rushed to the glass cabinet.
Wow.
There are indeed undergarments and sanitary pads. What a wonderful sister. I love you. Lu Ju tossed the items in her hands onto the counter, eager to open the glass door and try on the clothes to see which color suited her best. However, the moment she touched the cabinet door, a mild electric current coursed through her fingers.
Ouch.
Why is there electricity? Lu Ju stumbled back a few steps, cradling her fingers. Xia Yan had not anticipated this, but surmised it might be a protective mechanism. Sporting a professional smile, she stepped forward to open the cabinet door. Which one do you prefer? I can fetch it for you. Lu Ju pointed to a light green sports bra. I like this one. Xia Yan retrieved it and handed it over, turning to the 2 behind Lu Ju with a cheerful demeanor. Do either of you require anything? Li Ru's heart raced, hardly believing her eyes. The glass cabinet held not only laundry detergent, but also men's and women's undergarments. The detergent cost 5 points per pack, lingerie 10 points, and panties 6 points. If she bought a set each for her sister and brother-in-law, along with one for herself, it would total 43 points. However, she had already spent 20 points that morning. She couldn't continuously ask her brother-in-law for crystal cores. Forget it, one must be willing to risk it all. After all, the current crystal cores were gifts from her brother-in-law. She decided to buy. Resolving this in her mind, Li Ru straightened her posture, adopting an air of authority. I'll take 2 sets of lingerie, 2 styles of women's underwear, 1 set of men's underwear, and a pack of laundry detergent.
Please charge it to my card.
In the apocalypse, Li Ru had been exceedingly humble, relying on others for survival. Who would have imagined that in peaceful times? She had carried luxurious handbags, donned limited edition high heels, and led a few sycophantic followers through malls, casually directing them to pack her purchases for home delivery. Xia Yan efficiently extracted a plastic bag and neatly packaged the items. That will be a total of 43 points. Please proceed to the reception to complete your payment. Li Ru, lost in her memories, was jolted back to reality, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the plastic bag. What kind of packaging is this? How can I possibly carry this? Where is Xiao Kuei? A closer inspection brought her to the stark realization that her once blissful life had long vanished. She was now consumed with worries over basic sustenance. As for Xiao Kuei, hadn't he perished long ago?
Ha!
She needed to survive. And she would do so with the same flair she once had. She would make those who looked down upon her take notice. Li Ru, even without abilities, could thrive better than they ever could. Xia Yan watched in astonishment as the girl before her transformed from a sullen demeanor to one filled with determination. Pondering the complexities of a woman's heart, akin to a needle in the ocean, forever inscrutable. As long as Li Ru did not cause a scene in her shop, she would remain indifferent to her. Lu Ju purchased 5 sanitary pads, a set of lingerie, and a bag of laundry detergent, totaling 31 points. In stark contrast to Li Ru, Lu Ju's emotions were written all over her face. She never concealed her feelings. Her adorableness was genuine, and her innocence was palpable. It was astonishing that such a pure-hearted girl could be nurtured in such a murky environment. Xia Yan found her exceedingly endearing. However, she would never offer her a discount. As a businesswoman, her motives were purely profit-driven. Fortunately, Lu Ju did not seem to expect any preferential treatment due to their budding acquaintance.
Now.
The hall was left with only the woman in sportswear and Xia Yan. Noticing the woman's silence, Xia Yan sat behind the reception desk, slightly lifting her head to review the day's sales. The breakfast revenue was quite satisfactory, amounting to 110 points. After returning the leftover food to the system, she instructed Xiong to ascend and sanitize the upper floors. At that moment, the woman finally spoke, her voice still notably hoarse. Can these items be sold in bulk? Especially the sanitary pads. They are urgently needed by my female team members. There are no sales in the open market, and those available in the black market are exceedingly expensive. As a marginal team, we lack the financial means to support ourselves. Each time a teammate experiences their special time, we encircle that person within our ranks, striving to protect them. Yet, due to our usual diet of cold water and cold meals and sleeping on the floor, even with enhanced physical abilities, they still suffer from cramps, weakness in their legs, and overall fatigue during such times. Some teammates have even opted for surgical removal of their uterus, simply to survive a few more years in this apocalypse. If sanitary napkins were available, the survival chances of the team members would significantly increase. Chapter 19. Truly brave. The youthful proprietress before her instilled a renewed sense of hope. If the food and supplies here could be sold in abundance, they would be able to hold their ground on the front lines for a more extended period. After all, during warfare, it is not only strength that is contested but also resources. Sanitary napkins, you ask? How many do you desire? Xia Yan narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing the points beckoning to her. The woman, seeing a possibility, flushed with excitement, stepping toward the counter and leaning forward slightly, inquiring, how many do you have? I need at least 100 packs. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan scrutinized her carefully, gently tapping the table with a calm demeanor. Do you possess spatial abilities?
Can you transport that many?
The woman was momentarily taken aback. How could she have overlooked such a crucial detail? However, upon reflection, she realized she would require only a day or two to recover 80 of her stamina and could return to the team to fetch someone with spatial powers to collect the supplies. Forcing down her excitement, she replied, You need not worry about that. I will find a way. Do you have other items you can sell in bulk? Such as boxed meals or breakfast items. Food is even more critical than sanitary napkins. Her ultimate goal was sustenance. She had observed earlier that the breakfast area lacked a kitchen, with plates piled high with food, and there were only 6 customers in the hotel, indicating an excess of food. This suggested that the proprietress was not short on provisions, if she could purchase half. Yet, Xia Yan shook her head, dispelling the woman's fantasies.
Why?
The woman leaned forward, her emotions barely contained, her eyes reddening, her bony fingers gripping the tabletop tightly. The sinews in her hands visibly pronounced, blue veins standing out. Do you know we are starving on the front lines? Your food could save our lives. The woman nearly lost control and blurted out sensitive information, but thankfully, she refrained. This is an order from above, unless it is the last resort. Disseminating information is strictly forbidden, as it may incite riots. Violators will be shot on the spot. Xia Yan noted the explosive nature of her words, lowering her gaze and unconsciously tapping the table. The next moment, she maintained her smile, her tone gentle. Please do not be anxious, dear customer. The food in the breakfast area is indeed not for sale as per regulations, but the box meals in the lobby are available for takeout. If you require any, you may purchase them. The woman felt a sharp pain in her throat, glancing back at the machine, her excitement quickly subdued. How many can I buy at once? Xia Yan interlaced her fingers, sitting upright, and stated earnestly, the limit is 20 boxes, but you may only purchase 15. Noticing the vein at the woman's temple throb again, Xia Yan interjected before she could speak. You have your principles, but I must also consider my customers. Not only is the maximum 15 boxes, but each box incurs an additional 5-point takeout fee. The woman was momentarily taken aback, stepping toward the machine, her fingers brushing against the colorful images. After a pause, she hoarsely remarked, almost in jest, such precious items are left in plain sight. Aren't you afraid they will be stolen? Xia Yan paid her no mind, ordering a serving of takoyaki from the food court, which instantly appeared in her hand. The woman's pupils dilated. The freshly made takoyaki emitted an enticing aroma. The delicate bonito flakes curled from the heat. Xia Yan picked one up, gently blowing on it before taking a bite. It was crispy on the outside, tender within. An explosion of flavor. She winked at the woman, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth. They wouldn't dare. The woman fell silent. The only sound in the lobby was the soft crunching of Xia Yan savoring her food. Just then, footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor, and soon, Jing Yimai appeared before them. Noticing the subtle tension in the atmosphere, he discreetly scanned the two, nodding slightly at Xia Yan, intending to purchase some laundry detergent and men's underwear. Just as Xia Yan was about to speak up, Li Ru dashed out from the corridor, shouting, Brother, don't touch that. It's electrified. Jing Yimai quickly withdrew his hand. It was this girl, Li Ru, who had knocked on his door earlier, informing him that there was a washing machine on the first floor and that they sold undergarments. He saw through her intentions at a glance and scoffed. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Li Ru rushed to his side, displaying her freshly washed face, trying her best to feign concern. Her eyes brimming with admiration and worry. She tugged at Jing Yimai's sleeve, anxiously asking, Brother, are you okay? How can the shopkeeper conduct business like this? Not warning customers. Surviving in the apocalypse is already difficult. Is the electrification to prevent theft? Li Ru had already contemplated her words on the way there. Despite her clean appearance, her skin had become rougher than before, no comparison to the proprietress. She needed to showcase the shopkeeper's malice to highlight her own kindness. Li Ru secretly reveled in the thought of how Xia Yan would respond, hoping she would act like the previous salesgirl. Had she never encountered the aura of a young lady? Today, she would witness it firsthand. But what was that in her hand? Takoyaki? Strangely, Xia Yan was indeed taken aback by Li Ru's dramatic rhetoric. Such childish words had truly come to life. She let out a cold laugh and retorted angrily. Is your brain filled with excrement? Haven't the years of apocalypse taught you how to speak? Unable to even secure a meal, and yet you still aspire to engage in petty rivalry? Consuming my food, drinking my drinks, staying in my place, and you dare to speak to me so insolently? Bear, call down customer 202.
Bear, standing to the side, took a step forward.
Li Ru panicked, quickly grabbing Bear. Don't go. Don't call me sister. If there's anything,
come at me.
Why call me sister or sister-in-law? She was utterly flustered. Mai was the proprietress, not following the usual script. She could not leave their side just yet. She had yet to ingratiate herself with this person. Li Ru's face went pale as she clutched Jing Yimai's sleeve again. Brother, look at this boss, I haven't said anything, and she actually called for parental intervention. Jing Yimai, with a look of disdain, pulled his sleeve away, regarding her as if she were a fool. To offend the wrong person, and still wish to drag him down? Boss, I don't know her. Jing Yimai felt the need to clarify, lest the boss mistakenly eliminate him. Xia Yan nodded, indicating her understanding.
You.
How could you be like this? I was trying to help you. Li Ru's face flushed with humiliation, nearly in tears. Which base isn't human-centric now? Boss, what you are doing is wrong. It is tyrannical behavior, and should be abolished. Xia Yan realized this person was indeed brave, continuously provoking her. Ha, shut your mouth. Instantly, a transparent cube materialized around Li Ru, tightly enclosing her. What is this? Jing Yimai mused. Li Ru felt her body grow heavy, her breathing becoming labored. Realizing the boss had used her powers against her. As an ordinary person, how could she withstand this? Li Ru's face turned increasingly red, the veins in her neck bulging. Her expression growing more grotesque. Was she about to die? Sister, save me. As her head began to thrum with noise, her vision blurring, a familiar figure leaped in front of her. Sister. Boss, my sister is still young and does not understand. She spoke without malice. I will kneel before you, begging you to spare her. Chapter 20. The Death of Sisters. Li Yun, seeing her only sister nearly suffocating, felt a sharp pain in her heart and bent her knees, preparing to kneel. If you dare to kneel, I will ensure her demise. Xia Yan's face darkened. Li Yun was quite the cunning one, cornering her from both sides. If Li Yun knelt, it would mean they could turn the page on their past. She could only suffer in silence. Playing tricks here? It was truly nauseating. Li Yun hurriedly ceased her actions, rising once more to observe her sister, who was gasping for breath, her eyes rolling back. She desperately pounded against the wall.
Boss.
I implore you, release my sister. She's on the verge of suffocation. She's merely an ordinary person. Li Yun deliberately cast a threatening glance around at the bystanders. Xia Yan observed with clarity, her fury manifesting as laughter. Li Yun halted, her heart racing as she fixated on her. What I detest most is when someone digs a pit for me, treating me like a fool. I initially intended to teach you a lesson. But you two truly are sisters, offending others despite your lack of capability. I cannot tolerate insolence. Thus, you both shall enjoy a day trip in the level 5 zombie zone. Xia Yan's gaze sharpened, her movement swift as she selected the area with the highest density of level 5 zombies, transporting Li Yun and Li Ru there. Before their eyes, she activated the surveillance screen of the hotel, projecting it onto the blank wall. Dozens of level 5 zombies, upon their sudden appearance, erupted into a frenzy, roaring as they lunged forward. Li Yun and Li Ru, caught in the center, turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, stripped of any ability to resist. At that moment, a translucent protective shield enveloped them, keeping the zombies at bay. The two screamed, nearly fainting at the sight of the horde of level 5 zombies surrounding them. Inside the hotel, Xia Yan squinted slightly, casting a cold glance at Zhang Lei, who stood dumbfounded. What do you think? Zhang Lei's gaze was vacant, struggling to comprehend the brutal scene projected before him. Li Yun was his only beloved. In this apocalypse, the strong prevailed. Li Ru had offended the wrong people and dragged his wife into the fray. Even if they were truly killed, how could Zhang Lei seek vengeance for them? He had long warned Li Yun that her sister was not a source of peace, yet she had remained skeptical. With bitterness coating his words, Zhang Lei finally managed to speak. Let me go too. If we must die, let it be together. Xia Yan shot him a glance devoid of emotion, and in the next instant, Zhang Lei found himself appearing in the projection. Hubby, why did you come too? Upon seeing Zhang Lei suddenly materialize within the protective shield, Li Yun's initial joy quickly morphed into profound sorrow. What are you doing here? Just let us die. The female boss is ruthless. My sister, and I merely uttered a few words, and now she seeks to exterminate us. She was bound to die a miserable death.
Slap.
Zhang Lei struck her face, panic flashing in his eyes as he searched for the surveillance device but found nothing. Shut your mouth. This is all your good sister's doing. Li Ru shrank into a tight ball. The already small protective shield felt even more constricting with an additional person, and she was perilously close to the encroaching zombies. Hearing Zhang Lei speak of her, she retorted in a panic. Why am I to blame? It's clearly the female boss's fault. I merely spoke a few words on behalf of others.
Slap.
Zhang Lei, with all his strength, delivered another blow, his expression fierce. Think carefully about the trouble you've caused. How many times have I and your sister had to clean up after you? Do you think we still live in peaceful times? Open your eyes and see what the world outside has become.
Wife.
Listen to me just this once. Apologize sincerely to the female boss and plead for her mercy. We can live peacefully in this hotel. I will strive to kill zombies and gather crystal cores. Let's aim for a baby next year. Is that agreeable? Zhang Lei grasped Li Yun's shoulders, his eyes filled with desperate pleading. Tears glistened in Li Yun's eyes as she turned to her sister, understanding Zhang Lei's intent. The trouble was caused by her sister, If she spoke kindly to the female boss, their chances of survival would increase significantly. Yet, that was her only sister. How could she abandon her to survive alone? Having been married for several years, they knew each other's every move intimately. Seeing her cry without making a decision, Zhang Lei's heart gradually chilled, filled with profound despair. In your heart, do you value our years of marriage less than your troublesome sister? Li Yun ignited like a bomb, forcefully pushing his hand away and shouting, "My sister is not a jinx." Li Ru immediately sprang up, her face contorted in anger as she yelled, "I am not a jinx. You should perish. Divert the zombies away from us, brother-in-law." With that, she delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Caught off guard, Zhang Lei staggered back, stepping outside the protective shield, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Li Yun, who quickly turned her head away, unable to bear witnessing his tragic fate. Li Ru, on the other hand, had completely lost her sanity, bursting into laughter. The zombies surrounding them, sensing living beings emerging, lunged forward with their decaying mouths agape. In that instant, Zhang Lei felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He could already smell their putrid stench. Realizing that it would not be long before he too became one of them, the faces of several grotesquely decayed zombies loomed before him. He was doomed. In the next moment, he found himself back in the hotel. Zhang Lei suddenly realized he had escaped the horde of zombies, returning to the comforting confines of the hotel. The terror of having survived left him weak, collapsing onto the floor as his body reacted sluggishly, drenched in sweat. With a pale face, he gasped for breath, glancing at the female boss behind the front desk. She had saved him. Xia Yan continued to gaze at the projection, not even sparing him a glance. Jing Yimai, standing under the brim of his long hat, raised an eyebrow, noting that Zhang Lei had returned unscathed from the horde of level 5 zombies, further cementing his belief in Xia Yan's extraordinary powers and strength. Meanwhile, the woman beside him struggled to suppress her excitement. She recognized the location within the projection. The team urgently needed level 4 and 5 crystal cores, but level 5 zombies rarely cluster together. Collecting the cores was extremely troublesome. To discover a pile of level 5 zombies here was indeed a fortuitous outcome. In an instant, everyone's thoughts diverged. Xia Yan, having enjoyed the spectacle of the sisters' quarrel, felt her mood improve. Having seen enough, she deactivated the protective shield, and the once arguing duo was instantly engulfed by the swarm of zombies, forming a small mountain of corpses. Finding the show no longer entertaining, Xia Yan turned off the projection and rose to retrieve supplies for Jing Yimai. "Dear customer, which item would you like? Is black acceptable?" Jing Yimai silently fixed his gaze on the black undergarment she held, nodding slightly. "Do you require anything else?" Xia Yan placed the underwear into a plastic bag. "Another bag of laundry detergent, please." "Understood. That will be a total of 11 points. Please swipe your card at the front desk." Xia Yan handed him the bag, successfully receiving the points. At that moment, a somewhat dejected Zhang Lei approached, bowing deeply to her and sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, boss, for saving me." After being pushed by Li Yun, he had completely lost hope. Their years of marital affection felt like a distant memory. Perhaps it was for the best that he no longer had to worry about their sustenance and well-being. From now on, he would strive to live well. Xia Yan had been discreetly observing Zhang Lei. Should he display any signs of trouble, she would eliminate him immediately. Her willingness to save him stemmed from the fact that he had not sought out conflict, making him the most sensible of the three. Intelligent individuals have the right to survive. Only the foolish would hasten their own demise. Seeing him behave so wisely, Xia Yan decided not to ponder the truth of his intentions. As long as he did not cross the red line, she would simply turn a blind eye. Xia Yan smiled, ready to settle into a pleasant life. Chapter 21. A Little Hot Pot. Now that I am the only one left, it would be a waste of space to stay in a double room. Please assist me in changing to room 102. I can pay for it as if it were a double room. Moreover, I would like to rent it for a month directly. This is where Zhang Lei shows his cleverness. Xia Yan smiled once more, accepting the 2 second-level crystal cores he handed her. After recharging, she promptly deducted 930 points, leaving her with a balance of 1070 points. The room's pricing standards were immutable. She had already switched to room 102, and today's accommodation fees had been deducted as well. "Here is your room card." Zhang Lei nodded, accepting the card. My belongings are still in room 202. I need to go up and tidy up a bit. I'll bring you the card for 202 shortly. Xia Yan summoned Xiong, instructing it to tidy up room 102. She retrieved disposable soap, shampoo, and a towel from the drawer and handed them to him. The single room lacked an ensuite bathroom, necessitating a walk to the end of the hall and a left turn to reach the communal restroom. Zhang Lei expressed his gratitude and departed. Xia Yan glanced at the woman who had been loitering in the lobby, pondering how long she would remain without making a purchase. If she wasn't buying anything, she ought to retire for the night. Xia Yan contemplated whether to prompt her to return to her room. The woman stood motionless in the lobby. Her face as pale as a ghost, and the weather was so dreary that one might mistake her for a spirit on a mission in the underworld. At that moment, the woman turned and hurried toward the reception desk, leaning against it as she urgently inquired, "Is there no one buying anything right now? I want everything in the glass cabinet. How long can the food last?" "1 day. Only 1 day. What about the water?
Can it be sold?
Water? The water from the dispenser is sold by the cup. I'm unsure if it can be sold by the barrel. System, can water be sold by the barrel?
No.
Currently, only the mineral water in the double rooms can provide a maximum of 4 bottles per day." After receiving the system's response, Xia Yan shook her head at the woman. "I'm sorry, but if you have a cup, you can purchase water by the cup size. It cannot be sold by the barrel at this time." The woman stood up and pulled out a plastic bag, gathering the remaining clothing and supplies from the glass cabinet. "Do you need laundry detergent?" "Yes." "All right, that will be a total of 79 points. Please swipe your card." The woman, clutching a full bag of items, returned to her room, soon emerging again to head straight to the meal vending machine, selecting 3 portions of cumin duck leg fried rice before returning to eat. After a busy morning, the lobby finally fell silent once more. Xia Yan instructed Xiong to arrange the chairs and small round table, then ordered a small hot pot from the food court. Approximately a minute later, a pot of bubbling red oil appeared on the table, gradually surrounded by small plates filled with vegetables and meats. There were green asparagus, baby bok choy, sweet potatoes, lotus slices, crystal noodles, beef tripe, tofu skin, shrimp paste, beef slices, lamb slices, and even a complimentary glass of sour plum soup. This single-person hot pot set cost her 70 points. She plugged in the small pot, and soon it began to bubble, the fragrant aroma of spicy and savory scents wafting through the lobby. Once the pot reached a boil, Xia Yan first added the meat. Xiong thoughtfully opened the door a crack, allowing the delightful scent to seep out. Xia Yan scooped up a piece of shrimp paste with a ladle, dipped it in sauce and took a bite. Deliciously tender and incredibly flavorful. A true gourmand begins with the meat, saving the vegetables for last. She picked up a chopstick of beef dipped in sauce and savored it, experiencing sheer satisfaction. When Zhang Lei arrived to deliver the room card, he happened to witness this scene and swallowed hard. Is she actually eating hot pot? And with vegetables? He inhaled deeply, feeling the essence of hot pot awaken within his very soul. How fragrant. Oddly enough, why was there not a hint of the aroma in the corridor? Zhang Lei dared not linger, fearing that Xia Yan might feel his presence disrupted her meal. He placed the room card down and turned to leave, breathing deeply through his nose. Ah, so fragrant. Truly delightful. However, as he stepped into the corridor, he found not only was there no scent of hot pot, but his desire for it had also waned. Zhang Lei patted his stomach. He had just felt ravenous, yet now he felt no hunger at all. Xia Yan only glanced up when Zhang Lei appeared, then returned to her meal. After all, the items she purchased from the food court were solely for her consumption, accompanied by a rather mischievous game mechanism. Within a 2-5-meter radius, one could smell the food's aroma, but beyond 5 meters, not only would one not smell it, but their desire would also diminish. Should anyone intend to seize her food, they merely needed to approach within 2 meters of Xia Yan, at which point they would not only be unable to see or smell the food, but would also forget their original purpose. They would then retreat, re-encountering the aroma 2 meters away, only to forget again within 2 meters, creating a continuous cycle until the person abandoned the notion of theft or Xia Yan finished her meal. Furthermore, it was distinctly noted, this game rule supersedes all other abilities or means. This food court strives diligently to uphold consumer rights, encouraging patrons to indulge freely. Thus, Xia Yan feasted without a care, Even if she later traveled to other bases, she need not worry about sustenance. After her satisfying meal, she poured the remaining sour plum soup into a paper cup, returning the pot and plates to the food court for recycling. Feeling warm and content, she returned to her room to change into a thicker outfit, donned long rain boots, and grabbed an umbrella, preparing to stroll along the street. She recalled a park to the west and decided to take a look. Xia Yan instructed Xiong to watch the shop door while she opened her umbrella and stepped into the rain. The entire sky was a dull gray. The downpour from the previous day had subsided to a drizzle, yet it remained persistently overcast. Water pooled in the lower areas of the street, continuously flowing from rooftops onto the ground. Xia Yan walked forward, keeping to the higher ground. The city lay desolate, a remnant of a world devoid of humanity. In fact, aside from her hotel, which continued to operate with living patrons, there seemed to be no other signs of life. Xia Yan walked quietly within the rain, appearing from a distance like a faded watercolor painting. Following the westward street, the trees on either side gradually increased in number. Recently, due to high temperatures and scant rainfall, the leaves had dried and yellowed from lack of water, and the small shrubs at the roots had withered away entirely. In this post-apocalyptic world, plants too had been afflicted by a peculiar virus. Once straight trunks began to twist and entwine. A closer inspection would reveal neighboring trees intertwined, with slender, needle-like protrusions piercing each other, desperately competing for nutrients. Between the two trees, one would surely perish. As Xia Yan turned onto another street, she keenly spotted a larger supermarket across the way. Excited, she prepared to enter and explore. The area surrounding the supermarket was teeming with zombies, yet on a rainy day, they were particularly dazed, simply standing still in the rain, allowing the water to drench their faces, unresponsive to the sounds nearby. Some individuals with lower levels of abilities would risk catching a cold in the rain, venturing out to slay zombies and gather crystal cores. However, Xia Yan had no desire to retrieve a core from a filthy, sticky brain. There was no need for her to engage in such a task when she possessed abundant resources and the strength to be discerning. Chapter 22. The Refrigerator. After deftly avoiding the zombies, she slightly bent down and slipped through the remaining half of a glass door. The supermarket was sizable, divided into several sections, yet, without exception, it had been stripped bare. The interior was exceedingly dark, with two small pieces of glass providing little illumination. Xia Yan purchased an ultra-bright flashlight from the mall for 5 points. She gently flipped the switch, instantly casting a broad beam of light. The entire supermarket illuminated as if all the lights had been turned on. However, Xia Yan frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. She distinctly observed the corpses of zombies on the ground, their heads blown apart and crystal cores extracted, the black and yellow viscous substances eliciting a sense of nausea. Not far away lay human remains, gnawed upon yet untouched by the transformation into zombies. Xia Yan diverted her gaze from the mangled body and cautiously made her way through the cleaner areas. The shelves had been entirely stripped bare, devoid of both condiments and daily necessities. Continuing deeper inside, she spotted a row of refrigerators, her eyes lighting up with hope. The hotel still had electricity, allowing her to bring back a refrigerator to preserve takeout meals for a longer duration. Unfortunately, some of the refrigerators had been vandalized, their glass shattered. Xia Yan endeavored to find one that appeared relatively intact, estimating it to be functional, then replaced the broken glass with intact pieces from other refrigerators. System. Return this refrigerator to the hotel lobby. Understood. The refrigerator vanished in an instant. Xia Yan initially intended to acquire a standing freezer, but the glass on all of them was completely shattered, rendering them unusable. However, she noticed a glass display case behind the checkout counter used for selling cigarettes, which she decided to bring back to the hotel as well, placing it behind her checkout counter. Suddenly, Xia Yan experienced the joy of a zero-cost shopping spree. Yet, being unfamiliar with the vicinity, she thought it best to find a guide. Surely, any urban area would boast a large supermarket, right? Perhaps even furniture stores and wholesale markets. Could she also search for a few clothing items to bring back? Shopping. Xia Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly teleported back to the hotel. At the entrance, Xiong still stood dutifully on guard, executing its task. Upon seeing that both the refrigerator and the glass display case had been placed, she instructed Xiong to clean and disinfect the area. Meanwhile, She hurried to the second floor and knocked on the door of room 201. Knock, knock, knock. Listening to Li Shenglong and his companion chat, she overheard that the occupant of 201 was a significant figure. Surely, such a person would be well-traveled, possessing a deeper understanding of the city. Xia Yan stifled her excitement and patiently knocked again. A low voice responded from behind the door. Who is it? It's me, Boss Xia. The door opened to reveal Jing Yimai, clad in a black hat and fully covered, with only his eyes visible, which were raised in confusion. What does the boss want with me? Xia Yan cleared her throat, asking, are you busy? Is there something you need to attend to? If you're not preoccupied, I would like to request your assistance. What kind of help could she possibly need from him? Wasn't she capable of handling everything herself? Jing Yimai did not relent, countering, what kind of help? Speak plainly. All right, I wish to visit the largest supermarket in the city, but I'm unfamiliar with the route if you know the way. Could you accompany me? Xia Yan expressed in one breath, her eyes filled with hope. Perhaps it was the monotony of the recent days, but the realization of zero-cost shopping had her utterly elated. The largest supermarket in the city? Jing Yimai immediately thought of the expansive Tei Infa supermarket, spanning 3 floors with thousands of square meters on each level, certainly ample space. However, it had long been stripped of all its contents, rendering her visit pointless. Moreover, it was notoriously foul-smelling and poorly lit. Too dark, he mused. And empty. Dark? Xia Yan waved her flashlight, unperturbed. I have a flashlight. An empty space is of no concern. We can simply stroll around. Stroll? The corners of Jing Yimai's mouth twitched beneath his mask. In such inclement weather, when everyone feared falling ill, she intended to take a leisurely walk. Boss Xia's thoughts were certainly unconventional. He hesitated to outright refuse, considering the possibility of a long-term stay. If things soured, what if Boss Xia decided to evict him? He needed a tactful way to decline. There are numerous zombies inside, some of which may be level 3 or 4.
Zombies?
No worries. I will protect you and ensure your safety, plus you can keep the crystal cores. Furthermore, Xia Yan quickly reread the guidelines for the food city, which stated that members could enjoy the culinary offerings alongside others who had been sincerely recognized.
Delightful. Additionally,
I invite you to dine on barbecue, hot pot, or whatever you prefer. Did he hear correctly? Barbecue? Hot pot? You are treating me? His voice grew deeper. Yes. The kind that requires no expenditure. And there will be ice-cold beer. Xia Yan was all in. Surely this would pique his interest. Indeed, Jing Yimai appeared invigorated. All right, when shall we set off?
Right now.
But let's clarify. We must shop until I am satisfied. No problem. Thus, the two descended the staircase, one after the other. Upon reaching the entrance, Jing Yimai halted, watching her expectantly. Xia Yan blinked and came to a stop as well. Their eyes met. Which direction? She inquired. South, he replied. They continued to gaze at one another. Why aren't we moving? Xia Yan asked, puzzled. Did he want her to lead the way? Very well. She took the initiative and stepped forward. Jing Yimai paused for a moment before following suit. It was not until they reached the end of the street that he could no longer contain himself. Boss Xia, are we really walking there?
Yes.
Apologies, but I do not have a vehicle. Xia Yan felt no remorse. At this pace, it will take us 2 hours to arrive, and by the time we do, it will be dark. Jing Yimai glanced at the sky, somewhat speechless. 2 hours of walking to then return in the dark. He must be out of his mind. Xia Yan pondered his words and, in her heart, asked the system. System, do we have any means of transportation available? A delivery vehicle can be unlocked in advance, but it cannot carry passengers. This was untenable. Would she ride the bike while Jing Yimai ran alongside? That was simply inappropriate. Xia Yan looked at the sky with regret. Perhaps they should postpone until tomorrow. It was indeed too late now. Jing Yimai sighed in relief, nodding in agreement with her suggestion. Thus, the two turned around and headed back. In the lobby, Xiong was holding a basin of clean water infused with laundry detergent, emanating a pleasant fragrance. Wearing rubber gloves, it dampened a cloth and bent down to wipe the interior of the refrigerator, its round, plump backside shaking as it moved. It seemed to be in a good mood. Xia Yan noticed that whenever it was given work, its actions became remarkably anthropomorphic, even bouncing about. No wonder it was called the janitor. I'm heading upstairs. Jing Yimai had purchased 3 boxes of takeout and, with a slight gesture, ascended the stairs. Xia Yan had no intention of treating him, smiling as she watched him accumulate points. Xiong worked diligently, scrubbing every nook and cranny, meticulously cleaning even the most challenging crevices, disinfecting them multiple times until the wires gleamed. The glass display case behind the checkout counter sparkled as if it could reflect a person's image. Xia Yan placed disposable items inside, filling only the bottom shelf. Gazing at the empty glass surface, she opened the mall interface and purchased 3 packs of disposable cups, 30 toothbrushes and toothpaste, and 10 bath towels. The total came to 100 points, barely filling a shelf. Xia Yan reassured herself that it was all right. After all, they would be going out shopping tomorrow, and there would surely be more useful items to acquire. Chapter 23. Shopping Day. The following day, Xia Yan rose early, pulling back the curtains to find that it was still raining outside. The thought of being able to shop today filled her with enthusiasm. She quickly rummaged through her wardrobe for a backpack, changed into comfortable black sportswear, and hurriedly washed up before heading upstairs to open the breakfast room door. After enjoying 3 pan-fried dumplings and a cup of soy milk, she was the first to make her way downstairs. Xiong. Wait until after 8 to come upstairs and clean the breakfast room. As Xia Yan turned around, she spotted Jingyi approaching. Yet she refrained from inquiring whether he had eaten enough. Let us go, Boss Xia, he said, clad in a military green waterproof suit and sturdy waterproof boots, his long legs taking strides towards the entrance. Xia Yan responded with a brief acknowledgement and followed suit, instructing the system to seal the door, prohibiting any exit or entry, while the defense system remained operational around the clock, granting her a sense of security. At 6 in the morning, although the skies were shrouded in clouds and the light was dim, the streets on either side were still discernible. Jing Yi shook the umbrella in his hand. The sound of its snapping open echoed as it shielded his head. Glancing back, he noticed she had also unfurled her umbrella and opted not to meddle further. Xia Yan quickened her pace to match his stride. The pair traversed the path in silence, Jing Yi's keen gaze scanning the surroundings, adeptly spotting zombies lurking in the corners and maneuvering past them undetected as they approached the large supermarket. While Xia Yan appeared to be focused on the journey, she was subtly observing her surroundings, committing the route to memory. After all, they might need to return frequently, and it would be imprudent to be unfamiliar with the way.
We've arrived.
Jing Yi halted, his gaze fixed on the massive building across the street, where 3 colossal characters announced, Taiyin Fa. Xia Yan peered over the edge of her umbrella, her spirits lifting. After over an hour of walking, they had finally arrived. Let's go inside. Crossing the street, they made their way directly to the entrance. As they drew closer, Xia Yan could discern the shattered glass doors, strewn with shards across the ground, while the gaping entrance revealed the darkness within. The supermarket, reliant solely on artificial lighting, lacked windows, rendering it pitch black in the absence of power. Jing Yi anticipated the utter darkness inside, privately concluding that this venture might prove futile. The girl, not only fearful of the dark but also of the unknown entities that might lurk within it, was startled when Jing Yi casually kicked an empty can that had been blown by the wind. The clattering sound reverberated ominously in the vast emptiness, sending a chill down her spine. Xia Yan instinctively turned to him, her eyes wide. Jing Yi met her gaze with calm indifference, as if he had not been the one to initiate the noise. Are we going in? He inquired. Xia Yan detected a hint of teasing in his flat tone. Taking a discreet deep breath, she retrieved her flashlight. As she flipped the switch, the entire space illuminated as if it were daytime, revealing every detail with clarity. Let us enter, she declared, stepping inside first. Jing Yi observed the distance illuminated by her flashlight, silently admiring her collection of impressive items, wondering at her lack of concern about him coveting her possessions, so brazenly displayed. Xia Yan truly had no fear. The top-tier defenses provided by the system were not mere words, and she could instantly teleport back to the hotel if necessary. The supermarket's entrance featured 2 rows of bubble tea shops, with Kunda Chicken on the left and a small dining establishment on the right, both ransacked and left in disarray. Facing them were 2 paths, one to the left and one straight ahead. Unfamiliar with the interior, Xia Yan looked up to check the directional signs. Seeing this, Jing Yi stepped past her, leading the way in silence. After walking 50 meters to the left, they encountered a long escalator. Jing Yi, aided by the light, noticed several zombies sprawled on the floor of the escalator, uncertain if they were alive or dead. He casually picked up a discarded table leg and continued forward. The light cast his shadow long and imposing, reminiscent of a towering figure wielding a cane. Understanding his intent, Xia Yan paused at the base of the escalator. Jing Yi approached, nudging the body of a zombie, confirming its lifelessness. He retrieved a scrap of cloth from his pocket, wrapping it around his hand to grasp the zombie's leg and toss it down below. Only after clearing all the zombies from the escalator did he turn to beckon her. Come up. Xia Yan smiled in response, her fondness for Jing Yi growing. He spoke little, was diligent, and had a thoughtful nature. She resolved to prioritize him for any future sales of vegetables and fruits. Additionally, she contemplated establishing a VVIP program, granting exclusive purchasing privileges to customers she deemed worthy at the hotel. After ascending the escalator, the supermarket's grand entrance finally came into view. Xia Yan directed her flashlight inside, revealing that not only the upright shelves but also those positioned in the center were utterly bare and ruthlessly dismantled. It resembled a botched demolition job, as if a hasty crew had fled mid-task. Jing Yi remained unfazed. He understood that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, places like supermarkets, warehouses, and wholesale districts had been thoroughly scavenged. Even during the harshest winters, when warmth was scarce, people resorted to burning furniture and books to survive. During the frigid winter months, some northern residents remained in rural areas, while others migrated south. Although the southern winter temperatures were milder, the damp and chilly air was unbearable without heating. Each winter, numerous lives were lost. Xia Yan tread carefully on solid ground, noting the scarcity of items to collect, and ventured further inside. Ahead lay the electronics section, appearing relatively intact. Her eyes brightened as she dashed inside. Was she in search of appliances? Jing Yi quickly deduced that the hotel had water and electricity, making such items indeed useful. Yet he pondered why they were at a supermarket instead of an appliance store. While he found it perplexing, it did not deter him from considering the furniture market for the hotel's needs. Xia Yan discovered an air conditioner hanging on the wall, seemingly functional but coated in dust. System: retrieve the air conditioner and bring it to the store. Understood.
Consequently,
Jing Yi watched in astonishment as the air conditioner before her vanished. Initially, he thought he would have to carry the air conditioner back, contemplating how many trips it would take to equip all the rooms. With the high temperatures approaching, he would have readily rented a room for 6 months if it had air conditioning. However, if Boss Xia intended to install just one for herself, 1 unit would suffice. After all, powering the air conditioning required burning crystal cores, making it impractical to run them in every room. How many cores would that consume? Even if he were to bear the cost of powering his own room, the current stock could sustain them for at most a month. It must be said that Boss Xia was quite generous, with lights that could be turned on at will, clear water from the pipes, and the inexpensive breakfast provided each morning, all at an extraordinarily low room rate. Jing Yi decided to set aside his thoughts, content to quietly follow her. There was also a standing refrigerator available. He pointed to the only unscathed fridge in the corner. Xia Yan glanced over and was pleasantly surprised to find it was a spacious, double-door model. Jing Yi pulled a scrap of cloth from his pocket, wiped off the dust, and opened the door, revealing a clean and tidy interior. This will do. It's usable. Xia Yan planned to place this refrigerator in her room, allowing her to store any leftover meals. System: place it in the lobby for the bear to disinfect. Chapter 24. Collecting appliances. Help me look for any usable appliances, like microwaves or electric frying pans. These items were available in the store, but they were expensive and she lacked points. Since the system had not opposed her, it indicated feasibility. Jing Yi nodded and headed in another direction, where visibility was low. She noticed and tossed him another flashlight. Here, take this flashlight, and be cautious of zombies. Jing Yi caught it, pondering the curious nature of her trust. Did she not regard him as a threat? Such a valuable item was freely entrusted to him. Was this a sign of her trust? His gaze was intricate. Such a term might seem commonplace in times of peace, yet appeared rather jarring in an apocalyptic setting. As if recollecting something, he clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. In the face of the apocalypse, trust was a luxury long since abandoned. Jing Yi coldly activated the switch and rummaged through the available appliances. Xia Yan remained oblivious to the tumult of emotions within Jing Yi. She was preoccupied with the dilemma of whether or not to retrieve a range hood to return to the hotel. The kitchen in her room was currently closed, and the price of the range hood was exorbitant. Her reluctance stemmed solely from its steep cost. After much inner conflict, she resolved to store it within the System S compartment, reasoning that even if it was unnecessary in this world, it might prove useful in the future. Xia Yan approached the cabinet by the corridor, where the glass had long been shattered, and its contents lay strewn on the ground. Bending down, she picked up a package, unwrapped it, and discovered it was a shaver, complete with a charger. Regrettably, she only found 3 usable devices, which she gathered to take back to the hotel. At that moment, Jing Yimai beckoned her over. Before him lay several assorted machines, a microwave, a humidifier, an air purifier, and a fan. These are the only functional ones, he stated flatly. Finding anything at all was a stroke of fortune. Xia Yan had no grounds for complaint. Gratefully, she collected the items and returned them to her room, intending to have Xiong sort them later. This area yielded no further useful items, prompting Xia Yan to venture deeper. Diagonally opposite was the clothing section. After surveying the area with her flashlight, she decided against entering. The garments strewn on the floor were marred with footprints and stained with a dark red liquid, rendering them unappealing. Venturing further led her to the daily necessities section, where she encountered a variety of women's cosmetics, toothbrushes, toothpaste, facial cleansers, and shower gels. Xia Yan prepared to investigate further. To her surprise, the cosmetic shelves were still brimming with products, and she collected everything into her living room, including the contents of the small display cabinets against the wall. Jing Yimai, amidst the scattered goods, discovered several unopened toothbrushes and toothpaste, tossing them into a small basket before silently gathering usable shampoo. Upon spotting a bottle of conditioner, an image of Xia Yan's fair visage, her lustrous black hair, and her fragrant, clean attire flashed through his mind, prompting him to add the conditioner to the basket. Surely, she would find it useful. Without a hint of emotion, Jing Yimai disposed of a zombie's corpse in a non-intrusive location and retrieved several intact bottles of shampoo from beneath it. After assembling 5 large baskets of toiletries, he left them at Xia Yan's feet. She promptly gathered the baskets and their contents into her room, having also amassed a considerable collection of masks, shower gels, and body lotions. Finally, after a long-awaited shower, she could indulge in bubbles and fragrances. Xia Yan felt elated, striding energetically into the next area. The mother and baby section was stripped bare of edible items such as baby formula, with only strollers and pacifiers remaining. Xia Yan cast a cursory glance and approached the next shelf, only to find it brimming with children's toys. Never mind, she had no intention of raising a child, nor did she require toys. Next came the snacks section, the liquor aisle, the rice and oil section, and the spice area. Without exception, the shelves were utterly devoid of goods. Some individuals, driven by the mindset of, if I can't have it, neither shall anyone else, had toppled entire rows of shelves, shattering glass containers and leaving a sticky residue of dried liquids on the ground. Rice and flour lay scattered, mingled with dozens of empty oil containers, transforming the once pristine floor into a muddy mess. Even the liquor section bore the marks of having been scorched, a quintessential example of, if I'm going down, you're coming with me. Xia Yan clicked her tongue and pressed onward. This floor yielded nothing of value, prompting the pair to consider descending to investigate further. However, the situation below was even more dire than she had anticipated. The first floor primarily sold fruits, vegetables, seafood, and meat. In the wake of the apocalypse, panic ensued as people rushed to the supermarket, the largest in the city, resulting in a throng of humanity and numerous stampedes. When some individuals unexpectedly transformed into zombies, those in the rear found themselves unable to escape, while those at the front turned to witness the chaos. Most paid the ultimate price for their curiosity. Xia Yan's gaze fell upon the multitude of desiccated corpses sprawled across the floor, and she retched, contemplating retreating the way she came. Aren't you going down? Jing Yimai scanned the shelves of dried goods with his flashlight, discovering that there were indeed some items left. He seemed tempted. Xia Yan, perceptive to his interest, shook her head. I'm not going down there, you go ahead. All right, lend me your backpack for a moment, and we can split the spoils 50-50. Xia Yan nodded in agreement, handing over her backpack. It was implausible that a single backpack could contain all the supplies from a full cabinet. Jing Yimai implied that she should store the items in her space as he made multiple trips to collect everything. Thus, Xia Yan consented to the 50-50 arrangement. With an impassive expression, Jing Yimai treaded over the corpses, soon discovering the shelves lined with vacuum-sealed beef jerky, pork rinds, and other dried goods. He filled a bag to the brim and retraced his steps, presenting the bag to Xia Yan for her to store. Jing Yimai surmised that Xia Yan possessed spatial abilities to account for the mysteriously vanished appliances. After 4 trips back and forth, the shelves were finally emptied. You stay here. I'll check deeper inside. Jing Yimai slung her backpack over his shoulders and ventured further in. Be careful. Xia Yan listened to the ominous creaks beneath his feet, her scalp prickling with unease. Occasionally, his foot would miss its mark, sinking deep into the ground, and when he pulled it out, remnants clung to his shoe. Xia Yan averted her gaze, suppressing another wave of nausea. As Jing Yimai ventured deeper with the flashlight, the light gradually faded away. In that moment, Xia Yan felt as if, apart from the sea of corpses, she was the only living soul in the vicinity. It was akin to stepping into a realm of desiccated bones, with an eerie silence enveloping her. In the vast supermarket, she existed alone. She swept the flashlight around, fearing an unexpected clash of surrealism. 15 minutes passed without a sign of Jing Yimai's return, causing her to ponder, has he perhaps exited through the main door? Just then, she spotted a flicker of light approaching. The silhouette of Jing Yimai, burdened with 3 bags of rice, came into view. Where did you find those? Xia Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. If he failed to return soon, she would have no choice but to teleport back to the hotel. Jing Yimai turned his back, whispering, I found them in the cake room. Take these back for now. Only after the weight lifted from his shoulders did he stretch his stiff muscles. Let us retrace our steps. I can't tread here. Xia Yan was reluctant to risk stepping on anything unpleasant. Chapter 25, Red Rice. Jing Yimai had no objections. Thus, the two retraced their steps along the path they had taken. Although she did not suffer from nearsightedness, she still gathered any usable glasses she encountered. The gold shop across the way had been partly raided, yet remnants remained. Xia Yan eagerly collected everything into her space. Ahead lay 3 restaurants. She salvaged the finest dining table from one, planning to disinfect it and swap it into the breakfast area. Next came the clothing store, where Xia Yan eagerly entered. The shelves still bore a few long dresses, a testament to the fact that the apocalypse had struck during the summer. Xia Yan instructed Jing Yimai to illuminate the space while she began to explore the store. She took down a long skirt from the rack and, after trying it on in front of the mirror a few times, found the style quite appealing.
Consequently,
She sought out her appropriate size and tossed 3 different colors into the room. Observing the enthusiastic summer boss selecting clothes in the store, Jing Yimai couldn't help but feel as if he were accompanying a woman on a shopping spree just before the apocalypse. Who would have anticipated that he, who had never shopped with a woman in peacetime, would actually be doing so post-apocalypse, even contemplating that the red attire would suit Summer Boss better. Jing Yimai's expression was inscrutable, yet he dutifully played the role of her lighting assistant. Summer Yan rummaged through the shorts and skirts on the long rack, collecting every suitable size she could find. Other sizes were of no use. In a post-apocalyptic world, women could no longer wear such clothing due to their impracticality. Even if she collected them, they wouldn't sell. Moreover, apart from these items, the store had been thoroughly ransacked, leaving her with no other choices. Nearby was a shoe store, where high-heeled sandals remained untouched on the shelves, devoid of any value. This proved convenient for Summer Yan. After all, she had no need to flee. Thus, she settled on a low stool, pulled out all the appropriate-sized shoe boxes and tried on pairs, taking home any that appealed to her. Jing Yimai watched in silence as she collected over 20 pairs of heeled sandals. It was evident she possessed remarkable prowess. Most other clothing stores were similar, allowing Summer Yan only to gather skirts. After much effort, she finally spotted a lingerie shop, only to find it completely empty. Summer Yan boldly speculated that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, with water scarcity, people were unable to wash clothes and simply discarded them after use, leading to a rapid depletion of clothing in the market. Years later, one could scarcely find a clean garment. In the accessory store, Summer Yan merely browsed casually, only taking items that particularly caught her fancy. After all, who would still desire plastic trinkets when one possessed gold and silver jewelry? After perusing all the shops, Summer Yen still felt somewhat unsatisfied and inquired of Jing Yimai whether there were any similar stores nearby. Jing Yimai nodded and led her outside. Near the supermarket, several upscale clothing stores remained, their doors and windows dilapidated, with rainwater pooling on the floors, yet Summer Yan's enthusiasm for finding new clothes remained undeterred. These types of stores typically displayed only a few sample pieces on the racks, with the bulk of the inventory stored in the back warehouse. Thus, Summer Yen headed straight for the warehouse. Upon opening the door, she discovered towering shelves, though they were devoid of merchandise, as everything lay scattered on the floor, rummaged through by others. Summer Yen had Jing Yimai move a standing mirror inside to provide better lighting, and she began unpacking suitable sizes, trying them on in front of the mirror. For t-shirts and similar items, she would take every size available, and she collected all the cropped pants as well. Of course, there were still plenty of skirts, waist-exposing blazers, flowing chiffon skirts, plaid floral dresses, waist-cinching short-sleeve long skirts, fitted knitted dresses with collars, and pleated long skirts. All of them were taken. After visiting several stores, she had acquired hundreds of skirts. That would suffice. Wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, Summer Yen chuckled at Jing Yimai's bemused expression. Are you anxious? I adore wearing skirts, especially those I can take without spending a dime. I simply can't stop. Jing Yimai shifted his weight to another leg and replied mildly, I understand. That's great. Let's move on to the next door. Upon hearing what she wanted to hear, Summer Yen beamed like a little fox, waving her hand for him to follow. Jing Yimai had never felt such fatigue. It was more exhausting than a day spent battling zombies. Women truly could shop. Summer Yen turned into a building labeled Lame, which had 5 floors in total. Shoes occupied the first 3 floors, while down jackets were on the 4th and 5th. Noticing Jing Yimai collapse onto a sofa as soon as he entered, Summer Yen guessed he must be hungry. She purchased a portion of stewed ribs from the food court. Pulling over a table, she placed the freshly prepared casserole brimming with vegetables and golden, crispy ribs on it, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice and 2 cups of fruit tea, all under his puzzled gaze. Jing Yimai stared in astonishment at the steaming casserole. Inside was indeed a mouth-watering golden rib and fresh vegetables. Summer Yen sipped her tea and placed a pair of disposable chopsticks beside him. Are you hungry? Go ahead and eat. I'll try on shoes in the front. I'm not hungry. You finish it. Don't waste it. If there's not enough rice, just call for me. With that, she excitedly returned to the shelves to select shoes. The enticing aroma made Jing Yimai swallow hard. He picked up the chopsticks and brought a piece of rib to his nose, confirming that it was indeed meat. Seeing that Summer Boss was genuinely trying on shoes and was not paying him any mind, he sipped his fruit tea, which was sweet yet pleasantly refreshing. He had not eaten enough that morning, and after accompanying her shopping for the entire morning, he was both thirsty and hungry. After patiently waiting for a minute and feeling no adverse reactions, he finally relaxed and took a hearty sip. After selecting a few pairs of shoes, Summer Yen caught a whiff of the delicious scent and realized she was somewhat hungry as well. A quick inquiry with the system revealed that it was already past 2 in the afternoon. First, let us eat. The shoes aren't going anywhere. She casually grabbed a stool and sat down. Noticing Jing Yimai still hadn't touched his chopsticks, she asked in confusion, Why haven't you eaten? Don't you like it? What do you want to eat? Summer Yen took out a bowl of rice, rubbed the chopsticks together, and picked up a piece of rib to bite into. It was truly flavorful. With just a gentle bite, the meat fell off the bone, bursting with flavor. Jing Yimai shook his head, removed his mask, and also picked up a rib to taste. This is unbelievably delicious. Is it from a 5-star restaurant? He had never had ribs this good in his life. Jing Yimai's eyes sparkled, unable to resist devouring the meat. Although breakfast was available in the store, it did not include substantial pieces of meat. He had longed for hearty meat for quite some time. Seeing him devour the food eagerly, Summer Yen kindly ordered another pot of sauced ribs from the food court. When this pot was placed on the table, Jing Yimai looked at her as if he were a puppy gazing at its owner. If he had a tail, she imagined it would be wagging furiously. Summer Yen felt the allure of food once more. Just moments before, Jing Yimai's gaze had been so frigid, yet now it sparkled like a light bulb, even curling into a smile at the corners of his mouth. Noticing he was eating too quickly and choking, she retrieved a jug of barley tea provided for free by the food court and poured him a cup. Slow down. All of this is yours. No one is competing with you. The breakfast area also has unlimited servings, and you can buy boxed meals from the two machines. Why do you look like you've been starving for ages? After finishing her meal, Xia Yan sipped her tea, observing him in contemplation. Perhaps she had become overly indulgent in her own desires? Chapter 26. Jing Yimai's Post-Meal Musings. In a vague sense, Xia Yan seemed to see reflections of other people in Jing Yimai, and she began to grasp the essence of the safe house. Gradually enveloped by a wave of compassion, she felt compelled to strive harder, to endeavor to provide a refuge for those individuals, to ensure they had enough to eat, even at the cost of everything, even her own life. At that moment, Xia Yan suddenly jolted back to reality. No, she was here on vacation. Even with a heart to save others, she could only do so within her limits, seeking mutual benefit. She diverted her gaze and continued trying on shoes, leaving Jing Yimai to gnaw on his bones and savor the meat. In the shoe store, with a plethora of styles, she first looked for what she liked, then checked the price, followed by comfort. Pulling out a shoebox, Xia Yan slipped them on, admired her reflection in the mirror, and, feeling satisfied, set them aside. She had become so accustomed to the corpses of zombies around her that she could now ignore them. After seeing enough, it was too troublesome to toss them aside. Once she had browsed through this section thoroughly, she gathered the shoes she was certain she wanted and returned to her room. This meal was undoubtedly the feast of dreams for Jing Yimai, inspiring a future filled with dream-themed indulgences. After his stomach became pleasantly round, he reclined, his thoughts soaring. He finally comprehended why countless beauties at the base yearned to throw themselves at the leader, while others labored for their next meal. These women could afford to be selective about their food. The robust thighs of Boss Xia stirred a desire within him to cling to his benefactor. He needed nothing more than 2 servings of braised bones a week. He would even settle for just one. If that group were to discover that he not only thrived after leaving the base, but also enjoyed hearty meals, even feasting on sumptuous bones, they would likely not believe him. Stretching his legs, he gazed at the distant glow, feeling a reluctance to move. Before long, Xia Yan approached, noting the empty plates, and took them back to the culinary hub. "Let us ascend to the second floor," she suggested. The second floor, a shoe section, mirrored the first in style. Xia Yan casually browsed, collecting several styles that were previously unavailable before heading to the third floor. The third floor showcased men's shoes, which appeared less crowded than the previous 2. Jing Yimai tried on a few pairs, and, upon finding a suitable fit, he sought a large plastic bag from the checkout counter, discarding the shoe boxes in favor of convenience. Following suit, Xia Yan gathered the remaining sizes and returned them to the inventory system. The 4th and 5th floors housed down jackets, yet they were nearly emptied. Whether short cotton coats or down vests, anything capable of providing warmth had been snatched up. Jing Yimai retrieved a sweater from several zombies and extended it to Xia Yan. She shook her head, rejecting the offer due to the putrid remnants clinging to it. Jing Yimai shook off the sweater, brushing away the debris before presenting it to her once more, but she again declined. He then tucked 3 sweaters into his own pocket. After wandering through the 4th and 5th floors several times without finding suitable clothing, Xia Yan sat down on a sofa to rest, her calves aching. Observing her fatigue, Jing Yimai quietly took a seat beside her. They still had over an hour's walk back. Could she endure it? Xia Yan pondered this dilemma. If Jing Yimai were not present, she could teleport back in an instant. Did she truly have to walk back? Over an hour of that would be sheer agony. System. May I teleport the guests back to the hotel? You're the shop owner. Please arrange it yourself. Xia Yan couldn't help but commend the system, feeling a surge of affection for it. I recall there are several bicycles nearby. If all else fails, we can ride back, Jing Yimai suggested slowly. Setting aside the matter of unlocking a bike, the incessant drizzle outside would leave them drenched and susceptible to illness. In a world devoid of food and medicine, even minor ailments had to be endured, while more severe ones were left to fate. Xia Yan certainly did not wish to get soaked. She initiated the creation of 10 VVIP cards within the system, retrieving the first, numbered 001. Hold on to this VVIP card. It is the highest membership card for the hotel. As the hotel evolves, any supplies sold will grant priority purchasing and booking rights to the holder of this card. The hotel bears no responsibility for lost cards. Upon hearing this, Jing Yimai accepted the black and gold card, scrutinizing it closely. It prominently displayed VVIP. with his name inscribed in the lower right corner alongside a narrow white progress bar, the purpose of which remained unclear. The reverse side bore the room number 201. It appeared to be an ordinary card. Xia Yan patiently waited until he finished his inspection before continuing. This card also has an additional function. When you go out, it can teleport you directly to the hotel entrance, usable once per day and exclusively by the cardholder during hotel operating hours. Jing Yimai was taken aback, left momentarily speechless. A teleportation card? Such a miraculous item? In the face of daunting dangers, he not only had a means of survival but could also teleport to the hotel at will. He truly had made the right choice in coming here. Boss Xia was magnificent. Boss Xia was destined for wealth. Boss Xia would have 9 children. Ahem. Xia Yan coughed discreetly into her fist, noting the increasingly peculiar and fervent gaze he cast upon her. While she understood the card's extraordinary nature, she genuinely did not wish to trudge back after a day of shopping. Her legs would surely give out. Let us depart. It is time to return. Xia Yan initiated the teleportation, finding herself back at the hotel in the blink of an eye, seated behind the checkout counter. Lu Ju, resting her chin on her hands, was engrossed in watching Xiong work diligently when she suddenly sensed another presence nearby, causing her heart to skip a beat.
Who?
She exclaimed, jumping aside and assuming a defensive stance, her small face set in a fierce glare. Oh, it's the beautiful sister, she realized, surprised by her sudden appearance.
Sister.
A series of knocks echoed from the door. Xia Yan turned to see Jing Yimai standing outside, umbrella in hand, gazing in with clear, bright eyes. It then dawned on her that the hotel had not yet been unsealed, preventing entry for anyone outside. After instructing the system to unlock the door, she stepped forward to unfasten the lock and pushed it open. Jing Yimai shook off the raindrops from his umbrella, closing it as he stepped into the lobby. Noticing Xiong was busy sorting through the appliances obtained from the supermarket, he understood where the missing gadgets had gone. Shop owner sister, how did you suddenly appear? You startled me, Lu Ju said, sidling closer and affectionately wrapping her arms around Xia Yan's. Her face was adorably rosy. With curious eyes, Lu Ju darted around Jing Yimai, noting their resemblance to her brother and the apparent camaraderie between him and the shop owner. She scrutinized the two, eager to uncover the connection. Xia Yan locked the door again. She was preoccupied with organizing the day's acquisitions and lacked the energy for business. I need to tidy up. I'll bring you something shortly. Jing Yimai cast a cold glance at Lu Ju but softened his gaze when he looked at Xia Yan. All right, I'll head upstairs. Lu Ju discreetly hid behind Xia Yan, avoiding Jing Yimai's sharp scrutiny. I can't provoke him, she thought. Sister, I'll be going back too, you stay busy. She retrieved 2 boxes of lunch from the vending machine, and only after Jing Yimai vanished down the corridor did she slip back to her room. Xia Yan was unaware of the tension between the two. The lobby had been rearranged by Xiong, appearing much tidier now. And the refrigerator previously collected was plugged in and beginning to cool. The fan, air conditioner, and refrigerator that had been brought back today were all disassembled for cleaning and disinfecting, occupying the entire floor space. Looking at the somewhat cramped lobby, Xia Yan felt a newfound determination to upgrade and expand the establishment. Noticing Xiong had brought out a mop to clean water stains, she stood up to return to her room and tidy up. Chapter 27, Hot Pot. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a sea of clothes scattered across the floor and stacks of shoe boxes towering high, with a heap of packaged dry goods on the windowsill. Changing into a pair of slippers, she decided to tackle the clothing first. She tore open all the packaging and stuffed the skirts into the washing machine for a rinse. While the first cycle ran, she retrieved a black marker from the bedroom, marking the shoe boxes with the styles and colors. This way, she could avoid opening each one individually in the future. The nearly 2-meter-long shoe cabinet at the entrance was certainly insufficient, so she surveyed the room, planning to place the boxes in the eastern corner of the living room where there was ample space. Xia Yan took out the thicker shoes from the cabinet, arranging 3 rows of heels in various styles and colors, with the bottom row reserved for those she had worn in recent days. The shoe boxes against the wall reached all the way to the top, forming an impressive display. At that moment, the washing machine chimed, signaling the completion of its cycle. Xia Yan shook out the nearly dry clothes and hung them on the rack, then stuffed another batch into the washing machine, which resumed its diligent work. She fetched an oversized plastic bag and filled it with useless packaging and damaged clothing, finally clearing a space for organizing the dry goods. As she randomly picked up a bag and checked the date, she was astonished to find that everything had expired. Yet, the contents appeared perfectly fine. Not a trace of mold in sight. Perhaps the quality of the preservatives was exceptionally good? Xia Yan, uninterested in pondering further, divided the similar items into 2 portions, placing them into a plastic bag to take upstairs for Jing Yimai later. The remaining items, which she had no intention of consuming, she planned to display for sale in the showcase, although she wondered if selling expired products might pose a risk. It seemed she would need to consult Jing Yimai about that. Despite her own disinterest in the food, she meticulously sorted the surplus 5 products into an additional bag, intending to bring them up for him to sample. If all went well, they could be sold. After laboring for 2 or 3 hours, she found herself utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the sofa, devoid of strength. Today's exertion had undoubtedly surpassed her limits, yet it felt invigorating. Xia Yan lay on the couch, glancing at the wall filled with shoe boxes, then at the array of 100 different styles of clothes hanging to dry, her mood soaring to euphoric heights. This kind of fatigue she would gladly experience 1,000 times over. Once the final batch of laundry was complete, she lazily draped the clothes over the rack, took a sip of water, and hefted a large sack of dry goods, straining as she made her way to the door. Xiong, come here and help. Take this bag up to the 2nd floor. Xiong, having set aside the cloth he was cleaning with, unsteadily approached and, under Xia Yan's eager gaze, effortlessly lifted the bag with one hand, heading to the elevator. Xia Yan turned back to grab another bag, closed the door, and ascended the stairs. On the 2nd floor, Xiong patiently stood by the elevator, holding the items and waiting for her. Come on, Xiong, to the breakfast room. Xia Yan pushed open the door to the breakfast room, gesturing for him to follow. Previously, entry to the breakfast room during non-meal hours had been prohibited. But after contemplating while lounging on the sofa, she decided that inviting Jing Yimai over for dinner, whether in room 201 or the lobby, would be inappropriate. Ultimately settling on the breakfast room. As the owner, she altered the sign to permit her access at any time and to invite customers, thus resolving the venue for her dinner invitation. The tables and chairs in the breakfast room were replaced with a set from the supermarket, natural wood tables paired with matching chairs, lending a touch of elegance compared to the former plastic furniture. Xiong wiped down the seats and disinfect them. While Xiong busied himself with cleaning, Xia Yan opened the food app and ordered from the highest-rated hot pot restaurant, selecting a inyang pot, 2 servings of dipping sauce and tea, and for the meat, a serving of marinated chicken feet, 2 portions of fresh duck intestines, 2 servings of fish roe shrimp paste, 3 plates each of beef and lamb slices, along with 2 servings of tender tripe and a portion of quail eggs. For the vegetables, she ordered a 9-grid vegetable platter, a serving of crystal noodles, a lotus root and kelp platter, a portion of asparagus tips, and a serving of sweet potato noodles. For snacks, she chose red sugar glutinous rice cake and wide noodles. For dessert, she ordered a serving of cold tangyuan, a serving of cold 3-flavor dessert, 3 bottles of ice-cold beer, and a jug of corn juice. The total came to 299 points, adding to her lunch expenditure, bringing the total to 400 points. Once Xiong finished tidying up, she pushed 2 tables together, placing the hot pot in the center and arranging the plates filled with meat and vegetables alongside, followed by the desserts and beer, filling both tables to the brim. Xiong, please invite the customers from room 201 over. Xiong turned and exited. The meals ordered from the food app required no electricity. The hot pot adjusted its temperature automatically, ensuring no worries even in the outdoors. Before long, the door to the breakfast room swung open and Jing Yimai walked in, following Xiong. He had changed into a simple black t-shirt and jeans, looking as though he had just taken a shower, his hair still damp. It was the first time Xia Yan had seen him dressed so casually, and she couldn't help but steal a few glances. By the way, Jing Yimai's complexion was quite fair. Please have a seat. I promise to treat you to dinner. The hot pot was his own request, conveniently located on the 4th floor of the shoe store. Xia Yan had assumed he would opt for barbecue, as it was the perfect pairing with beer. Jing Yimai concealed his surprise and sat down gracefully, casually popping open a beer and taking a hearty swig. Refreshing, He raised the corn juice to pour a glass for her, filling another for himself with beer, sincerity shining in his eyes.
Thank you, Boss Xia.
Xia Yan understood the underlying meaning in his words, smiling as she replied, "No need for thanks. I owe you for helping me find so many useful items today. In a way, I am the one benefiting from treating you. No one would want these items. Food is the most precious commodity now. Today, Boss Xia has treated me to 2 meals, and I have nothing to offer in return." Jing Yimai lowered his gaze, his fingers tapping idly on the beer bottle. He was averse to being in anyone's debt. The table was laden with fresh ingredients, giving him an unsettling feeling of being on display. He couldn't fathom her true capabilities. Yet he recognized that they were indeed intertwined with a comfortable environment and delectable food. A safe haven, an abundance of food, such conditions were coveted in any base. What was her true intention? Jing Yimai's gaze held a mixture of vigilance and wariness as it settled on her. Xia Yan choked on a sip of corn juice.
Caught off guard by his rapid response.
"All right, I'll be straightforward then." She set down her glass and cleared her throat. Jing Yimai wore an expression of knowing, arms crossed, lips pressed tightly together. "Ahem, I was thinking of visiting the furniture store tomorrow and also checking out places that sell tiles, curtains, and appliances." With a cheerful smile, Xia Yan used the serving chopsticks to pile her plate high with meat, adding a portion of cooked duck intestines. "Eat up. One cannot be too generous with one's hospitality. Tomorrow, just be an honest guide. Is that all?" Jing Yimai disregarded her actions, fixing his gaze on her, intent on extracting the truth. Xia Yan nearly raised her hand in protest, affirming, "Yes, just that. Will you go?" The vibrant broth bubbled and hissed, the meat slices and tripe swirling while round quail eggs bobbed about, the enticing aroma of spices igniting her taste buds. Jing Yimai inhaled deeply. "I will." Chapter 28. A visit to the appliance store. Ultimately, Jing Yimai overindulged, leaving him restless throughout the night. As he lay in bed, he reminisced about the myriad experiences following the apocalypse. He had to admit that his time spent with Boss Xia was the most relaxed he had ever felt. No longer did he worry about those so-called relatives, who, under the guise of caring for him, secretly wished for his downfall. If only he could reside there forever. He thought, as long as the inn remained open, he would stay. Lost in his thoughts, dawn gradually broke, and he heard Xia Yan ascending the stairs. Before long, a few remaining guests of the inn also made their way upstairs for breakfast. Xia Yan had eaten her fill the previous night and still felt as though her meal had yet to settle. After sipping some soy milk, she rose to head downstairs.
"Boss."
At the stairwell, a woman from room 103 called out to her. "Is there something you need, dear guest?" Xia Yan paused, donning a gentle smile. The woman appeared much improved since her last visit, her gait and voice infused with newfound confidence. It seemed she had recovered quite rapidly over the past few days. A woman approached her in a few swift steps, her speech slightly hurried. She wondered if the words of the boss still held weight, particularly concerning the promise of ample goods. Xia Yan nodded. The woman sighed in relief, but her demeanor quickly turned serious again. "I noticed this morning that the rain has significantly lessened. It should clear up by tomorrow. Therefore, I plan to leave early in the morning and will return promptly to collect the goods. I hope the boss can prepare sufficient stock to avoid wasting both our time." Xia Yan nodded again, indicating there was no issue. "How should I address the boss?" the woman inquired, extending her hand, her shoulders straightening slightly as she leaned forward, her face displaying an unusual softness. Xia Yan reached out to shake her hand. "My surname is Xia. You can call me Boss Xia." "All right, Boss Xia. My name is Su Mei." "Jing Yimai, you can just provide me with light. Remain where you are." Xia Yan's eyes sparkled as she dashed into a furniture store. Each store had its own distinctive theme, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an indoor setting. Upon stepping inside, it felt as though she had entered someone's personal sanctuary. Xia Yan wished fervently to transport everything within that room to her hotel. "This cushion is lovely. I shall take it. This footstool is also quite nice. I will take that too." To her astonishment, she discovered a walnut wood single bed. Xia Yan lunged toward it, claiming it for room 104, replacing the original wooden bed. And she also acquired a matching walnut nightstand. Observing her actions, Jing Yimai began to grasp that she was swapping out beds from other rooms. His gaze drifted to a neighboring shop adorned in a new Chinese style, and he felt a twinge of desire. Once Xia Yan had nearly finished her exploration, he led her to this particular store. Jing Yimai made a beeline for a classical, Zen-inspired minimalist Chinese bed, beckoning her over. "Shall we place this bed in my room?" Do you like it?" Xia Yan patted the mattress, finding it pleasantly soft. "Indeed. No problem." The original large bed from room 201 was relocated to the hotel's back end, and the new bed was set in its place. "And this nightstand, along with the vase atop it, the illustrations, and this carpet, all should be placed in my room." Jing Yimai finally comprehended the joy of a zero-cost purchase. The exhilarating feeling of simply taking whatever one desired was indeed delightful. Xia Yan stowed everything he handed over into room 201. Jing Yimai surveyed the store, fetched a stool, and removed the curtains to add them to room 201 as well. "Can we take the wardrobe? Could you arrange for a shoe cabinet? I have nowhere to store my shoes." "Sure, no problem." In the blink of an eye, room 201 transformed into a meticulously designed space, aside from the incongruous floor color. Everything else was nothing short of perfect. Thus, the two discovered a shared passion, exchanging all items between room 202 and the single room. Jing Yimai took charge of the arrangement while she managed the transportation. Currently, there were only 2 double rooms, but most of the store was designed for double occupancy. Xia Yan contemplated not returning empty-handed, so she decided to store items in the system's compartments, planning to replace the double room facilities entirely once upgraded. After perusing the furniture market, they ventured into the appliance store. This time, Jing Yimai not only served as a source of light but also assisted her in locating the more expensive machines. The more exorbitant the items, the greater her satisfaction in acquiring them. The appliance store was cleaner than the furniture market, and the equipment was more sophisticated. "Let us start with a few air conditioners," Xia Yan stated with clarity of purpose. Thus, they took every high-end air conditioner available, intending to discard them if they broke down later. They also acquired side-by-side, cross-door, multi-door, and double-door refrigerators for the system's compartments, planning to equip each room with one. She favored the washer-dryer combo for the laundry machines, placing one in each double room while replacing the drum washer in her own room, thus streamlining her laundry process. "How many water dispensers do you want?" Jing Yimai offered a commercial direct drinking water dispenser capable of connecting to a water pipe, featuring a filter and providing hot water. Xia Yan pondered for a moment. "How many more are there?" 5 left. "Great, I'll take them all." Xia Yan envisioned placing 2 in a lobby, with the same pricing structure as the water dispensers. It would create another revenue opportunity. "Bring me more similar items." Jing Yimai thought for a moment before speaking. "There's a store selling toilets. All are one-piece automatic sensing types. Do you want those? Are they expensive?" Xia Yan only cared about the price. "Very. Then let us move on." Perhaps her previous poverty had rendered her unable to afford anything, leading her to now only desire high-priced items. The cheaper options no longer held any allure for her. 5-digit toilets? The most expensive will go in my room, while Jing Yimai selected one for room 201 and a 5-digit one for room 202. The first floor had no options, as they were all squat toilets. Jing Yimai approached with a box containing a 5-digit shower head. "Here, take this." He realized that in Xia Yan's eyes, it was all about the numbers. The higher, the more thrilling. "Impressive. You found this." Xia Yan encouraged him with a pat on his arm. "You understand me. Price, take it. This will go in my room." Jing Yimai nodded in understanding and brought over another box. "No problem. 5-digit floor scrubber, 4-digit robot vacuum, 4-digit garment steamer, 4-digit fan, and a nearly 5-digit dehumidifier. They're all yours. 4-digit mite removers, 5-digit hair dryers, 5-digit beauty devices, 4-digit water flossers, and 4-digit electric toothbrushes. I've got them all. By the way, there's also a 5-digit massage chair. Do you want me to take you there?" "Absolutely. I must have it." "What about a television? Do you want one?" "Yes." In the mall, a 70-inch television cost 2,000 points and 5 secondary crystals. "Let us go. I saw 5-digit televisions inside."
Consequently,
Xia Yan acquired 5 televisions priced in the tens of thousands, spending 0 points. Xia Yan's spirit soared, her mood exuberantly lifted. "One for the lobby. One for each room. Leisurely enjoying my time at work and after hours." Chapter 29. Opening Day Festivities for 3 years. Upon returning to the hotel, the interior facilities had been completely transformed. Decorative elements adorned both sides of the entrance, with brand new doors and windows, marble flooring, and a pristine minimalist reception desk. Jing Yimai quickened his pace, eager to see how his room had been remodeled. Xia Yan directed Xiong to position the two commercial direct drinking water dispensers side by side at the most prominent spot near the entrance, alongside two commercial refrigerators. System: connect two water pipes to the direct water dispensers. Such professional tasks must be entrusted to experts. She envisioned relying on the water dispensers for profit in the future. They had to be placed where guests could easily see them. Understood. The water pipes require a payment of 10 points. Agreed. Proceed with the installation. As the points were paid, two long water pipes coiled up appeared on the ground. Xiong picked up a pipe and connected one end to the water inlet. Xia Yan thought the pipes would remain exposed, about to intervene, when Xiong extended sharp claws, effortlessly slicing along the wall to conceal the pipes. He turned around, retrieving 4 sockets from the reception drawer, directly affixing them to the wall and plugging in the water dispensers and refrigerators, causing the machines to illuminate with red lights and spring to life. The sound of flowing water also echoed from the tank.
System:
the charging for the direct water dispensers will remain the same as before, charged by volume, with a minimum of 1 point and no maximum limit. Incorporate all the items I have collected over the past few days into the hotel's assets, ensuring they are monitored and protected by the establishment.
Acknowledged. I.
Consequently, all retrieved items within the premises have been inscribed with the words property of the resort hotel. Host, your utility consumption has reached the billing threshold. You will no longer enjoy the waiver benefits. Effective immediately, a monthly fee of 300 points will be charged. Upon receiving this system notification, Xia Yan consented to the payment of points, yet she requested that the water consumption for the double rooms be capped at 4 tons per month. The water on the first floor is communal, with 5 single rooms, collectively estimated to consume 20 tons monthly. Additionally, under clear weather conditions, the use of lights throughout the day is prohibited, as is the practice of leaving lights on overnight, which is deemed a deliberate waste of electricity. The system will monitor and autonomously cut the power supply as necessary. Xia Yan locked the door, extinguished the lights in the lobby, and ascended to the breakfast area on the second floor to summon Jing Yimai for a meal. What would you like to eat tonight? How about grilled fish? Xia Yan poured him a cup of chrysanthemum tea and handed over the menu from the food court. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. After spending these past few days together, Jing Yimai no longer exuded an air of vigilance. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with his cozy abode. At his strong insistence, Xia Yan had installed a small water purifier in room 201, allowing for unlimited use, enabling him to boil water within his quarters. Not to mention the room boasted a humidifier, a massage chair, a coffee machine, a health pot, and a television. The rent had only increased by 20 points. Gazing upon his dream room, Jing Yimai gritted his teeth and directly charged 4 third-level crystal cores, acquiring 8,000 points. However, in an instant he had booked a 3-month stay, spending 6,300 points, leaving him with just over 1,000 points remaining. Jing Yimai felt a pang of despair, despite the dire circumstances. He was beginning to understand the adage that spending money is far easier than earning it. Furthermore, he had a nagging sense that accommodation costs were not the primary expense. Food and drink would likely prove even more costly. Coming to this realization, he resolved to venture out to slay zombies once the rain ceased. Determined to amass more crystal cores. Let us have lamb's spine hot pot. This is probably the last meal. Let us keep the meat coming. Xia Yan revised the menu and handed him a pencil, encouraging him to mark his preferences, without hesitation. Jing Yimai, of course, did not hold back, swiftly sketching out all meat dishes. There was simply no denying that humans are carnivorous creatures, perpetually craving meat. The menu was filled to the brim, with only the first half covered in choices, while the latter half of vegetables and mushrooms went entirely unnoticed. Xia Yan added a vegetable platter as well. After paying 288 points, she retrieved the meal from the food court. From Jing Yimai's perspective, it was as if a plate of meat materialized effortlessly in her previously empty hands, and with another gesture, a bubbling hot pot appeared as well. He was no longer surprised. In fact, the moment the plate emerged, he instinctively took it and placed it on the table. After all, it was merely a free meal. One had to possess some acumen to garner goodwill in front of the boss, Xia. She appreciated individuals who understood boundaries, who knew what to say and what to refrain from asking, who respected others' secrets while firmly adhering to their own principles. Such people were destined to enjoy 3 dishes and a soup. I don't plan to go out tomorrow. I have enough supplies for now. You've truly worked hard these past few days, Xia Yan said with a smile, raising her teacup. Alcohol was out of the question. And since she hadn't ordered any beer this time, they would simply substitute tea for wine. Jing Yimai set down his chopsticks and similarly raised his cup in polite response. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xia Yan focused on her meal. Although the two enjoyed a lively dining experience, she still cherished the tranquility of solitude. She hoped Jing Yimai would grasp the underlying message of her words and refrain from fostering any notions of a romantic connection between them, avoiding any unnecessary complications in the future. After their meal, Jing Yimai helped her tidy up the dishes, reverting to his indifferent demeanor, murmuring a simple thank you before departing without a backward glance. Observing this, Xia Yan could only give him a thumbs up, thinking to herself, what a cool guy. After returning everything to the food court, Xia Yan summoned Xiong to clean up and retreated to her room, filling the bathtub with hot water. She then unwrapped a lightly scented aromatherapy candle, lighting it and placing it nearby, sprinkling rose petals on the water's surface. She slipped out of her clothes and into the tub, sighing in comfort. After a while, feeling a bit parched, she ordered a cup of slightly iced black glutinous rice milk tea from the food court, sipping it slowly.
Now,
she finally had the time to review the hotel's operational status over the past few days. The relentless rain and inclement weather had deterred new customers, leaving the revenue reliant solely on the accommodation and meal fees from loyal patrons. After the last major incident, Zhang Lei had essentially remained in his room, battling his inner demons daily, yet he still managed to keep up with his meals. The woman named Su Mei was the most voracious eater among them. Xia Yan inquired with the system and learned that she wasted nothing and at times even licked her lunchbox clean, a true champion of appetite. Lu Ju also seldom left his room, but his appetite was modest, consuming only 2 buns and a cup of soy milk. Recently, Jing Yimai had been dining with her, and she had treated him to 2 meals, so his expenditures in the store were minimal. However, Jing Yimai had directly booked a 3-month stay. Xia Yan stared in astonishment at her 8,089 points. Over 8,000 points. Surely, she wasn't mistaken? Previously, she had been scraping together points so painfully, and now she had suddenly exceeded her target? She was beginning to understand why some were so passionate about sales. The thrill of enduring a prolonged period of inactivity only to reap rewards for 3 years must be exhilarating. System, can I not upgrade? Affirmative, host. The hotel can be upgraded to level 3. Would you like to proceed? Chapter 30. Upgraded to level 3. Upgrade. Xia Yan blurted out, making her choice in an instant. Upgrading, please wait. Upgrade complete. Resort Hotel, level 3. Please select the number of rooms. Single room 0, double room 0, available rooms 15. In the blink of an eye, the bathtub had shifted several meters away from the door, and the furniture that had previously been closely arranged now occupied only the edges of the bathroom, leaving a vast expanse of open space in between. 7 single rooms and 8 double rooms had been added. Retrieving her gaze, she noted that the availability of double rooms was somewhat limited, with only 2, while there were 6 single rooms. The breakfast area has been changed to an all-day dining room, with new lunch options added, 5 for lunch, 3 for dinner. Please make your selections. A menu appeared before Xia Yan, detailing items such as fried rice, mixed rice, rice bowls, and noodles. For lunch, she selected minced eggplant rice, stir-fried meat rice, curry chicken rice, braised pork rice, and pig trotter rice. For dinner, she chose beef noodle soup, egg noodles, and zhajiangmian. The lunch was priced at 16 points and dinner at 12 points, not exorbitant, making it affordable for all. Breakfast would still be provided, maintaining the original format, with operating hours adjusted to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Upon seeing the new hours, Xia Yan felt displeased. Although she wouldn't have to rise early, it extended her working hours. She thought, I must either hire staff or adjust the hours. System, if Xiong can work as a staff member, then I should be able to hire others as well? The water had grown slightly cool, prompting Xia Yan to exit the bathtub, retrieve a towel from the rack, dry herself off, and change into a comfortable bathrobe. She tucked her hair into a quick-dry cap and took out her electric toothbrush to begin brushing her teeth. Yes. It depends on what kind of employees you wish to hire. Spitting out a mouthful of foam, Xia Yan curiously inquired, what categories are available? Initially, she anticipated the system would present her with a pop-up menu, but instead, it sent another message. Indigenous employees and virtual employees. Let us first discuss virtual employees. Xia Yan swished a mint-flavored mouthwash, the refreshing sensation soaring to her head. Virtual employees are akin to creatures like xiong. They are upgradable and capable of activating various subsystems such as language comprehension, yet they possess a critical flaw. For instance, xiong's fatal weakness lies in fire. Once it comes into contact with flames, irrespective of its level, it vanishes instantly, and the points used for upgrades are non-refundable. The advantage, however, is that they do not require sustenance or rest, enabling them to work around the clock. Now, let's turn our attention to indigenous employees. Xia Yan applied a warm facial mask, spreading any remaining essence onto her neck and ankles. While the mask worked its magic, she also slathered on a milk-scented body lotion before reclining comfortably in a massage chair, closing her eyes in bliss. Indigenous employees necessitate recruitment by the host, with our system providing relevant location information. Their advantages include no consumption of points for upgrades, protection under hotel safeguards, and a well-developed language system, fostering loyalty. However, they are at a disadvantage as they require the host to supply food and lodging with a maximum working duration of 12 hours. For a moment, Xia Yan found herself uncertain as to which type of employee would be more advantageous. Xiong, despite its efficiency in tasks, could not yet communicate with customers, leaving her to close the shop if she needed to step out. On the other hand, hiring indigenous employees would free her from the constant obligation of customer service. Each option presented its own merits. Xia Yan furrowed her brow, contemplating that the unpredictable factors surrounding indigenous employees were too numerous, and she could not guarantee their unwavering loyalty. System. Please display the list of virtual employees. The system presented the list of unemployed workers in the V world. Employee 1. Tung Ai Li He, Nature. Cunning. Service Attribute. 8. 150. Affinity Attribute. 11. 150. Fatal Weakness. Water. Employee 2. Qing Mingzi, Nature. Sundara, Service Attribute. 11. 150. Affinity Attribute. 7. 150. Fatal Weakness. Severed Hair. Employee 3. Sanzi, Nature. Adorable, Service Attribute. 15. 150. Affinity Attribute. 18. 150. Fatal Weakness. Tears touching their body. Employee 4. System. Why are they all female? Xia Yan flipped to the last page, confirming her suspicions. How could she bear to have young women undertake menial tasks? Do you know what fishing law enforcement means? The system retorted. Moreover, why was there no information regarding their skills? Even Xiong could handle cleaning duties. Surely these employees couldn't merely be cute? Noticing the system's prolonged silence, Xia Yan sat up and removed her facial mask, her irritation bubbling over. You don't think I'm hiring them just for their cuteness at the door, do you? I'm working hard to manage everything. That's precisely what hosts from other worlds do. Xia Yan chuckled in exasperation. Is this what you call a vacation? As the boss, I still have to toil alongside my employees? Fine, I shall hire local staff instead. You can step aside. Fuming, Xia Yan flung open the bathroom door, only to be pleasantly surprised by the newfound spaciousness of her surroundings. The living room was now 6 meters wide, and the bedroom had doubled in size, now featuring an additional walk-in closet and kitchen. She rushed into the walk-in closet, which boasted approximately 25 square meters, its floor covered in plush carpet. Floor-to-ceiling wardrobes lined the walls, and a circular sofa adorned the center of the carpet, facing an enormous full-length mirror. Xia Yan casually opened the wardrobe, revealing her previously retrieved clothing, meticulously arranged by color from light to dark. The last 2 rows housed garments of varying thicknesses, while the final cabinet overflowed with an assortment of bags, hats, and jewelry. Her gold and silver adornments lay gleaming in the middle drawer, resting on soft black velvet, illuminated by the gentle brightness of the recessed lighting. Perfect, perfect, Xia Yan murmured to herself. She was but a simple person, enamored with beautiful clothes, shoes, bags, and jewelry. Lacking depth, She found joy in her own aesthetic appreciation. System, from now on, to ensure I acquire more of such mundane luxuries. Let me revel in the extravagance. Xia Yan inwardly clenched her fist, determined to pack everything in her walk-in closet to bring along to the next world once her tasks were completed. Host, would you like to switch to the upgraded flooring? After a brief silence, the system had not forgotten its primary duties. Xia Yan had remained in the walk-in closet, unaware of the flooring style outside. Let me see the upgraded version, but let us not make any changes. The current flooring is what I altered, and I did not expect the system upgrade to downgrade the quality. Aside from the plush carpet in the walk-in closet, if the hotel's flooring failed to meet the standards of her renovations, she preferred to maintain her own. Concerned that the system might replace her marble tiles, she issued a reminder. Understood. It promptly reverted to her preferences. Chapter 31. Unable to locate the restaurant post-upgrade at precisely 5:15 a.m., Xia Yan awoke as usual. Why do I keep waking up at this hour? Is it my biological clock? A shiver ran through her. Such notions were not to be taken lightly.
No.
I must try to sleep a little longer. She lay back down, pulling the soft blanket over her head, attempting to reclaim her lingering drowsiness, hoping for a bit of extra rest. In her drowsy state, she remained preoccupied with the 7 a.m. opening of the all-day dining room, resolving to check the time periodically. 6:15 a.m. I can sleep a bit longer. It's still early. 6:42 a.m. I'll close my eyes for a while longer. 6:55 a.m. Just a few more minutes. There's no rush. 7:42 a.m. What? Upon realizing the time, Xia Yan instantly jolted awake, disbelief washing over her. Hadn't she just closed her eyes for a moment? She hadn't felt herself drift off. In a flurry, she dressed, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and hastily tied her hair. What a calamity! On the very first day of the upgrade, I overslept. It seems I must hire an employee. Xia Yan dashed out of her room, only to find another room beyond. What's this?
À suite?
Bewildered, she pushed open the second door and entered the corridor. It felt as though she were still half asleep. Why did the corridor seem so elongated today? Finally spotting the staircase, she hurriedly ascended to the second floor, her confusion deepening as she beheld what had once been the breakfast area, now transformed into room 103. Where is my breakfast area? The previously narrow corridor on the second floor had been expanded, now featuring 2 rows of room number signs. Xia Yan walked along, counting until she reached room 113. Room 113 faced a wall. Has the single room moved upstairs? What of the double rooms? Have they relocated to the 3rd floor? Xia Yan discovered that following the upgrade, there were 2 staircases on either side. She ascended the right staircase, finding room 210. The staircase only led to the 3rd floor. With no choice left, she began searching for the dining room by room, but to no avail. Where could the restaurant be? System, please show me the updated floor plan. Upon viewing the floor plan presented by the system, Xia Yan realized the recent 3-tier upgrade had resulted in significant changes. The 3rd floor now housed 10 double rooms, each increased by 5 square meters. The 2nd floor contained 13 single rooms, each expanded by 3 square meters, and at the end of the corridor lay a spacious, immaculate bathroom, accompanied by a large shower room, featuring individual and soundproof stalls. The 1st floor lobby had expanded by 50 square meters, with the former single-room area divided into an East Hall and a West Hall. The East Hall bore a restaurant sign, while the West Hall was temporarily sealed off, prohibiting entry. Stairs were conveniently located on either side of the East Hall, facilitating customer movement between floors. Her private room was now positioned at the innermost part of the 1st floor, marked as the boss's office. No wonder she opened 2 doors today.
Well,
as long as I find the restaurant, everything will be fine. I need to hurry downstairs to open for business. By the time Xia Yan reached the 1st floor, all the customers were gathered outside the restaurant, clutching their stomachs with furrowed brows, eagerly peering inside. My apologies for the delay, I overslept. Xia Yan nodded to a few people, her hand effortlessly turning the doorknob as she swung the door open. Please come in. Breakfast is ready for your enjoyment. Boss Xia. Has the restaurant changed so much in just one night? Zhang Lei marveled at the impressive array of food displayed on stainless steel trays, his mouth watering in anticipation. He had never imagined he would experience a day where he could savor a multitude of breakfasts from across the country. Zhang Lei firmly believed that as long as he lived long enough, he would taste every dish available. At the entrance stood a tall robot, holding a tray that bore a bottle of hand sanitizer, along with disposable gloves and shoe covers. A powerful electric current shot out from a circular opening in its belly, barring entry. The robot's electronic eyes emitted a blue light, scanning the incoming guests to confirm they were patrons of the hotel before disabling the electric barrier to allow passage. As guests entered, several speakers mounted high in the corners simultaneously resonated with a sweet female voice. "Welcome to the all-day service restaurant of our resort hotel. We strive to create a safe and comfortable dining environment for all. The following behaviors are strictly prohibited. 1. Wasting food. 2. Competing with one another. 3. Fighting or damaging property within the establishment. 4. Misusing another's points. Violators will be expelled immediately and banned from entering the hotel again. To ensure the safety of all guests, the use of special abilities is prohibited within this establishment, with a uniform stamina level set at 50, which will be restored upon leaving the hotel. So there is no need for concern." Jing Yimai furrowed his brow. Realizing he could indeed not activate his abilities, his outstretched fist felt weak and powerless. He glanced around and noticed that everyone else appeared the same, including Boss Xia, who wore a normal expression as she prepared for breakfast. He decided to eat first and see if he could regain his abilities afterward. Lu Ju, oblivious to the announcements, was busy searching for a food tray. But her efforts were in vain. Just then, Xia Yan approached, tapping a tall black machine, which promptly dispensed a tray engraved with her name. Xia Yan retrieved it and began selecting her desired dishes. Witnessing this, Lu Ju quickly understood how to operate the machine, bouncing over to press the blue button, only to see a message pop up requiring her to insert a points card. After inserting her card, a tray with her name was dispensed, and a message appeared: "Please return the tray after dining. The cost will be automatically deducted from your account and the card returned." How sophisticated. Lu Ju's ears perked up, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. She pulled out her tray and made her way to the food area. The food counter offered not only the usual breakfast items, but also golden millet porridge, 8 treasure porridge, century egg and lean meat porridge, and vegetable porridge. Beside them was a bucket overflowing with thick yogurt, accompanied by a canister of crystal clear white sugar. Steam billowed from small bamboo steamers filled with soup dumplings, xiao mai, corn, sweet potatoes, steamed dumplings, and adorably shaped buns. There were warm bowls of shrimp and egg custard, tofu pudding, and small wontons. The most expensive item cost only 8 points, while the cheapest was merely 1 point, surprisingly similar to prices before the apocalypse. Jing Yimai selected a variety of newly offered dishes, and this time he did not encounter any restrictions on point consumption, filling his tray to the brim. After casually finding a table to sit at, he began to indulge. To his surprise, despite not knowing who had prepared the food, the culinary skills were truly commendable, especially the fried items, which were far from greasy. The dumplings boasted thin skins and generous fillings, with the meat beautifully compacted inside. Once he finished eating, Jing Yimai paid his points and exited the restaurant, casually swinging his arms. He indeed felt as if his body had been reinflated. His once weak punches regained their strength, returning to their original vigor. His abilities also returned without any discomfort. He jumped around, testing his body, and after confirming everything was fine, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and left the hotel. To ensure a flavorful future, he needed to gather crystal cores, sparing not a single zombie. Chapter 32. 3 types of fruit. Xia Yan only took 2 boiled eggs and a cup of unsweetened yogurt. Having indulged in rich foods lately, she sensed a slight weight gain. Noticing the beginnings of love handles as she sat down, she needed to exercise restraint. Sume, seated across from her with an entire tray of food, nodded in greeting before diving into her meal. Xia Yan paused, glancing at the 11 empty tables for 4 behind Sume, who usually did not approach her, but today had found her way to her side. Just then, Lu Ju appeared with her tray, plopping down beside Xia Yan and casting discontented glances at Sume. Remaining calm, Xia Yan sipped her yogurt, directing her gaze toward the sky outside the window. The rain had long ceased, leaving only a thin layer of clouds to shield the sun, while the streets were dotted with puddles, the zombies moving through them sending rippling waves against the protruding stones. The shops across the street and the towering residential buildings behind them were in a state of ruin, with exposed rebar and window frames swaying precariously in the wind. In stark contrast to the clean floors and delectable food inside the hotel, it was like heaven and hell. After finishing her meal, Xia Yan did not rush to leave, but patiently waited for Sumei to return. Today was the day she would depart. Presumably heading to the front lines, right? System, can food from here be taken out? Xia Yan inquired silently. If takeout were an option, she could certainly make a tidy profit and unlock more benefits. No, takeout service can be chosen after reaching level 5. Suddenly, Xia Yan recalled something. System, what about the free fruit you promised me? It's time to fulfill that promise. Free fruit selection. Choose 3 apple, banana, orange, dragon fruit, watermelon, cantaloupe. Orange, banana, and watermelon. She chose an orange for her enjoyment, a banana for convenience, and a watermelon for slicing and selling. The 3 types of fruit have been delivered to your office. Please check. Xia Yan opened her panel, locating the breakfast and lunch machines, and clicked on the upgrade option. Do you wish to consume 2 level 2 crystal cores for the upgrade?
Yes.
Upgrade complete. Please check. After the upgrade, the variety of items did not increase, but the limit on daily purchases had expanded. The breakfast machine's capacity increased from 30 to 70 servings, while the lunch machine's rose from 20 to 50 servings. Xia Yan felt somewhat disappointed, having anticipated more dishes rather than merely an increase in quantity. At that moment, Sumei finished her meal and returned her tray, taking Xia Yan's along with her. After retrieving her points card, she stood at the door, signaling to Xia Yan that she wished to speak. Xia Yan nodded and led her to her office. As soon as they stepped into Xia Yan's office, Sumei's keen eyes spotted 3 baskets of fruit displayed on the long tea table. Gazing at the fresh, dew-kissed, sweet fruits, Sumei found it hard to tear her eyes away. How could there still be fruit after the apocalypse? Hadn't they all mutated? The wild fruits outside were now laden with pollution. Yet these fruits before her were not only unmutated, but also round and sweet. Was Boss Xia truly a person from this world? Her abilities were astonishingly formidable. She hoped Xia Yan was on their side. If she were part of the opposing faction, her clan would surely meet a tragic end. Sumei slumped despondently onto the genuine leather sofa, her gaze lost in the fruit baskets. Xia Yan poured a cup of tea and handed it over, her gaze following Sumei's to the fruit basket, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Please enjoy the tea. Xia Yan took a sip, her lowered eyelashes concealing the glint of mischief in her eyes. She intended for Sumei to notice the fresh fruits. Knowing she was a significant consumer with considerable purchasing power, Sumei quickly composed herself, lifting the teacup and downing its contents in one go, casually wiping her mouth before getting straight to the point. Boss Xia, I must leave today. I would appreciate it if you could prepare some supplies for me to take. I need to take a portion with me for emergencies. Sumei swallowed the last 2 words, anxious that Xia Yan might seize the opportunity to inflate the prices. As it turned out, Sumei's apprehensions were unfounded. What do you need? Xia Yan set down her teacup, sitting upright with a serious demeanor. I'll take 10 packs of sanitary napkins and 15 box meals from the lunch machine. That's all I can manage for now. I will return shortly, within a week at most. In her haste, she added a time constraint, fearing Xia Yan would refuse her request. The front line was situated far in Yinshanling, perilously close to the mountainous region, over 1,000 kilometers away. She needed to travel day and night, exhausting all her abilities to arrive within 3 days. Not to mention the layers of reporting and approvals required before departure. 1 week was an incredibly tight timeline. Very well. Xia Yan asked her to wait a moment while she retreated to her private room to prepare the supplies. After packing 10 packs of sanitary napkins into a plastic bag, she returned to find Sumei sitting rigidly, her gaze still fixed on the plump fruits before her. Dear guest, these fruits are also for sale. Would you like to purchase some? Xia Yan casually picked up an orange, broke it in half, and offered it to her. It's quite sweet. Do give it a taste. If you find it delightful, you can decide to buy later. Sumei struggled to mask her astonishment, her hands trembling as she declined. Boss Xia, what are you doing? Does she not realize that fruits have become nearly extinct? How could she so generously offer me half of an orange? The juice splattered into her eyes, causing discomfort. What if tears were to fall? Seeing her refusal, Xia Yan withdrew her hand with a hint of regret. If you won't eat it, how can I justify selling it at a high price? Sumei swallowed hard, diverting her gaze from the orange to Xia Yan, speaking rapidly. Just tell me the selling price. If it's reasonable, I'll buy some. I can't just eat your food for free. She held her breath after finishing her sentence. It's not expensive, not at all. It's quite affordable, Xia Yan replied with a smile, resembling a mischievous little fox. Su Mei grew wary, her nerves on edge. Typically, when someone claims something is inexpensive, it often turns out to be exorbitant. She had been cheated before, and she understood. It truly isn't pricey. It's only 3 points for one. If it weren't for the system's regulations, I could easily sell them for 300 points each. 3 points? Isn't that essentially giving it away? Xia Yan, in her indignation, completely forgot that the fruit was unlimited and provided free of charge. What? 3 points? Su Mei picked up the orange, inhaling its fragrant aroma. It was undeniably real. How could it be so cheap? Boss Xia. She glanced up to see Xia Yan wearing a pained expression. With no room for doubt, she clutched the basket of oranges to her chest.
All right.
I'll take them all. Xia Yan forced a smile, reminding herself that even the smallest gains were still gains. And one should not be dismissive. Make sure you don't regret it. Should we draft a contract? Perhaps leave a fingerprint?
Su Mei.
Now concerned that Xia Yan might realize the value of the fruits and raise the prices uncontrollably, felt compelled to secure a deal. Her companions were suffering from severe mouth sores and peeling lips, desperate for vitamin C, and being able to eat oranges would be a blessing indeed. Chapter 33. The store now has a television. Su Mei neatly packed the boxed meals and sanitary napkins into 2 plastic bags, filling the corners of her backpack with oranges. There was no room for watermelons, and bananas had a brief shelf life, thus oranges were the perfect choice. After adjusting her backpack and slinging it over her shoulder, a rare smile graced her face. Thank you, Boss Xia. How many points do I owe you?
I'll transfer them now.
The box meals are 240 points. The oranges 60, and the sanitary napkins 100, totaling 400 points. Please swipe your card. Upon receiving the points, Xia Yan escorted her to the door, smiling and waving goodbye as Su Mei tightened her grip on the backpack straps. With a few quick hops, she crouched down, preparing to sprint. Boss Xia, wait for me. With that, she launched herself off the ground like a rocket, disappearing around the corner in the blink of an eye. It appeared that Su Mei possessed the ability of incredible speed. Xia Yan stretched languidly, basking in the sun for a while. The incessant rain had made her feel as if she might sprout fur. Now that the sun was shining, she intended to soak it in. She called for Xiong to bring her rocking chair and place it outside the store. Xiong complied, setting down the chair before eagerly grabbing cleaning supplies to tidy up. The entire guest house had expanded more than twice its size, and after finishing with the 3rd floor, Xiong moved to the 2nd floor, needing to clean the lobby and dining area as well. Ensuring each space was disinfected and sanitized, he was busy to the point of spinning in circles. Coincidentally, Lu Ju also emerged to enjoy the sunlight and immediately spotted the fresh oranges, the golden bananas, and the sliced watermelon in the glass display case. Rubbing her eyes for clarity, she confirmed it was not a figment of her imagination. What is this? It looks so delicious. Miss, I want to buy some. Lu Ju pressed her small antlers against the glass, nearly drooling. Xia Yan, lounging outside, pretended not to hear. Before long, Lu Ju spotted her outside, her eyes sparkling anew as she rushed over, grabbing one of Xia Yan's hands and shaking it vigorously. Sister, wake up. I want to buy something. Xia Yan could no longer feign sleep and reluctantly stood. All right, which fruits do you want? Lu Ju gulped, pulling out her card. I want them all. That's not possible.
Why not?
You want to be able to finish them, and wastefulness incurs a penalty. Can I get 2 of each? With her petite appetite, even 2 of each would be excessive for Lu Ju.
Fine.
Lu Ju sighed dramatically, swiping her card for 18 points, unable to suppress her excitement. Her ears twitching while her lips pressed tightly together to prevent a smile. She hurriedly dashed up to the 2nd floor, colliding headfirst into Jing Yimai's outstretched hand. I'm so sorry. Jing Yimai was bundled up, only his eyes visible. Lu Ju quickly stepped aside, darting into her room and shutting the door behind her, her heart racing in her chest from the encounter. That man certainly had an intimidating presence. Even though only his eyes were visible, he exuded an aura of ferocity. Brother, come quickly. There are not only beautiful sisters here, but also comfortable rooms and delicious food. Lu Ju dashed to the window, flinging it open to the sky, silently urging her brother to arrive swiftly. Jing Yimai withdrew his gaze from the glass display and silently calculated the costs, automatically swiping 60 points.
Boss Xia.
Please reserve 10 oranges, 5 bananas, and 5 slices of watermelon for me. With that, he vanished from sight. The more he witnessed Boss Xia's prowess, the stronger his desire grew to collect crystal cores from defeating zombies. Kill, 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 gather, gather, gather. Live a life of happiness. As the sun climbed higher, the temperature began to rise. Approaching midday, it was no longer suitable to bask in the sun, prompting Xia Yan to open her eyes, the azure sky greeting her. After retrieving several oranges from the glass display, Xia Yan settled in the lobby, slowly peeling and enjoying one. To her surprise, it was indeed sweet. The system produces nothing but the finest. System, can the television I brought be used? How do I connect to the internet? She suddenly recalled that there were several 5-digit television sets stored within the system's inventory, prompting her to inquire aloud. It's not entirely out of the question. Came the response.
What?
Xia Yan halted her actions, resting her hands on the table, her tone notably nonchalant. You may utilize them, however. The monthly internet fee will require the payment of 2 secondary crystal cores. That's excessive. Let us negotiate a lower price. Here we go again with the bargaining expert. The system remarked. Xia Yan's fingers rhythmically tapped the table, her demeanor resolute. 1 secondary crystal core plus 3 primary crystal cores. That's the best I can offer. Are you jesting? The utmost I can concede is 2 primary crystal cores. Remember, you're in my service. Deal, Xia Yan replied with a smile, adding. This includes internet access for both the first floor and my private room. Understood. After finalizing the terms with the system, Xia Yan decided to place a television in the living room first. The current hall spanned 50 square meters, with 2 drinking water dispensers situated along the western wall, alongside a breakfast and lunch machine, 1 water cooler, and 2 refrigerators. Despite their emptiness, the refrigerators were still functioning. Xia Yan retrieved a large-screen television, directing Bear to mount it on the western wall. To the east, she arranged a spacious commercial-grade leather sofa, complemented by a coffee table in a matching hue, alongside a trash bin for convenience. The leather sofa was somewhat rigid, prompting her to extract a cushion and recline languidly as Bear completed the installation. Bear, exhibiting a somewhat aggressive approach, pierced the wall to thread the wires through, connecting the plug to the television and pressing it against the wall, while placing an additional socket nearby. Once powered, the television screen illuminated with a startup animation. Xia Yan wielded the remote, flipping through channels, discovering an array of programs from this world, eventually selecting a highly rated comedic variety show to unwind. To satisfy her appetite, she ordered some spicy duck delicacies and sour and spicy boneless chicken feet from the food court, along with a large cup of refreshing soda and a lavish fruit platter, adorning the entire coffee table. With only 150 of her personal points remaining, she opted to pay using the shop's revenue. The duck delicacies were exquisitely seasoned, with a delightful chewiness. The spicy lotus root slices were crisp and palatable, the spicy beef tendons were delightfully resilient, and the dry duck necks were perfectly spiced. Clad in disposable gloves, Xia Yan laughed heartily at the comedic antics on screen, sipping her icy soda, truly embodying the essence of a holiday.
Dad.
Just trust me this once. Let us go take a look first. You can decide whether or not to report back to your superior afterward. Feng Bei clung tightly to her father's arm, resolutely preventing him from stepping outside. Had it not been for the torrential rain that began shortly after their return, her father would have undoubtedly rushed into his superior's office to divulge the vacation hotel details. During the past few days, Feng Bei had lain in bed, repeatedly reminiscing about the hotel's pristine environment and delectable food. Though her stomach growled incessantly, she remained immobile, even forcing herself to sleep. Sleep, and at the very least, I will conserve energy. I can endure this. Throughout these rainy days, nearly everyone huddled under their blankets, compelled to sleep to minimize energy expenditure. Only a few who had experienced the vacation hotel were unable to slumber, staring at the dilapidated ceiling while yearning for the comforts of their rooms and meals. Once this wretched rainy weather subsided, they vowed to return to the hotel and indulge until they were utterly satiated. Chapter 34. The Leader, Feng Tianqi.
Today,
The torrential rain finally ceased, and the sounds of commotion outside roused Feng Bei from her slumber, her head feeling somewhat light. What's all the fuss about? The rain has stopped. Feng Bei abruptly flung off the covers, leaping from her bed and rushing to the door. Indeed, the rain had ceased. Tears of joy filled Feng Bei's eyes, feeling as though the storm had lasted for centuries. What right does your daughter have to do nothing at all? Look at her face, so plump. And then look at my son, nothing but skin and bones. What kind of leader are you? You all eat to your heart's content without lifting a finger, while we toil endlessly for a mere bowl of thin gruel. It's so unjust. Following the sound, Feng Bei spotted a grimy old woman bending over, pointing an accusatory finger at her father's face, accompanied by a similarly frail and diminutive boy. Behind them trailed a group of equally gaunt survivors, their faces reflecting the same indignation. A rabble of discontented individuals. Feng Bei had no intention of approaching. She understood her father could not endure such insults without retaliating. Feng Tianxi maintained a serene smile, allowing the old woman to berate him. His demeanor resembling that of a mask, though deep within his eyes flickered a profound impatience and loathing. Sister, perhaps you might conserve your energy and allow me to speak for a moment. Ahem. Feng Tianxi raised his voice, addressing the assembly. Please, do not be alarmed. The foundational maintenance of the base relies on everyone's efforts. The organization will duly acknowledge each of our contributions. The boss is aware of the prolonged duration of the storm, fearing that everyone may go hungry, and has arranged for the most capable individuals to escort a shipment of supplies to us. As you all know, after the rain, the zombies become exceedingly frenzied. Therefore, they are risking their lives to deliver life-saving food to us. We are all individuals of conscience. Otherwise, the boss would never have taken us in. With such care from our leader, how can we betray their goodwill? But we are merely ordinary people, unable to confront zombies or seek out supplies ourselves. Can't we at least tidy up the base's grounds? Isn't that within our capabilities? Feng Tianxi discreetly wiped away the tears that had stubbornly gathered at the corners of his eyes, seizing a nearly threadbare broom and stepping forward to commence cleaning. He discreetly observed the crowd's reactions, signaling to a few individuals within the group. They, in turn, expressed their gratitude vocally, proclaiming, Manager Feng, why should this task fall to you? We can't do anything at all. We're just here to eat. Let us do the work while you rest. Their companions chimed in enthusiastically as the crowd's mood shifted, pushing the frail woman to the forefront, exclaiming, Manager Feng, allow me to take over. You should rest. The onlookers regarded the emaciated woman with a blend of admiration and expectation. Look at her. Even when starving to the point of weakness, she still possesses a spirit of selflessness. The frail woman fidgeted, uncertain of how to proceed. Observing the opportunity, Feng Tianxi donned a smile, approaching her and grasping her hand. Madam, I am grateful for your selfless dedication. I assure you that once the supplies arrive, I will ensure you receive an extra portion. The woman's face visibly brightened, her grip on the broom revealing her skeletal fingers. Manager Feng, is that truly the case? It must be true. Otherwise, may the heavens strike me down. Feng Tianxi released her hand, discreetly wiping his trousers. Internally cursing, what a farce. You're as thin as a skeleton and still concerned about food. If the heavens were to strike down, you'd be among the first to perish. You rabble. Unbeknownst to the frail woman, Feng Tianxi's words were merely a means to fulfill his obligations, and she foolishly knelt before him, bowing her head in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. My children will be saved. They will survive. The onlookers, swayed by the emotional display, raised their hands in jubilation. In the center, Feng Tianxi held his head high, basking in the attention. The old woman who had instigated the commotion, along with her child, found themselves pushed to the periphery, unable to even grasp a single broom bristle. The elderly woman, witnessing the wall collapse and the ensuing chaos, found herself and her child branded as public enemies. Despair filled the depths of her grayish-white eyes. They would no longer find employment, and without work, they would face starvation, waiting to perish from hunger. The boy beside her, enduring pain, lifted his head, his eyes brimming with hatred. He loathed everyone in that place. Gently tugging at the old woman's fingers, he signaled her to move outside the base. Even in death, They wished to depart from this world in a place of cleanliness. Feng Bei curled her lip in disdain, quickly discerning Feng Tianqi's scheme. Her heart filled with scorn for these simple-minded individuals. A bunch of fools, sold out and still counting the money for their betrayers. With just a few words and some insipid promises, a minor upheaval had been quelled. Feng Tianqi, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the work environment with the demeanor of a leader from peaceful times. Wherever he roamed, those laboring beside him, no matter how weary, aspired to make their mark, hoping to secure a larger share of supplies when they arrived. Feng Bei rummaged through the cabinets in search of something edible, her stomach gnawing at her as she had not consumed a satisfying meal for days, and the pain was so intense it left her nearly doubled over. At that moment, Feng Tianqi returned with a bowl of noodle soup, scoffing at Feng Bei's pitiful appearance, and irritably poured a third into her bowl.
Eat.
Just like your mother, a reincarnated ghost of hunger. Feng Bei lunged at the bowl like a ravenous specter, devouring the tasteless soup as if it were a feast fit for royalty. Yet, with only this meager soup, how could they ever feel full? Thoughts of the steaming box meals from the hotel danced in her mind, and she glanced at her father, biting her lip, suggesting they stay at the hotel for a few days to recuperate. Feng Tianqi abruptly recalled that the last batch of box meals brought back by his daughter's team had been confiscated, never to be seen again. This was unacceptable, after all. It was his daughter who had discovered them, and he could not allow that bastard Feng Leshan to steal the credit. Noticing his change in demeanor, Feng Bei recognized his ambitions stirring again, her heart sinking.
Dad.
Wouldn't it be more convincing to report to your superiors after we've filled out a bit? Feng Tianqi, unable to extricate himself from the notion, felt a surge of anger and, turning, delivered a resounding slap that left 5 finger marks on Feng Bei's cheek, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Dazed, she saw stars, her head spinning, her face throbbing with pain. In a moment of desperation, she shouted, "If you commandeer the hotel to present to your leaders, wouldn't that be an even greater achievement? You might even catch the eye of the big boss and be appointed to manage the space." Feng Tianqi paused, considering her words. Chapter 35, Departing for the Hotel. How long would it take to reach that hotel from the base? Feng Tianqi locked the door, cautiously surveying the surroundings. With no one in sight, he lowered his voice to inquire. Approximately 2 hours or so. The hotel is in the city center. Feng Bei adjusted the black cloth draped over her head to cover her face, revealing only her eyes. If Wang Xuewei saw the marks on her face, she would never hold her head high again. What a distance to travel. This was exasperating. Feng Tianqi seized the shovel leaning against the door and, unnoticed by others, slipped out of the base with Feng Bei. Freezing in the rain, roasting under the sun. Does the heavens grant no mercy to us? He grumbled, nodding at the sentinels as he sauntered out with ease. You lead the way. Be cautious not to attract the zombies. Feng Bei nodded quietly, her heart racing, torn between fear and the necessity of reaching the hotel, which dangled like a carrot before her. Feng Tianqi seldom ventured outside the base. On the rare occasions he had, he was surrounded by the base's supernatural beings, dispatched before the zombies drew near. He felt a twinge of trepidation, tempted to retreat. Yet the thought of the box meals his daughter had brought back urged him forward. Although he had not tasted them, the aroma was undeniably enticing. If he could secure the hotel, wouldn't those meals be his to indulge in? He could even toss a box to that old dog Feng Leshan. The thought of Feng Leshan groveling at his feet filled Feng Tianqi with glee, causing him to forget all else. Hurry, let us reach the hotel before nightfall. Observing Feng Bei's hesitance, her frequent glances back, he kicked her in the rear. If she dared to hinder his path to promotion, she could meet her zombie mother. Unbeknownst to them, an old woman and a boy concealed in the shadows watched their furtive movements. Child, what do you think they are up to? The woman rubbed her withered hands over her slightly blurred eyes, gazing once more at their retreating figures. Indeed, it is that scoundrel Feng Tianqi. But why are they leaving the base alone? He is usually so cautious. Would he really risk feeding the zombies? The boy beside her clenched his fist against his abdomen, a sharp pain rendering his face pale. Gritting his teeth to stifle a cry, he observed the pair's silhouettes, resolutely making his decision. Let us follow them. If we are to die, it would be worth it to drag these two down with us. I say, Feng Bei, are you toying with me? How long have we been walking? We can't even see the hotel. They crouched behind a dilapidated counter in a rundown printing shop, breathing heavily. The closer they moved to the city center, the more zombies they encountered. Despite the supernatural beings having slain so many, why did they keep appearing? Feng Tianqi was an ordinary man, his physical prowess even inferior to the frail Feng Bei. Whenever they encountered zombies, he would push Feng Bei forward to deal with them. Disregarding her status as a newly ascended level 2 with minimal offensive capabilities. Feng Bei, equally distressed, felt helpless. He was her father after all. After summoning a stream of water to repel a zombie before her, she swung the shovel with all her might, smashing it onto the creature's head. Level 1 zombies she could handle. Upon encountering a level 2, her only option was to evade. Peering through a crack, she observed a level 2 zombie still lingering at the door, the sky gradually turning red, urgency swelling within her. Keep your voice down. Don't attract it. We're almost there. Feng Tianqi shot her a fierce glare, promptly silencing her. After all, outside the base, they needed her to fend off the zombies. Otherwise,
He would have slapped her by now.
leaning slightly, he found a gap to peek outside, only to be met with the ghastly sight of the level 2 zombie staggering toward them. Damn it! The zombie is coming in. Panic gripped Feng Tianqi. If the creature moved just a bit closer, it would spot them beneath the counter. What do we do? He clamped down on Feng Bei's arm, pulling her toward the gap to see outside. Upon realizing the situation, Feng Bei's eyes widened, her face draining of color, her nails digging into the floor. It was over. The zombie had indeed entered. Seeing Feng Bei's reaction, Feng Tianqi understood. She could not cope. Fixating on her, he tightened his grip, pulling her protectively in front of him. Dad? Feng Bei looked up in a flurry, meeting her father's cold, frantic gaze, realizing he intended to use her to buy time for his escape.
No.
She struggled. But Feng Tianqi held her firmly in place. The faint sound of fabric rubbing together reached their ears as the level 2 zombie tilted its head slightly, its hollow brain cavity directed towards the counter, shuffling closer. Upon witnessing this, Feng Bei's body stiffened, and she hastily ceased her movements. If the zombie remained oblivious to their presence, her father would not push her out. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Feng Bei settled down, allowing her father to grip her arm tightly. Please don't come any closer, I beg you. The zombie swayed its head, its limbs moving awkwardly as it continued to advance, occasionally letting out a low growl from its gaping maw, black viscous fluid dripping from the corners of its mouth. The putrid, rancid stench gradually enveloped them, causing the two hidden beneath the counter to feel a tightening in their chests, as if the sharp scythe of death loomed just behind their necks, ready to strike at any moment. At that moment, a distant explosion echoed, resonating loudly in the otherwise quiet room. The zombie, now nearly at the counter, let out a fierce roar and stumbled towards the source of the sound. The two, on the brink of death, had taken a perilous circle, their bodies drenched as if they had just emerged from water, gasping for fresh air. Feng Tianqi pushed Feng Bei forward to check if the zombie had wandered off. Swallowing hard, Feng Bei moved her weak legs towards the entrance, cautiously peeking out. The street lay desolate and empty, devoid of any threats. Dad, there are no zombies. Let us hurry and leave. Meanwhile, Xia Yan, lounging in the store watching television, was startled by the explosion, nearly dropping her milk tea. What's going on? That noise is so loud. Xia Yan stood at the door, tiptoeing to glimpse the source of the commotion. It sounded relatively close. Should she investigate? Having spent the day engrossed in television, her eyes were beginning to feel strained. However, she quickly dismissed the thought as 7 or 8 zombies rushed out from beneath her very eyes, eager to join the fray. Since something was already going, she decided against venturing out. Turning back, she intended to resume her television viewing. After all, this world still had a fair share of handsome men. She had recently developed a crush on a star named Xia, who was fair-skinned, youthful, and utterly adorable. Chapter 36, Chilled Watermelon. Jing Yimai entered the hotel, his face smeared with dirt, exhaustion etched into his features, but the sounds of laughter above instantly captivated him. Lifting his gaze, he was astonished to find that there was internet access on the television. He noticed Xia Yan, joyfully indulging in a self-heating hot pot, her eyes gleaming as they fixated on the screen. Jing Yimai took a few steps back, glancing at the sign. It was indeed a vacation hotel.
Yet,
After so long in the apocalypse, devoid of electricity and internet, how could Boss Xia be watching television? With a sense of skepticism, he climbed the stairs, his gaze occasionally lingering on the variety show playing on the screen. Upon recognizing some familiar faces, Jing Yimai felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, as if the interior of the establishment and the outside world were two entirely different realms. Inside was paradise, while outside lay a hell teeming with zombies. If his parents were still alive, they would surely wish to reside there indefinitely. Buzzing sounds drew his attention as he noticed Xiong following closely behind him with a floor cleaner, diligently erasing the traces of dirt left in his wake. Soon, it reached his side, its little black eyes fixated on his clothing, its furry arms trembling slightly, seemingly eager to clean and disinfect him with the machine. Jing Yimai quickly raised his hand to stop it, hurriedly ascending the stairs to his room, where he took a shower and changed into fresh clothes. After stuffing his soiled garments into the fully automatic washing machine and drying his hair to a damp finish, he prepared to head downstairs for a meal. Downstairs, Xia Yan had already finished her meal, her legs crossed on the sofa as she sipped her milk tea, a smile gracing her face. Jing Yimai passed by her, completely unnoticed. In the dining area, Lu Ju, upon seeing him enter, quickly finished his meal, reluctantly watching the television for a moment before returning to his room just before Jing Yimai emerged. Jing Yimai ordered a serving of noodles with minced meat sauce and beef brisket, devouring it swiftly, wiping his mouth clean before paying 24 points, and then settled onto the sofa beside Xia Yan to enjoy the variety show. Although he was weary from slaying numerous zombies, being able to eat a hearty meal while watching television was a form of relaxation in itself. Before long, Zhang Lei joined him on the sofa. Xia Yan set down her milk tea and called for Xiong, requesting the chilled watermelon she had prepared earlier. Customer, do you need the fruit you asked me to reserve this morning? Xia Yan turned to look at Jing Yimai at the end of the sofa. Jing Yimai had forgotten about it. Yes, please bring it. Xiong, bring the fruit ordered by guest 301 as well. Zhang Lei, having left early that morning, was astounded to hear their conversation. Fruit? The kind he thought it was? When Xiong brought a full platter of fruit, it confirmed his assumptions. Xia Yan picked out 5 oranges, 5 bananas, and 5 slices of watermelon, arranging them on an empty plate and sliding it towards him. Can I eat the chilled watermelon? Of course. Jing Yimai accepted the plate, immediately reaching for the chilled watermelon. The tender, seedless flesh, with its deep green rind, exuded a sweet fragrance. Upon taking a bite, the juice burst forth, icy and refreshing, truly a summer delight. Zhang Lei couldn't tear his gaze away, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Xia Yan would never allow her customers to simply observe without consuming. After all, why else would she have Xiong bring out the fruit? With a cheerful demeanor, Xia Yan pushed the remaining fruit towards Zhang Lei, exuding warmth. These are 3 new types of fruit from our shop, fresh and delectable, bursting with juice and rich in nutrients. If you're interested, you can buy some for just 3 points each, extremely affordable. With that, she handed Zhang Lei a slice of chilled watermelon for him to try first, assuring him of its deliciousness before purchasing. She too took a slice, gently biting into it. The chill and sweetness confirmed it was indeed a fine watermelon. Seeing them enjoy the fruit so heartily, Zhang Lei couldn't bring himself to put down the watermelon in his hand. Moreover, it had been ages since he had tasted fruit, and at only 3 points, he thought, why not? It might be gone one day, and saving points serves no purpose. He resolved to work hard to gather more crystal cores during this time. As he savored the chilled watermelon, sweet oranges, and soft bananas, the pent-up frustration within Zhang Lei dissipated entirely. To hell with feelings, living freely was far more important. During a commercial break, Xia Yan rose to fetch a small tray from the dining area, taking 2 slices of watermelon, an orange, and a banana, instructing Xiong to deliver them to room 201. How could Xia Yan forget that there was another customer upstairs? She directly sent Xiong up with the card machine for sales. Haha, did you think that just because you're upstairs and not coming down, you wouldn't have to spend points? How naive. The other 2 customers on the sofa had a different perspective. They saw Xia Yan's kindness, fearing that the young girl upstairs might miss out on food, and thus she had specially sent it up. In this apocalyptic world, where not only zombies devour humans, but people can also turn against one another, the presence of a kind and considerate person like Xia Yan was truly a blessing. Indeed, she was someone worth relying on. Although Jing Yimai might have overthought things, the value of fruit in the apocalypse was evident. No fool would use precious resources to care for someone deemed useless. Hence, he too found Xia Yan's character admirable. As darkness enveloped the exterior, Xia Yan turned on the lights in the hall and noticed the two seated uncomfortably. She retrieved 2 cushions and handed them over. "Thank you, Boss Xia," Zhang Lei exclaimed, his face flushed as he hurriedly accepted them with both hands. Even being able to watch the boss's television was a privilege. How could he also use the boss's brand new cushions? Jing Yimai, knowing the origin of the cushions, made no qualms about using them. After all, he was the one who had chosen the sofa in the first place. As the advertisement concluded, Xia Yan recognized the familiar opening lines and hastily took her seat, fixated on the television.
Dad.
"Hurry up. It's just ahead. The one with the lights."
Feng Bei.
In a state of disarray, was supporting her father, who almost leaned his entire weight upon her, nearly impeding her progress. "Where is it?" Feng Tianqi raised his head, gazing into the horizon, straining to see. "There."
Feng Bei pointed.
Following her direction, Feng Tianqi indeed spotted a brightly lit hotel at the end of the street. He could even see people inside, comfortably seated on sofas, enjoying their meals. It truly exists. Gastronomy. A hotel. Here I come. He released Feng Bei's hand and strode forward with purpose, adjusting his attire as he walked. Fortunately, he had chosen a suit today, complemented by a tie. Observing his gleaming leather shoes, pristine clothing, and spirited demeanor, Feng Tianqi spat into his palm, smoothing his hair, striving to embody the image of a seasoned official. With such an imposing presence, the proprietor of that hotel would surely approach him with deference upon his arrival, wouldn't they? In his imagination, he envisioned the hotel owner, clad in tattered and patched clothing, gaunt and hunched, staring at him in disbelief, overwhelmed with anxiety at the sight of such a distinguished leader, treating him like a guest of honor. Naturally, he would carry himself with an air of superiority, pointing out the inadequacies of the establishment's facilities. Furthermore, he had to admonish them. How could they leave the electricity on so carelessly? What a waste of energy cores. For those transient guests, they should only have power for 10 minutes a day. No, even 10 minutes is excessive. It's unnecessary to provide any power at all. Feng Tianqi had already taken ownership of the hotel in his mind, deeply disapproving of the current owner's practices. As they drew closer to the hotel, his eyes began to redden. If he wasn't mistaken, they were eating fruit. Chapter 37. Successfully checked in with a creak, the door swung open. Just then, a comedic scene unfolded on the variety show, and Xia Yan rose, laughing uncontrollably. "Oh my goodness, this is too funny. Ha ha ha. This man is so clumsy. He can't even jump rope properly. He fell flat on his face. Ha ha ha." Zhang Lei and Jing Yimai were also in stitches, entirely oblivious to the visitors at the door. Feng Tianqi had initially intended to make a grand entrance, but upon stepping inside, he was taken aback by the television mounted on the wall, the fruit on the coffee table, and the clean clothes and rosy, healthy faces of the people present. Wiping the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes, Xia Yan composed herself and turned to the newcomers. "Hello, guests. Do you require accommodation?" The 2 individuals before her appeared as though they had escaped from afar, their pant cuffs stained and their faces smudged with dirt, rendering their features unrecognizable. Nevertheless, Xia Yan, ever hospitable, would not turn away guests at the threshold. Noticing Feng Tianqi, who resembled a gourd with its mouth sawed off, speechless, Feng Bei had no choice but to leap forward from behind him. "It's me,
Feng Bei."
I stayed here before," she added. "I still have points left on my card." She fervently wiped her face, hoping Xia Yan wouldn't forget her. Upon scrutinizing her features, Xia Yan recognized a hint of familiarity. After accepting the card she offered, it dawned on her. This was indeed the girl she had once kicked. A familiar face, indeed.
"Oh.
I remember now. Why didn't you come out with your team today? Do you need accommodation? You'll be charged fewer points." Xia Yan mused internally. Feng Bei smiled gratefully and pushed forward a level 1 energy core. "No, my dad is here with me today. We'll stick to the usual. Just a single room will suffice. My father and I can manage." Xia Yan, of course, wouldn't remind her to check the price tag. With 2 people, she could charge her 60 points. Here is the room card for room 204. You can head upstairs from that side. The two, upon receiving the room key, did not ascend the stairs but rather approached the meal vending machine to place an order. Dad, look. This is the machine I told you about. Just swipe the card. And in seconds, a meal appears. Feng Bei exclaimed excitedly, selecting a cumin duck leg fried rice. After swiping her card, a meal indeed emerged moments later. Feng Tianxi's eyes nearly popped out. Heaven is aiding me. Order 2 more for Dad.
No, 3.
Yet the screen displayed a message. Insufficient balance. Please recharge. How could this be? Feng Bei pulled out her card and discovered she had only 23 points left. Dad, the points aren't enough. We need to recharge. Feng Tianxi handed her 2 level 1 energy cores. Hurry and recharge. Useless thing. After being scolded, Feng Bei chose to ignore it, after all. Her father had to scold her daily, and she was already accustomed to it. Xia boss, please help me recharge some points. She approached Xia Yan, flaunting the energy cores in her hand. Xia Yan was busy watching television, and Feng Bei happened to block her view. With a hint of exasperation, she pointed to the payment counter. There's an automatic recharge machine over there. You can do it yourself. Feeling rather embarrassed after being met with indifference, Feng Bei glanced at Jing Yimai beside her and, with a sheepish expression, went to recharge. Feng Tianxi, utterly enthralled, marveled at the machines, growing fonder with each passing moment. If he possessed these treasures, would he still worry about his unstable position? He had to devise a way to acquire them. He cast a discreet glance at Xia Yan, observing her slender limbs, delicate skin, and fashionable attire, momentarily unable to gauge her true nature, hesitant to make any rash moves. Little did he know, he had been given a stern warning by this young proprietor. That wretched woman. Once this in his mind, I shall see how she begs and pleads at my feet. He envisioned her beautiful face and voluptuous figure, knowing the tactile sensation would be exquisite. Feng Bei returned to the machine, casting a puzzled glance at her father, sensing something was amiss. After swiping for 3 meals, she floated upstairs with 4 boxes of food. She had noticed the fruit on the coffee table in front of Xia Yan, but she was well aware of the prices and didn't believe Xia Yan would sell fruit to her. Even if she did, she couldn't afford it. Moreover, what had transpired here? Had the changes been so drastic? With a heart full of trepidation, Feng Bei surveyed her surroundings. This place was entirely different from where she had previously stayed. Upon opening room 204, Feng Tianxi pressed the switch with a click, and the room instantly brightened. The two stood frozen in place. This was a room that cost 30 points per night. Every single room had been refurbished by Xia Yan, even replicating the meticulously designed single-room model into the inn. Judging by the interior decor alone, 30 points was indeed a bargain. After the upgrade, the system had not indicated a price increase, so it remained at 30 points per night. Regarding this, Xia Yan felt no regret. After all, these were items from a zero-cost world. Not only had she joyfully experienced it all, but she was also utilizing it in her own inn. If the price remained unchanged, then so be it. The father and daughter sat on the floor, ravenously stuffing rice into their mouths, with Feng Tianxi possessively placing the other 2 meals he ordered behind him, fearful that his daughter might snatch them away. They were eating so hastily that they soon began to choke, pounding their chests vigorously, stretching their necks with flushed faces. Feng Tianxi, trembling, pointed to the mineral water on the low cabinet, urging Feng Bei to fetch it for him. Following his command, Feng Bei watched expectantly as her father gulped down the water, leaving not a drop for her. Cough, cough. What are you staring at? Don't you have that special ability?
Get your own water.
Feng Tianxi tossed the empty bottle aside. Feng Bei's face had turned a shade of purple from the pressure, and she was compelled to summon the last vestige of her supernatural abilities, finally managing to drink some water, alleviating her earlier panic. Feng Tianxi had already opened another box of food and, noticing Feng Bei's gaze upon him, urged her to leave, questioning her presence and suggesting she should go outside to witness the changes. Reluctantly, Feng Bei turned and exited. As she traversed the corridor, peering into each room, she discovered that the second floor housed a total of 13 chambers and 2 staircases. To her astonishment, she stumbled upon a remarkably spacious communal restroom, which surprisingly contained 2 fully automatic washing machines. Skeptical, she turned on the faucet and watched in awe as clear water flowed forth from the pipes. Indeed, there was water. Looking up, she caught sight of her reflection in the pristine mirror, revealing a face marred by dark stains and her body caked in filth, starkly contrasting with the immaculate surroundings. Feng Bei extended her hand to wash her face, striving to awaken her muddled mind. Upon glancing back at the mirror, she saw that her visage had finally been restored to cleanliness. Before she could smile, her mouth slowly parted in realization. A bathroom. Father. Not only was there water, but a shower as well. She dashed into room 204, startling the man rummaging through the room in search of treasures, causing him to freeze in terror.
Recognizing Feng Bei.
Feng Tianxi's fury surged, and he approached her with the intent to strike. Father, there's a place to bathe over there. And washing machines. Wait, what did you say? A shower? Washing machines? Are you jesting?
No.
Feng Tianxi retorted, craning his neck to inspect the light fixture above. If there was electricity, perhaps these amenities truly existed.
Quick.
Take me there. Chapter 38. Staying at the inn? Downstairs, Xia Yan was engrossed in a variety show, blissfully unaware of Feng Tianxi and his daughter wandering about the hallway. It wasn't until past 9, utterly fatigued, that she switched off the television and urged the two to ascend and rest. Hurry to bed. The television will run all day tomorrow. Jing Yimai and Zhang Lei reluctantly went upstairs. Xia Yan summoned Xiong to tidy up the lobby, stretching lazily as she prepared to close the door. System. How many points did we earn today? Today's revenue, 820 points. Progress bar, 5,909 8,000. Xia Yan was taken aback. She had just upgraded and was already on the verge of another upgrade. She owed her gratitude to Jing Yimai's generous support. She resolved to encourage wealthy patrons to book several months' worth of rooms in the future, envisioning a bounty of points to follow. In good spirits, Xia Yan hummed a little tune as she gripped the doorknob, ready to lock up for the night. Her gaze casually swept across the dilapidated window of the neighboring shop before pausing and then refocusing, pushing the door open once more. Are you planning to stay at the inn? We are about to close for the night. After a few seconds of silence, the peeling white paint revealed the crimson bricks beneath. An elderly woman peered out, her disheveled hair tangling atop her head like a wild explosion. Stay. Accommodation? What are the rates? The old woman trembled as she surveyed her surroundings. Night had fallen, and the threat of zombies loomed, forbidding them from lingering on the streets. Feng Tianxi and his daughter had entered this inn and had yet to emerge. Could it truly be a place offering shelter? The elderly woman pressed herself tightly against the wall, shielding a boy who stood in front of her, trembling like a cornered hamster. Yes, the inn provides accommodation. A single room costs only 30 points. Xia Yan retrieved a flashlight, switching it on to illuminate the entire street. Noticing the fear etched on the old woman's face as she recoiled into the shadows, Xia Yan spoke softly, "Do not be afraid. This is merely to light your path. Do you require lodging? If not, we will close." In truth, Xia Yan only wished to discern what the elderly woman had been concealing. The bright light revealed the presence of a scrawny boy, his gaunt face accentuating a sharp chin, his lips pressed into a straight line, and his large eyes glimmering like obsidian in the light. Though fear gripped him, he strove to quell his trembling, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Yan, his body taut like a bowstring, ready to spring forth at a moment's notice. Xia Yan averted her eyes, losing interest. After counting to 10 in her mind, and seeing no movement from the pair, she closed the door. With a click, she secured the lock, turning off the light as she instructed Xiong to remain at the door, ready to subdue any disturbances before alerting her. The inn's defense system remained active, providing her with a sense of security. As long as the troublemakers could not escape, she felt at ease.
Outside.
The two hidden individuals within the shabby shop observed as the shopkeeper did not extend the warm invitation they had anticipated, but rather shut off the lights and retired. Momentarily, they regarded the incongruous inn with trepidation. "Little one, did you see? Feng Tianxi and his daughter have gone in and have yet to come out, right?" The old woman whispered, her voice barely above a breath for fear of attracting zombies. The boy nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the exquisite decor illuminated by the moonlight through the transparent glass. The bright flooring, the comfortable sofa, and a row of brand-new machines, the foremost being a water dispenser that even had its light on. What are those two machines for? Why are their screens still lit? He recalled that Feng Tianxi had retrieved something from within, his face a mixture of shock and delight. There must be secrets within those machines. He noted that the shopkeeper had merely hung a simple lock on the door, and the glass appeared non-bulletproof. Perhaps, once they fell asleep, he could throw a stone and test it? The boy contemplated the possibility, but quickly dismissed the thought. He was famished after days without food. He had exhausted his luck simply reaching this point with his mother. If he broke the glass, he and his mother would hardly get far. It was best to find a safer place to spend the night, though he and his mother seldom lived outside the base. He had frequently heard Xiao Jie speak of the world beyond. The immediate concern was to find a relatively safe haven to evade the rampaging zombies at night. After pulling his mother along, he carefully glanced toward the inn, preparing to step out in search of another secure location. Suddenly, a large bear emerged from the shadows of the inn, its fur fluffy and its stout legs carrying it to the door, where it paused, its massive head slowly turning as it surveyed the outside world. Startled, the boy locked eyes with the bear's dark gaze, his body stiffening, hair standing on end, and cold sweat trickling down his back. What on earth was that? A sense of danger crept up his spine. He found himself paralyzed, frozen in place. As his mother stood beside him, equally motionless. They had heard tales in the base of individuals whose abilities allowed them to tame wild beasts, compelling them to serve. Correspondingly, the master had to provide meat to the beast to prevent being devoured. Could it be that they had encountered one of those unfortunate souls? Sweat rolled down the boy's forehead as his fingers twitched, a surge of vibrant green energy coalescing at his fingertips. His ability was forced communication, albeit with a level of coercion that paled in comparison to his own lower-tier skills. Clearly, this was aimed at supernatural beings, after all. Zombies lacked brains. How could one communicate with them? This had led to all squads not only refusing to take him along, but also actively avoiding him. With beads of sweat dotting his brow, he directed the green energy to his forehead, his eyes locked onto the bear, fervently praying that its abilities were not too high, that he could enforce communication, even if just a slim chance that the monster would come. The boy was taken aback. Had he just heard a voice? Could it be that the forced communication had succeeded? Repeat what you just said. The boy stifled his excitement, struggling to comprehend the words he had just heard. What monster? The creature that terrifies you all consumes many. An electronic voice, indistinguishable between male and female, resonated in his mind, and this time he finally grasped it. A monster? Could he be referring to zombies? Zombies are coming, and in great numbers. The boy's complexion turned ashen, his limbs icy, and he grasped his mother's hand, intent on fleeing. Yet after only a few steps he froze. Where could they possibly run to? There was no refuge to be found here. He faintly heard the chaos erupting outside, intermingled with the furious roars of the undead. What to do? His mother, sensing his distress, harbored an ominous suspicion. Her own face paling, her eyes dimming almost entirely. The horde of zombies drew ever closer, their howls echoing ominously in his ears. The boy's legs weakened, and he yearned to pull his mother into a nearby shop for concealment. A few zombies appeared at the end of the street. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally bright, and from such a distance, the boy could clearly see the undead skinless, blackened, and grayish muscle tissue, bulging eyes, and sharp teeth as they bared their mouths and shrieked, staggering towards them in a frenzied rush. Run, my child. Chapter 39. The Safe Hotel. Run, my child. The old woman summoned her last ounce of strength, pushing him away, her legs turning to jelly, collapsing straight to the ground.
Mom.
The boy cried out in anguish as he was shoved aside, quickly turning back to grasp the old woman's arm, pulling her with all his might to flee. Let go, my child. It's no use. My dear. Tears brimmed in the old woman's eyes as she cast one last longing glance at the boy, clutching tightly to buy him precious moments of life.
No, Mom.
You can't die.
Wait.
The boy clung desperately to his mother's arm, his eyes frantically scanning the vacant shops around them. How infuriating that they were all completely empty. Not even a cupboard to hide in. The boy felt a wave of regret wash over him, nearly choking him with despair, as the sounds of the approaching zombies grew louder behind him. Their sharp claws were almost tearing through his clothes, eager to grasp his flesh and devour him alive, sinking their teeth into his searing abdomen. With a heart-wrenching scream, the boy summoned every ounce of strength to run, his gaze locking onto the bear behind the glass door. His body trembling with hope. He still had a chance. Telepathic communication could work. He could persuade it to open the door for him. Driven by desperation, he managed to break free from the swarm of zombies, successfully reaching the hotel. He and his mother hurled themselves against the glass door, pressing tightly against it. The boy, trembling, forced his psychic powers into action, green light manifesting between his fingers, growing larger until he was entirely drained of energy, attempting to project the immense green orb onto his forehead. My child. The zombies haven't followed us. My child. We are alive. The old woman held onto his arm tightly, a mixture of fear and relief washing over her as she glanced back, her knees buckling as she sank to the ground at the hotel entrance.
What?
Hearing this, the boy turned in shock. Indeed, the zombies had halted a mere 2 meters away, their heads tilted as they used their hollow ears to capture sounds in the air. Their eyes losing focus as they exchanged glances, their bodies stumbling as they began to retreat. Incredibly, just as the female proprietor had said, the little shop was remarkably safe. The zombies could not see them at all. The boy's heart, which had been racing, finally settled back into his chest, the overwhelming terror giving way to relief. A tide of emotions crashing over him. Exhausted, he collapsed beside the old woman, silently gazing down the street, forcing himself to swallow the boundless bitterness. After a moment, he buried his head deeply into her neck, feeling the warmth he had nearly lost, an endless ache filling his heart, his eyes reddening as tears spilled forth. Reborn from despair, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse, the old woman gently stroked the boy's hair, holding him close and caressing his visibly protruding spine. We will speak of tomorrow when it comes. Let us live one day at a time. Behind the door, the bear remained standing, its dark eyes inscrutable, watching either the street or the mother and child huddling together for warmth outside. The pale silver moonlight draped over the world like a thin veil, resembling a spider's web that ensnared everything, forbidding escape. The apocalypse, a hell reduced to ash. At 7 in the morning, Xia Yan appeared punctually in the dining hall and opened the door. Today, her appetite was quite good, and she indulged in 2 extra fried eggs. As more guests began to fill the dining area, she nodded in acknowledgement before focusing on her meal. There was an unspoken rule in the dining hall. Idle chatter during meals was prohibited, as it was a disrespect to the precious food. After satisfying her hunger, Xia Yan prepared to open for business.
Oh?
There are people outside. Xia Yan recognized the elderly woman who had hidden behind the wall the previous night. She opened the door, her demeanor warm as she greeted, "Good morning, esteemed guests. Would you like to stay at our hotel?" The boy, who had been nestled in the old woman's embrace, quickly stood up upon hearing the sound, but in his haste he staggered, having not eaten in days. His blood sugar too low, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud.
Ah!
Be careful. Xia Yan opened the door wide, her smile unwavering, showing no inclination to assist him. The old woman, though anxious, felt utterly weak, trembling as she reached out to help. The boy took a few moments on the ground, his vision clearing from the dark haze. He lifted his head and observed the beautiful young proprietor dressed in a floral dress and delicate heeled sandals, helping his mother up. Then turning to Xia Yan to respond, "Yes, we would like to stay. My child, where would we?" Cough, cough. The old woman suddenly coughed in panic, and the boy hurriedly patted her back. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yan opened another door, gesturing for them to enter. "Please come in. Inside. You will find information about redeeming points, as well as details on staying and dining. No pressure to commit. Feel free to look around first." Unable to resist the boy's pull, the old woman was dragged into the hotel. As she gazed at the opulent interior, she recoiled, afraid to step inside lest she tarnish this place, yet the boy adamantly pulled her in. "This is the hotel's regulations and process chart. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Xia Yan pointed at the sign, smiling once more before turning to leave. The boy read all the information with earnestness, a tide of joy swelling within him. Was this not the safe haven he had longed for? No fighting, no troublemaking. As long as they behaved, they could survive.
Mom.
"Let us stay." The boy lowered his head slightly, whispering softly in his mother's ear. This caused the old woman to panic, her eyes wide as she surveyed their surroundings. The deep-rooted inferiority of the lower class clutched at her. "No, my child. A place like this is not for people like us. Let us go, let us go. This is not where we belong. She tugged at the boy's arm, trying to pull him away. Yet the boy remained resolute, swiftly retrieving a second-tier crystal core from his inner pocket, and with a flick, he inserted it into the machine, which promptly dispensed a points card. It read, Yi Qijing, 500 points. The old woman gasped as she realized he had used the crystal core, slapping him on the back. Her voice choked. That was earned at the cost of your father's life. You just used it like that. The boy's eyes were steadfast, though his voice bore the weight of pain. Mom, let us prioritize the living. You are equally important to me. I will apologize to Dad after I'm gone. Xia Yan, seated on the sofa, watching the unfolding drama, sensed that the two were on the brink of an emotional breakdown. Fearing one of them might faint from excitement due to low blood sugar, disrupting the ambience of the establishment, she interjected, Have you both decided which room you would like to stay in? The two, poised to embrace in grief, froze instantly. The boy, his eyes reddened, nodded. We would like a double room. Very well, please swipe your card. Xia Yan extracted the room card for 302 and handed it over with a cheerful smile, suggesting that if the two had not yet partaken of breakfast, they could rest in their room before heading down to the restaurant on the first floor, which offered reasonably priced meals and operated all day long. Upon hearing that there was food available, the eyes of both individuals sparkled with delight. The elderly woman initially intended to enter the restaurant directly, but was halted by the boy grasping her arm, leading her upstairs. Little one, there's food inside. Let us eat first. You've been hungry for days. The boy could almost feel the promise of a joyful life beckoning to him, his lips stretching into a grin that nearly reached his ears, unable to suppress a chuckle. Mom, didn't you hear the owner? We need to freshen up first. Chapter 40, A Scheme in Mind. Feng Bei awoke naturally, her eyes fluttering open to reveal that she was residing in a beautiful hotel room, brimming with excitement as she prepared to head downstairs for a meal. This was truly blissful, to wake up naturally and then be able to go downstairs for food, with water and electricity provided. No need to worry about zombies. Feng Bei felt this trip was undoubtedly a correct decision, lamenting only that she and T brought her father along sooner, thus enduring a few days of hunger. Speaking of her father, he remained blissfully asleep, cocooned in his soft blanket. Feng Bei carefully unwrapped the disposable toiletries, gently pushed open the door, and raced to the communal sink to freshen up. While her father was still asleep, she could make it downstairs to grab some food before it sold out. Clutching the card, Feng Bei hurriedly dashed to the first floor, only to find the machine unoccupied, a wave of concern washing over her that the boxed meals might be sold out. Just as she was about to despair, she noticed the machine was still dispensing food. With a joyous heart, she swiped for 2 breakfasts, spending 15 points. How wonderful, they hadn't sold out yet. Wait, what's that? Why are there people coming in and out over there? Curious, Feng Bei strolled over and, upon a fleeting glance, felt a surge of frustration. How could there be a restaurant here? And the prices are so reasonable. She stomped her foot in frustration, helplessly watching the patrons inside savor their delightful meals while she had already purchased breakfast. Fuming, Feng Bei raced back upstairs and, upon entering the room, found Feng Tianxi just waking up. She handed him the breakfast she had acquired. Feng Tianxi had slept soundly the previous night, experiencing the most peaceful slumber since the apocalypse began. Seeing his daughter offering him breakfast, he beamed with delight, quickly unwrapping the packaging to reveal warm buns and egg pancakes, exclaiming in surprise before diving into his meal without even taking the time to wash up. Feng Bei, feeling utterly vexed, picked up a bun and remarked, Dad, you won't believe it, there's a restaurant on the first floor with all kinds of breakfast options, and they're quite affordable. We should have eaten downstairs. Feng Tianxi, who was in the midst of swallowing a mouthful of bun, shot her a glare, hastily swallowed the last bit, and stuffed the remaining breakfast into her arms. Give me the card, I'm going downstairs to check it out. Feng Bei wanted to say more, but he snatched the card from her hand and slammed the door behind him with a resounding thud. Feng Tianxi darted downstairs, skidding to a halt upon spotting Xia Yan, tugging at his clothing before strolling towards her with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a deliberate pace. He cleared his throat, avoiding eye contact and preparing to let Xia Yan initiate the conversation, thinking to leverage the opportunity. To his surprise, Xia Yan merely cast a cold glance in his direction before returning to her tasks. That stubborn girl. Feng Tianqi cursed silently, determined to scout the restaurant first. To his astonishment, a robot stood at the entrance, projecting a laser beam from its abdomen, which Feng Tianqi did not perceive as mere decoration. Through the robot, he could clearly see a row of fresh food laid out enticingly on trays. Did she not fear it being snatched away? Feng Tianqi found it hard to believe. Regarding the female owner as a fool, an idea struck him. He pulled out Feng Bei's card and swiped it on the robot. Once inside, he would feast to his heart's content, but he would not swipe the card. He would teach her a lesson. Beep beep, unauthorized user, entry denied. The robot scanned his face with a blue light before shifting to a glaring red. This is my daughter's card. Can I use it as her father? Feng Tianqi laughed in disbelief, having never before heard that family cards could not be shared. At that moment, a clear female voice emanated from the loudspeaker, stating, "One card per person, please enter in an orderly fashion.
No exceptions."
Is this for real? Is this how you treat customers at your hotel? Where's the owner? Call your boss out here." Feng Tianqi intentionally raised his voice while casting a sidelong glance at Xia Yan, his intentions obvious. Xia Yan, having set down her remote control, felt a wave of irritation. What a bother to have someone causing trouble so early in the morning. If only a manager or store supervisor could handle this for her. Rising from her seat, she wore a face devoid of any smile. "Is there a problem, sir?" Upon seeing the main figure arrive, Feng Tianqi felt a surge of delight. Scoffing as he asked in a sarcastic tone, "What's the problem? I'm using my daughter's card. Why can't I go in? The store policy states 1 card per person. You must present your card to enter the restaurant. If you prefer not to dine in the restaurant, you may purchase breakfast from the vending machine across the hall. Don't change the subject. Why can't I use my daughter's card? Are you forcing customers to obtain their own cards for consumption? Is this the owner's style? Aren't you afraid of being reported for this?" Feng Tianqi delivered a piercing stare, his expression fierce. When someone once flattered him, they remarked that he possessed an inherent aura of authority, especially when glaring with his eyes, which further amplified his commanding presence. Xia Yan merely wanted to dismiss him with a retort. Feng Tianqi's eyes, small and squinty, widened dramatically, revealing a multitude of wrinkles on his forehead. When he glared, he would also draw in his chin, inadvertently creating a double chin. The overall effect was rather comical. Xia Yan responded with a scoff of her own, stepping forward with a sharp gaze, pointing her finger. "Before you come here throwing your weight around, perhaps you should take a moment to read our store's policies. You wouldn't want to incur my wrath without knowing how it may end for you." Feng Tianqi, upon encountering her unfriendly gaze, suddenly became aware that he was merely an ordinary person without any powers, and he was not within the safety of the base. He reluctantly glanced towards where she was pointing. The store rules clearly stated that fighting and killing were prohibited. Upon reading one particular line, his eyes widened again. One-day tour in a level 5 zombie zone? Are they joking? He scrutinized Xia Yan closely, struggling to believe that such a petite figure possessed formidable powers, yet feeling a twinge of apprehension. Just then, Feng Bei descended the stairs. Already worried, she sensed the tension in the air between the two and inwardly groaned, realizing she had to intervene. "Good morning, Boss Xia." Feng Bei greeted with a smile and a wave. Feng Tianqi, seizing the opportunity, leaned into the moment. "Miss, just now Boss Xia said it was a rule that 1 card per person is required for entry. You had the same stipulation during your last visit, right? Quickly get me a card too. This child didn't inform her father in advance, leaving him to embarrass himself." Feng Tianqi patted Feng Bei on the shoulder, guiding her to the machine where he charged a card for 100 points. "Boss Xia, now that I have a card, may I enter?" Feng Tianqi raised the card, deliberately calling out to Xia Yan. Without turning back, she waved her hand dismissively, signaling that it was permissible. Feng Tianqi, feeling a surge of anger internally, successfully passed through the robot. He first circled the dining area, observing the surroundings. Not spotting a kitchen in the back, he was puzzled as to where such warm, fresh dishes were being prepared. However, he noticed a solitary customer relishing their meal, concluding that the food must be safe. After all, he was a leader at the base, accustomed to a position of significance. In the restaurant, amidst the hustle and bustle, Feng Tianqi believed that tasks should be approached methodically, without haste. Following the signs, he inserted his card into the machine, withdrew a plate, and gazed at the gleaming stainless steel tray brimming with delectable dishes, resolute in his decision to indulge heartily. Without the intent to settle the bill. Chapter 41. A warning. Father, did you not say you intended to acquire this hotel? Why act so recklessly? Feng Bei refrained from voicing this thought. Her father, typically a jovial figure, seemed unusually bold today, provoking the female proprietor. Was there some ulterior motive at play?
Ugh.
A scheme. Feng Tianqi stuffed his mouth with fried eggs, oil dribbling down, even finding its way into the stubble on his chin. Feng Bei felt a wave of nausea, diverting her gaze to another table where patrons sat. It was rare to encounter men so impeccably clean in this post-apocalyptic world. The man before her appeared even more pristine, with long, strong fingers and well-defined arms. She rose slightly, attempting to peer into the man's slightly open collar. Wow, he was quite impressive. Feng Bei mused that this man had a physique superior to Qi Hua's. In comparison, Qi Hua seemed like a mere chick. The man, sensing her gaze, halted his eating, arching his brow and fixing a piercing stare upon her. In a flurry, Feng Bei lowered her head, feigning interest in her food. However, his temperament was vastly more appealing than Qi Hua's. Feng Tianqi cast her a sidelong glance, then turned to the man across the table. Offering a friendly smile and a nod, the man coldly swept his gaze over them, rose to return his tray, and quickly exited the restaurant. Damn it! The owner and customers in this establishment are a tough crowd, all with their noses in the air. Feng Tianqi grumbled, eyes narrowing at the man's retreating figure. When I become the proprietor here, I'll be the first to evict those two bastards. Father, do you truly intend to hand over this hotel to the base's big boss? Feng Bei surveyed the abundant fresh food on the counter, reluctant to part with it. It could last for quite some time, yet with so many people at the base, this would hardly suffice. If the hotel were hers, she would ensure only dashing, considerate young men were allowed as patrons. No women, no children, and certainly no elderly men. Her imagination ran wild with visions of handsome men kneeling before her, offering crystal cores, their faces etched with yearning, pleading for her to grant them shelter in her hotel. In her mind, she donned a beautiful dress, teetering on high heels, playfully lifting their chins with her delicately manicured fingers, languidly uttering, "Please me."
Hee hee. Feng Bei chuckled foolishly.
Smack. Unable to tolerate her foolish demeanor, Feng Tianqi delivered a swift slap to her head. Eat more. Today, no more meals after this one. A cry of despair echoed within her. The thought of all those crystal cores in his possession rendered her obedient. Reluctantly, she continued to shove eggs into her mouth. You useless creature. Is that all you can eat? Frustrated by her slow progress, Feng Tianqi knocked her chopsticks away. If you can't eat, get out and see if there are any zombies nearby to gather a few more crystal cores. Relieved, Feng Bei rose, her stomach full to the brim. Feeling as though the food might surge back up, she rubbed her belly, discomfort settling in. Spotting her father's impending fury, she turned and fled. Warning, customer Feng Bei has not returned the tray to the machine. Please rectify. The robot at the entrance turned, its eyes glowing red, locking onto Feng Bei. The currents in her abdomen crackling ominously. Feng Bei froze, paralyzed with fear. Father, I'll return the tray. She cautiously retraced her steps, placing the tray back into the machine, which promptly deducted 30 points from her card and ejected it. Upon seeing the deduction notification, Feng Bei positioned herself in front of the screen, shielding it from Feng Tianqi's view. Why did they deduct points so abruptly? She lamented inwardly, unwilling to disclose the matter to her father, resigned to reclaiming her points. Father, I'm heading out. Feng Tianqi, oblivious to anything amiss, continued to pop slices of fried egg into his mouth. This egg is truly delectable, crisp and flavorful, with a hint of runniness in the center. Feng Bei hurriedly escaped the restaurant, sighing in relief at her swift exit. Turning back, she noticed Xia Yan, who was enjoying chilled watermelon while observing her. Is there something amiss? Xia Yan tossed the watermelon rind into the trash and delicately wiped her fingers with a napkin. Did that girl Feng Bei just dash out in a panic? Wasn't it just the two of them inside? Could it be that she was up to some mischief? Xia Yan scrutinized her with a discerning gaze. Feng Bei quickly waved her hands, shaking her head in denial, rushing out of the hotel without even glancing at the television. Noticing her guilty demeanor, Xia Yan furrowed her brow and ventured back into the restaurant. The restaurant had been tidily organized. The windows gleamed, the tables were spotless, and the buffet remained unblemished, with no signs of damage to the equipment. Why was Feng Bei so flustered? Xia Yan's gaze fell upon Feng Tianqi, who looked up and offered her a slick smile. If one disregarded the calculating glint in his eyes, Xia Yan would not mind being a congenial proprietor. With no issues in the restaurant, she exited, ignoring Feng Tianqi. Returning to the lobby sofa, she purchased 6 audio surveillance cameras from the marketplace, spending 300 points. Summoning Xiong, she instructed it to install the cameras. 2 would be placed on the 3rd floor, monitoring both staircases, while the existing cameras on the 2nd floor would be repositioned to match the layout of the 3rd. The cameras on the 1st floor would remain unchanged, with an additional one outside and another set up in the restaurant. The final camera would be positioned in her office, overseeing both the corridor and the office door. As Feng Tianqi sat in the restaurant, sipping soy milk and pondering matters, a toy bear entered, clutching the surveillance head, leaving him momentarily perplexed. He watched in astonishment as the bear casually bent the wall, resembling soft cheese. Feng Tianqi was startled, causing his soy milk bowl to tumble from the table, rolling to the edge and shattering with a crash. Was this truly a shoddy construction? A single bear could nearly bring down a wall. Feng Tianqi ignored the shards of glass on the floor, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Could this building withstand a zombie attack? The toy bear shoved the surveillance head into the wall, releasing it, and the wall returned to its original form, jiggling like jelly. Something extraordinary was unfolding. Feng Tianqi, in a panic, rushed outside to investigate whether this hotel was indeed made of bricks or perhaps the belly of some monstrous creature. Beep beep. Warning. Customer Feng Tianqi has not returned the tray to the machine.
Please rectify.
Warning. Shattered restaurant dishware. Fined 10 points.
Please pay.
The robot positioned itself in front of him, blocking his exit. I have never heard of requiring customers to return trays after dining. Your boss hired you to work, not to stand there like a simpleton. Step aside, or I shall lodge a complaint against you. Feng Tianqi had already prepared his retort, treating the robot as he would any other, for his intention was not to quarrel with the servers. Feng Tianqi felt a profound discomfort in his eyes, illuminated by the glaring red light. Dark thoughts surged within him, leading him to intentionally bring a bowl of vegetable porridge close to the robot. Warning. Prohibited to carry food from the restaurant outside. Warning. Customer Feng Tianqi has not returned the tray to the food machine. Chapter 42. Capture. Hey. Why are you pushing me? Feng Tianqi staggered, raising his hand, and inadvertently spilled the viscous porridge onto the robot's head, the thick liquid slowly cascading down, obscuring the red light it emitted. Now that is more like it. He nodded in satisfaction, carelessly tossing the bowl onto the table, brushing his hands as he prepared to leave.
Ziz, warning.
Attacking staff. Activating automatic attack mode. Green static appeared on the robot's screen. Electrical currents gathered in its abdomen, its vision obscured, allowing it only a blurry view of Feng Tianqi's figure. A powerful electric current surged forth rapidly, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds.
Damn.
It's real. Feng Tianqi quickly dodged to the side, watching in horror as the current instantly blackened the table, smoke rising from it. Wouldn't a direct hit from that thing mean instant death? He shivered, his eyes darting, and began to scream for help. Help! Boss, save me. Your robot is trying to kill me. As he shouted, he hurled food from the table at the robot, deftly evading its electric strikes. Warning. Malicious vandal detected in the restaurant. Should we capture? Meanwhile, in the restroom, Xia Yan pondered. The restaurant? Is it him causing trouble in there? Capture. Back in the restaurant, just as Feng Tianqi was about to spill a pot of porridge on the floor, he was suddenly enveloped by a cube that appeared out of nowhere, floating in the air. What is this? Let me down! He cried in terror, pounding against the transparent walls. At that moment, Xia Yan appeared at the doorway, her expression stern. The restaurant floor was in disarray, precious food strewn everywhere, liquids pooling together. The table destroyed by the robot's electric current, and the walls stained with grease. Boss, it was your robot that initiated the attack. I was forced to defend myself. Foam Tianqi rolled up his sleeve, revealing a dark purple bruise on his arm, a result of colliding with the table while dodging the electric current. Yet he thought, how could anyone know if he didn't say anything? After all, a robot is just a robot. It could never be compared to a human. Moreover, he noted that the surveillance camera wasn't even connected to a network cable. How could it possibly be operational? Perhaps it was merely placed there to intimidate. Look at this bruise. I was enjoying my meal when that thing just came up and shocked me. Boss, my daughter said your place is particularly good, and she has mentioned it several times. After the rain, we came straight here. Everyone in the base knows about your inn and specifically sent us to check the environment. If it's indeed good, we'll all move in. The energy cores will not be a problem. Foam Tianqi feigned a troubled expression. But I never expected your robot would indiscriminately attack people. How can I explain this back to the base? After all, I am quite a prominent figure there, with considerable influence. This tirade of flattery and sugary words made Foam Tianqi ponder that the young female owner might be swayed by his words. Want to do business? I have plenty of people behind me, and the energy cores are plentiful. Want to harm me?
Ha!
I'm a leader sent from the base. You'd best consider whether you have the capability to oppose me and the entire base. Foam Tianqi was confident that any reasonable person would not trouble him at this moment. All he needed to do was wait for the boss to set him down, offering a face full of contrite apologies. How much trouble could a young female owner possibly cause? Foam Tianqi had employed this strategy countless times to manipulate others. He was not worried about failing with this little girl. However, why hadn't the young owner released him yet? Xia Yan, expressionless, activated the surveillance screen. Beginning the playback right before his eyes, the volume turned to maximum. As Foam Tianqi watched the screen materializing in the air, a sense of foreboding washed over him, and beads of cold sweat broke out as the footage began to play. It clearly displayed him shattering the bowl, forcefully attempting to break in, throwing porridge onto the robot's head, hurling profanities at the surveillance camera, cursing the boss's ancestors, and tossing food from the tray onto the floor. Foam Tianqi was stunned, never expecting that the surveillance camera was indeed recording. Boss, please let me explain. It's not what it seems. I was momentarily blinded by that thing. Yes, I was possessed. It wasn't my intention. Foam Tianqi saw that Xia Yan didn't spare him a glance, coldly watching the footage to its conclusion. A wave of fear washed over him. He had no idea how she would deal with him. The unknown was always the most terrifying. At that moment, he recalled the restaurant's rules and widened his eyes.
I'll pay.
I'll give you all the energy cores. There are several second-tier energy cores in here. It will definitely cover the cost of all the food in this place. Foam Tianqi, pale-faced, pulled out a handful of energy cores from his pocket, revealing several second-tier cores among them. He gazed at her expectantly, hoping the young boss would be swayed by the energy cores and spare his life. For some reason, the quieter the young boss remained, the more frightened he became. Xia Yan glanced at the energy cores in his hand and waved her hand. All the cores, including those he hadn't taken from his pocket, floated out of his grasp and settled in Xia Yan's hands. Seeing her accept them, Foam Tianqi felt a glimmer of hope, pressing himself against the transparent barrier, joyfully exclaiming, "Now that you've accepted my money, please let me down. I'll act as if nothing happened today. I'll return to the base and tell everyone to come stay here. I'll make sure to promote you well."
Did you hear that?
Silence. Xia Yan's expression remained impassive as she gazed at him, her eyes cold, as if looking at a corpse. After commanding the system to silence him, she took him to the main hall, hanging him next to the rules and regulations sign. Foam Tianqi felt as if his throat were wrapped in a cube. No matter how loudly he screamed, his voice could not escape that small space, causing his throat to itch and ache. He pounded and kicked at the barrier in a frenzied attempt to break free. Xia Yan returned to the sofa, picked up the remote, and resumed watching the variety show she had seen the previous day, her lips pressed tightly together. Foam Tianqi, with his enormous fists, struck furiously, cursing at Xia Yan. After exhausting himself in futile efforts to escape, Foam Tianqi sat in despair within, praying that Feng Bei would return soon to rescue him. At that moment, a boy staying in room 302 descended the stairs with an elderly woman. Upon first glance at the stern-faced Xia Yan on the sofa, and then at the television playing, he had no time to ponder before spotting Foam Tianqi beside him. Foam Tianqi also recognized them, momentarily failing to identify them, as both were impeccably clean, although their clothes remained the same. "Help me!" Feng Tianxi exclaimed with elation, standing up again and pounding on the barrier in a plea for rescue. "Isn't that Feng Tianxi?" the elderly woman gasped, pointing at him. The boy immediately looked at Xia Yan, unsure why Feng Tianxi was confined, but sensing that he must have offended the young owner. Xia Yan turned her head, her eyes crescent-shaped and sweetly smiling. "Do you know each other?" Chapter 43. Watching the show. "We do. He's the one who kicked us out. We almost got eaten by zombies," the elderly woman exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement, pointing at Feng Tianxi with a look of disdain. "Oh, I see," Xia Yan mused, scrutinizing the two. The boy's back bristled with sweat as an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped him. He hurriedly nodded in agreement with his mother, affirming their affiliation with the same base. Though he typically wielded his authority over them with disdain, it was only due to unbearable circumstances at the base that they had chosen to leave. At that moment, Feng Tianxi also recognized the two, his surprise intensifying as he pounded against the transparent barrier with renewed vigor. Was this a vendetta? Xia Yan leaned forward, intrigued. Inside, Feng Tianxi was drenched in cold sweat. He had indeed just offended the pair. If he spoke ill of them now, his fate would be sealed. However, his voice was stifled, unable to escape, and seeing the mother and son glance his way, he fell to his knees in desperation, tears streaming down his face. His hands clasped together as he bowed deeply several times. The elderly woman was taken aback, retreating a few steps. When had the once high and mighty Feng Tianxi ever knelt to plead? It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Memories of the injustices faced at the base flooded her mind, her eyes reddening with anger and sorrow. Is it merely a grudge? I would gladly devour him whole. If it weren't for Feng Tianxi's interference, my husband would still be alive. Why must my child endure menial labor day in and day out? Does he not possess abilities? Xia Yan observed the boy, whose face was contorted with suppressed resentment, his eyes casting daggers of hate towards Feng Tianxi. Xia Yan had no intention of delving into the entanglements among the three. It held little significance for her. All that mattered was knowing that this mother-son duo was not allied with Feng Tianxi. With a faint smile, she nodded, expressing a hint of regret as she said, "I truly apologize, but the restaurant cannot operate today. Kindly proceed to the breakfast machine at the front to purchase your meal." Fortunately, the elderly woman was not one to burden others with her sorrows, seeking not the pity of strangers. She merely shot Feng Tianxi a fierce glare, wiped her tears, and led the boy to the breakfast machine to order the cheapest pancake. Their crystal cores would not last long. They needed to conserve their resources. After acquiring their breakfast, the pair ascended once more. Feng Tianxi was astonished to discover that they too had taken up residence in the hotel, and at such a critical moment, they had thrown stones at him. His only hope now rested with Feng Bei, desperately wishing for her swift return. Half an hour later, the boy descended alone, seemingly intent on venturing out to slay zombies and gather crystal cores. The elderly woman remained upstairs, praying for her son's safe return. As night gradually descended, the hotel illuminated the ruins of the city, standing as the sole beacon of light. The boy wiped the putrid blood from his face, pried open a zombie's skull, and reached inside to feel for the small crystal core. His ability level was insufficient, and his physical condition could not be fully restored with just a meal. He could only seek out solitary level 1 zombies. Not every zombie contained a crystal core, and the genesis of these cores remained a mystery. No one could predict which zombie would possess one. Everything was left to chance. Regardless of color, cores of the same level held equal energy. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against a sharp object. A crystal core. The boy's heart soared with joy as he extracted the core, cleaned it against the tattered clothing of the zombie, and carefully stowed it in his inner pocket. Today had yielded 3 level 1 crystal cores. He needed to hurry back. His mother would be anxious. The boy lifted his gaze towards the singular light amidst the ruins, a surge of happiness swelling within him. Perhaps it was hope. At the entrance, the elderly woman anxiously rubbed her hands, scanning the distance until she spotted a familiar figure emerging from the end of the street, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "My child, come quickly." The boy quickened his pace, a smile brightening his face as he saw his mother safe and sound, the weight lifting from his heart. His efforts had indeed borne fruit. Take a moment to rest. My dear, are you unhurt? The elderly woman grasped the boy's arm, her eyes scanning him with urgency. I'm fine. Not a scratch on me. He beamed with delight, nearly lifting his mother off the ground in joy. He could finally provide for her in this apocalyptic world. What a gratifying feeling. Now, hurry upstairs to wash up. After eating, come right back down. The owner has invited us to watch a show tonight. A show? The boy then noticed that all the patrons were gathered in the living room, some casually watching television while eating their takeout. The elderly woman, fearing the female owner might be growing impatient, seized his arm and led him upstairs. In the lobby, Xia Yan coldly approached the restaurant entrance, where Feng Bei was diligently cleaning. Pick up the pace. Do not waste everyone's time.
Feng Bei started, nodded vigorously.
Too flustered even to wipe the sweat from her brow as she quickened her pace. She had initially planned to return for a meal before seeking refuge. But upon stepping into the lobby, she was met with the sight of her father suspended in midair.
Dad,
She cried, rushing forward only to collide with the transparent barrier. What had imprisoned her father? Inside, Feng Tianqi, upon seeing Feng Bei's arrival, became increasingly agitated, gesturing towards his throat and then indicating Xia Yan on the sofa, emitting an incomprehensible whimper. What have you done to my father? Release him. Feng Bei dashed to Xia Yan's side, but under the latter's stern gaze. Her hands that had reached for Xia Yan's collar instead fell to her pants. Xia Yan wasted no words, directly pulling up the surveillance footage for her to view. Feng Bei's face grew increasingly pale. What foolishness had he committed? Seeing the food strewn across the floor, she felt nearly faint with rage. Was this a joke? That was food. After the footage concluded, Xia Yan's expression remained icy as she seized Feng Bei by the back of her collar and thrust her into the restaurant. Clean this place up. Feng Bei, about to protest, was met with Xia Yan's nonchalant remark. If the task isn't completed, neither of you will survive. Following that, she heard Feng Tianqi's desperate shout, be a good daughter. Listen to the owner. Save your father. Then, silence enveloped the room.
Feng Bei,
Already somewhat intimidated by Xia Yan's unpredictable temperament, now had no choice but to comply, diligently picking up the cleaning tools beside her to begin her work. Xia Yan tossed several large plastic bags her way, indicating that she should dispose of the remnants within, before turning to leave. Although she would not be supervising, Feng Bei felt compelled to do her best. After all, her father's life was at stake. She scrubbed the floor multiple times, cleaned the walls, and polished the glass, countertops, and robots, until her back ached from exhaustion. Gazing at the immaculate restaurant, she let out a long breath, planning to call the owner in for inspection. Surely, if her work passed muster, they would be spared. Rubbing her sore back, she harbored a misplaced hope that Xia Yan would be merciful and not dwell on such trivial matters. Upon entering the lobby, she found all the customers either seated or standing, their eyes filled with animosity as they glared at her, wishing they could devour her whole.
Feng Bei was baffled.
Assuming their ire stemmed from being unable to dine in the restaurant, with a disdainful scoff in her heart, she thought these people acted as if they had never eaten well before. Was it such a crime to miss a single meal in the restaurant? Just as she intended to call out to Xia Yan, she abruptly heard familiar voices, laced with harsh insults.
Feng Bei stiffened,
Turning her head to find the surveillance replay on the screen. Chapter 44, Punishment. Since Feng Bei had cleaned thoroughly, the restaurant would resume normal operations tomorrow. To prevent future acts of malicious destruction of food, I have summoned everyone to witness the punishment mechanism of this establishment. Xia Yan paused briefly, taking in the expressions of those present. Before continuing, customer Feng Tianqi has violated the second and third rules of the establishment. He is required to compensate for the losses incurred, amounting to 10 level 2 crystal cores. Currently, he has submitted 5 level 2 crystal cores and 10 level 1 crystal cores, leaving a deficit of 3 level 2 crystal cores. Upon hearing that all the crystal cores had been seized by Xia Yan, Feng Bei nearly fainted. Those cores were the fruits of her arduous labor on missions. How could she survive now? Noticing Feng Bei's dazed and despondent demeanor, Xia Yan chose to disregard her. Mentally summoning the zombie area map, which projected several regions marked by reds of varying quantities onto the blank wall. Xiong, turn off the lights. Xiong complied immediately. The hall was plunged into darkness, save for the ethereal white glow emanating from the projection on the wall, where the flickering reds exuded an overwhelming sense of impending danger, as if monstrous creatures lurked within, poised to strike. According to the third rule of the establishment, Feng Tianqi was sentenced to a day tour among level 5 zombies. With a cold expression, Xia Yan selected a particularly dense horde of zombies, activating the projection that covered half the wall. At that moment, a zombie suddenly appeared on the screen, roaring ferociously. Through the lens, its gaping maw revealed long, sharp teeth, stained with fresh blood and remnants of torn fabric. Clearly, this zombie had just feasted, and behind it, a group of others were crouched, devouring something on the ground. Feng Tianqi's face turned ashen, realizing that Xia Yan was indeed sending him into that nightmare. His knees weakened, trembling uncontrollably as a hot liquid trickled down his inner thigh. He wanted to express his profound regret for having squandered precious resources, but something lodged in his throat stifled his voice, resulting in only muffled sounds. "Help me! Let me out! I beg you!" Feng Tianqi frantically bowed his head, his forehead soon marked with dark bruises from the force of his desperation. Regret coursed through him. Yet, the onlookers regarded him with icy indifference, harboring a desire to see him perish. In this apocalyptic world, precious resources were the lifeblood of survival, and he had wasted them all? If he was unwilling to let others live, then he deserved to die. Farewell, may you run swiftly. To Feng Tianqi. Xia Yan's smiling visage resembled the most malevolent of demons, as though she had crawled forth from the depths of hell. Daughter,
Save me.
the last glimpse Feng Tianqi caught of the hotel was of Feng Bei, her face pale, trembling all over, her head bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze. What use are you to me? A furious roar shattered the night sky, disrupting the feeding frenzy of the zombies. The horde lifted their heads, their milky white eyes discerning the source of the sound, abandoning their remains in a swift, coordinated rush towards him. Feng Tianqi quickly covered his mouth, frantically surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. He found himself in a barren square, dominated by a skeletal model of a flying girl, her outstretched arm pointing toward the night sky, with an empty pool beneath her, surrounded by several ominous floodlights, indicative of a newly constructed fountain. This was a place he had never visited. Surely, the boss had discarded him here. The thought of level 5 zombies roaming this area filled him with dread, rendering him weak and unsteady, his legs entwined like strands of overcooked noodles. Fortunately, a light source hovered above him, illuminating his surroundings and following closely behind. Feng Tianqi understood that he needed to find shelter to survive the night. However, the area was devoid of any cover, and the farthest distance visible in the light was the skeletal model. Was he to climb atop it and hide for the night? Just as he hesitated, a horde of zombies suddenly emerged at the edge of the square, their movements fluid and agile, unlike the staggering gait of lower-level zombies. They sprinted towards him like trained athletes. Panic surged through Feng Tianqi. They were level 5 zombies. A whole group.
Run.
His legs felt as though they had lost all strength. Tingling and unresponsive. Run, for heaven's sake. As he raised his head to behold the approaching zombies, he pounded his legs in a frenzy, his face a mask of abject terror. In the glow of the light, the level 5 zombies easily detected him. As they closed in, Feng Tianqi's heart raced in his throat, his eyes wide with fear, yet his feet remained stubbornly rooted in place, unmoving. Outside the screen, Xia Yan frowned, seemingly surprised that the vociferous Feng Tianqi was, in reality, a coward incapable of fleeing. System, deliver a jolt. It would not do for him to remain stationary. She sought some amusement from this. In an instant, a surge of electricity coursed through the light, causing Feng Tianqi to shudder, finally snapping him into action as he dashed towards the model, scrambling up with hands and feet. In the time he wasted, the zombies had closed in to within 10 meters behind him. A chill raced down his spine as he heard their roars drawing near. And in a panic, he climbed desperately upward. The vibrations from the model indicated that the zombies had reached his feet, and when he dared to look down, he nearly lost his grip and fell into the horde below. How could level 5 zombies climb structures? Feng Tianqi held his breath, reaching the highest point, where he forcefully broke off a stick, wielding it as a weapon. Below him, the level 5 zombies raised their heads, their faces smeared with congealed blood. Their grayish-white eyes locked onto him, their gaping mouths stretched wide, revealing sharp teeth still glistening with flesh remnants. They emitted a low, phlegmy growl, their emaciated hands clinging to the steel framework as they scrambled upward. Help! Somebody save me! Foam Tianxi's face drained of color, clutching onto a flickering hope for survival as he waved the stick wildly to fend off the impending zombies. He had climbed as high as he could, yet the zombies continued to emerge in droves. Gazing down, he saw the steel framework completely covered by the ravenous horde, their bulk rendering it nearly unsteady. His desperate cries only incited further chaos among the zombies. Trembling, he continued to ascend until he found himself at the girl's outstretched arm, feeling the structure begin to sway precariously under the weight. Get away. Clear out. Is there anyone there? Please, save me. I'll give you money. All the money I have. Just save me, and I'll give you everything. From his elevated position, Feng Tianxi caught a glimpse of a dark silhouette at the edge of the square, staring at him motionless, the last vestige of hope in his dire situation. He cried out desperately. At that moment, 3 black plastic bags descended from above, landing before him and obstructing the line of sight. Chapter 45. Punishment 2.
What?
What is this? A violent tremor rocked him, nearly sending Feng Tianxi tumbling from his precarious perch. In a panic, he grasped the steel frame, crouching low as beads of cold sweat dripped down his chin, swallowed by the vast night. After a moment, a faint cracking sound was drowned out by the cacophony of roars. Feng Tianxi struck at a nearby zombie, the heavy thud echoing ominously in his ears. What could be in those plastic bags? Could it be weapons sent by the merciful boss? Elation surged within him as he struck the zombie with renewed vigor, tearing open the plastic bags, his heart brimming with anticipation. However, upon peering inside, he was left speechless, quickly followed by a torrent of furious curses. It turned out the bags contained not weapons, but the very food he had wasted. A wave of despair washed over Feng Tianxi, his heart brimming with resentment. The zombies beneath his feet offered no respite for his emotional outburst. The enraged creatures moved with even greater speed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 lunged towards him, sinking their teeth into his arm. Their sharp fangs clamped down, and with a violent shake of their heads, they tore a chunk of flesh from him. Feng Tianxi let out a harrowing scream, beads of sweat pouring down his face as he summoned every ounce of strength to shove the zombies off the steel frame. Grabbing the food from the plastic bag, he poured it over the heads of the zombies.
D.
Madness filled his eyes, and the intense pain in his arm made him grimace and gasp for breath. The terror that had nearly consumed him was swiftly replaced by an anger ignited by pain, enveloping him in a fiery rage. Feng Tianxi tore open the remaining plastic bags, frantically dumping their contents into the gaping mouths of the zombies below.
Eat.
Stuff yourselves. Once you're done, go ahead and devour the owner of the resort.
Ha ha ha.
Even in death, I will not spare you, female proprietor. Once he had emptied the bags, Feng Tianxi stood atop the highest point, a fervor akin to that of a martyr. As a cold breeze swept through, he shivered, his gaze returning to the abyss beneath him. A sense of weightlessness causing him to feel faint, and cold sweat began to bead on his palms. If I fall from this height, I will surely die. His expression shifted rapidly from noble sacrifice to one of cowardice, as he sought to cling to life. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned his gaze towards the edge of the square, desperately searching for that familiar figure. Fortunately, it remained in place. I beg you, save me. I am on my knees. As if understanding his plea, the figure gradually approached. Ecstatic, Feng Tianxi struggled to fend off the zombies that were surging towards him, pleading for it to come closer. His arm, now missing a portion, bled profusely onto the steel frame, the strong scent of rust attracting the horde of zombies, who descended upon him in a frenzy. Feng Tianxi fought valiantly, but his hands were no match for the multitude, and with each agonizing scream, he fell, bloodied, from the steel frame. The zombies behind him leapt down like dumplings, plunging into the chaos. With a sickening splatter, blood and flesh flew, and Feng Tianxi's eyes widened in fury, filled with resentment and confusion, before he was enveloped by the relentless swarm, gradually disappearing among the sharp teeth. The gruesome scene was too vivid, prompting Xia Yan to abruptly shut off the screen. Lu Ju, pale-faced, covered her mouth and rushed outside, retching violently.
Vinky.
maintaining a calm demeanor, had witnessed far more brutal sights and regarded this merely as a trivial matter. The others, unlike him, bore the pallor of those who had faced numerous battles amidst the zombies. Their expressions were ashen, gazing at Xia Yan with a mix of awe and fear. Particularly the two newcomers, who resolved to behave obediently in the hotel, vowing never to violate any rules. Seeing that her intended effect had been achieved, Xia Yan glanced at the perpetually silent Feng Bei and took a sip of water. Feng Tianqi still owes me 3 second-level crystal nuclei. Now that he is dead,
What do you propose we do, Feng Bei?
the sudden mention of her name startled Feng Bei, leaving her at a loss for words. My father is gone, and there are still debts? All of her crystal nuclei had been in her father's possession, now taken by Boss Xia, implying she would have to bear the remaining debt. Was there any sense of justice in this? Even if Feng Bei was reluctant, her father's fate loomed before her. Did she truly have a choice? Shall I repay his debt? Feng Bei cautiously glanced at her, her tone rising slightly in uncertainty. The debts of the father must be repaid by the child. I didn't expect you to have such awareness. You have 1 week to return the 3 second-level crystal nuclei to me. There will be no extensions. To prevent Feng Bei from escaping while hunting zombies to repay the debt, Xia Yan directly purchased a virtual employee named Qing Mingzi using a first-level crystal nucleus. At that moment, a small girl, with yellow double ponytails and standing at a mere 1.5 meters tall, dressed in a frilly pink dress, appeared before everyone. Qing Mingzi clasped her delicate hands in front of her abdomen, her palm-sized face adorned with absurdly large ice-blue eyes that fluttered beneath long eyelashes. Her nose was so small it was nearly invisible, and her rosy lips were slightly pouted, as she stood in front of Xia Yan with an innocent demeanor. Qing Mingzi, from this moment on, you will stay beside Feng Bei, not leaving her side for 24 hours. Upon receiving the command, Qing Mingzi moved smoothly to Feng Bei's side, standing obediently. What is this thing? Feng Bei recoiled in terror, taking a few steps back, while the little girl advanced slightly, maintaining a 1-meter distance. She had initially intended to slip back to the base under the pretense of searching for crystal nuclei, never anticipating that Boss Xia would assign her a human surveillance monitor. What was this creature? She had only seen such large-eyed characters in anime, and now one was suddenly in her reality, closely following her. Wasn't this akin to a horror film? Just the thought of turning around and finding those hollow, inhumanly large eyes staring back at her sent chills down her spine. This was more terrifying than being thrown into a horde of zombies. Dear customers, I apologize for taking up your valuable rest time tonight. It is getting late. Please head upstairs to rest.
Xia Yan, uninterested in Feng Bei's distress,
cheerfully ushered the other customers out before retrieving a door lock from behind the counter and deftly securing the entrance. As she prepared to turn off the lights, Feng Bei hurried up the stairs, hearing the footsteps of Qing Mingzi just 3 steps behind her. Her scalp prickled with unease. She dared not linger and rushed into her room, locking the door behind her. After receiving Xia Yan's permission, Qing Mingzi stood guard at Feng Bei's door, unwavering. Recognizing that Qing Mingzi hadn't followed her inside, Feng Bei let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the floor and quietly sobbing. She couldn't comprehend how, after just one outing, not only had she lost her father, but she was now burdened with debts amounting to 3 second-level crystal nuclei. All the crystals Xia Yan had taken were earned during her Team's missions. Forcing her to hunt second-level zombies tomorrow felt like a death sentence in another guise. Feng Bei tugged at her hair in frustration, the resentment echoing in her heart directed at either Xia Yan or Feng Tianqi. Chapter 46. Upgrading the Bear. In a private room, after enjoying a hot bath, Xia Yan's cheeks were slightly flushed as she dried her hair and casually turned on the television.
System.
How does one upgrade the bear? The crystal nuclei retrieved from Feng Tianqi did not count towards the store's sales figures and were directly deposited into Xia Yan's private account. She now had 550 points, a modest fortune. 200 points required to upgrade to level 2, unlocking language functionality for simple responses. Alright, upgrade it. Deduct the points from my personal account. As Xia Yan purchased a cup of iced jelly from the food court, she immersed herself in an anime. Upgrade complete. In the hall, the bear stood at the entrance, keeping watch. As beams of light flickered in its eyes, it opened its mouth to emit an adorably youthful voice. Bear is on guard to ensure safety. Unbeknownst to Xia Yan, who lounged on the couch, she eventually grew drowsy, turned off the television, and snuggled into her soft blanket for sleep.
Feng Bei.
Reluctantly opening her eyes, would not have gotten out of bed had her bladder not felt ready to burst. The communal restroom was so far away, requiring her to traverse the entire corridor. When will there be a restroom in a single room? Yawning, Feng Bei pushed the door open, only to be met by an absurdly large face with equally large eyes.
Ah!
With a sharp scream, she fell to the ground, trembling fingers betraying her once urgent need to relieve herself. She slammed the door shut, her hand pressed against her rapidly rising chest, gasping for breath. I remember now. That's the monitor boss Xia assigned to me. This is madness.
Feng Bei suddenly regained her senses.
Sitting at the edge of her bed and calculating the points remaining in her account, sufficient for only a few days of sustenance. Alas, considering her meals, she could afford to stay no more than 2 days. Although Boss Xia had not directly deducted her points, it was certain that complimentary lodging would not be provided. Thus, she had no choice but to venture out and eliminate zombies to accumulate crystal cores. After steeling herself, she inhaled deeply and opened the door, only to be met by the haunting visage that sent shivers down her spine. Step aside. I need to go out, she commanded. Qing Mingzi took 2 steps back, trailing closely behind her, maintaining a distance of a meter. Feng Bei pretended not to notice. Xiong, please tidy up upstairs, Boss Xia instructed upon seeing Xiong motionless at the door. Understood, boss. Xia Yan was taken aback. She had genuinely forgotten that Xiong could speak. And in a youthful tone at that. Those 200 points were well spent. Just then, Feng Bei descended the stairs, followed closely by Qing Mingzi, who flinched slightly upon seeing Xia Yan and, mustering her courage, greeted her. Good morning, Boss Xia. Xia Yan merely acknowledged her with a curt HM, walking past her. Noticing that Xia Yan headed to the dining area, Feng Bei dared not linger in her presence, fearful that a moment's displeasure might result in her being tossed into a horde of zombies. She purchased 2 breakfasts from the vending machine, saving 1 for lunch, planning not to return until midday. Qing Mingzi dutifully executed the orders given, ensuring that Feng Bei remained within his line of sight. Feng Bei, wishing for the zombies to take care of her, soon realized that the undead could only see her and paid no heed to Qing Mingzi. In her surprise and fury, Feng Bei found herself devoid of any clever schemes and could only temporarily suppress her thoughts. Xia Yan, upon learning of this, let out a cold laugh, having anticipated such a move from her. After breakfast, the hotel gradually emptied. The elderly woman remained upstairs, while Lu Ju, frightened by the previous day's events, hid beneath the covers, repeatedly urging her brother to return home, wishing she could fly back to her hometown. Thus, the living room was left with Xia Yan alone, watching television. As the sun ascended higher, the temperature outside soared sharply, with visible heat waves making it difficult to breathe. Even Xia Yan, seated indoors, found the heat oppressive. After instructing Xiong to close the door, she set up a standing air conditioner beside her, which began to cool the room, gradually making it more comfortable. Standing at the doorway, she gazed outside. In such sweltering weather, even the zombies seemed to lose their vigor, their movements growing increasingly stiff. Then she noticed a boy stealthily emerging from a nearby shop, wearing a tattered straw hat he had scavenged. He approached a zombie from behind and struck it on the fragile back of its skull with a hammer. The zombie collapsed, and the boy pried open its skull, reaching inside to rummage. After a while, a smile spread across his face as he extracted a level 1 crystal core. Upon catching sight of Xia Yan behind the door, his smile faltered. After a moment's contemplation, he dragged the zombie's body to the end of the street and disposed of it in another location. Having completed these tasks, the boy concealed himself in a dilapidated shop not far from the hotel, where he had stacked several heavy tires. Should any zombies appear, he could jump inside and remain unseen, and if the zombies were of too high a level, he could escape back to the hotel, which was undoubtedly safe. With insufficient ability, he relied on his wits. This was the most secure hunting method he could conceive. Initially, he had worried that the boss might object, however. Since she had seen him earlier without uttering a word, it seemed she had tacitly approved. The outside temperature was unbearably high, and the boy licked his parched lips, his throat dry and burning. After waiting patiently for a long time without encountering a single zombie, He decided to return for a drink and a bite to eat before coming back out to wait. The temperature beneath the eaves contrasted starkly with that of the street, and he felt as though the soles of his shoes might melt against the asphalt. At this temperature, one might as well fry an egg on the pavement. After walking just a few steps, the boy was drenched in sweat. It was the hottest part of the day, and even inhaling felt like a burn in his throat. Struggling against his discomfort, he quickened his pace, pushing open the hotel door, only to be met with a blast of cool air. Was there air conditioning? He closed the door behind him, astonished as he gazed at the standing air conditioner, momentarily feeling as though the female boss possessed everything one could desire. Following her was undoubtedly a wise choice. Perhaps having watched television for too long, her eyes were slightly squinted, and her gaze bore a languorous resemblance to that of an aristocratic feline. Xia Yan had actually observed him for quite some time. The boy evoked a sense of familiarity in her, perhaps reminiscent of another character from a different realm. "What is your name?" To his surprise, the boss initiated a conversation. The boy suppressed his astonishment, responding cautiously, "My name is Yi Qijing." "A fine name. How old are you this year?"
16.
Xia Yan diverted her gaze to the empty refrigerator, smiling as she said, "If your mother is free, she may come down to enjoy the air conditioning and watch television. There will be no points deducted." Yi Qijing was taken aback, quickly expressing his gratitude. "I will tell my mother." "Thank you, boss." Enjoying the air conditioning. Watching television. His eyes sparkled with wonder as he clumsily ascended the stairs, utterly oblivious to the sly smile playing on Xia Yan's lips. Chapter 47. Yi Qijing's Mother. After a nap. Yi Qijing's mother indeed settled herself on the sofa, her demeanor restrained as she delicately touched everything before her. Xia Yan smiled warmly, initiating a conversation. "You must be the guest who arrived recently?" As she spoke, she turned on the air conditioner, and the temperature in the hall gradually decreased with the refreshing breeze. The elderly woman hurriedly stood, nervously rubbing her hands, stepping back to make space, her face adorned with an apologetic smile. No, I just came down. Please sit. Are there any dramas you particularly enjoy watching?" Xia Yan patted the sofa, slowly changing channels on the television, gently inquiring about her preferences when encountering suitable shows. The elderly woman appeared flustered, feeling unworthy to be picky, and naturally agreed to whatever Xia Yan decided to watch. "All right then. Let us watch Parents' Love. It has been airing these days, and I haven't seen it yet." "Very well, I will watch whatever you choose. I want to be picky." The elderly woman thought to herself that with air conditioning and television, this level of comfort was unimaginable for her in her lifetime. She was overwhelmed with gratitude and dared not complain. The two women continued to watch a few episodes of television in a comfortable silence. During a commercial break, Xia Yan filled 2 cups with water from the drinking machine, placing one before the elderly woman, smiling as she asked, "May I know how to address you, dear guest?" I am surnamed Wang. You can call me Wang Mei. How could I possibly accept your water? I am not thirsty. It would be wasteful." Wang Mei's face flushed with excitement as she waved her hands in refusal. How could she not understand the value of water? Back in her previous base, even a cup of pure water could be exchanged for a level 2 crystal core. She couldn't afford it. Her son struggled against the zombies. Xia Yan smiled, pushing the cup closer to her, insisting, "Drink it. There's no need to be polite. Actually, there are some matters I wish to inquire about. If you refuse again, I may not have the opportunity to ask." Wang Mei had no choice but to accept the cup, cradling it in her hands and sipping cautiously, her heart brimming with curiosity about what could possibly be unknown to the boss. "Feel free to ask, boss. I will surely share whatever I know." Not omitting a single word. "Very well. Which base did you come from? Are there many survivors there?" "Our base is called Future Base, the 3rd base. The population isn't too large, only a few hundred people, and there are over 50 leaders. Feng Tianqi is one of them. But he is merely a minor leader responsible for ground sanitation." As Wang Mei gradually leaned towards Feng Tianqi, Xia Yan hastily interjected, inquiring about the distance to the base. It was indeed quite a distance, and certain routes were currently impassable while others were infested with zombies, making detours even longer, requiring at least half a day's journey. Reflecting on the arduous path they had traversed, Wang Mei recalled the numerous close encounters with zombies. If she were to perish, returning to the base would be inconceivable. Does your base provide water and food? This was the question Xia Yan was genuinely concerned about. Only those with jobs could receive rations of food, while water was distributed at designated times by the base, albeit without a fixed schedule. Most residents had to devise their own means of acquiring water, although some sold it, the supply being woefully insufficient for personal needs. Unlike here, where not only were the prices reasonable, but the quality of water was also commendable, with the restroom's water supply never ceasing, as if they had returned to an era of peace. Xia Yan gleamed an understanding, her smile growing more affable.
Tell me,
What if I were to promote your base, advertising that food and water are available here at the same prices as now? What do you think? That would be absolutely marvelous. It could save lives. Wang Mei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. You have no idea. We have entered the sweltering season, and the weather will only grow hotter. Every year during this time, many perish, either from heat or thirst. Upon hearing this, Wang Mei took a deep gulp of water, her exhilaration evident. If they knew there was water for sale here, they would undoubtedly flock to us. If it gets too busy, just let me know and Wang Mei, will certainly lend a hand. She thumped her chest emphatically, making a promise. The sweltering season was indeed grueling, the extreme heat could be lethal, and water scarcity was severe. During this time, water manipulators were in high demand. Even Feng Bei, albeit with a low level of ability, had become a beacon of hope for water sales. However, her prices were exorbitant. A half-filled bottle of water could cost a second-tier crystal core. Who could afford that? The higher-ups at the base were indifferent, unconcerned about the plight of ordinary lives. If the female proprietor could indeed sell water, Wang Mei was determined to assist. Not for fame or fortune, but because survival was challenging for all. As common people, they should support one another. Wang Mei was so animated that she could hardly sit still, casting several glances at the water dispenser, almost eager to fill bottles to sell to the thirsty. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Xia Yan mimicked her excitement, grasping her hand. Sister Wang, your thoughts align perfectly with mine. As you've seen, I have no shortage of water, and I happen to have several hundred empty bottles in storage. I've been at a loss as to how to utilize them. Thank you, Sister Wang, for this brilliant idea. Yet, upon hearing this, Wang Mei furrowed her brow, her concern palpable. But what is it? She urged. Whatever it is, I will do it for you. Xia Yan chuckled sheepishly. It's just that there are too many bottles, and I have to manage the store, arrange for guests to check in, and oversee the dining arrangements. I simply lack the time for these trivial tasks. I thought it was something serious. This is a mere trifle. Leave it to me. I'll fill the bottles now. Just wait a moment while I fetch them. Without further ado, Xia Yan returned to her office and ordered 200 clean empty bottles from the marketplace, costing 10 points. Soon, she emerged with 2 large bags full of empty bottles. Sister Wang, here are 100 empty bottles. I appreciate your help. Oh, what trouble is this? I'm quite bored anyway. Downstairs. I can enjoy the air conditioning and watch television while doing something productive. What a relief for me. Wang Mei quickly accepted the bottles and moved to the water dispenser, expertly removing the cap to fill them with cool water. She didn't fill them to the brim, leaving some space at the top. Xia Yan approached her, preparing to place the filled bottles in the refrigerator. After all, the fridge was empty, and chilled water would sell better in this heat. Once more, she contemplated stocking some drinks and ice cream in the future as more guests arrived. Oh, no need for you to do that, little boss. You focus on your tasks. I'll handle this. Rest assured, there will be enough. Wang Mei bypassed her, neatly arranging the water bottles in the fridge. I used to work as a sales assistant in a supermarket, so I am quite adept at these tasks. Her words made Xia Yan feel a bit embarrassed. She had merely intended to utilize her labor without pay, not realizing Auntie was so invested. Wang Mei felt considerably lighter, harboring her own thoughts. She needed to cultivate a good relationship with the little boss, not to seek excessive favors, but simply to ensure they would not be driven away in the future. Wang Mei had an inkling that the more people who frequented this hotel, the more others would vie for a chance to stay. Chapter 48. The Strange Customer. Xia Yan had no choice but to vacate the position, settling behind the reception desk to plan some promotional materials. Since she had already begun preparing water, it would be prudent to inform the nearby survivors of this hotel. With the arrival of the sweltering season, there would be even more opportunities to earn points.
System.
Is there a quick way to promote this? Perhaps via birds distributing flyers or a helicopter broadcasting messages? None. The system had become increasingly terse in its responses. Are there any transportation means under the hotel's ownership? Delivery vehicle, not unlocked. What is the cost to unlock it? Requires 100 points for early unlocking.
All right.
Charge it to the public account. Beep. Transaction completed. Please check your account. Xia Yan opened the hotel's asset section, and indeed, she spotted a gaudy pink electric vehicle, equipped with an oversized thermal box on the back. System. Produce 50 flyers. A simple and elegant design will suffice, preferably with directional functionality. No other special requirements needed. Once complete, place them in my office. Received. Xia Yan rose and entered the office, retrieving the delivery vehicle. After fingerprint unlocking, she rode it out to the lobby, intentionally honking twice, startling the industrious Feng Bei. A little boss, you've got a brand new electric vehicle? Has it been stored for years? Can the battery still hold a charge? Feng Bei was astounded to see her riding such a vibrant pink electric vehicle, her mouth agape. Was she planning to ride it to the base for promotions tomorrow? Wasn't he that too risky? With zombies lurking along the way, could this small vehicle outrun them? What if she sped ahead, only to have zombies trailing behind? It would be as if the little boss was directing zombies to their destination. As if relishing a successful prank, Xia Yan grinned broadly. It works, it just needs charging. She dismounted, retrieved the charger, and began to charge the vehicle. Feng Bei couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. What a wealthy person. Absolutely, a wealthy person. A beep sounded, and the screen on the electric vehicle displayed that it was charging, with an estimated time of 6 hours.
Meanwhile,
Xia Yan received a notification from the system, indicating that the flyers had been completed, requiring 50 points for payment. After a swift transaction, several stacks of flyers were placed in her office. Xia Yan planned to visit the third base tomorrow, intending to bring back some water and a few boxes of meals. As she contemplated this, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to retrieve the boxed meals from the 2 machines and place them in the refrigerator over the past few days. Oh no, what a waste. She lamented, rushing to the machines to see if she could salvage anything. After several attempts, she ultimately gave up. It was clear she had been too busy lately, even neglecting important matters. It seemed she truly needed a few assistants. Xia Yan would never admit that it was her obsession with variety shows that had led to her forgetfulness. In order to prevent the usual hustle and bustle from causing her to forget, she promptly removed all the boxed meals from within and arranged them neatly in the freezer. Then, she instructed Xiong to carry a microwave from her office and place it on the shelf. This way, in the future, customers who grew weary of the restaurant's cuisine could come here to purchase meals and conveniently reheat them in the adjacent microwave. Truly a one-stop service.
boss.
Aren't there any customers coming in? Feng Bei whispered, her expression peculiar as she gestured toward the outside. Xia Yan turned her head to look. The newcomer had a distinctive appearance. Clad in a striking green and white checkered suit with loose-fitting trousers cinched at the ankles, he stood with his arms crossed, long tassels draping from his sleeves and a high collar that slightly obscured his sharp jawline. He possessed a handsome yet delicate visage, adorned with several long feathers sprouting from his head. As Xia Yan observed with a puzzled gaze, he pushed the door open and entered. Hello, esteemed guest. Might you be in need of accommodation? This rather peculiar man did not respond verbally, but instead scanned the lobby, his eyes sparkling with delight as if he were utterly satisfied. A smile graced his lips, revealing charming dimples.
Guest?
Xia Yan tilted her head, wondering if she had encountered a fool. Beautiful sister, my name is Xiji. Do you need any leg accessories? After surveying the lobby, the odd individual knelt down, plucking the feathers from his head and presenting them to her with both hands, his innocent eyes blinking with earnestness. Please get up. Our establishment only offers lodging. Lodging? Does that mean I will be staying with you, sister? Xiji tilted his head, his mouth slightly agape. His eyes filled with confusion and innocence, appearing utterly adorable and evoking a maternal instinct in Xia Yan that made her want to scoop him up and ruffle his hair affectionately. This tactic of Xiji was infallible, having won over countless women. He was well aware that no woman could resist such a display, eager to pour out her heart and soul for him. Just look at the woman nearby. Her expression was one of tender affection, devoid of any wariness toward a stranger. Internally, Shiji felt quite proud, considering himself the legendary little fox spirit that everyone desired. However, this sister before him was exceptionally beautiful, with fair skin, tender features, and long legs, and he was inclined to spend more time with her. Sister, come into my embrace. Let your brother cherish you. Xiong xiong. Throw him out after giving him a good beating. Xia Yan's face turned a shade of green. What rubbish was this? Such audacity. Shiji was taken aback, wondering how the situation had turned against him. No, sister, I was only joking. I promise I won't do it again. I just want to stay. He reacted quickly, leaping to evade Xiong Xiong's grasp. How could he possibly leave such a beautiful and comfortable place? Xia Yan let out a cold laugh, not calling for a halt. Shiji had no choice but to awkwardly dodge Xiong Xiong's attacks, continually pleading for mercy.
Wang Chong, come out and explain this.
Seeing that Xia Yan was unwilling to relent, and fearing he would be ruthlessly thrashed by the bear, Shiji gritted his teeth and yelled toward the door. Momentarily distracted, he was tripped by Xiong Xiong's sweeping leg, and then a shadow descended upon him, resulting in a pain scream as he was pinned beneath the bear. Struggling to catch his breath, Xia Yan glanced impassively toward the doorway, where his accomplice was lurking. In the corner outside, Wang Chong watched Shiji being brutally beaten, feeling a thrill of satisfaction within, wishing he could take the bear's place and pummel him himself. Hit harder. Yes, just like that. Left hook. Right hook. Shoulder throw. Mountain pressing down. Well done. Wang Chong swung his fists, reveling in the sight of Shiji's battered face.
Ha!
Serves you right for being so reckless. Boss, you're amazing. Wang Chong threw a look of admiration at Xia Yan, then suddenly froze, his expression caught in shock. Are you waiting for me to invite you in? And no, I'm coming right in. Wang Chong hurriedly entered the lobby, startled by the rush of cold air that swept over him, feeling all his previous agitation dissipate, invigorated. This is what it means to be alive. Are you here to cause trouble? Xia Yan furrowed her brows, her gaze sharp. Absolutely not. We are wronged by heaven and earth. We genuinely intend to seek lodging. Wang Chong dared not admit that Shiji was merely trying to cling to someone, so he quickly redirected the conversation to safer ground. Shiji lay on the ground, his face resembling that of a pig, in agreement. To speak disrespectfully to the proprietor while still hoping to stay? I have no shortage of customers here, and I certainly will not accept the likes of you. Kindly vacate the premises and feel free to wander elsewhere. Do not return unless you wish to meet an untimely end. With a wave of her hand, Xia Yan dismissed their protests, ordering Xiong Xiong to throw them out. Wang Chong, quick on the uptake, recognized the perilous situation and followed suit, mimicking Shiji's earlier posture as he rolled out the door. Chapter 49. Think of a solution. Boss, what shall we do next? Wang Chong assisted Shiji as they sought refuge in a nearby shop before the zombies discovered them. This rundown establishment was the only one that could provide cover, so Wang Chong had no choice but to lead him inside. What to do? Why, we must find a way to stay inside. Wang Chong exclaimed. Did you not see that they have water, electricity, and air conditioning?
Idiot.
Shiji slapped the back of his head in frustration, only to wince from the pain that flared up. Wang Chong, having received an unwarranted slap, bore no resentment, adopting a humble demeanor and falling silent. Despite his seemingly obedient exterior, he was cursing Shiji's ancestors in his mind. Shiji inhaled deeply, the coolness of the hotel contrasting sharply with the sweltering heat outside, making him feel increasingly uncomfortable. Hurry up and think of a solution. I've only been here a short while, and I'm already drenched in sweat. If it weren't for the air conditioning, I might have been able to tolerate it, but now I can't stand being here for even a moment longer. If you hadn't offended the lady boss, you would have been checked in by now, Wang Chong muttered under his breath, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Shiji's first persona. If only the second persona of Shiji were present, he would never have acted so foolishly. It was baffling. The second persona was far more capable, yet it always seemed to be overshadowed by the first. As for the third persona, the one that created him, Xia Yan, rarely made an appearance. He was almost beginning to forget her existence. Upon hearing this, Shiji leapt up in anger, nearly losing his breath as he pointed accusingly at Wang Chong. What nonsense are you spewing? Is that what I call offending someone? It's all your fault for failing to gather intelligence. You didn't even understand her character. And now I've been beaten up because of it. You must take the blame for this. Wang Chang nodded in agreement, readily accepting the blame. Isn't that just the way of it?
So what now, boss?
No idea. Shiji slumped against an abandoned tire, touching his cheek, nearly in tears from the pain. How could that fluffy bear hit so hard? It felt like a sledgehammer. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt, and soon he found himself shedding tears of frustration. How could it hit me and still be so infuriating? Wang Chang turned his gaze away, unable to witness such an embarrassing display. If the second persona found out about this, he would be the one who would face the consequences. I must find a way to stay. Let us move on. We need to find a place to rest and return tomorrow. All right. I just saw that there's a residential building behind this one. Let us stay there for now. Are you actually a bit happy about this? No, I'm not. I'm utterly miserable. Just the thought of not having air conditioning is unbearable. Now that's more like it. Let us go. The voices of the two individuals gradually faded into the distance, eventually vanishing from sight. At that moment, a figure emerged from an abandoned tire, warily surveying the surroundings. Once assured that the two had departed, the person swiftly jumped out and hurried towards the hotel. Inside the lobby, Yi Qi was recounting everything he had just overheard to Xia Yan, advising her to remain vigilant regarding those two. Xia Yan chuckled softly. Initially believing they might be concocting a nefarious scheme against her, it turned out they merely wished to check in. Perhaps charming words and clinging to the powerful were alternative means of survival in this apocalyptic world. Though she disapproved, she could nonetheless understand. This individual named Shiji served as a reminder that others with similar thoughts would likely emerge in the future, be they ordinary people or those with abilities. All were drawn to the strong system. Let us add a new rule to the store regulations. Any attempts to curry favor with the boss or any form of harassment are strictly prohibited, with violators facing a one-day tour in the zombie zone. Received. Thus, as the group settled on the sofa to watch television after dinner, they suddenly noticed a fourth rule had been added to the store regulations. What was happening? Someone actually dared to harass the boss. Jing Yi pondered, sensing that someone had visited the store today, causing Xia Yan's displeasure. Otherwise, such a rule would not have been suddenly imposed. It seemed they had been deceived by Xia Yan's seemingly weak and easily bullied exterior, mistaking her for a kind-hearted individual. They would soon learn that this woman cared only for crystal cores and her own enjoyment. Moreover, she held grudges fiercely. Feng Bei trudged in, weary from her day, intending to grab a bite and then sleep soundly. Today, she only managed to collect a single level 1 crystal core. Under normal circumstances, she would have been ecstatic, but now, burdened with heavy debts, that single core was of little use. Following closely behind her was Qing Mingzi, her expression still as pristine as ever. Compared to Feng Bei, she appeared unnervingly clean. Xia Yan halted Qing Mingzi and activated the visual playback. To the onlookers, it seemed as though Xia Yan was transfixed by the television, while Qing Mingzi stood obediently behind her. In the playback, Xia Yan could clearly observe Feng Bei's expressions and hear her words. Finding little of interest in the earlier scenes, Xia Yan accelerated the footage to 8 times the normal speed, quickly revealing Feng Bei's deliberate attempt to lure a level 2 zombie, hoping to eliminate Qing Mingzi with its help. However, the zombie ignored her completely and charged straight at Feng Bei instead. Incredibly, she fled, daring not to confront even that solitary level 2 zombie, ultimately managing to kill only a level 1 zombie and obtaining a single level 1 crystal core. Xia Yan frowned and halted the playback. At this rate, how could she possibly collect 3 level 2 crystal cores in a week? Just then, Feng Bei emerged from the dining area, having filled her stomach, and casually added her soul harvest to her points card. As long as she had points, Xia Yan could not expel her. This was a plan she had devised after much contemplation throughout the day. Feng Bei, how many crystal cores did you harvest today? Xia Yan inquired upon seeing her exchange her only acquisition for points. Feng Bei was immediately flustered, realizing Xia Yan must know she had only obtained 1 crystal core today. It should have been evident, given that Qing Mingzi hadn't followed her into the dining area. How could she have forgotten such a crucial detail? I'm sorry, Boss Xia. I didn't collect any level 2 crystal cores today, but I will strive to gather enough within the week. Xia Yan maintained a stoic expression, her gaze sharp and penetrating. as if piercing through Feng Bei's attempted deception. Could she truly see through everything? Feng Bei was nearly paralyzed with fear, her eyes darting around, unwilling to meet Xia Yan's gaze. Just when she felt she could no longer endure, Xia Yan finally showed mercy and spoke again. Feng Bei, it's fine if you didn't collect enough today. There are still 6 days left. I believe in your capabilities. Now go assist Aunt Wang with some chores. All right. Feng Bei quickly agreed, hastening to Wang Mei's side with a pleasing tone. Aunt Wang, I'm here to help. Is there anything I can do? In the base. Wang Mei and her son had often been bullied by Feng Bei and her daughter. Now, it was Feng Bei who had to follow her commands. So Wang Mei certainly would not hold back. Yes, there's plenty to do. Fill up the bottled water. But remember not to fill them to the brim. And then neatly arrange them in the freezer. I will check shortly. Knowing that Wang Mei was deliberately taking advantage of the situation, Feng Bei could only seethe in silence and obediently fill the bottles. Wang Mei felt a sense of satisfaction, noticing Feng Bei's unwillingness to comply. She intentionally filled the bottles to the brim with a clatter, choosing to play hardball rather than engage in petty arguments. Boss Xia, during the scorching season, our base relies entirely on Feng Bei's water abilities to survive. Since she currently owes you crystal cores, why not have her produce water for sale? It could help offset some of the store's losses. Feng Bei's face turned pale. They were all from the same base. Not only did they not help each other, but they also conspired with outsiders against her. Wang Jie makes a valid point, Feng Bei. Since you possess water abilities, don't waste them. There are still empty bottles in the bag. Fill them all. Xia Yan leisurely sipped her orange juice, making a definitive statement. Feng Bei dared not object, fearing she might be charged interest. The many customers in the store feigned ignorance, tacitly accepting Xia Yan's actions as reasonable. Feng Bei felt an overwhelming sense of injustice and wanted to cry. Oh, what a great injustice you've suffered. Wang Baochuan teased. You've foraged for wild vegetables for 18 years without complaint. If you think Boss Xia has gone too far, just say so. Wang Mei scoffed, observing Feng Bei's pouty lips and tear-filled eyes, finding it quite amusing. Weren't you once so arrogant in the base? Weren't you fond of bullying others? In this apocalypse, there are no tears. Weren't those your words, Feng Bei? Is this all it takes for you to crumble? While those children you mocked and trampled on are crying, what were you doing? Wasn't it you, Feng Bei, who laughed at them? The more Wang Mei thought about it, the angrier she became, and she swiftly pinched the soft flesh at Feng Bei's waist. What are you crying about? Is this little bit of work enough to make you weep? If you want to cry, do so in private. Wang Mei was relentless, inflicting pain on Feng Bei, who cried out in agony, feeling a sharp sting in her side. She suspected it would surely bruise. The onlookers in the lobby merely observed with cold indifference, none offering her any words of consolation. Wiping away her tears, Feng Bei dutifully filled the water bottles. Seeing her so submissive, not daring to utter a single complaint, Wang Mei felt a sense of vindication, taking advantage of Xia Yan's authority to release her pent-up frustrations. Although Xia Yan said nothing, Wang Mei knew when to stop and return to the sofa, sitting beside her son and gently massaging his shoulders to relieve his soreness. Life had improved significantly. Her son could now venture out to slay low-level zombies, reliably harvesting at least 2 crystal cores each day. There was finally hope on the horizon. Oh my dear mother, what is wrong with sitting on your bed? Ta bed meant for sitting. The television blared with the earnest yet somewhat unreasonable voice of Dehua. The group erupted in laughter. Indeed, this television drama was quite entertaining. At 8 o'clock, Xia Yan promptly closed the door and returned to her room. While waiting for the water to heat up, she stuffed her dirty clothes into the washing machine, adding detergent and fragrance beads. From her cabinet, she retrieved a box of bath bombs, selecting a pale blue orb with a seaweed scent, which she tossed into the bathtub. The small orb spun and released a rich lather, the previously clear water gradually turning blue as the dried flowers absorbed moisture, unfurling their petals atop the surface. Xia Yan submerged herself in the water, listening to soothing music, her entire being relaxing. System, how many points are needed for the bear to level up again? She recalled needing to step out tomorrow. The store couldn't be left unattended. Currently, Bear only engages in simple dialogues and struggles with longer sentences. An upgrade requires 200 points, language level 10 and cognitive level 5. What is the current status? Currently, language level 5, 100 points, cognitive level 3, 100 points, cleanliness attribute 100. Upon noticing the cleanliness attribute, Xia Yan nodded in satisfaction. Bear is truly a treasure, especially since she detests cleaning. Let's proceed with the upgrade, deducting points from the store. She has merely 3,550 points in her personal account, as she intends to purchase cosmetics and face masks in the future, so she cannot spend recklessly. As for the pile of face masks and cream she brought from the supermarket, she had used them a few times carelessly, resulting in 2 or 3 noticeable pimples on her face. Upon checking the expiration dates, she despondently discovered they were nearing the end of their 5-year shelf life and decided to discard them, too apprehensive to continue using them. With this in mind, Xia Yan opened them all, navigated to the skincare section, and filtered for moisturizing and anti-aging sets, gasping quietly at the prices, which were rather steep. The items were sorted from highest to lowest price, with the most expensive requiring 7-digit points and the cheapest still demanding 4-digit points. However, these products could accompany the host to the next world, thus amplifying Xia Yan's desire to earn more points. What woman does not wish to look beautiful? What woman does not yearn to hear another woman compliment her skin? Gritting her teeth, Xia Yan spent 3,380 points on a moderately high-end set. In an instant, a luxurious, understated dark gift box materialized in midair, gently descending beside her. Overwhelmed with excitement, she skipped her usual bath, rinsed off, donned a bathrobe, and cradled the gift box as she made her way to the living room. With a heart full of anticipation and trembling hands, she delicately untied the exquisite bow, causing the box to open with a soft sound, a beautiful rainbow flashing by as a fresh, sweet fragrance wafted through the air. An ethereal bubble floated above, containing 5 products, a cleanser, toner, essence, cream, and eye cream, while a smaller bubble held several sample-sized versions. Dear Platinum member Xia Yan, thank you for selecting our company's products. We look forward to your feedback and wish you a happy life filled with plenty of points. Immediately, a review page popped up, and Xia Yan rated it 5 stars without hesitation. Thank you for your sincere review. We present you with our company's latest invention, the Aroma Body Lotion.
Goodbye.
Delighted, Xia Yan reached out to grasp the floating body lotion, eagerly opening it to inhale the scent, which happened to be her favorite peach fragrance. She squeezed some into her palm, massaging it onto her thighs. The silky, light pink lotion was absorbed instantly, leaving her skin soft, supple, and subtly glowing. Oh my, indeed. You get what you pay for. The price reflects the quality. Xia Yan marveled, unable to keep her hands from exploring her now smooth skin, continuously exclaiming in awe. If she had known skincare products from the mall were this effective, she would have exerted herself 100-fold to earn points. After applying the body lotion, she took the skincare products into the bathroom, standing before the mirror to try them out. As usual, she performed a sensitivity test behind her ear. And after waiting a few minutes with no adverse reactions, she earnestly applied the cleanser to wash her face. Remarkably, after rinsing, she felt no tightness. Her face not only felt clean but even smoother afterward. Xia Yan was once again pleasantly surprised, using the toner, eye cream, and essence in turn. Poking her noticeably plump skin with her fingers, she admired herself for a while. If products costing over 3,000 could yield such results, what could the 7-digit cosmetics achieve? After indulging in her skincare routine, Xia Yan applied a layer of moisturizing lip balm and retrieved the expensive, soon-to-expire cream from this world. Applying a generous amount to her hands and meticulously massaging her fingers until fully absorbed before returning to her bedroom, she placed the humidifier on a 1-meter-high cabinet, releasing a fine mist, the air conditioning providing a comfortable temperature, and she snuggled under a light blanket, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 51 Departure.
Bear.
Please assist me in moving the water into the thermos. Just fill it with 20 bottles. Xia Yan sipped her unsweetened red date and black rice, soy milk, acknowledging that the taste was indeed not very pleasant. The pink electric scooter had long been fully charged, sitting prominently in the hall. Bear swiftly opened the refrigerator door, beginning to transport the water. Jing Yimai glanced at her, hesitating for a few seconds before inquiring, "Are you planning to go out, boss Xia?" "Yes. I intend to visit the third base," Xia Yan replied, taking a bite of corn cake and chewing slowly. Please be cautious on your journey, Boss Xia. Initially, he had contemplated asking if she needed protection, but upon reflection, he realized that with her formidable strength, it was unlikely anyone could harm her, thus dismissing that concern. Xia Yan nodded, as if struck by a thought, and with a smile said to Jingyi, since the guests are out hunting every day, if we encounter customers with nowhere to go in the future, please help recommend my little shop. Jingyi coldly nodded in agreement. Currently, Xia Yan was quite satisfied with the guests residing in her establishment, apart from Feng Bei. She had merely opened a shop to earn some points. She had no grand ambitions, just aiming to manage the inn well and avoid any eccentric guests. She was not a killing machine, nor did she harbor a heavy heart for violence. It was far better for everyone to live their lives honestly. They had a secure place to stay, food to eat, and she earned points, living a leisurely and carefree life. A win-win situation. After finishing breakfast, Xia Yan proceeded to the hall, retrieving 3 portions from the breakfast machine and 20 portions from the lunch machine. After adding a divider to the thermos, she placed all the lunch boxes on top, barely managing to close the lid. Bear, I'm stepping out for a while. Please assist any guests that arrive at the shop. If you encounter anything unmanageable, call me directly. If someone stirs up trouble, confine them until I return to handle it. Xia Yan summoned Bear, informing it that the room key was in the drawer, instructing it to remain at the reception desk without cleaning. Everything else could wait until she returned. Understood, boss. Bear will work diligently. After the recent upgrade, Bear not only spoke clearly, but even understood how to bow. Xia Yan nodded in satisfaction, donned a sun hat, and rode out on her electric scooter, sounding the horn twice. Outside, Yichi peeked out from behind a dilapidated tire, waving at her, signaling that he would keep an eye on the inn, allowing her to relax. At 8 a.m., the sun hung low in the eastern sky, timidly resembling a rosy cheek of a bashful child. The pale blue sky adorned with gently shifting white clouds. A mild breeze caressed her face, teasing her loose strands of hair. Xia Yan navigated the streets on her electric scooter, with a basket containing the promotional pamphlets she had prepared the previous day, alongside a small machine designed for customers to exchange points via card. The sunshine was pleasant, and the temperature was moderate as she followed the directions provided by the system. Occasionally, she spotted scattered zombies wandering by the roadside, and she swiftly twisted the throttle, zipping past them to avoid their noxious presence. Upon turning a corner and catching sight of the scene ahead, her brows furrowed. No wonder she hadn't seen many zombies along the way. They had congregated here. With this route blocked, Xia Yan turned back to detour through another path. A minute later, she found herself staring wide-eyed at a construction site surrounded by a no-entry sign. Xia Yan understood that in this world, at certain specific moments, extensive road reconstruction and curb repairs would occur, essentially reconstructing year after year, without end. Unexpectedly, she encountered her again. Xia Yan had no choice but to ride her bike further down the road, only to find it still barred to passage. Observing the increasing distance from her destination, she reluctantly turned back, praying that the zombies had vacated the area. Upon returning to the initial route, she found that a portion of the previously congested zombies had indeed dispersed, barely revealing a path for passage. The undead were huddled together, incessantly howling towards the heights. Xia Yan's keen eyes spotted 2 level 3 zombies concealed within their ranks. It was no wonder she felt a sense of foreboding. Surveying the building encircled by the zombie horde, she sought to ascertain the number of brave souls within, but from her angle, visibility was limited. Xia Yan retrieved a pair of disposable shoe covers from her system inventory and donned them over her newly acquired stiletto heels. She hoped they wouldn't get soiled. After donning her mask and taking a deep breath, she twisted the ignition and surged forward. Boss, the zombies are increasing in number. And there are still 2 level 3 ones inside, reported Song Yang, perched at the windowsill, deliberately whistling to incite a frenzy among the zombies. His face devoid of any tension, instead wearing a brazen grin. Behind him, a tall man sat leisurely on the floor, methodically breaking down a handful of military rations into smaller pieces to mix with water, vigorously shaking the cup before pouring the mixture into 3 cups and downing one in a single gulp. Next to him lounged a long-haired man, lazily slumped, who, upon the food being ready, pinched his nose and downed the mixture as if it were water, forcing it down with a grimace. Damn it. This stuff is horrid no matter how many times you eat it. Just having something to eat is already a privilege, and yet you're so picky. Do you still think you're the esteemed young Master Gao? Gao Fei Bei, young Master Gao. Song Yang laughed heartily, unwilling to let his contorted expression escape his teasing. Life is tough. One must find some amusement. Get lost. Be careful, or I'll knock you out, you weakling. Gao Fei Bei shot him a glare, raising a middle finger, a defeated foe. Damn it, every time I can't win an argument, you bring this up. Will it ever end? That's the truth. If you disagree, let us settle it in a fight. Enough squabbling, look over there. At some point, the tall man had approached the window, bracing himself against the sill. His muscular arms bulging with power, as if they were bricks, his eyes sharp and focused on the scene below, resembling a regal tiger surveying its territory for intruders. Poised to pounce. What do you see, boss? It was rare to hear Fu Zhao express surprise, and the two ceased their bickering, instantly gathering at the window. The horde of zombies below had caught sight of a target, growing increasingly chaotic, seemingly building a pile as they attempted to climb. Without Fu Zhao needing to speak, they quickly witnessed what could only be described as miraculous. A girl, adorned with a light gray sun hat and dressed in a purple floral sundress with thin straps, draped in a shimmering white long-sleeved top, glided through the mass of zombies on a delicate pink electric bike, radiating brilliance. Though masked, her stunning eyes were evident. She was undeniably beautiful. To their astonishment, this exquisite girl navigated effortlessly among the zombies, who appeared utterly oblivious to her presence. Even more bizarrely, they seemed to direct their incessant howls towards the trio above instead. The girl frowned, kicking away a zombie that was about to topple onto her. Yet the creature showed no reaction, blind to the fair maiden before it. Song Yang felt he had not slept well the previous night, questioning his sanity. No way. Are the zombies really not attacking her? Could it be they have a preference for beauty? That can't be. Boss, you are incredibly handsome. How could they differentiate? Fu Zhao shot him a silent glare.
Hey,
That girl. Stop a moment. Song Yang chuckled, turning to shout downwards, successfully halting the girl. Xia Yan was startled by the sudden voice, glancing up in haste. At the empty third-floor window stood three individuals, their faces a mix of shock and confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yan halted in a spot where the zombies were fewer, propping her leg and shouting back, "Is there something you need?"
wow.
It's actually a real person. A living person. Chapter 52. Customers along the way. Just then, Xia Yan felt a pang of thirst and, disregarding the raucous men below, pulled a bottle of water from her thermos, twisting it open and gulping down half. The thermos proved its worth, the water still refreshingly cold. A delightful reprieve in the sweltering heat. Wait, what did I just grab? Am I seeing things? Is that a lunchbox inside? Song Yang rubbed his eyes vigorously, stunned to the point of speechlessness. Fu Zhao, equally astonished, had also spotted the large box of food. Are those lunchboxes for sale? We'll buy them at a high price. Fu Zhao spoke with composure. Song Yang and Gao Fei Bei exchanged incredulous glances, as if questioning his sanity. In this desolate place, who would sell food? Did they think they were in a base cafeteria? Of course they are. What? The two could scarcely believe their ears. Are you serious? Xia Yan dismounted her bike, lifting her chin with crescent-shaped eyes, stating that both the lunchboxes and water were for sale, but required 3 customers to obtain cards. Cards? What a distant concept, Gao Fei Bei mused, nostalgia etched across his face. How do we get one? It's quite simple. You 3 have crystal cores, right? A level 1 crystal core can exchange for 100 points, while a level 2 can fetch 500 points. A lunchbox only costs a mere 10 points, quite a bargain. Xia Yan grinned slyly, akin to a cunning fox, originally intending to sell with just 1 card. But she cleverly spun it into a need for 3. She discerned that despite the ragged and filthy appearance of the trio, their sharp gazes and swift movements indicated they were undoubtedly formidable ability users, likely possessing a fair share of crystal cores. It would be prudent to win them over. Encouraging them to stay at her inn, Fu Zhao had anticipated an exorbitant price, prepared to exchange a level 2 crystal core. Yet was taken aback by the low cost for multiple boxes. He had visited this place before, when had food prices plummeted to such an extent. Was there some sinister plot at play? Xia Yan, in good humor, stood still, allowing the trio to scrutinize her. Boss, shall we buy a box to try? Song Yong whispered, suppressing his voice, feeling a twinge of desire. It wasn't just the lunchboxes and water, it was also the captivating girl. In the years of the apocalypse, he had never encountered a girl as fair and delicate as her, like a rose sheltered in a greenhouse, too fragile to approach closely. Fu Zhao shot him a knowing glance, instantly grasping his thoughts. It was precisely because she was so pristine that the situation became more complicated. The trio remained silent for a while, exchanging glances, and Xia Yan glanced up at the sky, growing a touch impatient. With so many of you, why are you still wary of a little girl? Have you made a decision? I'm about to leave.
Wait. I'll buy.
Song Yang blurted out as he saw her genuinely preparing to leave, casting a wary glance at Fu Zhao, who remained silent, his gaze fixed below. He reassured himself. Feeling secure. Miss, how do I get a card? There are so many zombies, I can't go down. The only accessible entrance had been completely surrounded by zombies, trapping them inside, and she was unlikely to force her way in. Xia Yan regarded the entrance, indeed blocked by the undead, and she had no intention of squeezing through. Wait for us at the copy shop ahead. We'll run out and find you, Fu Zhao instructed, pointing to a shop 100 meters away, his gaze steady, urging patience. Xia Yan blinked, surprised he had discerned her impatience. She said nothing more, mounting her pink electric bike and kicking aside the obstructive zombie, heading towards the copy shop. In the upper room, Song Yang appeared as if he had encountered a ghost, tremblingly pointing at Fu Zhao with a quivering finger. After struggling for a while, 2 streams of tears finally cascaded down his cheeks as he woefully exclaimed, "Oh, the unblossomed flower of love in my heart. Fu Zhao, you old rascal." Xia Yan drove her vehicle straight into the shop, scanning the surroundings but finding no clean spot. Ultimately, she settled in her car, patiently waiting. Soon enough, she heard the distant, chaotic roars of zombies, a cacophony of phlegm-laden howls. Without needing to step outside, Xia Yan could vividly imagine the grotesque, bulging grayish-white eyeballs of the zombies. Their faces contorted in rage, swaying as they chased after the living, their gaping mouths dripping thick, viscous fluid onto their decaying garments. How repulsive. She hastily stifled her overly vivid imagination, realizing that only she could conjure such grotesque imagery. After waiting patiently for 5 minutes, the outside fell eerily silent, devoid of any zombie activity, yet the trio still had not appeared. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. Perhaps the 3 of them had been devoured by zombies. After another 5 minutes of waiting, still no sign of them, she began counting to 10, deciding that if they didn't show up soon, she would leave. 1, 2, 10, all right. She was leaving. Xia Yan turned on the ignition, instinctively honking twice. Didn't I tell you to be a bit more patient? Can't you wait a little longer? At that moment, a towering figure appeared at the entrance, broad-shouldered and strong, moving with a steady gait, robust as a steel pillar. His bronze-hued face radiated a sharp, chiseled coldness, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes that hinted at hidden prowess. His features were exquisitely sculpted, as if carved from stone. With a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, Xia Yan was momentarily taken aback. Up close, he exuded an aura of undeniable power, compelling one to bow in submission. He approached her with long strides, gazing down at her, his eyes glinting with a hint of astonishment. Your skin is flawless. Not a pore in sight. Ahem. Song Yang, sensing the unusual tension between the two, quickly cleared his throat to draw Xia Yan's attention. Beautiful lady. Don't you sell box meals? Hurry and show me. Returning to her senses, Xia Yan jumped out of the car and opened the thermal box, briefly explaining the varieties inside. This is about it. If you wish to purchase, you'll need to recharge first. Understood. How do we recharge?
Fu Zhao nodded,
Casting a warning glance at Song Yang, the latter obediently nestled beside Feng Bei, clutching his arm and watching his boss charm the lady, while inwardly lamenting, feeling as if he were weeping into a handkerchief. What's this? I was the one who noticed her first, unperturbed by their interactions. Xia Yan took out a small device from the basket and instructed, just place the crystal core inside. Fu Zhao regarded her for a moment before inserting a level 2 crystal core. Level 2. Song Yang shot him a furious glare. Xia Yan retrieved the points card, which read, Fu Zhao, 500 points. So this is Fu Zhao, nice name. What meal would you like? Grilled meat rice, please. After collecting the points, Xia Yan handed over the card along with the box meal and inquired about the two men behind him. Would you like to recharge as well? They exchanged glances, finally looking at Fu Zhao and the meal in his hand.
Wow.
It's actually real grilled meat rice. No fakes here. They both decided to recharge, each providing a level 2 crystal core. Fu Zhao concealed his surprise and, once they had recharged, they began their meal. Delicious. Absolutely amazing.
Keep it up, boss.
Seeing the three of them enjoying their food, Xia Yan decided not to linger. She pulled out a promotional flyer from the basket and handed it over. 3 esteemed customers. This is a brochure for my little shop. If you find yourselves without a place to stay tonight, you are welcome to lodge at my establishment. Not only do we have running water and electricity, but we also offer hearty meals. Most importantly, it is fortified against zombies, ensuring absolute safety. Chapter 53. The Third Base. You're heading out? Fu Zhao set down his empty meal box and stood up. No. I have other matters to attend to and won't be returning to the hotel just yet. However, there are people in the shop, so the customers need not worry about being unattended, rest assured. Xia Yan waved her hand, her demeanor exceptionally gentle. Song Yang and Gao Fei exchanged glances, moving a bit further away with their boxed meals. Goodness, this beauty runs her own business. The hotel has everything one could desire. The conditions are superb. I can only imagine how many suitors she has. Boss, you've got high abilities and decent looks, but what else do you have? TSK, not a good match. Do you need me to accompany you? TSK, what a sycophant. Song Yang grumbled, taking a bite of his meal, imagining it was Fu Zhao as he chewed angrily. Xia Yan fell silent for a moment, stepping back and regarding him seriously. No, thank you. With that, she mounted her electric bike and prepared to leave.
Wait.
She braked just in time to avoid colliding with the man blocking her way, frowning slightly. Fu Zhao extended his card, intending to purchase a few more bottles of water and boxed meals. Apologies, but boxed meals can only be purchased one per person. If you wish for more, you can stay at the hotel. There are no limits inside. Water can only be sold in sets of 3. Very well. Xia Yan swiped 6 points from her card, retrieving 3 chilled bottles of water from the thermal box and handing them over. Fu Zhao accepted them, stepping aside to let her pass. She chose not to speak further and rode away directly. Boss, are you really just letting her go? Gao Fei, finishing the last bite of his meal, inquired with curiosity. Fu Zhao watched the girl's retreating figure, responding with a soft hum. The girl possesses a strong sense of caution. That's a good thing. Noticing his infatuated demeanor, Song Yang could no longer contain himself and blurted out, Boss, this girl is quite extraordinary. Shouldn't you observe her a bit more? As the girl's silhouette vanished, Fu Zhao withdrew his gaze, clarity returning to his eyes. Let us go. First, we need to collect crystal cores. We'll check out this hotel tonight. Xia Yan lowered her hat's brim to shield it from the wind. Along her journey, she encountered 2 more small teams, distributing her flyers, but those individuals dared not purchase her boxed meals or water. However, Xia Yan was untroubled. She hadn't brought much. If the 2 teams bought according to their numbers, she could directly return to the hotel without needing to visit the base. After riding for half an hour, she finally arrived at the entrance of the third base. The white steel gate bore the words Future Base, Third Base, scrawled in black paint. The entrance was obstructed by sharp barricades, with 2 gatekeepers standing on either side, holding loudspeakers. Upon seeing Xia Yan approach on her electric bike, their eyes widened in disbelief. What time is it? And this bike still has power. Xia Yan skillfully maneuvered around the obstacles and arrived at the gate. Hello, gentlemen. I wish to enter. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes falling on the thermal box on her bike. What's that? Open it up. Xia Yan reached out and opened it, calmly stating, Inside are box meals and mineral water. Nothing else. The 2 were taken aback. One stepped closer to rummage through it, his eyes filled with longing. After all, it was water and food. Go on in. Uncertain of which base she hailed from, they presumed she was delivering supplies for the leaders. They not only refrained from stopping her, but dared not even seize her belongings. After all, both items were far too precious, and taking them would be conspicuous. If discovered, they could lose their jobs. As Xia Yan gradually distanced herself, one of them swallowed hard and remarked to his companion, Do you smell that? It's divine. Of course I can smell it. It's mouth-watering. Damn, I'm starving. These leaders really know how to enjoy themselves. The two lamented, cursing the 50 leaders within the base. Little did they know, all the leaders in the third base sneezed countless times daily. Whether one more or less didn't make much difference. They had already resigned themselves to comfort, freely cursing as long as they weren't ill, and didn't go hungry. Xia Yan rode her bike over the bumpy road, jostling up and down. She surveyed her surroundings. The third base was situated in the outskirts, with only a few three-story buildings, most of which were single-story houses. Surrounding the base was a makeshift barrier constructed from discarded vehicles, household items, and other refuse, barely forming a protective wall. A minor zombie outbreak could easily devastate this place. The appearance of strangers drew the attention of the residents, who gathered at their doorways. Xia Yan gazed at them in deepening silence, an unutterable feeling swelling within her. Each person appeared emaciated, their clothing scarcely sufficient to cover their bodies, hair tangled, eyes dulled, and limbs so thin that their bones protruded. Young children stared with bulging eyes, their lips cracked and bleeding, hiding behind their families while casting curious glances at Xia Yan and the box behind her. In their eyes flickered a profound hunger for food, intertwined with a latent brutality. She knew she could not reveal her supplies at this moment. These desperate souls would not heed her words. What should she do? As she scanned the crowd, she noticed a few individuals who, although pallid, seemed to fare better than the others. Their eyes gleamed with a predatory glint as they brazenly scrutinized Xia Yan, intuitively sensing that the box behind the delicate girl contained something valuable, perhaps food. They exchanged furtive glances, recalling what Feng Tianxi had mentioned about higher-ups sending supplies. Having waited in vain for several days, they had dismissed it as mere deception. Yet, Feng Tianxi and Feng Bei had seemingly vanished from the base, leaving them unable to find them. Without Feng Tianxi, they were left starving, unable to secure a single meal. And the other leaders showed no inclination to engage with them, let alone provide sustenance. Days of hunger had left them with their stomachs pressed against their backs, long forgetting the taste of food. Initially, they had set their sights on Wang's sister, her ample figure promising both play and nourishment, but her brother was fiercely protective, leaving them with no opportunity. Just as they were contemplating forcefully abducting her, another oblivious girl appeared before them. How delightfully tender. They huddled together, whispering eagerly, their eyes gleaming with avarice, both for the girl and for her cargo. Xia Yan discerned their ill intentions and felt a flicker of indignation. Xia, Boss Xia? Wang Xuewei had been dragged here by her younger brother, who insisted he had seen a fairy and wanted to come. Little did she expect that the fairy was actually Boss Xia. But what was she doing here? Xia Yan immediately recognized her as one of the first guests to reside in her small shop. Encountering an acquaintance made things simpler. Xia Yan smiled and nodded, calling out, "Is Qi Hua at the base?" "Yes, he is." "I'll go fetch him." "Boss Xia, please wait a moment." Wang Xuewei, unaware of her intentions regarding the captain, hurried off. With news of the arrival of an ability user spreading rapidly throughout the base, nearly all the able-bodied survivors flocked to the scene. Xia Yan found herself encircled, her gaze bright and unflinching. The onlookers regarded her with cold detachment, their thoughts restless, akin to a horde of hidden sewer rats, glowing with greed in the dim, damp shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. They were waiting for the individual who could incite chaos. The few ruffians who could potentially lead had already been cowed by Qi Hua, and upon hearing that she knew him, they could only bide their time and observe. Among the crowd, several familiar faces recognized Boss Xia and squeezed through to greet her. That was indeed Boss Xia, the powerful figure with rations. Chapter 54. You can indeed help me. Boss Xia has arrived? Qi Hua, laboriously drawing water, wiped the sweat from his brow. Pouring a half bucket of murky water into another container, clearly taken aback. What brings her here? Yes, Boss Xia specifically requested you. There's a massive thermos in her back seat, which surely contains supplies. Hurry, you mustn't keep Boss Xia waiting. Wang Xuewei seized his arm, urging him forward. She held back some words. If Boss Xia truly brought supplies, she undoubtedly intended to sell them. Her cards still held points. And it would be best to purchase as much as she could before anyone else. She was determined to prevent other teams from getting ahead. Seeing Qi Hua reluctant to part with the half-bucket of water, Wang Xuewei nudged her younger brother. Be good, help your brother Qi Hua carry the water back. And I'll get you something delicious. The boy, unwilling, wanted to return to see the fairy, but a glare from his sister made him comply. Obediently picking up the water. Let us go, Qi Hua. Wang Xuewei led the way, sprinting ahead while Qi Hua followed closely. Soon, he noticed the clearing ahead was teeming with people, tightly packed in layers. Make way.
Clear the path.
Wang Xuewei pushed through the obstructive crowd, striving to carve out a passage. In the center of the throng stood Boss Xia, clad in a beautiful dress, her expression radiant, her fair skin glowing, sharply contrasting with the surrounding decay and the struggling survivors clinging to the brink of survival. Qi Hua found himself momentarily entranced, unaware of how he had halted before Boss Xia. Captain Qi Hua, it's been a while. How have you been? Xia Yan removed her mask, her familiar smile unchanged, seemingly oblivious to the predatory gazes surrounding her. Xia, Boss Xia, long time no see. Qi Hua snapped back to reality, drying his clammy palms on his clothing. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xia Yan appeared to overlook his discomfort, her gaze sweeping the vicinity before returning to him with a note of gravity. Captain Qi Hua, I have brought some items, but it's not convenient to discuss here. Shall we find another place? Qi Hua glanced at the thermos, comprehending her intent, and nodded, preparing to lead her to his home for a private conversation. Xia Yan hopped onto her electric bike, following closely beside him. With Qi Hua leading the way, the crowds parted, allowing them to pass unimpeded. Xia Yan disregarded the multitude of eyes upon her. As they departed, the crowd shifted with them, their gaze lingering on the thermos, expressions inscrutable. Wang Xuewei, Wang Yi, and Li Chang brought up the rear, glaring back at those with ulterior motives. Everyone understood that supplies were at stake. The quicker-witted among them, upon hearing Qi Hua was taking her home, rushed to inform Qi Hua's parents, eager to make a good impression. Upon learning that a high-ranking official would be inspecting their home, the couple hurriedly donned their cleanest attire and tidied the house. Awaiting by the roadside, nervously fidgeting with their clothes to conceal dark stains. Under the envious gazes of their neighbors, though anxious, the couple also bore a hint of pride. Look at their son. Not only did he possess formidable abilities, but he also held a significant position within the base and had now garnered the attention of a high-ranking official. Qi Hua spotted his parents by the roadside and felt a twinge of exasperation. He glanced at Boss Xia, and for reasons unknown, her gentle demeanor reassured him. Boss Xia, these are my parents. Xia Yan smiled and nodded. Hello, auntie, uncle. Parents, this is Boss Xia. Welcome, honorable leader, to our home for an inspection. The couple was beside themselves with excitement, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the esteemed leader was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed a gentle temperament, entirely devoid of the arrogance exhibited by the over 50 leaders in the base. Qi Hua couldn't help but chuckle at his parents' enthusiasm, choosing not to correct their exuberance, as it seemed Boss Xia was unbothered by it. Parents, I need to discuss some matters with Boss Xia, so please don't interrupt. Of course. No problem, you two go ahead. Boss Xia, please come in. The room was rather rudimentary, and Qi Hua hoped that Boss Xia would not look down upon it. Qi Hua extended a hand to pull open the door, turning back to offer an invitation. Not at all. Upon entering the room, Xia Yan felt that Qi Hua's description of the simplicity was indeed a modest understatement. It could be said that the place was almost barren, with nothing but the essential bed and cabinet, leaving everything else starkly empty. Please, take a seat, Boss Xia. Qi Hua walked to the kitchenette, meticulously washing a cup and pouring a glass of water from a thermos, which was less than crystal clear. Here, have some water, Boss Xia. She received it with both hands, expressing her genuine gratitude. Boss Xia has come all this way. Is there anything I can assist you with? Qi Hua inquired, her curiosity piqued, uncertain of Xia Yan's intentions. Xia Yan nodded, affirming that indeed, Qi Hua could be of assistance. After a brief pause, she continued, You are aware that our small shop sells boxed meals and water. However, being situated in the city center, very few know about it. Even with the most affordable prices, it is futile if no one is aware of our offerings. I see, so you wish for me to help promote the inn, am I correct? Exactly. Leave this matter to me, Boss Xia. I shall ensure the promotion is effective. Qi Huan nodded earnestly, not deeming it a difficult task. I also brought some box meals and water today, priced the same as at the inn. Do you think you could organize something? Merely stating that the inn sells supplies might not entice them, but with tangible items visible before their eyes, coupled with Qi Hua's team promoting it, there would be no fear of them not coming. That can certainly work. Boss Xia, please wait here for a moment while I step out. Wait. Those with crystal cores will be prioritized. A card is required. Qi Hua paused, nodded, and exited. Outside, a sudden uproar erupted, and after a surge of voices, Qi Hua returned to call her. Boss Xia, it's ready. Stepping outside, Xia Yan was greeted by several tables set up before her, surrounded by a throng of eager faces, their eyes glinting with anticipation. Approaching the table, she scanned each face with unwavering resolve, clearing her throat to amplify her voice. Greetings, everyone. I am Boss Xia from the Holiday Inn, and I have come to share some delightful news with you all. The Holiday Inn has opened a public restaurant. It will be operational around the clock, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. We offer an extensive selection including buns, dumplings, soy milk, rice bowls, and noodles. As long as you possess a crystal core, you are welcome to obtain a points card here. One level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points, and with that, you can acquire. Xia Yan opened the insulated box, retrieving a box of grilled meat rice, displaying it clearly for all to see. This entire box of grilled meat rice is only 15 points. Just think, how many boxes can you buy with 100 points? Yes, 6 boxes. A ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. Moreover, our establishment not only provides ample food but also offers water. Pure, untainted water. A bottle of mineral water like this one is available for just 2 points. That means you can purchase 50 bottles for 100 points. Xia Yan raised the bottle of mineral water, the crystalline liquid shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight.
Boss Xia, assure you.
As long as you abide by the rules within the Holiday Inn, no fighting, no disturbances, and no deliberate damage to the premises, the Holiday Inn welcomes anyone who wishes to survive. Chapter 55, Rat Droppings. Xia Yan was pleased to see the crowd craning their necks, their eyes sparkling with fervor. She signaled to Wang Xuewei and Li Chong to set the boxed meals and breakfast on the tables, alongside bottles of mineral water. The enticing aroma made it hard for the two to suppress their salivation. Xia Yan positioned a small machine before her and called out, Qi Hua, have you eaten? Would you like a box of meal? The crowd, witnessing someone take the initiative to be the first to sample the food, suppressed their excitement, reminding themselves to wait and see. No, please, Boss Xia, I would like a box of cumin duck leg fried rice. Qi Hua replied loudly, producing her points card to hand to Xia Yan. Xia Yan accepted it, showcasing it to the crowd. This is Captain Qi Hua's points card. Each member of her team possesses one, and there are still points available. So rest assured, points do not expire. And you can come to the shop to spend at any time. After deducting 17 points, it displayed a remaining balance of 63 points. Qi Hua understood Xia Yan's intent and immediately opened her box meal, inviting her parents to join her. The couple, overwhelmed by their son's thoughtfulness, could not help but shed tears, not only touched by his filial piety, but also because they finally had food, a glimmer of hope for survival.
Boss Xia.
We would also like to purchase a box of meals. It's been ages since our family has eaten, Wang Xuewei said, biting her lip nervously while cradling her younger brother. Behind her, Li Chong, Wang Yi, and their families gazed at Xia Yan with hopeful eyes, while Qi Hua's elderly parents savored their meal, clearly relishing it. And they too wished for their loved ones to experience the same. Hearing this, Xia Yan smiled warmly. Of course, but it's limited to 1 box. I didn't bring too many. 1 box is sufficient. Just having something is enough. They dared not protest, as Boss Xia had come to promote the inn, not to distribute free meals to them. This much they understood. After swiping their cards, the 3 each took a box of meals, gathering with their families to share in the joy of eating together. The surrounding onlookers could no longer contain themselves, rushing over. In the blink of an eye, 4 boxes of meals had vanished. With so many people around, the 30 or so portions on the table were far too few to satisfy everyone. Qi Hua and Wang Yi quickly positioned themselves in front of the table, raising their voices to halt the chaos. Hold on. Form a line. Only those with crystal cores can purchase. Wang Xuewei and Li Chong joined in to safeguard the box meals. I have a crystal core. Let me through. Me too. I have one as well. Step aside. I have an elderly mother and young children at home. Let me go first. Get lost. Who doesn't he have someone waiting for a meal at home? Captain Chi, we have such a good relationship. Let me go first. Why does she get to cut in line? A moment of bedlam ensued. Chi Hua and Wang Yi struggled against the surging crowd, several individuals lunging forward. Their eyes gleaming with greed as they pounced on the table, seizing the boxed meals like ravenous beasts, eager to devour them. Wang Xuewei hastily reached out to snatch back a box, only to be violently shoved aside by several men who grabbed the meals and attempted to flee. The others, witnessing the food being snatched away, became even more frenzied, akin to zombies breaching a city, stretching out their hands and widening their eyes in a desperate attempt to seize the boxed meals. With the use of abilities prohibited against ordinary people within the base, Chi Hua could only exert every effort to keep the crowd at bay, but suddenly, she was bitten on the chest, letting out a piercing cry of distress. Xia Yan recognized the assailants as those who had dubious intentions towards her and frowned deeply. Rat droppings. With a swift gesture, she summoned back the boxed meals they had clutched so desperately, returning them to her hands. The assailants stared in shock at their empty hands, unable to comprehend how the meals that had been in their grasp had vanished in an instant. The one referred to as Boss Xia was now glaring at them with a chilling gaze. The group exchanged glances, quickly realizing that their attempt to seize the food was futile. They melted back into the crowd, swiftly disappearing from sight. Xia Yan coldly observed the figures vanishing amidst the throng, silently committing their appearances to memory. I hope you won't come to Mayan in the future. At that moment, the crowd completely overwhelmed Chi Hua and Wang Yi, their eyes fixated solely on the box meals, resembling a horde of malevolent spirits emerging from the depths of hell, vying for the precious sustenance laid before them. It was right there, consume it, and you shall survive. Chi Hua and Wang Yi, filled with regret, found themselves pushed to the periphery, helplessly watching the tide of people. Boss Xia, with the best of intentions, urged the crowd not to panic and beckoned, if anyone possesses a crystal core, please raise your hand. I have one.
So, do I. Me.
You there, yes? You. Step forward to redeem your points. What is going on? Chi Hua and Wang Yi exchanged perplexed glances, forcing their way into the throng, inciting discontent among those nearby. Why are you squeezing in, Chi brat? Your family is already well fed, and yet you still push forward. Chi Hua offered an apologetic smile, his movements nimble as he continued to press through the crowd.
Done.
I have 100 points on my card. Which meal do you prefer? Xia Yan cheerfully extended the card, the neatly arranged lunchboxes on the table showing no signs of having been snatched. Confused, Chi Hua approached from behind, noticing his parents standing there, their faces alight with happiness and foolish grins. Fish-flavored shredded pork rice. All right, next. Raise your hand. Mom, what is happening? Aren't they here to snatch the lunchboxes? Chi Hua whispered as he leaned closer to his mother, only to receive a light smack on his head. Snatch? They are merely anxious to queue. You had to block the way. Now I've faced a barrage of complaints from the neighbors. Silly child. But just a moment ago, they were driven away by Boss Xia. Those ruffians always stir up trouble.
Fine.
Xia Yan casually pointed among the raised hands, eliciting cheers from those selected. Soon, the lunchboxes and water were all gone. She held up a flyer, signaling for everyone's attention. The lunchboxes are sold out. Allow me to direct you to the hotel's specific location. If everyone adheres to the rules as you did today, I assure you all will enjoy warm meals and hot water at the hotel. It seemed these survivors were accustomed to listening to leaders hold meetings. As soon as Xia Yan finished speaking, they erupted into enthusiastic applause. Whether they had purchased or not, they all began to dream of the heavenly hotel she had described. At that moment, a sudden voice interrupted. Boss Xia, what about us ordinary folks who lack the ability to kill zombies and have no crystal cores? What are we to do? Xia Yan turned to see a frail, hunched old woman accompanied by two half-grown children. Perhaps the old woman's words resonated with some in the crowd, as they voiced their agreement. Boss Xia, This elderly lady's only son went to war 2 years ago and has since disappeared without a trace. She's left alone to care for her two grandsons and truly lacks the means to fight off zombies. Chi Hua suddenly approached, his voice hushed. He often assisted the old lady but had parents to support as well. He could only help so much. The elderly woman and her two grandchildren were barely surviving, and it was uncertain when hunger might claim them. He was taking a gamble, uncertain if Boss Xia would show any mercy. Xia Yan remained silent for a long moment, yet her amiable smile masked her true thoughts. The old lady, displaying remarkable patience, held her two grandsons close, attempting to stand straighter. Her son had been gone for 3 years. She was not afraid to wait for Boss Xia, even if it took a while. Dear grandmother, you need not have a crystal core. If you possess gold or silver jewelry, you may also exchange it for points. Chapter 56. The deal is done and returns. While it appeared Xia Yan had been silent for an eternity, she was actually negotiating with the system. Although gold and silver jewelry held little value in the apocalypse, she was not confined to a single world. Gold and silver would always be currencies of exchange. With an eye toward the future, Xia Yan and the system reached an agreement, allowing her to purchase gold and silver using points, with no restrictions on whether they were her personal points or from the shop's revenue. The points seemingly spent would eventually circle back to her through consumer spending, ultimately granting her a profit in jewelry. Unbeknownst to the others, they regarded Boss Xia as exceedingly generous, a truly kind-hearted individual who preferred to receive seemingly useless items to ensure they could have meals, and together they chanted her name in gratitude and admiration. Boss Xia! Boss Xia! Boss Xia! Xia Yan waved her hand dismissively, resembling a sage who had grown weary of worldly affairs. Captain Chi Hua, I'll leave all the flyers to you. The day is waning. It's time for me to depart. She placed 50 flyers on the table, waved goodbye to the crowd, and with 2 beeps, rode along the narrow path to exit. Behind her, the crowd followed reluctantly, waving and calling out, Boss Xia, take care on your journey. They accompanied her until she disappeared completely beyond the base, after which they turned back to discuss when to set off. Oh, right. We need to hurry and ask Chi Hua for flyer. If we wait too long, there won't be any left. Xia Yan glanced back, ensuring no one was following her, and let out a long sigh. The heat was unbearable. Riding back would be a trial. Upon her arrival, she was instantly transported to the hall. It's so hot, so hot. She removed her hat and fanned herself vigorously, her face flushed from the heat. Grabbing the remote, she turned on the air conditioner, setting it to a low temperature. Xiong stood attentively behind the counter, dutifully on guard. At this hour, the upstairs guests were napping, and no one occupied the space. Xia Yan instructed Xiong to charge the electric bike and made her way to the dining area. Eager to eat, the meager breakfast she had consumed was long gone, and now she felt ravenous. After retrieving a plate of chicken curry rice, she settled onto a sofa in the hall, turning on the television to watch some anime while she ate. Once Xiong charged the bike, it headed to the utility room to collect cleaning tools and ascended to the 3rd floor. Today it had yet to clean, and the sight of the dirty floor nearly drove it mad, but with the boss's orders in mind, it could only watch from behind the counter. Fortunately, the boss had returned. It could finally get to work. Today called for a thorough cleaning, ridding every corner of dust. Each mouthful of food was chewed slowly, 20 times, ensuring even bites on both sides. After 40 minutes of meticulous dining, she finally finished her lunch. Following her meal, she stood quietly against the wall for half an hour and strolled around the hall for 15 minutes. Having completed her daily routine for fitness, Xia Yan finally reclined on the sofa, covered with an air-conditioned blanket. As she watched, her eyes grew heavy, and she drifted off to sleep. Returning to the 1st floor, Xiong silently took the tray back to the dining area, tidied up, mopped the hall floor, and began wiping down machines and windows with a damp cloth, bustling about. As Yi Qi entered, he was surprised to find Boss Xia asleep on the sofa. How had he missed her presence? Seeing Xiong approach with a cloth meant for cleaning the windows, he hurriedly dodged and retreated upstairs. Today, he had been careless and was now covered in dirt. Not only Xiong, but even he could hardly tolerate it. He needed to wash up quickly, then rest for a while. Once the heat passed, he would have to head out to hunt. Hello, I'm looking for Lu Ju. A figure descended from the air, landing steadily at the hotel entrance. He pushed open the door, and the rush of cool air made him shiver, causing the wings on his back to disappear in an instant. For a moment, he overlooked Xia Yan reclining on the sofa, assuming the establishment was empty save for Xiong, and approached to inquire about his destination.
So,
This is the golden nest Lu Ju spoke of? The man narrowed his long eyes, unwilling to miss a single detail as he absorbed the hotel's interior decor. Then, he noticed Xia Yan napping on the sofa. It appeared, just as Lu Ju had claimed, that this place was undeniably safe. Even a delicate girl dared to sleep in the lobby. One could only surmise the boss possessed a certain level of strength. "Hello. May I ask on which floor Lu Ju resides?" He inquired again of Xiong. He refrained from disturbing the slumbering maiden, for such an act would be unbecoming of a gentleman, a breach of decorum his upbringing would never permit. Yet, she merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before returning her focus to her task of cleaning the windows. It was a matter of 3 exchanges. He diverted his gaze to the adjacent corridor. Once more, he attempted to communicate discreetly, but received no response. Frustration creased his brow as he lightly tapped his forehead with a finger. At this hour, she ought to be in restful sleep. It was best not to ascend without permission. The man surveyed his surroundings and ultimately chose a secluded corner to sit upon the floor, narrowing his eyes to rest his weary body. He had learned that Lu Ju had escaped the clutches of those individuals and taken refuge in a place called the Holiday Inn, which she claimed was safe and devoid of any concerns regarding food and drink. Though he felt a wave of relief, it was tempered by anxiety. That foolish child had evaded a den of wolves only to stumble into a tiger's lair. At such a time, how could a haven like this truly exist? It seemed merely a ruse to placate her naivety. Yet, Lu Ju's messages consistently extolled the virtues of the inn, leaving him half convinced and somewhat reassured. Enduring a relentless downpour, he had attempted to forge ahead through the rain, nearly succumbing to the tempest's fury. In utter helplessness, he suppressed his impatience and waited for the skies to clear, finally embarking once more on his quest to find his wife. What a heartless little creature she was, insisting he arrive later, claiming she had not tired of the food there, and urging him to enjoy himself. The man could only chuckle in exasperation. Xia Yan stretched languidly, her half-closed eyes gazing vacantly at the ceiling. Suddenly, a furry face intruded upon her reverie. It was Xiong. Xia Yan turned to sit upright and casually inquired, "What is it, Xiong?" Taking her haphazardly folded blanket, Xiong meticulously arranged it into a neat square and gently placed it on the sofa before gesturing toward the corner, indicating the presence of a guest. Xiong did not comprehend his implication. "A guest has arrived?" Xia Yan turned to look, coincidentally meeting the gaze of the man, who had also opened his eyes. "Apologies for the interruption. May I inquire which floor Lu Ju is on?" The man rose slowly, his stature nearly 6 feet 3 inches, exuding an air of elegance. "You seek Lu Ju? Are you her brother?" Xia Yan stood, donning a professional smile. She had often heard Lu Ju speak of her brother. Had he finally arrived? Indeed. "Very well. Allow me to escort you." Xia Yan noted the absence of any resemblance between them, her concern that he might be a trafficker seeking to deceive a child. They would ascend to let Lu Ju ascertain his identity. If he was an impostor, she would promptly evict him. That silly child was innocent and endearingly naive. Trouble loomed. The man bowed gracefully, following her lead. On the second floor, room 201, Xia Yan knocked on the door, her smile growing increasingly strained. After several seconds, Lu Ju's sweet voice emerged from behind the door. Who is it? I'm not awake yet." "It is I, Boss Xia." "Oh, sister." Lu Ju rubbed her eyes and opened the door, nearly collapsing into Xia Yan's arms, mumbling, "Sister, why are you here? Little Lu misses you." Xia Yan helplessly extended her arms to catch her, but the man behind her was swifter. He swept her into his embrace, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Little Lu, your brother has come." Chapter 57. The scent of dog food is tempting. Xia Yan stepped back, granting them space. "Brother?" "Brother." Lu Ju, catching the familiar scent, looked up with unrestrained joy. Indeed, it was her brother. Elated, Lu Ju cupped his face in her hands, planting a kiss upon him and affectionately rubbing her forehead against his, her gestures imbued with intimacy. "Brother, I missed you." The man faltered for a moment, then his face broke into a smile full of tenderness. Good girl, your brother missed you too. The unwitting third wheel, Xia Yan, bit her lip and slowly averted her gaze. Goodness, what happened to the sibling bond? This is clearly a pair of lovers. After consuming what felt like an insurmountable amount of heartwarming dog food, Xia Yan could no longer bear the scene. She fled downstairs, leaning against the air conditioning vent, desperately cooling her flushed face. The sweet bubblegum drama of the evening broadcast unfolded before her, and Xia Yan found herself exclaiming her inability to endure it. The disparity between the screen and reality was palpable, as she could almost perceive the love bubbles floating in the air, inhaling the tender emotions shared between the two. Boss Xia, are you alright? Yi Qi was donning his mother's oversized clothing, which hung loosely on him. He observed her for a moment, contemplating whether to warn her against the perils of excessive air conditioning, which could easily lead to a cold. However, Boss Xia seemed to be in some sort of frenzy, cradling her face and emitting peculiar sounds. Someone has arrived. Xia Yan nearly experienced a social death in front of the air conditioner. Taking a deep breath, she put on a smile, her tone steady. Is everything all right? Are you going out? Yi Qi regarded her with concern, noting that aside from her flushed cheeks, she appeared untroubled. Yes, I just spotted a level 2 zombie nearby, and thought I might try to deal with it. Then you should hurry. Xia Yan's mood had plummeted from the heights of exhilaration back to earth, no longer feeling any thrill. After watching Yi Qi depart, she returned to the sofa, switching on the television to a dating show for middle-aged individuals. At that moment, a preview was airing, featuring a 50-year-old woman sporting a noodle-like hairstyle, who was cheerfully introducing herself. Hello, my name is Zhang Mimi, and I've been a devoted fan of Desai since childhood. It is my sole passion, and no one can take it from me. My ex-husband was quite handsome, but life has taken away my love. I hope to find true love through this program and walk hand in hand through the latter part of my life. The camera then cut to another lady in a camel-colored coat with long, flowing hair, who coyly smiled at the camera, tossed her hair, cleared her throat, and spoke in a gentle tone. Hello everyone, my name is Xia Yan. I am 58 years old, own a BMW, and possess a 500 square meter villa. I also run 2 successful hot pot restaurants with a daily income exceeding 10,000. As for my requirements for a partner, I have none in particular. I don't mind a younger man. Youth brings vitality, does it not? I hope he is fit and understands the principles of fitness. Perhaps it's because I am getting older. Sometimes I feel a bit out of my depth. If I take a liking to him, there's a 10,000 yuan reward, with various gifts to follow. Gao Yan concluded, pulling out a large, bulging red envelope from her pocket, which attracted considerable attention from the camera. Xia Yan realized she had struck gold, gleefully tossing the remote aside and ordering a chocolate sundae from the food court to enjoy while watching. Upon hearing Mr. Zhang confessed that he was not adept at household chores and was seeking a new companion to care for him and his home, Xia Yan let out a derisive laugh. Just moments ago, he was seeking a young and beautiful partner. Now he added a stipulation for someone to selflessly serve him. The absurdity of his expectations was evident even to Xia Yan, who could almost hear the ticking of his selfish clock. Mr. Zhang shamelessly asserted that his ideal type had remained unchanged for years, proclaiming, "A man remains a boy until death." Xia Yan felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, questioning the layers of skin that allowed such shameless words to escape his lips. Fortunately, the ladies were wise and worldly, no longer the naive girls they once were, and promptly retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Serve you? You should hire a maid." Mr. Zhang's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Xia Yan could only think, bravo. Such individuals must be dealt with directly, tearing away their hypocritical facades. Attempting to reason with them would be a fool's errand. A man capable of uttering such words surely knows his own mind, just as one cannot awaken a person feigning sleep. Upon witnessing the ants swiftly depart without a backward glance, Xia Yan fervently applauded them. What a thrill! In that moment, Xia Yan found herself utterly captivated, wholeheartedly endorsing the charming ants within. Such a variety show is perfectly tailored for those with a romantic mindset, as frequent viewing can indeed enhance one's intellect. Xia Yan resolved that whenever a romantic soul graced her establishment, she would indulge in a continuous replay of the show. Haha, how delightfully mischievous of her. As dusk approached, patrons gradually returned to their lodgings. Upon stepping through the door, The sounds of an interview emanated from the television, accompanied by the lively discussions of three individuals seated on the sofa. Little one aunt remarked, make sure to choose your man wisely in the future. Do not be deceived by appearances. Some men are exceptionally skilled at masquerading. Their true nature often reveals itself only after marriage, and for some, it may take the arrival of a child for their true colors to show. What true nature? A snake? Wang Mei interjected, her expression one of exasperation. What do you mean, snake? The aunt is referring to a man's words. Auntie, little dear is still young, and doesn't he understand these things? Lan Wu said gently, pulling little dear into her embrace, playfully pinching her round earlobe, and casting a soft yet somewhat distant gaze at Wang Mei. Instantly, Wang Mei felt a twinge of embarrassment, hesitant to speak further. Little Ju blinked her glistening eyes, oscillating between the two, confused about the unfolding conversation. Xia Yan struggled to contain her laughter from the sidelines. Mom, I'm back. In the midst of this awkwardness, Wang Mei felt an unexpected surge of joy at her son's return. Yao, you're back.
Come.
Let us go wash up before dinner, she exclaimed, taking hold of his arm and leading him upstairs. Oblivious to the situation, Yi Qi obediently followed, perhaps sensing his mother's overwhelming affection for him. Boss Xia, could you please assist us in changing to a double room? Lan Wu withdrew her gaze, retrieving the room key for room 201 along with a secondary crystal core, and handed them to Xia Yan. Sister, we plan to enjoy a few more days here before heading home, so I can indulge in delightful cuisine for several more days. Little Ju exclaimed, leaping from Lan Wu's arms to twirl around Xia Yan, her little antlers prominently visible amidst her thick hair. Unable to resist the allure of the fluffy antlers, Xia Yan's fingers itched with desire. Lan Wu, sensing her intention, subtly furrowed her brow and stepped forward to discreetly obstruct her view. Before thanking her once more and guiding little Ju away for dinner. The child's boyfriend has arrived. One mustn't be too presumptuous. Chapter 58. Caught in the act.
Boss.
What should we do? Xia Yan has been stationed at the front desk, refusing to leave. Wang Chong whispered, peeking around the wall of the corridor before retreating. Beside him, Shiji pressed closely against the wall, casting furtive glances toward the staircase, fearful of Xia Yan's sudden appearance. What should we do?
Em starvin.
Shiji whispered urgently, lowering his voice. Since checking in, they had remained holed up upstairs, terrified of encountering Boss Xia, lest they be expelled in a fit of anger. Having witnessed the opulence of the hotel rooms, Shiji could hardly be satisfied with their previous shabby accommodations. Let us wait a bit longer. Boss Xia will surely head to the dining area soon. While she is occupied, we can sneak down to grab some box meals. Wang Chong exclaimed, nearly tearing his hair out, convinced this was their best course of action. No, I want to eat in the dining room. All the guests are going there. We are guests too, and we have the right to enter. Shiji countered, unwilling to be treated as inferior. We must go. Wang Chong instantly recognized that his young master was being unreasonable, rolling his eyes in exasperation out of sight. Please, do you not remember how you got in here? Why risk crossing paths with her now? You're just asking for trouble. The two exchanged a silent battle of glares, each equally stubborn. Could you please step aside? A voice, not particularly loud, suddenly resonated behind them. Like a clap of thunder, both men jumped in alarm. Shiji quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling to the mother and son duo to be quiet. Wang Chong swiftly leaned out to glance at the cash register, feeling relieved. Thank goodness, Boss Xia isn't here. She didn't hear us. What do you mean she didn't hear? Xia Yan slowly rose, brushing off non-existent dust, and cast a bemused glance at the pair.
Ah.
Boss Xia. Both men clung to each other in fright, their eyes wide as saucers, as if confronted by the most terrifying monster. Xia Yan worried their eyeballs might pop out from the intensity of their gaze. Yi Qi, still holding his mother's hand, passed by them, visibly unimpressed by the startled neighbors. What are you two whispering about? Planning to buy boxed meals from the machine while I'm eating? Or perhaps intending to dine in the restaurant directly? Both men. She heard everything. Shiji exclaimed, Why are you staring at me? You couldn't handle this simple matter. Wang Chong protested. Boss Xia was indeed at the cash register. How could she suddenly appear around the corner? I truly had no idea. An irate Shiji exclaimed, You fool. You idiot. Enough with the glances. I've known you were hiding here ever since you ducked down. What else there to conceal? Xia Yan scoffed, beckoning for the two to step out. Shi Ji and Wang Chong emerged with expressions akin to schoolchildren caught skipping class, heads down, hands clasped in front of them, fingers fidgeting nervously. Xia Yan settled back onto the sofa, arms crossed, chin raised slightly. Now, tell me, when did you sneak in? Shi Ji shot a glare at Wang Chong. You tell her. Wang Chong took a deep breath. Boss Xia, we've been observing you. This morning, when we saw you leave on your bike, we sensed an opportunity and rushed to the shop to tell that bear we wanted to check in. After topping up the card, it provided us with a room key for the 3rd floor, informing us that our check-in was complete. We went upstairs and haven't dared to come down until now, as we're absolutely famished. Boss Xia, we implore you, allow us to stay. We are upstanding citizens and will absolutely adhere to your establishment's rules. Wang Chong recounted the entire sequence of events in one breath, ultimately kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face, hands clasped in a plea. Shiji stared in shock at his side, contemplating whether to follow suit and kneel as well. In truth, Wang Chong was testing the waters, realizing that the hotel had surveillance cameras. He figured if Boss Xia checked the footage, she would understand everything, so it was better to be upfront, hoping she might indeed allow them to stay. His instincts proved correct, for Xia Yan was currently reviewing the footage, and what he had said was entirely true. Please take a moment to read the establishment's regulations thoroughly. If you can promise to abide by them, I welcome you to stay. If not... No, we can. Shiji interjected, raising 4 fingers to the sky in a solemn vow, adamantly promising never to repeat their previous mistakes, swearing that if they did, they would face dire consequences. The severity of his vow startled Xia Yan, and at this juncture, she could only nod in acknowledgement of their status as guests. Shall we head to dinner then? Wang Chong stood, gesturing towards the restaurant. Yes, of course. Wonderful. Boss, we can finally eat. Shiji exclaimed, his smile radiant. Though he cast a peculiar glance at Xia Yan, his eyes reflecting a whirlwind of emotions, confusion, relief, acceptance, and a glimmer of hope for embracing a new life. Xia Yan had no intention of delving too deeply into the matter. After all, every individual in this apocalyptic world bore a story, and those who survived had endured significant hardships. As long as her ability to operate her establishment and enjoy a leisurely holiday remained unaffected, she was indifferent to how many guests occupied the hotel. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 6 in the evening. Xia Yan illuminated the hall, stepping into the dining area to prepare for dinner. Although the temperatures dipped significantly in the early morning and late evening, this was merely in comparison to the sweltering midday sun. At present, several windows in the dining room remained open, rendering the atmosphere still uncomfortably warm. Closing the windows, Xia Yan summoned Xiong to bring 2 standing air conditioners, one to place at the front and another at the back. With the pleasant sound of the machines powering on, the dining area gradually cooled down. The guests expressed their heartfelt gratitude, feeling an increased sense of belonging to the hotel. Everyone, please refrain from heading upstairs just yet. I have some matters to discuss with you all in the hall, Xia Yan announced, nodding at the gathered guests, including the newly arrived Shi Ji and his companion. The two felt a twinge of fear, speculating whether the boss intended to publicly reprimand them. Hadn't she promised them leniency? They hoped she wouldn't go back on her word. Let us finish our meals first. We'll eat our fill regardless of what happens, Shiji declared fiercely, swiftly slurping down a bowl of noodles before diving into another. Wang Chong concurred, mimicking his approach and eagerly trying to reclaim his appetite. Meanwhile, Xia Yan observed from her diagonal vantage point, her eyes widening at the sight of a fellow diner devouring noodles with such zeal. Was it possible to swallow without chewing? How long had it been since they last ate? 3 bowls down, and still going for a 4th? Did they not fear overindulgence? The bowls in the restaurant were substantial, measuring 22 centimeters in diameter. Please, do not overexert yourselves, Xia Yan thought anxiously, glancing at their round bellies. There will still be service tomorrow. Chapter 59, Rentals. Shi Ji and his companion emerged from the dining room, leaning against the wall for support. In the hall, the rest of the guests had gathered, all present except for the 2 of them, who hurriedly found seats. Once Xia Yan confirmed everyone's attendance, She instructed Xiong to bring forth the necessary items and began to speak. The purpose of convening you all is to discuss the current high temperatures outside, which have resulted in similarly elevated conditions within the rooms, increasing the risk of heat-related illnesses. I have some remaining fans and air conditioners available. You may take them to your rooms as needed. However, these are not complimentary. Those opting for fans will need to pay 30 points monthly, while those choosing air conditioners will be required to pay 80 points monthly. Xiong finally finished bringing in all the items. There were 5 air conditioners and 5 fans, and Xia Yan allowed them to make their selections. The guests were taken aback to learn that the gathering was for the purpose of offering relief from the heat. And they were profoundly moved. Electricity was costly, and they had originally only planned to enjoy the air conditioning in the hall. They could scarcely imagine having one in their own rooms. Though the heat had made restful sleep elusive, life now felt heavenly in comparison to before. The guests gazed longingly at the air conditioners, yearning for the comfort of a suitably temperate room in which to relax. At that moment, the hall door swung open, and 3 tall men entered. Xia Yan recognized them as the individuals who had purchased boxed lunches earlier that day. "Greetings, esteemed guests, and welcome to the Holiday Inn," she greeted warmly. Surveying the surroundings, Fu Zhao concealed his surprise. The decor and facilities here closely resembled those before the apocalypse, the bright lights conspicuously visible from afar. "Do you not recognize us? Were you not the one who recommended this place to us?" Song Yang stepped forward. He sighed inwardly, pondering how forgetful beautiful women could be. Yet he was genuinely astonished by the environment, so beautiful it seemed unreal. "Of course I remember. This establishment offers single and double rooms. Here is the price list and house rules. I kindly ask the 3 of you to read them carefully." Xia Yan emphasized the last 4 words, drawing a fleeting glance from Fu Zhao. Upon reading the final stipulation, they all felt a sense of being choked. "All right, she indeed possesses that leverage. We will take single rooms, 3 in total," Fu Zhao stated, swiping 30 points on the machine to successfully receive the room card for room 201 from the proprietor. Song Yang took room 204, while Gao Fei received room 205. "This area is the dining room. If you gentlemen have not yet dined, you may proceed to eat." Xia Yan smiled, not anticipating their long-term stay or inviting them to the meeting. At the center of attention, Fu Zhao remained unfazed, even leisurely responding.
What shall we call you, boss?
Song Yang internally cheered for him. 666 was his silent exclamation. "You may call me Boss Xia," she replied, maintaining her smile. "Boss Xia. I am Fu Zhao. Thank you for recommending us to this establishment," he said, extending his hand with a smirk. Shiji, seated on the floor watching the scene unfold, widened his eyes in astonishment. This man was truly impressive. Another lesson learned. Jing Yimai adjusted his mask to disguise the fierce glint in his eyes. The attention of the crowd shifted to Boss Xia, who tilted her head slightly and raised her smile. "Please do not hesitate. If you find the environment here to your liking, you may extend your stay for 6 months. Would you care to book?" Fu Zhao withdrew his hand, appearing completely at ease. "Not just yet. I will book the rooms once I finish my current tasks." As anticipated, the dining room is about to close. I kindly urge the guests to dine promptly. Xia Yan extended the closing time of the dining area by 2 hours, as she surmised that these 3 would not eat less than Shiji, hinting at another profitable evening.
"Thank you."
Under Xia Yan's friendly gaze, the 3 men entered the dining area. "Apologies for the wait. Have you all made your decisions? I would like an air conditioner." Jing Yimai was the first to speak. "Us too." Blue Wu raised his hand in agreement. "Count me in. We also want an air conditioner," chimed in Shiji and Wang Cheng. "Very well. Have the remaining guests made their choices?" Xia Yan inquired. Retrieving the card reader and collecting 240 points from the 3 of them, Zhang Lei pondered for a moment. Since he planned to stay long-term, an air conditioner would not only provide cooling in summer but also heating in winter. It was well worth it, especially as more guests would soon arrive, potentially straining the air conditioners. "I will take an air conditioner as well." Only Yi Qizheng and Wang Mei remained undecided. Xia Yan was unhurried, first arranging for Xiong to deliver and install the air conditioner chosen by Jing Yimai upstairs. Shiji instructed Wang Cheng to carry the air conditioner up first, as he intended to watch television while waiting for Xiong to install it. Upon Xiong's return, Blue Wu promptly handed over the room card. instructing him to go upstairs and unlock the door. The reason being that Xiao Lu was engrossed in an elderly matchmaking program on television and refused to leave. Lu was concerned about her being alone downstairs and opted to stay with her. Boss Xia, we would like an air conditioner as well, Wang Mei said. Handing over a points card, her expression tinged with reluctance. With only her youngest son able to venture out and combat zombies, accumulating crystal cores was no easy feat. Their daily supply barely sufficed. The points were tightly allocated. As you mentioned, we have only just entered the scorching season, and the weather is already unbearable. If we wait longer, it will only worsen. My son hides in abandoned tires, suffering from both heat and confinement, and has developed numerous heat rashes. I feel the pain in my heart as I witness this. It is worth it, as having an air conditioner will not only ensure he sleeps well at night, but also invigorate him during the day for his zombie hunting. Xia Yan glanced at Yi Qizheng, who wore a joyful expression. After swiping for the 80 points, Wang Mei eagerly picked up the last air conditioner, calling for her son to return to their room. Feng Bei was still in debt, unable to afford a fan, and had to leave with regret. Clearly, it was a benefit for everyone, yet it had no bearing on her. Just as Xia Yan was about to call Xiong to retrieve the fan back to the office, she suddenly recalled the 3 individuals dining in the restaurant. She could rent it to them, after all. 5 points a day seemed quite reasonable. Thus, she entered the dining area and discovered that the trio was even more ravenous than she had anticipated. Fu Ge, the female boss is looking for you, Gao Fei remarked. Noticing Xia Yan's entrance and hastily nudging Song Yang beside him, they exchanged knowing glances, swiftly finishing their last bites, wiping their mouths, and shifting to another table to continue their feast. Xia Yan pulled a chair closer, beaming as she looked at Fu Zhao. How do you find the food at our little establishment? Delicious, he replied. Not only is the cuisine delectable and plentiful, but the accommodation is also quite pleasant. However, Xia Yan paused, observing his silence. Fu Zhao cast a bemused glance her way. Was he expected to sing solo while she played the role of the duet? Very well. But what? Xia Yan nodded in satisfaction, continuing his line of thought, as you just witnessed. We are currently in a meeting to discuss the rental options for cooling measures within the rooms. You arrived too late. The air conditioners have all been rented out, leaving only the fans available. You may consider whether you need them. The price is quite negotiable as they are long-term tenants, renting by the month. However, since it's uncertain how long you will stay, we can rent the fans by the day for just 10 points. With that, Xia Yan smiled brightly at him, anticipating his counteroffer. Sure enough, Fu Zhao remarked, isn't that price a tad steep, Xia boss? I believe the initial quote was different. He set down his utensils and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Indeed, as I mentioned, they are long-term rentals, hence the significant discount. However, if you extend your stay for a month, the prices will be uniform for everyone. How about this? I'll reduce it further to 8 points per day. Before we negotiate the price, could you kindly share your full name, Boss Xia? Ultimately, the price was settled at 7 points per day. This was Xia Yan's first encounter with a bargaining customer. It was evident that the apocalypse could indeed transform one's character. She instructed Xiong to bring the remaining 2 fans back to the office and retrieved a chilled watermelon from the refrigerator. There's also chilled watermelon here. Who would like some? We have oranges and bananas as well, 3 points each. Interested? No one would perceive Xia Yan as treating them. Those who had spent time with her knew she never missed an opportunity to profit. If she could earn 2 points, she would never settle for just 1. I'll take 2 bananas, please. I overindulged this evening. They will aid digestion. Xi quickly spoke up, finally ceasing to rub his stomach. Wang Chong opened his mouth as well and opted for a banana. Jing Yi was unnecessary to mention, as he was the daily consumer of Xia Yan's fruits. Delivered by Xiong at 6 in the morning. Zhang Lei declined, stating he had eaten too much to sleep. Lu Ju tugged at Lan Wu's sleeve, urging him to buy something to eat. Poor brother has probably never tasted such delicious fruit, has he? Come, try it. As a devoted boyfriend, Lan Wu naturally wouldn't allow his little Lu to watch others indulge. Intrigued by the chilled watermelon, he boldly requested half a watermelon, spending 24 points. Xia Yan gleefully collected the points and instructed Xiong to fetch 2 spoons. Summer is meant for scooping watermelon. This is the utmost respect one can show for summer. At the insistence of the crowd, the television was switched from an elderly program to Parents' Love, where the female lead was currently depicted pale and distressed while on a boat. Fu Zhao and his companions exited the dining area, quietly settling near the sofa to watch television. When had the three of them ever enjoyed such comfort after their relentless travels? A hearty meal, an abundance of water, and now the chance to watch television for leisure. All the deceit and treachery of the apocalypse seemed to have no relevance here. The resort was a solitary paradise amidst the remnants of a broken world. During the commercial break, Fu Zhao extended his long arm, reaching around Zhang Lei, and lightly tapped Xia Yan. "Bring us 2 watermelons as well." "2?" Xia Yan raised an eyebrow.
Fu Zhao nodded.
"All right then. Xiong, bring over 2 more watermelons." Xia Yan smiled brightly as she processed 96 points. Just from Fu Zhao and his companions, she had earned 405 points today. Xiong delivered the watermelon to Fu Zhao, along with 3 spoons. Gao Fei, beaming with delight, accepted it, slicing it in half on the coffee table, offering 1/2 to each of his teammates. He held up the other half, scooping the tender, pink flesh into his mouth. Delicious. The sweet, icy taste melted away his fatigue. Song Yang nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains. He would gladly live here for a lifetime. At 9 o'clock, Xia Yan promptly turned off the television, locked the door, and retrieved the remaining box meals from the 2 machines, a total of 85 portions, stashing them in the second freezer. Gazing at the brimming freezer, she anticipated needing to bring out 2 more freezers tomorrow, wondering when Su Mei would arrive with more people. With Xiong left to guard the hall, she returned to her room. Though the inn belonged to her, being there felt distinct from being in her own cozy space. After freshening up, she lay in her soft bed, applying a facial mask while scrolling through the system screen. Currently, the little shop had accumulated 7,522 points. She expected to upgrade again in 2 days. She wondered what new changes the upgrade might bring. She hoped to expand the hall's area and perhaps open the West Hall as well. If her estimations were correct, the survivors from the base should soon come to purchase food. Rising to remove the mask, she utilized a beauty device to assist her skin in absorbing the remaining essence. After washing her face again and applying a moisturizer and night cream, she yawned, turned off the lights, and drifted into slumber. At the future base, the first-floor courtyard was dimly lit by several flickering candles. Silence enveloped the area as everyone fixated on the elderly man seated at the head of the table.
Hesitant to speak.
This was their highest leader, Zhao Yunzhang. It was rumored he had some familial ties to the top leader of the main base and was dispatched to oversee everything here. Zhao Yunzhang bore a scar that slashed diagonally from his right eyebrow across his eye to his jaw, exuding an intimidating presence, without any need for anger. Furthermore, he possessed a level 4 fire-type ability, making him one of the few experts within the base. Though he typically turned a blind eye to the misdeeds of the over 50 leaders in the base during significant events, everyone was compelled to heed his command. Why is it so quiet now? Wasn't there much noise just a moment ago? Under the candlelight, Zhao Yunzhang's eyes narrowed, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. No one dared to respond. Even the 50 or so leaders standing nearby bowed their heads, wishing they could bury their faces in their laps, fearful of meeting Zhao Yunzhang's gaze. I heard a blonde girl arrived at the base today. Is this what she brought? Zhao Yunzhang waved his hand, and someone stepped forward from behind him, tossing out a collection of items. They floated down lightly, like a massive stone weighing heavily on the hearts of those present. They could see clearly that it was the box meals and flyers brought by the boss Xia, though the meals were now mere shells, and the flyers lay crumpled and torn. Zhao Yunzhang slowly scanned the room, his gaze landing on the trembling figures. Captain Qi Hua. The name Qi Hua jolted at the mention of his name. The people surrounding him hastily stepped back, creating a wide berth around Qi Hua in no time. The former grandeur of Qi Hua's parents now felt like a profound regret. Qi Hua offered them a reassuring glance, clenched his fist, and stepped forward. Have you met General Zhang? This was the protocol at the base. Upon encountering Zhang Yunzhang, one must address him as General Zhang. I've heard that the girl came directly looking for you. Zhang Yunzhang casually accepted the tea handed to him, blowing away the froth before taking a sip, as if engaged in casual conversation. Yet, Qi Hua was drenched in a cold sweat. Yes, she asked me to help promote her holiday resort. Go on,
Zhang encouraged.
Reluctantly, Qi Hua recounted the events of the afternoon, adding details about their acquaintance. After finishing, he lowered his gaze and fell silent. The moonlight, breaking free once more, glimmered like water, exuberantly celebrating joy. Under normal circumstances, people would express gratitude. However, today, the crowd's heads hung lower than ever. After a moment, Zhang Yunzhang, having finished his tea, slowly rose, hands clasped behind his back, and strolled leisurely.
Go back.
Receiving the order of pardon, Qi Hua finally felt relieved. After bowing in thanks, he returned to his parents' side. His mother, her eyes already red, tightly grasped his hand, the damp warmth of her palm betraying her deep affection. Qi Hua exerted a gentle pressure, reassuring her that he was fine, urging her not to lose composure and cry out. They could not afford to draw Zhang Yunzhang's attention again. The man was notorious for his brutal discipline, a favorite method of his. Both his mother and others were acutely aware of this, striving to render themselves invisible. Yet, the moon tonight was glaringly bright. What a predicament! Chapter 61, The Choice.
All right.
Everyone, there's no need to be so tense. The reason I gathered you all tonight is to discuss this matter. Receiving a glance from Zhang Yunzhang, Xia Yan rolled his eyes, chuckled, and stepped forward to play the peacemaker. Actually, General Zhang and I have been aware of this situation for some time. Please, General Zhang, take a seat. Allow me to do the talking from here. Xia Yan flatteringly supported Zhang Yunzhang's arm, bending slightly to guide him to a seat, then moved aside to avoid obstructing his view. Speaking of which, this is the first we've heard of this holiday resort. After all, a few months ago, General Zhang and I passed by the resort's address, and there was no sign of it opening. Now, not only has it opened, but it also offers food and drink, providing a comfortable life. Xia Yan let out a hissing sound, feigning disbelief, yet what he uttered next was, I understand everyone's feelings. The recent heavy rains have indeed affected our work. Many have been toiling on empty stomachs. On behalf of myself, I sincerely thank you all. Thank you to our families for your tireless efforts. With a deep bow, Xia Yan proclaimed, we are a loving family, and every person here is an invaluable treasure of the base. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. Amidst a chorus of fervent voices, Xia Yan yearned to speak further about unity, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Yunzhang's gritting voice. Enough with the nonsense. Right away, Xia Yan hastily shifted the topic. Hearing that everyone has been without food, General Zhang and I have been anxious day and night, sending countless messages to the higher-ups and finally received a response. Unfortunately, this rainfall has been exceptionally widespread, and the situation there is dire, allowing for only the allocation of provisions for about 40 to 50 people. But our base has at least 100. According to regulations, provisions are prioritized for those with abilities. Are we to let the ordinary citizens starve? As we were filled with despair, news broke that the holiday resort would provide food. Xia Yan coughed a few times, successfully silencing the murmurs about ordinary people going hungry. And, seeing the attention refocus on him, he confidently stated his purpose. Tomorrow morning at 5 a.m., we will begin the release. Those wishing to go to the holiday resort should leave early. The gates will close promptly at 8 a.m. Those who depart will have their records erased and will not be accepted in the future. For those intending to stay at the base, you must fend for yourselves. The base cannot provide. The gathering erupted into chaos. What does that mean? They're abandoning us? We can't leave, can we? Didn't you hear him? If we stay, the base won't provide food anymore. They'll let us starve. Why are they driving us out? My son is working in the big base. They have no right to expel me. What use is your son? He hasn't returned in ages. Who knows if he's even alive? Shut your mouth. Mom, Dad, what do we do? Qi Hua grabbed his parents, pulling them away from the two women who were entangled in a dispute. Xia Yan's words had ignited a riot. The third base was already a marginalized area, populated mostly by the elderly and weak. His remarks clearly indicated that the higher-ups were preparing to abandon this base, unwilling to part with those with abilities, and thus making provisions. Let's go home first and discuss, Qi's father suggested, fear evident in his eyes. He had just witnessed Zhang Yunzhang burn a woman alive for daring to confront him. Underneath the blood-red glow, Zhang's face had twisted grotesquely, as he laughed mockingly at the crowd. Chi Hua had seen it too, and realized his suspicions were correct. Zhang Yunzhang had ceased pretending. They could no longer linger here. As flames flickered, more people began to grasp the situation, screaming as they fled. Zhang Yunzhang snorted coldly and stepped forward, seemingly ready to strike, but was halted by Xia Yan's sneering laughter. Why should General Zhang argue with these lowly commoners? It would be a waste of abilities. Let them run. The holiday resort is far from here, and there are plenty of zombies on the way. Just the right opportunity to gather some more crystal cores. Zhang Yunzhang found some logic in this reasoning and reached out to pat Xia Yan's face. Since they are merely commoners, why waste more breath on them? With a sycophantic grin, Xia Yan leaned into Zhang's hand, chuckling, General Zhang, this is just my little hobby. It's not like I'm taking advantage of your power. Humph, just know that. Zhang Yunzhang forcefully slapped him, a smirk on his face as he led the way out. Xia Yan nodded and bowed, a clear handprint visible on his face as he followed. Mom, Dad, let us pack our things and leave for the holiday resort. I have a few crystal cores here. It will sustain us for a while. Chi Hua laid all his possessions before them. In just a few days, this base will be abandoned. We must find a way. Now is the time to head to the resort while there are fewer people. We might even rent a room. Mom, let's go. Chi Hua had stayed in a resort before and understood the situation, but his parents were frightened by Xia Yan's earlier words, fearing it was a larger trap, and hesitated to persuade him otherwise. You're still young and don't grasp the complexities of human nature.
So,
think about it. How could a girl like Boss Xia open a resort in the heart of a zombie-infested area? His mother grasped his hand, earnestly imploring him. Yes. Listen to your mother. That girl clearly isn't trustworthy. She looks too delicate, as if she has never faced hardship. There must be a scheme. We should head west. I've heard there's another base called Shangyang that is also expanding. We should go there. His father grabbed the crystal cores on the bed, urging his mother to sew them into Chi Hua's underwear for safekeeping. The entire family relies on these crystal cores to survive. We must ensure nothing goes awry.
Dad. Mom, you have to listen to me.
We need to go to the holiday resort. The Shangyang base is even further away. I can't lead you there alone. If we go to the holiday resort, I can call my team members over to ensure our safety. Chi Hua was on the brink of madness. Why would his parents choose to trust a deceitful outsider over their own son? Just as Chi's mother was about to voice her thoughts, a knock on the door interrupted her, compelling her to cease her words and turn to answer it. Who could it be at such a late hour? Auntie. It's me, Wang Shuowei. Oh, come in quickly. Is there something urgent that brings you here at this hour? The implication was clear. If there was nothing pressing, she preferred Wang to leave and not disrupt her efforts to educate her son. Wang Shuowei's demeanor was unusually serious as she replied, Auntie, is Chi Hua home? We're looking for Captain Chi Hua. Only then did Chi's mother notice that Li Chang and Wang Yi were following behind Wang Shuowei. I'm here. Come in quickly, Chi Hua called out from the shadows, gesturing for them to enter. The four of them gathered closely around the worn-out Kong bed. Captain, what are your thoughts? Should we go to the hotel? Wang Yi was the first to break the silence. Chi Hua sighed and replied, I intend to go. But my parents disagree. They want to head to the Shangyang base. Shangyang base is so far. Why not go to the hotel? Having been misled by Xia Yan, they are too afraid to go. The three exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a complex mixture of emotions. Captain, we've already spoken with our families and plan to set off for the hotel early tomorrow morning. If you insist on going to Shangyang base, we shall have to part ways. Chapter 62, Departure. Chi Hua was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the others had already made their plans. He felt a surge of disappointment towards his disobedient parents. Mom, Dad, when will you finally realize that I have grown up and can support this family on my own? Please wait a moment, I'll talk to them again. All right, Captain, do your best to convince your parents. There's no place safer than the hotel in this world. Understood. Outside, Chi's father and mother squatted silently beneath the window. Chi Hua felt a heavy weight in his heart. He understood his parents' concerns. Mr. Xia was solitary, and a vast base that sheltered countless survivors was incomparable. It was understandable that they would prioritize the base. Taking a deep breath, he mimicked their posture and crouched down. Dad, Mom, I know you have reservations about the hotel, but we have no other choice. We must go to the hotel. How could I possibly ensure both of your safety on the way to Shangyang base all by myself? Haven't you tasted the box meals at the hotel? Weren't they unappetizing? Isn't the water not clean enough? The hotel has everything we need. Trust me just this once, Mom and Dad. Your son is no longer the child hiding behind you. He has grown up and can provide for this family. By the end of his impassioned plea, Chi Hua's voice began to quiver. Men are often not adept at expressing their feelings. Regardless of how rich their emotions may be, articulating them remains a challenge. He truly could not bear the thought of leading two ordinary individuals, defenseless against the world, on such a long journey, especially when they were his own parents. He could not accept the possibility of losing anyone close to him. After a prolonged silence, Chi's father and mother finally sighed in unison. The child has grown up. We can no longer hold him back. Let us listen to our son. He would never lead us astray. Son, let us go to the hotel you mentioned. Chi Hua was almost moved to tears by his parents' words. His mother turned her head to hide her own swollen eyes from him. All right, you go inside and inform them. We'll pack our things and leave early tomorrow morning. Chi's father patted his shoulder in silent encouragement. Chi Hua nodded. He needed to quickly inform his teammates. They had yet to arrange the route and ensure everyone has safety on the way to the hotel. There was much to be done and no time to waste. Fu Zhao was astonished to discover a variety of breakfast options in the dining area beyond just noodles. He had initially thought the fresh noodles were enough of a delight, but to his surprise, there were also buns, dumplings, wontons, porridge, milk, and more. Song Yang and Gao Fei Bei could no longer contain themselves. After passing through the entrance's robotic authentication, they rushed forward, exclaiming in excitement, "What a bunch of bumpkins!" Shiji muttered under his breath, feeling that the two were rather uncouth. In truth, he was equally astonished. Mr. Xia, once again, deeply understood the necessity of the fourth store rule. This was a significant opportunity indeed. Ugh, I can't seem to grasp it. It frustrates me, he lamented.
Yet,
He suspected he was not the only one hoping to seize this opportunity. Shiji casually scanned the dining area, discreetly observing all the men present. The one named Fu Zhao was clearly attempting to curry favor. The man still wearing a hat in the dining area, eating with a mask on, was either foolish or unattractive.
oh, he removed his mask.
Shiji scrutinized him closely. Yet another rival. The man named Zhang Lei had such an unkempt beard that it nearly coiled around his neck. He likely posed no threat, as Mr. Xia, being so fastidious, would surely be put off by his scruffiness. As for the one named Yi, he was still quite young and probably didn't grasp the concept of love, thus posing no danger. It seems there are only two competitors. Oh, Mr. Xia has arrived. Shiji cleared his throat and deliberately chose a table in the middle. After careful consideration, he determined that no matter where Mr. Xia sat, this table would be in close proximity.
Xia Yan, good morning.
Fu Zhao raised his hand in greeting. Today, he had tidied himself up and even used a public razor in the restroom to clean up his beard. This hotel had truly opened his eyes. Not only was there a constant supply of water in the restroom, but there was also a shared washing and drying machine, along with a separate shower room around the corner. The three of them had thoroughly enjoyed their baths the previous night, though there had been a minor mishap in the process. Xia Yan was inclined to ask him why he didn't address her as Boss Xia like everyone else. But seeing Fu Zhao's eager expression, she changed her words mid-sentence to simply say morning, before taking her tray to the food counter to select her favorite breakfast items. Seeing this, Fu Zhao shrugged, deciding against being bothersome, and sat down next to Gao Fei Bei to eat. Shiji, observing silently, felt a sense of satisfaction as he swallowed a mouthful of bun, realizing that Xia Yan did not harbor any fondness for Fu Zhao, thus removing him from his list of adversaries. Next was the man in the hat. Mr. Xia had taken a seat at the table directly opposite him, but fortunately, he finished his meal and left without so much as a glance at Mr. Xia. Shiji questioned whether he had misjudged the situation. Hadn't he seen that man shoot a hostile glance at Fu Zhao the previous night? Sometimes, a man's thoughts were inscrutable even to other men, but he was inclined to believe that this man held no interest in Mr. Xia. Today, the lobby was bustling with many who had not ventured out. Xia Yan looked on in disbelief at the 7 people crowded together on the sofa, watching television. Were they not uncomfortable sitting so close together? Wasn't it hot? As the boss, She had nowhere to sit. Perhaps she should host a meeting to rent out television sets tonight? That way, they wouldn't be loitering in the lobby. With no place to sit, Xia Yan had to take a position behind the reception desk, replenishing the stock and browsing for shopping deals. With a predominantly male clientele, she ordered 20 pairs of durable pants, reasoning that they all shared a similar physique, thus opting for a one-size-fits-all approach. Additionally, she ordered 20 black tank tops. In this sweltering heat, she couldn't fathom why they wore long pants on the bottom and tank tops on top. After spending 500 points, she retrieved the clothes from the large drawer behind the reception desk, hanging them in the display cabinet, each adorned with prominently displayed price tags, 40 points per pair of pants and 10 points per tank top. Then she recalled the dried goods she had brought back from the supermarket earlier, which had been gathering dust in her room. In a flash, she dashed back to her room, retrieved the items, and neatly arranged them in the display cabinet. As for the pricing, she was uncertain about how much to set, and also unsure if these items would pose any issues. All of this would have to wait until Jing Yimai returned, as he had a large bag of supplies as well. Noticing that the cabinet still had some empty space, Xia Yan opened the system compartment to rummage through the stock that could be displayed for sale. To her surprise, she found quite a few items. She had a batch of men's t-shirts, cropped pants, and glasses, along with some dental irrigators and electric toothbrushes. She took out 10 pieces of each and placed them in the display case. The prices were yet to be determined. She would quote them on the spot when someone expressed interest. She beckoned to Xiong and handed it a floor cleaner and 3 robotic vacuums, explaining how to use the devices. Xiong appeared quite pleased, its little bean-like eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiong, could you also please place these 2 massage machines in the lobby, right beside the sofa? She instructed. The system confirmed, setting the massage machine to require 10 points for 10 minutes. Chapter 63. The Muscular Man Boss Xia. New stock has arrived. Fu Zhao had been observing her for quite some time, particularly since she was dressed in a milk-red dress adorned with tiny strawberries, flitting about like a diligent little bee. It was difficult for him to pretend not to notice. The hem of her dress reached her knees, revealing 2 long, slender legs, complemented by a pair of sparkling high-heeled sandals. She was a sight to behold. Fu Zhao wore a smile, leaning casually against the cash register, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over her fair, delicate face and the graceful curves of her neck and shoulders. Who would have thought such beauty could exist in the most densely populated area of zombies? TSK, if the hefty fellows back at the base found out, they would undoubtedly do everything in their power to bring her into their fold. Unfortunately, as he had set his sights on her, others could only dream. As for the store's 4th rule, it was of little consequence. Solutions could always be devised, and they had plenty of time ahead. Fu Zhao stroked his chin with his thumb, adopting a serious demeanor just as Xia Yan turned to look at him. Would you like to purchase a few items? 3 pairs of pants and vests each, and 2 bags of laundry detergent. Otherwise, the clothes won't get clean. And how about 3 pairs of underwear? Fu Zhao casually listed his needs, realizing that most of the items here were essential supplies currently in short supply. Do you want 3 electric toothbrushes? They aren't expensive. Just 50 points each. Observing his willingness to buy, Xia Yan seized the opportunity to promote her wares. In this apocalyptic world, electric toothbrushes were less practical than ordinary ones, given that they required charging and few people utilized crystal cores for power. However, at the hotel, such concerns were non-existent. The establishment had power at all times, with the refrigerator running 24/7 solely to keep a few inexpensive bottles of mineral water chilled. To outsiders, Boss Xia appeared extravagant. She had an abundance of crystal cores with nowhere to spend them. At just 2 points for a chilled bottle of mineral water, one would struggle to find a better price anywhere. In reality, her monthly utility bills only amounted to 200 points, an expense so low it was almost painful. No, that's not useful. But I could use 2 t-shirts, Fu Zhao bluntly declined, acknowledging that while he had plenty of crystal cores, he wouldn't waste them on unnecessary items. He couldn't possibly stay here for a few days only to discard them later, could he? To support Xia Yan? Nonsense. They hadn't even begun to develop a relationship, and once they did, everything he owned would belong to her, including his life. Xia Yan pulled out a large bag and stuffed all the items inside, totaling 268 points. Thank you for your patronage. Please swipe your card. Spending 3 level 1 crystal cores for such a haul was indeed worth it, Fu Zhao mused. It seemed he couldn't afford to overlook level 1 zombies in the future, as a level 1 crystal core might not contain much energy, but it could provide several meals at the hotel.
Satisfied,
Fu Zhao accepted the bag and called for the others to head upstairs to change into fresh clothes. The previous night, they had carelessly tossed their clothes into the washing machine, and while they had been cleaned considerably, there was still an unpleasant odor. Previously, it hadn't bothered him, but now that conditions had improved, he found it intolerable. Upon seeing them leave, Shiji pulled Wang Chong and rushed to the cash register. Boss Xia, I want to buy something too. What does the customer wish to purchase? Just what he wanted earlier. Please get me a set too. All right, that will be 152 points. Please swipe your card. Before long, 5 muscular men clad in black tank tops settled onto the sofa. Lan Wu furrowed his brows, shielding Lu Ju's eyes with his hand, and forcibly carried him upstairs. Everyone must remain quiet. The journey to the hotel is long. Let us do our best to protect everyone. Don't wander off. Or if zombies appear, don't blame us for abandoning you. They hardly slept that night, and at 4 o'clock, when the first rays of light broke through the sky, the Qi family packed their belongings, discarding anything unnecessary. Qi Hua took a deep breath and solemnly told her parents, Mom and Dad, we will reach the hotel safely. Qi Dad and Qi Mom's eyes were filled with fear of the unknown. At this point, they had no other choice. After meeting up with others, Qi Hua counted the number of people. Wang Xuewei's family consisted of 3 members, Wang Xuewei, Wang Xueshi, and their mother. The Wang family had only one younger sister named Wang Zili. Li Chong was accompanied by her boyfriend, Sun Zhe. Sun Zhe was an ordinary person without any superpowers. He was strong and had killed quite a few zombies, possessing a certain level of self-defense capability. There were a total of 10 people, and according to the plan agreed upon yesterday, Qi Hua would lead the way, with Sun Zhe and Qi Dad guarding the left and right flanks, while Qi Mom, Wang Zili, Wang Xuewei, and Wang Xueshi would be in the center. Lastly, Li Chong and Sun Zhe would bring up the rear. They handed their bags to Wang Xuewei to be stored in her space. Wang Xuewei retrieved several axes and distributed them among the group. Upon arriving at the base's entrance, the gates were still closed and a shifty-eyed, scruffy man had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Qi Hua, he beckoned him aside, gesticulating and saying something. Qi Hua resolutely shook his head. When persuasion failed, the scruffy man turned and left. Son, what did he want you for? Nothing much. He just asked me to go to the second base with them, but I declined. Qi Mom opened her mouth to say something but was pulled back by Qi Dad, signaling her to refrain from questioning further. If their son disagreed, it indicated that things were not as simple as they seemed. Since they had promised to trust their son, they could not go back on their word. It was still not yet 5 o'clock, and they had to wait patiently for a while longer. As the light gradually brightened, more and more people appeared nearby, each burdened with heavy packs, seemingly bringing everything they owned with them. Many recognized Qi Hua's team and hesitated, contemplating whether to join them, as it might increase their chances of survival. At that moment, a frail old lady approached, leading 2 skinny children. Qi Hua quickly got up. Grandma Jiang. Oh, Captain Qi. Are you all planning to go to the hotel? Can you take my 2 grandsons along? I have a few level 2 crystal cores that my son left behind. I've been hiding them and haven't dared to spend them. If you don't mind, please take them. I just wanted to bring my 2 grandsons to the hotel. The old lady fell to her knees, clutching her 2 grandsons and weeping profusely. Before her son left, he had specifically left 3 crystal cores for her, which she had kept hidden, pretending not to have any. She understood that if it were known that this old woman possessed crystal cores, she would be robbed that very night, and she and her 2 grandsons would become cold corpses, discarded among the zombies the following day, with no remains left.
Now,
it had come to the point where she desperately needed crystal cores. Grandma Jiang, please rise. This is not acceptable. I must discuss this matter with my teammates. I cannot make decisions unilaterally. Qi Hua hurriedly assisted her to her feet, suggesting that Qi Mu tend to the 2 children, gently stroking their parched hair. With a deep sigh, he turned to seek the counsel of his companions. What are your thoughts? Should we bring Grandma Jiang along? She has 2 grandsons. If left behind, they can only await a slow demise. Wang Xuewei and Li Chong remained silent. I agree to take her. The eldest of the Jiang family once saved us, and we must repay kindness with gratitude. Wang Yi's voice broke the silence, his gaze directed firmly at Qi Hua. Qi Hua was well aware of Wang Yi's generosity, often sharing his provisions with the Jiang family, and even Wang Zili was quite protective of the two children. It was likely they had communicated with Grandma Jiang last night and had come directly today. "What say you both?" Qi Hua inquired, directing his question toward the now-named Wang Xuewei and Li Chang. They exchanged glances. Li Chang shook her head. "I have no strong opinions. I can only strive to protect as best as I can. In the face of danger, she would prioritize her own safety and that of Sun Zhe, leaving others to fend for themselves." Qi Hua nodded and turned to Wang Xuewei. With both in agreement, Wang Xuewei felt it inappropriate to oppose further, simply stating, "Qi Hua, ensure you communicate clearly with them. Do not raise your voice, for if we attract the zombies, no one will come to our aid." Chapter 64. Silence, please. Qi Hua returned to inform Grandma Jiang of their decision to take them along, but insisted that the two children must refrain from loud outbursts that could attract zombies, as they would be unable to assist others. Grandma Jiang repeatedly assured him they would remain quiet, attempting to thrust a crystal core into his hand. "Grandma, keep it for yourself. Once we reach the hotel, there will be ample opportunities to use points." Qi Hua sidestepped the curious gazes of others, pressing her hand down and lowering his voice to urge her to conceal it. "We must keep our resources discreet. Attracting the attention of the unscrupulous could spell trouble." After arranging for Grandma Jiang and her grandsons to sit in the middle of their group, several others approached, hoping to join them, all of whom Qi Hua turned away. Their capabilities were limited, and they could not protect a larger group. Other teams of abilities also refused outsiders, as they could barely look after their own families, let alone others. At precisely 5 o'clock, the gates of the base swung open. Qi Hua called for everyone to rise and set forth. A large crowd departed in clusters from the base, while those left behind either watched with crossed arms, anticipating their return in disgrace, or trailed behind a seemingly benevolent group. "Captain, a number of people are following us," Wang Xuewei remarked, furrowing her brow as she pulled her brother closer, casting a disapproving glance towards the rear. "Let them follow. Why the fuss? Do they think they are off on a holiday?" Qi Hua also frowned, signaling to Wang Yi.
Wang Yi understood,
his expression turning fierce as he strode towards the group, shouting, "You may follow us, but do not make a sound. The first to attract the zombies will be you, do you believe me?" His fierce glare swept over the crowd, silencing them before he returned to the group. Qi Hua scanned their surroundings warily, leading the team along the path to the hotel. Feng Bei had emerged from the hotel early that morning. For the past few days, she had been coming and going at odd hours, deliberately evading Boss Xia's gaze lest he compel her to hand over her crystals. "What am I to do? I can only defeat level 1 zombies, and I possess merely 3 level 1 crystals." She glanced back at Qing Mingzi, having grown accustomed to his presence over the last couple of days. Naturally, she recalled the embarrassing incident from last night. Initially, she had sneaked back, seizing the opportunity while Xia Yan was absent from the lobby to purchase a takeout meal. After dining, she had lingered in her bed for quite a while, waiting for everyone to fall asleep before preparing to take a shower. To her surprise, she encountered 3 individuals completely unclothed, standing before the washing machine, stuffing in their dirty clothes. Upon hearing her, they turned to glance at her nonchalantly, surveying her from head to toe before exclaiming in mild surprise and retreating into the bathroom to bathe. Feng Bei covered her flushed face, forcing herself to cease reminiscing about the handsome men. "I must stop thinking about that. Slaying zombies is paramount." However, why did it seem that the number of zombies today was unusually low?
"Quick.
Retreat to the upper floors.
Now."
Qi Hua grasped the 2 children, tossing them inside with an anxious expression as he watched the horde of stumbling zombies approach from a distance. "You all must hide. Get to the building across the way. Hurry." Other panicked survivors attempted to enter, but were blocked at the door by Qi Hua, who coldly directed them away. As the zombies drew nearer, Qi Hua hastily barricaded the door with random objects, allowing the others to reach the opposite side and mimic his actions to secure the entrance. "Find something to block the door. What are you standing there for?" I can't walk. My legs are too weak." "Things are coming. Hurry and block the door." "Oh God, please save me. Grant me a way to live." "You foolish woman, get out of the way." Instead of praying to God, Why not plead with me? Everyone, quiet down. Do not make noise. We will attract the zombies. Hua gestured for those behind him to remain silent, peering through a small opening to observe outside. In stark contrast to the silence within, chaos erupted among the crowd across the way, perhaps due to 2 years spent in the base. Where they had been preoccupied with eating and worrying, they had lost the ability to confront zombies. Now, lacking a leader, they vented their fears through angry chatter, unwittingly drawing the attention of the undead. Hua remained silent, already envisioning their grim fate. Grandma Jiang clutched her 2 grandsons tightly, her gnarled hands firmly covering their mouths, terrified that even the slightest sound would summon the zombies. Her own life mattered little. She had lived long enough and grown weary of the world. But her precious grandsons were still far too young. With utmost caution, they ascended the stairs, hiding behind walls like leaves trembling on the verge of falling. Wang Yi and Hua stayed on the first floor to guard the door. The howls of the zombies drew closer, each heart taut with tension. The commotion across the way was also heard. Silence. The zombies are coming. Silence. After a cacophony of increasingly shrill clamor, they finally quieted down. But it was too late. The horde of zombies surged against the door, pressing in, desperate to break through.
Quick.
Block the door. Bring more objects. It's not enough. It's no use. We've run out.
Mom.
Please, no more noise. I beg you. Their bickering only incited the zombies further. The sharp scraping of furniture, the crashing against walls, furious curses, and the cries of those defeated by fear crescendoed into a chorus of sheer terror. The zombies have entered. Hua shut his eyes. After lunch, Xia Yan stealthily ascended to the second floor, instructing Xiong to secure the frame into the wall. Following her directions, Xiong complied. She pressed down on it, deeming it sturdy, and placed a hairdryer atop it, allowing guests to dry their hair quickly after washing. Though during the sweltering season, everyone longed for a cool breeze. She then arranged a comb, hair clips, and hair ties on top. Stepping back, Xia Yan felt that the hotel was becoming increasingly perfect under her management. She recalled a previous mission when she stayed at a hotel adorned with blooming flowers, where a refreshing scent accompanied her every step. Xia Yan envisioned her own hotel in a similar light. She purchased 20 bundles of assorted flowers, complemented by vases, creating a visually pleasing arrangement that was strategically placed throughout the hotel, ensuring guests would spot them at first glance. Xia Yan cheerfully brought 2 bouquets of flowers back to her room, setting aside thoughts of what the customers might think. She was the first to feel a sense of comfort and joy. Life, after all, is about continually pleasing oneself and creating delightful surprises. Upon returning to the hall, Xia Yan purchased an exceptionally spicy bowl of crossing the bridge rice noodles, adding extra chili and vinegar, along with a cup of snow-topped coffee and some mushroom skewers. She settled at a table, enjoying her meal while watching television. Xiong entered the dining area with a cloth, polishing the glass until it gleamed, arranging the tables neatly, and even making the robots inside shine. Outside, a zombie staggered closer, abruptly colliding with something before standing still for 2 seconds, then turning to leave. Chapter 65. A surge of customers. Aren't you all going out this afternoon? Don't you need to kill zombies to gather crystal cores? Xia Yan was astonished to discover that Fu Zhao and his companions were actually taking their scheduled afternoon nap and had come down on time. Lounging on the sofa with legs crossed, urging her to find an exciting drama to watch, Xia Yan handed them the remote, allowing them to choose freely. After all, she had grown weary of idle dramas and was in the mood for a change of flavor. No need. We're leaving tomorrow. We still have tasks to complete. Fu Zhao replied, leaning forward to grab a fruit basket and casually breaking off a banana. Just as Xia Yan was about to speak, he tossed her a points card.
Here, take it. Use it as you like, boss.
That's awesome. Songyang secretly gave a thumbs up, bumping shoulders with Feng Bei, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Fu Zhao reclined on the sofa, one arm draped over the back, stretching his long legs in a carefree manner. Feeling his legs nearly brush against hers, Xia Yan sighed and tucked her legs closer. Oh well, they're leaving tomorrow anyway. After a prolonged silence, Songyang couldn't help but ask. Aren't you curious where we're going, boss Xia? Don't you want to know when we'll be back? Xia Yan retorted, isn't that a private matter for the guests? Songyang glanced at the others with a knowing smile, Boss Xia is different. She can ask. Indeed, Boss Xia can inquire about anything. No holds barred. Feng Bei chuckled while peeling an orange. It was rare for their leader to encounter someone he liked, and as brothers, they had to lend a hand. We're heading to the Shangyang base tomorrow, and we'll probably stay for half a month. Fu Zhao said cheerfully, handing her a peeled orange. No thanks. As the three of them bantered, they quickly bridged the gap between them, presenting a familiar camaraderie. Xia Yan, understanding their dynamics, refrained from wasting her breath. The more she explained, the more excited they might become. She directly declined the orange and stood up, moving behind the reception desk. Unfazed by her rejection, Fu Zhao withdrew his hand, breaking the orange into segments and leisurely munching while watching the drama. The television erupted with the sound of gunfire as the protagonist raised his empty rifle and shouted with all his might, "Comrades, charge!" The resounding horns blared as the soldiers shouted, rushing down like a torrent, each fearless in the face of death. At that moment, Xia Yan noticed a group of panic survivors at the street corner. "We're here. That's the resort hotel," someone in the crowd exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the hotel. Nearly in tears. Who knew how they had made it here? The streets were infested with zombies, and they had hidden and run for their lives to escape the relentless pursuit. The heat had made their clothes cling to their bodies, and every step felt like wading through puddles. They were famished, parched, and utterly exhausted, driven solely by the will to survive. Now they finally saw the resort hotel. So close that entering it would mean safety.
Run.
The zombies are right behind us. A sudden cry erupted from the back of the line as someone shoved forward, desperate to avoid being caught. Hurry, the zombies are coming. Get inside the hotel. The lead person jolted to attention, forcing their weary legs to move, summoning every ounce of strength to sprint toward the hotel. Xia Yan stepped out from behind the reception desk, pushing open the front door to welcome the guests. She recognized a few familiar faces in the crowd, including the Qi family, Wang Xuewei, an elderly woman, and her two grandsons. These were the survivors from the third base. "Oh, are you here for refuge?" Song Yang and his friends noticed as well, but he playfully remarked. Fu Zhao maintained his relaxed posture, merely glancing at the commotion before returning his gaze, unimpressed. There was no shortage of refugees in this apocalypse. "Boss Xia, is that really you standing by the door? You actually opened a hotel." Wang Xueshi looked up at Wang Xuewei, realizing that her sister had spoken the truth. She had not been deceived. Initially skeptical, they had come solely based on Qihua's and their children's words, but it turned out the children were right. Through the bright windows, they could clearly see the interior, clean and tidy, where three people were sitting and watching television. How could this be? The apocalypse had persisted for years. How could signals still be received? "Everyone, hurry up. Don't block the way if you can't run." The survivors at the back were nearly losing hope, seeing the zombies closing in. Why weren't those in front running with all their might? Did they not value others' lives? Move faster. Qi Hua inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain in his chest, shouting vigorously. The hotel was right in front of them. They had come this far, and they could not falter now. With the core figure urging them on, those at the front had no choice but to muster every ounce of energy and dash forward. Almost there. Just a bit further. "We can't give up now." Xia Yan overlooked their pale faces, focusing instead on the rear. As the crowd drew closer, she finally discerned that the pursuing horde consisted primarily of level 2 zombies. No wonder they were running for their lives. Stepping back a few paces, she made way for them. The crowd that suddenly halted leaned heavily on their knees, panting heavily, their faces ghastly pale. "Did we make it inside?"
Chimu gasped.
Feeling lightheaded, Qi Hua took deep breaths, the pain in his chest beginning to ease as he turned to see the level 2 zombies that had chased them now buzzing about like headless flies, confused and disoriented. "It's all right. The zombies can't come in." After personally confirming that the zombies could not breach the hotel, the group collectively exhaled in relief, their bodies collapsing weakly to the ground. The floor was littered with sprawled bodies, so crowded that there was scarcely room to stand. These individuals, already parched and reluctant to wash their clothes, now reeked even more after their frantic run, their damp garments exuding a stench stronger than that of rotting fish. Even the three watching television on the sofa were struggling to endure it, fanning their noses in discomfort. Not to mention Xia Yan, Captain Qi, Could you please open the door? Her expression was exceedingly stiff.
No.
If we open the door, the zombies will get in. Several people at the entrance blocked Xia, refusing to let him open the door. It's all right, the zombies can't come in. Just open the door. It's too foul in here. Xia turned to see Xia Yan's face flushed, while his own face reddened as well, one from embarrassment, the other from restraint. Ignoring the protests, he pushed the door open. Fresh air flowed in, diluting the odor, and Xia Yan, having reached her limit, finally released her nose.
Look.
There's water in the fridge. And there are boxed meals too. Chapter 66, Check-in. Originally sprawled on the ground, too weak to rise, everyone sprang to their feet, driven by the allure of sustenance. Their gazes fixated on the refrigerator as they rushed forward like wolves. Get away. I saw it first. I have a card. I'm first. Let me have a sip.
I'm parched.
Xihua's complexion turned a sickly hue as he forcefully yanked his parents forward, hissing in a low voice, Mom, Dad, what are you doing? Don't forget where we are. Wang Shuoei.
Vanki. Liqian.
Pull those people away. Xia Yan, arms crossed, observed the scene with a cold gaze. As if the fray over the supplies was not occurring in a hotel. The first few individuals, quick and nimble, attempted to open the refrigerator and gulp down the water within. However, before they could even touch the door, a pale yellow protective shield sprang forth, enveloping the refrigerator, followed closely by similar shields rising around the nearby machines. At that moment, Wang Yi and the others seized their hands, barking harshly. Are you here to seek refuge in the hotel, or to act like robbers? If you dare touch it again, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Only then did the crowd calm down, recalling that Boss Xia was right behind them, and they broke into a cold sweat. They had traveled a great distance to come here, intending to stay. If their earlier actions had angered Boss Xia, they would be doomed. As this thought crossed their minds, their faces turned pale as they scanned the area for the instigators of the chaos. Xihua felt particularly vexed. If these people were part of his team, it would be manageable, but there were several outsiders among them who had caused such a ruckus. He wished he could drag the troublemakers out and toss them into the horde of zombies. Boss Xia, my sincerest apologies for this incident upon our arrival. However, those individuals over there are not part of our team. You may handle them as you see fit. Xihua pointed at the disgruntled group still lingering near the fridge, closely observing Boss Xia's expression, fearing that her wrath might extend to them. Xiong, throw out the ringleaders. Xia Yan suppressed her anger and spoke in a low voice. Xiong emerged from the corner, swiftly making his way through the crowd, identifying the 5 individuals marked by Xia Yan, and began to take action. Why are you throwing me out? I haven't done anything, protested the emaciated man, struggling defiantly in Xiong's grasp.
Why?
Just because the hotel is mine. And, do you think I've forgotten you? You rat. Xia Yan scoffed, tossing him directly into the horde of zombies. Leading the charge for the box meals and now for the water? If she let this slide, it would be a sign of her incompetence. Numerous zombies still roamed the streets, lingering nearby. Upon realizing he was being recognized and would be thrown into the horde, the man was instantly paralyzed with fear, urgently pleading. I was wrong, Boss Xia. That wasn't my intention. I was just following someone else's instigation. Please don't throw me to the zombies. Help.
I am dying.
With a series of ghastly, grating sounds, the man soon fell silent. Boss Xia, I understand my mistake. Please grant me another chance. The remaining 4, pale as ghosts, trembled and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy from Boss Xia. Standing stoically, Xia Yan's expression remained unyielding, her heart as hard as iron. Scum. Do you think just because I'm a woman, I must be kind and easy to manipulate? Do you think I'm a saint? Sorry. I'm blunt and won't engage in petty arguments. I'll just take your life. If she could not rein in these 5 troublemakers and failed to instill a sense of fear in the others, they would all see her as a soft target, seeking to push their luck. There was no need to speak of moral principles. In the face of survival, humanity is profoundly selfish. To ensure compliance and quell unrest, they must understand that Xia Yan could take any life at any moment. Without receiving a command from Xia Yan, Xiong moved swiftly, lifting and tossing 2 individuals into the horde with a flick of his hands, entirely devoid of the sluggishness he displayed during cleanup. Fu Zhao raised an eyebrow. shutting off the television that had been broadcasting the scuffle, munching on an orange while watching the spectacle unfold. This Xia Yan was even fiercer than he had anticipated. She tossed them into the horde without a moment's hesitation, her eyes not even blinking. Quite ruthless. He found it rather appealing. As the last two were thrown out, silence enveloped the hall, an oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily on everyone present. Xia Yan, with a frosty demeanor, scrutinized the remaining customers, absorbing each expression. Captain Chi Hua. Suddenly called by name, Chi Hua quickly responded, "Here. Accommodation? Yes, we need a room for 3. Chi Hua wiped the cold sweat from his palms and followed Boss Xia to the payment counter, where a price list was displayed. Xia Yan gestured towards the back, showing no intention of providing introductions. Upon hearing the mention of lodging, the others momentarily set aside their fear, crowding around the counter to diligently read the price list. With the warning from the first 5, although they were packed together, no one dared to quarrel. After a brief discussion with his parents, Chi Hua decided to rent a double room. Boss Xia will take a double room. Chi Hua prepared to swipe his card. Hold on. A double room is 50 points, and adding another person requires an additional 80 points. Confirm that before swiping, Xia Yan interjected, raising her hand to stop him. You've stayed before. You should be familiar with the rules. Chi Hua nodded in understanding. Yes, I understand. We'll proceed as you say, Boss Xia. Concerned that his card balance might be insufficient, he charged 3 level 1 crystals. Xia Yan retrieved the room card for 305, waiting for him to complete the transaction before handing it over. Who else needs accommodation? One at a time, those with point cards will be prioritized.
Me.
I have a point card. I have crystals. I'll recharge. A throng of people eagerly stretched their hands forward, clutching either point cards or crystals, their voices rising in a competitive clamor. Xia Yan raised her hands, making a gesture to calm them, and they obediently fell silent, fearful of incurring her wrath. She accepted Wang Yi's card. A double room? No, I want 2 single rooms. Wang Yi declared excitedly, clutching his sister's hand.
No.
Why not? Too many people. Too few rooms. Aren't the houses in the base single rooms as well? Xia Yan tilted her head, feigning casual indifference. Are you joking? If Wang Yi occupies an additional single room, I lose at least 60 points a day. With so many people, those at the back won't have a place to stay if you want 1 room each. Then let us take a double room. Wang Zili quickly chimed in. As long as we have a room, I don't have any demands. Behind them, some had already begun to grow anxious due to Boss Xia's words, urging them to hurry. If they ran out of rooms, where would they go at night? Stop being selfish. Swipe your cards, it's 50 points. Xia Yan grabbed the room card for 306 and handed it over. Next customer, Wang Xuewei, you're up. If she recalled correctly, Wang Xuewei had quite a few points left on her card, so she would be prioritized. We want a double room. For 3 people. It's 80 points, right? I'll swipe it now. Wang Xuewei, having overheard, rushed forward to indicate her mother and brother to Boss Xia. Chapter 67, Check-in 2. Handing Wang Xuewei the room card for 307, Xia Yan called over the last member of the team. Li Chong, are you alone? Staying in a single room? Li Chong shook his head, taking the hand of the man beside him. I'm with my partner. We'll take a double room. The crowd emitted a murmur of discontent. The number of double rooms was dwindling. It became apparent to them that Boss Xia prioritized acquaintances, which was infuriating. They lamented that they should have established a better rapport with Captain Chi Hua earlier. 50 points, room 308. Thank you, Boss Xia. Li Chong tugged her boyfriend through the throng, ascending the staircase with an unprecedented lightness in her heart. Boss Xia, it's my turn. I have a card. No, Boss Xia. Look at me. I possess a secondary crystal nucleus. Don't push. It's me. Xia Yan, disinterested in managing the crowd, scanned the assembly. Amidst the outstretched hands, she casually grasped one, inquiring, how many of you are there? The hand she seized belonged to Grandma Jiang. Grandma Jiang eagerly pushed aside those next to her, extending her trembling palm that clutched the secondary crystal nucleus, stammering, 3 people. We need a double room. Having only seen Grandma Jiang alone, Xia Yan had assumed her 2 grandsons were absent. She leaned forward to catch a glimpse. Sensing this, Grandma Jiang hurriedly supported her younger grandson under the armpits, facilitating Xia Yan's view. The two frail boys had lips so parched they were cracking, their eyelids drooping, presenting an appearance of extreme fatigue. Xia Yan glanced at them briefly before diverting her gaze, accepting Grandma Zhang's crystal nucleus and recharging her points card. You are 3 in total, that will be 80 points. Is that acceptable? Yes, yes. Grandma Zhang's face, lined with wrinkles, forced a smile, her thin lips splitting without a drop of blood.
All right.
You may proceed to the 3rd floor. Room 309 is yours. Grandma Zhang took the card, nodded, and with considerable effort, lifted her equally weary grandsons to depart. By the way, Grandma Zhang, you can first swipe a point at the water dispenser to get some water. Xia Yan casually called for Xiong to assist. Next customer. Boss Xia, please give me a room. I beg you. A woman with a head of brittle hair cried desperately. Clutching a small girl whose eyes were barely open and whose cheeks were sunken, my child is on the brink.
Please, Boss Xia.
Boss Xia, I have children too. I desperately need a room. As they witnessed the elderly woman and her grandsons being assigned a room, a wave of anxiety swept through the crowd. Their gazes filled with envy. They had already received water.
Please hold on.
Stand with your family. I will allocate rooms based on the number of people. The reception area was crowded, making it difficult for her to discern who belonged together. As her words fell, the crowd promptly parted, distancing themselves from one another. 2 groups of 3, 3 groups of 2, and 3 individuals. There were just enough rooms available. Don't worry, everyone will have a place to stay. You come forward. Xia Yan beckoned one of the groups of 3, consisting of a couple and an elder, assigning them to the last available double room, 310. The other group of 3 could only be accommodated in single room 206, which comprised a father and his 2 children, 1 large and 1 small. Xia Yan assured them that whenever a double room became available, they would be prioritized for relocation. The remaining guests included a pair of individuals. Room 207 was assigned to the woman who had been crying for her daughter, room 208 to a young couple, room 209 to an elderly couple with gray hair, room 210 to a middle-aged man, room 211 to a single young woman, and room 212 to a boy of about 15 or 16. Those who received their room cards rushed to the water dispenser, filling their cups to the brim and gulping the water down. The refreshing liquid coursed through their parched throats, soothing their esophagus as it entered their stomachs, evoking a bittersweet blend of familiarity and novelty that nearly brought them to tears. After a harrowing day, they finally felt the genuine sensation of being alive. Xia Yan summoned Xiong, instructing it to call down the day's new guests from their rooms. She had yet to inform them of the hotel's regulations. Seizing the opportunity while they were still gathered in the lobby, she decided to address them all at once. Please wait here for a moment. I have some important matters to discuss. Before long, the guests began descending, eyeing the clean and tidy sofas before glancing down at their dirty clothes, hesitating to sit, opting instead to find a spot on the floor. Chi Hua was uncertain about the reason for Boss Xia's summons, yet he and his family were awestruck by the luxurious decor of their room. It was entirely unlike any place they had previously stayed. Chi's parents, who had initially been reluctant to come here, were rendered speechless. This place was even better than their own home during peacetime. They were immensely grateful to have heeded their son's advice, avoiding what they deemed a subpar base. No establishment could compare to this hotel. Not only Chi Hua, but also Wang Xuewei, Wang Yi, and Li Chong were left dumbfounded the moment they opened the door. Was this the same shabby hotel they had previously occupied? How could such a remarkable transformation occur in such a short span? Seeing that everyone had arrived, Xia Yan cleared her throat and, with a hint of apology, called them down once more, primarily to explain the house rules. Captain Chi Hua, please read them aloud. She pointed to the sign on the wall. Chi Hua rose and obediently recited. The house rules are as follows. First, the 4th rule, a day tour in the zombie circle. Thank you, Captain Chi Hua. Everyone, please take note. These rules are not merely for show. I expect strict adherence. Should anyone violate them, I will not hesitate to act. Xia Yan's expression turned serious, her demeanor grave. Previously, a guest named Feng Tianqi had severely breached the rules and faced punishment. I encourage everyone to review the surveillance footage as a cautionary tale. The pristine white walls illuminated the playback of the incident, vividly showcasing Feng Tianqi wreaking havoc in the dining area, the footage crystal clear and the audio loud. That's really Feng Tianxi, gasped the elderly couple in room 210. It truly is him. I haven't seen him in ages. So, he ended up here. Serves him right. Good riddance. The guests recognized Feng Tianxi, clustering together to whisper among themselves. Xia Yan remained seated on the sofa, her expression steely as she observed the surveillance footage, feigning ignorance to their murmurs. Before long, the footage transitioned to Feng Tianxi suddenly finding himself in an unfamiliar square, surrounded by a throng of level 5 zombies. His face twisted in terror as he fled, throwing objects in futile resistance, ultimately collapsing from a height, bloodied and bruised. His eyes wide with defiance and dread before he passed. At some point, an eerie silence enveloped the lobby. The only sounds were Feng Tianxi's labored escape, his desperate cries for help, and the guttural roars of the zombies. His palpable fear, panic, and urgent desire for survival enveloped the audience, gripping their hearts as if they were the ones fleeing, not Feng Tianxi. Chapter 68. Apologies, she is merely a hotel proprietor. From this point on, Xia Yan had developed a fondness for the tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Ever since the playback of Feng Tianxi's actions, the guests not only memorized the house rules attentively but also regarded her with a hint of trepidation. Satisfied with the outcome, she discreetly nodded. This was precisely the effect she desired. Everyone had witnessed Feng Tianxi's fate, and now Feng Bei still owed her 3 secondary crystal nuclei, laboring outside to repay his debt. Rest assured, as long as you adhere to the house rules, our establishment will not impose arbitrary penalties on anyone. You have all endured a long day, and likely have not eaten yet. The dining area is open. Feel free to take a break and dine inside. However, there is one rule. Each person must possess their own points card. Sharing or taking food outside is prohibited. If you do not wish to recharge your card, you may purchase box meals at the lunch machine. Upon hearing that they needed to recharge their points, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, exchanging glances. Hesitant to be the first to step forward. Boss Xia, may I enter to take a look? A mature male voice resonated from the crowd, immediately capturing everyone's attention. The customer from room 206 has 2 children, one big and one small, but only he possesses a card, which makes his inquiry entirely reasonable. Customers with points cards are permitted to enter. However, the restaurant currently offers only noodles. Those wishing to explore breakfast and lunch options must return tomorrow. Noodles? Are they the instant variety? After some discussion, customers with points cards decided to take a look first before deciding whether to obtain cards for the entire family. The primary concern is that their accumulated crystal cores are limited. Food and water at the base are not inexpensive, and they have scrimped to save every crystal core. If the restaurant's prices are exorbitant, they might resort to boxed meals instead. Grandma Jiang, accompanied by her 2 grandsons, shakily entered the restaurant. Her grandsons' digestive systems had been adversely affected by their erratic eating habits, making noodles particularly suitable for their stomachs. Xia Yan did not follow them in but remained seated on the sofa, exchanging glances with the children. It wasn't long before those inside emerged with expressions of delight. If one needs to recharge, they should proceed to the front desk. In the future, when the card runs out of points, self-service recharging is required. They shouldn't constantly trouble her, as she is quite busy. Chi Hua had a substantial number of first-level crystal cores and, without hesitation, recharged his parents' points cards. This way, when he goes out in the future, they won't have to go hungry.
Wang Yi, Liviang.
And Wang Xuewei also had reserves and faced no pressure in recharging their family's cards. Furthermore, they could team up later to slay zombies and gather crystal cores. With Chi Hua as assistance, Grandma Jiang also recharged a points card for her grandsons and immediately took them for beef noodles. The alluring aroma of the noodles had captivated her the moment she entered, making her eager to indulge. The young couple residing in room 208 also recharged their points cards and joined the others in the restaurant. Now, only the solitary guests remained in the lobby. A woman from room 207, cradling her child, was softly weeping, pleading with Xia Yan for permission to enter with her child. She held only 2 first-level crystal cores, lamenting that her husband had died protecting them on the road. After listening quietly to her plight, Xia Yan shook her head apologetically, stating that the rules of the establishment cannot be altered. They could purchase food from the lunch or breakfast machines. As for the fact that she only had 1 crystal core remaining, Xia Yan reminded her that if her card lacked sufficient funds to cover the room fee, she would not be permitted to stay. Therefore, she sincerely advised the woman to venture out tomorrow to slay some zombies, as the area within 2 meters of the hotel is safe. The woman, her face awash with despair, wept for her deceased husband, her young child, the heartless apocalypse, and the bleak future that awaited her. Her sorrow flowed like a meandering stream, enveloping the innocent, the hidden thorns piercing through the cracks of despair, attacking her soft insides with every breath. Xia Yan remained silent, allowing them to vent their frustrations. After a prolonged silence, she spoke again. I am merely the proprietor of a hotel. I possess neither the heart nor the capability to be a savior. The small establishment provides food and drink in absolute safety, and the points redemption system rises with the level of crystal cores. A second-level core can be exchanged for 500 points, while a third-level core yields 2,000 points. If you intend to rely solely on others, waiting for pity to sustain you until your card's points are exhausted, I will promptly evict you and place you on a blacklist, never to enter again. This was Xia Yan's first time speaking so extensively, and she hoped it would be the last. Gradually, the woman ceased her sobbing, sitting blankly with her child, lost in thought. An elderly couple wiped their tears, hand in hand, and made their way to the lunch machine to purchase a boxed meal before slowly ascending the stairs. A father gently patted his children's heads, reassuring them not to worry, stating that he would shoulder any burden that came their way and that life would improve with each passing day. Xia Yan sighed silently, rising to take a stroll. She wandered around the lobby, her gaze lingering on the second-level zombies gathered outside, unwilling to disperse. Since they refused to leave, she decided to offer them a few crystal cores. Xia Yan stepped out the door and retrieved a baseball bat from her inventory, testing its weight in her hands. Are you also planning to slay zombies, Boss Xia? A voice, slightly aged, called from behind her. Turning, she saw the elderly couple from room 210. Noticing they were also armed with iron rods, it appeared they wished to venture out as well. With nothing else to do, I thought I might give it a try. Xia Yan replied with a kind smile, stepping aside to let the elderly couple pass. The elderly woman, who had been intently watching the zombies, turned to ask, the vicinity of the hotel is safe, correct? Xia Yan nodded affirmatively, assuring her that within that range, they would be entirely safe. Thank you. The elderly woman's expression remained rigid, as if she had long forgotten the sensation of joy. However, her husband's eyes were filled with regret, and after a slight nod, he led her in search of an opportune moment to strike. Second-level zombies bore little distinction from their first-level counterparts, exhibiting slightly more agility, longer fingernails, and a tougher skull. Regardless of their ranking, the zombies' fatal weakness remained their brains. However, not every zombie possesses a crystal core, regardless of their tier. The energy contained within cores of all colors remains identical and can be absorbed by those with abilities. This is precisely why survivors are willing to risk their lives in pursuit of zombies. The elderly couple halted near the safety perimeter of the hotel, the old man taking a deep breath, nodding solemnly at his wife before stepping forward. Almost instantaneously, a level 2 zombie sensed his presence, letting out a terrifying roar as it charged toward him. The old man remained steadfast, his expression grave. Just wait a moment, let it come a little closer. The old woman gripped the iron rod in her hands, poised for action. Strike it. The old man swiftly retreated to the safety boundary, and as the zombie momentarily lost track of its prey, he and his wife vigorously swung their iron rods, aiming for the creature's head. The recoil sent vibrations through their hands, but they paid no heed. The crystal core within the zombie was paramount. Darling, step back, let me deliver the final blow. The old woman, her arms weary and nearly devoid of strength, quickly stepped back to give him room to maneuver. The old man, his eyes ablaze, shouted with all his might, striking the zombie's head with all his remaining energy. With a resounding crack, a large hole appeared in the creature's skull, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After a brief respite, the old man reached inside to feel around. The old woman visibly tensed, praying for the presence of a crystal core. They had exhausted their strength. There was no way they could take down another level 2 zombie. There had to be one. The old man paused, retracting his hand. Between his fingers lay a yellowish crystal core, albeit coated in repulsive black sludge. Yet, he burst into joyous laughter. Look, what is this? A level 2 crystal core. The old woman snatched the core, carefully wiping it clean, holding it up to the sunlight. The light penetrated the crystal, casting a mottled yellow hue across her weathered cheeks. At last, she smiled, pulling her exhausted husband along as they sat on the steps outside the shop. Beaming at the sun while admiring the crystal core, Xia Yan had not anticipated that slaying a level 2 zombie would be so effortless. Stretching her wrists, she grasped a baseball bat and stepped outside.
Hey, come here.
After her taunting call, she tightened her grip on the bat, assuming a battle-ready stance. To her surprise, the zombie merely glanced back before dismissing her as nothing more than a piece of roadside foliage, unworthy of its attention.
Hey,
don't run away. Xia Yan suddenly recalled what the system had stated. Zombies would not attack her. How could she have forgotten this crucial detail? Wasting her breath worrying, she prepared to venture beyond the safety zone and plunge into the horde of zombies, ready to wreak havoc. With the bat raised high, Xia Yan charged into the outer perimeter of the zombies, unleashing a flurry of strikes against a zombie of her own height. The elderly couple could hardly believe their eyes. Boss Xia, is she really going in like that? This group of level 2 zombies was behaving as if in a stupor, allowing Boss Xia to strike at will. Was she truly in the mood for a game against zombies? Just as Xia Yan was reveling in her onslaught, a familiar voice broke through the chaos. She turned to see Shiji approaching. Stay back. I'm about to finish off the zombie. The crystal core is mine. This was Xia Yan's first kill, and naturally, she feared Shiji would snatch it away. Stumbling slightly, Shiji gritted his teeth in frustration. Is that how you see me? A thief after a woman's crystal core? Especially a level 2 one? He stepped out of the safety zone, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront her. Suddenly, the previously docile zombie sprang to life. Its face smeared with thick, black liquid, its ashen eyes fixated on him, its mouth stretching to the limit as it emitted a guttural growl and lunged forward.
Run.
What are you doing? Seeing her stubbornly swing her bat, Shiji shouted anxiously. Xia Yan, undeterred, delivered the final blow, and the zombie fell silent, motionless on the ground. Was she out of her mind? Shiji cursed under his breath, intending to rush over and pull her back. Don't come over. As he moved closer, Xia Yan urgently called out, I'm fine. The zombies want to attack me. You, however, should hurry back to the safety zone. What nonsense are you spouting? Come back now. Shiji was nearing his wit's end, his heart racing as he watched the zombie nearly reach her, desperate to rush forward, only to be yanked back forcefully. Don't go over, she's fine. A man, clad from head to toe with only his dark eyes visible, suddenly appeared, gripping Shiji's arm tightly, preventing him from advancing. Fine? How could a zombie? Shiji turned back in haste, only to be astonished as the horde of zombies seemingly ignored Xia Yan, instead charging toward him with malicious intent. What the? Jing Yimai shot him a glance, pulling him back into the safety zone while he himself dashed forward. Chapter 70. Why is she the only one without? In a matter of strides, he reached the foremost zombie, extending his hand as a fist-sized ball of lightning materialized in his palm, akin to a thrown bomb, which he launched. The zombie struck by the lightning ball exploded instantaneously, reduced to ashes, the crystal core within its head floating slowly in the air, effortlessly collected by him. It was evident that lower-tier zombies could not withstand the casual strikes of higher-tier ability users. Xia Yan was left in shock. This was her first time witnessing Jing Yimai slay a zombie. Was it truly this simple for ability users? After regaining her composure, she redirected her gaze, contemplating how to extract the crystal core. The mere thought of having to plunge her hand into the foul, sludgy remains made her stomach churn. She looked at her delicate, ivory-like fingers, attempting twice yet finding herself unable to proceed. Meanwhile, the hotel guests, hearing the commotion outside, grew concerned and began to descend the stairs to investigate. Upon discovering that someone was slaying zombies, particularly with the promise of level 2 crystal cores, many felt a surge of excitement, rushing back to their rooms to retrieve utensils for their own attempts. At this moment, Jing Yimai had already collected 5 or 6 crystal cores and, noticing the increasing number of strangers, realized that the hotel had hosted several guests that day. He adjusted his mask, retreating to his room for a rest. Having accumulated a significant haul, he planned to keep half of the cores for himself. The elderly couple sat within the safety zone, observing the chaotic crowd around them. They spotted Xia Yan still hesitating before the zombie, and the old woman nudged her husband, gesturing towards Xia Yan. That girl finds it too dirty. You should check on her. The old man stood up from the ground and approached. Do you need help retrieving the crystal core? He asked, glancing down to see the zombie's body marred with numerous strikes, its face nearly flattened.
Oh.
No, thank you, Xia Yan replied, somewhat startled, motioning for him to step back before delivering another fierce blow, splattering the foul substance onto the ground. She rummaged inside, but after a considerable time, still found no crystal core. Could it be? Is mine the only one without a core? Xia Yan could hardly believe her luck could be this dismal. The old man, equally astonished, noted that every zombie others had slain contained a core, yet after Xia Yan's single kill, hers was inexplicably empty. Don't be disheartened, Boss Xia. Surely, out of 3, at least one must yield a crystal core, he encouraged, patting his waist in a gesture of patience. Xia Yan erupted into hearty laughter, feeling warmth envelop her. Thank you, Grandpa. I was merely playing around. I never intended to eliminate so many zombies. She had amassed a considerable number of crystal nuclei from customers acquiring their point cards. The old man glanced back at his wife and lowered his voice, saying, My wife isn't a bad person. Her heart is kind. It was she who urged me to come help you. Don't be fooled by her standoffish demeanor. She possesses a delicate sensibility. The old lady cast a sidelong glance in their direction before turning away, feigning interest in basking in the sun, her expression cold as ice. What does Grandma enjoy eating? She inquired. She loves meat. Any kind of bones or meat will do. Unfortunately, she is old now. Her teeth are failing, and she can hardly chew on meat anymore. The old man shook his head and ambled back, sitting side by side with her under the sun.
Meat?
Xia Yan tilted her head, recalling someone mentioning that in the apocalypse, everyone struggled to find enough to eat, and the craving for meat was exceedingly intense. Meat? That can be arranged. Perhaps she could even open a meat-only buffet. Xia Yan picked up a baseball bat, smeared with grime, and casually tossed it into the safe zone. She brushed off the remnants from her hands, preparing to return to her room for a change of clothes. When she emerged again, the corpses of zombies outside had been cleared away. This batch of customers was rather considerate, and she felt quite satisfied. Before long, dusk descended, prompting her to switch on the lights in the lobby. Only the regular patrons were dining in the restaurant that evening. Yi Qijing had also brought his mother along. She was astonished to see that the boy had begun to fill out. His once gaunt face, with prominent cheekbones, was now starting to round out. Spending days under the blazing sun had transformed his complexion from a sickly yellow to a deep tan, and his physique no longer appeared as emaciated as when he first arrived. His eyes shone with greater brightness than before. Xia Yan fixed her gaze on him, causing Yi Qijing to feel somewhat awkward, unsure where to place his hands and feet. She smiled and waved him over. How many crystal nuclei have you accumulated these past few days? 5 level 1 crystal nuclei. Not bad. Did you not encounter any level 2 zombies today? I noticed everyone else was out hunting zombies. There were none inside. I didn't find any crystal nuclei, Yi Qijing replied, lowering his eyelids, looking dejected. Earlier, he had been hiding comfortably inside a tire when he suddenly heard distant cries for help. Just as he was about to investigate, he was met with the deafening roars of countless zombies. Realizing they were not level 1 zombies, he prepared to scramble out of the tire and run toward the inn. But he was too late and watched helplessly as they rushed past him, accompanied by a horde of level 2 zombies. He quickly crouched down, slowing his breathing in a desperate attempt to play dead. In his heart, shock coursed through him as he recognized the fleeing individuals as survivors from Base 3. How could they have collectively traveled such a distance? Yi Qijing was oblivious to the happenings at the base, relieved that he and his mother had already taken refuge in the inn. Just then, a zombie wandered in, emitting an unintelligible sound, shambling slowly through the small shop. Nearby, Yi Qijing was on high alert, his ears pricked, not daring to move an inch. How did a zombie get inside? It seemed as though something within the building was drawing it in, and the zombie lingered, forcing Yi Qijing to remain hidden. As the temperature rose, he began to sweat profusely, his body growing numb from maintaining a single position for too long, as if thousands of needles were piercing him, causing both pain and discomfort. Gradually, hunger gnawed at him. A wave of panic surged within him. No, His stomach must not make a sound. If it did, he would be doomed. He pressed his hands tightly against his abdomen, anxiously listening to every slight noise from his digestive system. After enduring for what felt like an hour, he could no longer bear it. He needed to find a way to lure the zombie outside. He hadn't returned to the inn for lunch, unaware of how worried his mother must be. If the zombie refused to leave, would he have to continue hiding in the tire indefinitely?
No.
He needed to find something. Yi Qijing scanned his surroundings and managed to spot a nail embedded in the inner layer of the tire. He cautiously peered out, observing the zombie, and, seizing the opportunity when it was distracted, hurled the nail far away. The nail clattered loudly upon hitting the ground. The zombie let out a roar and charged out. Yi Qijing sighed in relief, just as he intended to crawl out when he suddenly spotted another small childlike level 2 zombie entering. He quickly crouched down again, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. This time, he found nothing suitable to throw. Fortunately, it wasn't long before he heard the familiar sounds of Xia Yan's commotion, followed shortly by an explosion and a cacophony of shouts as people yelled to eliminate zombies. Among them were level 2 crystal nuclei. Hope rekindled within him, and he patiently waited in the tire. Once the sounds of zombies subsided outside, he felt a sense of relief. But just as he peeked out, he found himself face to face with the childlike zombie. Chapter 71. Level up to level 4. Yi Qijing's hair stood on end, and a shiver ran down his spine as he saw the zombie lunge towards him with its mouth wide open. He quickly leaped out of the tire, rolled on the ground, and grabbed a brick scattered on the floor, aiming for the zombie's vulnerable head and smashing down with all his might. Desperate and devoid of any technique, Yi Qijing swung the brick relentlessly, his eyes bloodshot, determined to kill it. After dozens of brutal strikes, the level 2 zombie finally collapsed. Yi Qijing snapped out of his daze, filled with ecstatic joy upon seeing the fallen zombie. A level 2 zombie. He hurriedly reached into search for the level 2 crystal nucleus. 500 points. Enough to sustain them for several days. However, his elation was soon shattered as he searched again, reluctantly admitting that there was no crystal nucleus in the zombie's head. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Frustrated, he pounded the ground in anger, feeling utterly helpless. Stepping outside, he was met with a multitude of zombie corpses littering the area in front of the inn, interspersed with many familiar faces, their expressions brimming with excitement. Clutching the level 2 crystal nuclei he had longed to touch, Yi Qijing lowered his head, filled with sorrow. If only he had emerged sooner and made more of an effort. Could he have also acquired a level 2 crystal nucleus? He glanced at a boy around his age, who, despite being filthy, exuded a fierce determination. Tightly grasping 3 level 2 crystal nuclei, Yi Qijing realized that if he continued to remain in the tire, waiting for zombies to come to him, he would never truly be able to protect his mother. Xia Yan secured the inn's door, casually turning off the lights before returning to her room. The first thing she did upon entering was to switch on the air conditioning. The heat of the day lingered, with no respite in the night, the air remaining humid and oppressive. She turned on the television to find a music program, then stepped into the bathroom for a quick, cool shower. Donning a lightweight silk sleepwear, Xia Yan took out a facial mask, applied it to her face, and reclined on the sofa, closing her eyes to savor the moment.
System.
Isn't time for the inn to level up? She had just reviewed the day's earnings, which amounted to 2052 points. Indeed, with more patrons, the points accumulated rapidly. She now earned 1150 points merely from room fees. With 38 guests, the daily food and drink income could reach 1,500 points. Even if she ceased to accommodate other guests and did nothing, she would still earn around 2,600 points each day. What a windfall! It was indeed worthwhile to make a trip to the base for publicity. System. Shouldn't it be time for an upgrade? Xia Yan suddenly recalled that she only needed 8,000 points to reach level 4. After so many days, she should be nearing that threshold, right? Current progress, 7961, 8,000. Just 39 points short? Very well. It seems that tomorrow will herald her upgrade, and she wonders what new features it might bring. She picked up the beauty device from her desk, switched it to the import mode, and gently glided it across her face. After completing her facial care routine, she applied the remaining lotion on her palms to her neck and lavishly used the high-end cream from this world on her elbows and ankles, reveling in the delightful fragrance and the supple, dewy sensation enveloping her body. Entering her wardrobe, she casually opened the closet door, revealing a full row of dresses in various styles. This was a moment every woman cherishes. She stepped forward slowly, picking dresses at random until she grew weary of trying them on, her bag becoming a dizzying weight to carry, prompting her to shift to a new endeavor. Xia Yan found herself enamored with a stunning egg-shaped ring, striking a few poses in front of the mirror before contentedly changing back into her pajamas to retire for the night, planning to explore more new outfits the following day. Since the bear had leveled up, most tasks could be entrusted to it. For instance, opening the restaurant each morning, welcoming guests at the hotel entrance, and attending to customers, all were executed splendidly by the bear. This significantly alleviated Xia Yan's burdens, though she hardly felt stressed, allowing her more time to indulge in sleep. As the sun rose high in the sky, Xia Yan remained blissfully unaware, having recently taken to sleeping longer than ever. Previously, her biological clock would rouse her at 5 a.m., but her repeated indulgence in snoozing had thoroughly disrupted that rhythm. Now, she could sleep straight through until 9 a.m. She awoke once more, alerted by the system notifying her that she was ready for an upgrade. During her absence from the hotel, guests had dined in the restaurant, swiftly surpassing the 8,000 point threshold. "Let us upgrade then," Xia Yan murmured sleepily, clutching her pillow. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Vacation Hotel, Level 4. Please select the number of rooms, single room 0, double room 0, available rooms 30. Let us add 20 double rooms and 10 single rooms. Current room count, 30 double rooms, 23 single rooms. 1 elevator unlocked. Hotel courtyard opened, covering an area of 200 square meters. 3 meals shared in the restaurant. Lunch now offers stir-fried and stew dishes. West Hall I opens a basic buffet restaurant, limited to 3 hours of use, requiring 60 points per person per visit. Half price for children. West Hall 2 spans 50 square meters, for the owner-s arrangement. As the upgrade unfolded, Xia Yan felt a fleeting wave of dizziness, as if the house had shifted dimensions. However, she had no time to ponder this, as a cascade of system notifications bombarded her. Upon seeing that the basic buffet restaurant had been opened, she leapt from her bed in excitement. Just yesterday, she had been contemplating the buffet concept, and now it had come to fruition. Slipping on her slippers, she dashed to the bathroom to freshen up, and after changing, she took a leisurely stroll around her room. Now, with the addition of a restaurant and kitchen, there was also a vast study adorned with 2 towering rows of natural wood bookshelves, brimming with numerous volumes. She pulled one out at random and flipped through a couple of pages. The names were quite long. Simply reading them made her head spin. In the center of the room stood an enormous desk, adorned with writing materials and an open collection of renowned calligraphic works. This pesky system. Is it mocking my lack of culture and my poor handwriting? Xia Yan firmly shut the door and locked it behind her. She would not return. Then, she discovered a sunroom measuring 30 square meters. Upon pushing open the door, an invigorating scent of flowers enveloped her. Inside the sunroom, countless pots of fresh blooms basked in the light, their translucent petals shimmering with brilliance. In the midst of the floral display was a large basin of blooming lotus flowers, with small fish swimming gracefully across the surface.
It was truly breathtaking.
The room also featured a tea table with a design suggesting a mountain stream, from which wisps of mist seemed to rise. Xia Yan meandered leisurely through the room, growing increasingly satisfied with her surroundings. If each upgrade promised such delightful surprises, she would be even more eager to accumulate points. Just as she intended to linger longer, her stomach began to protest with hunger. Reluctantly, she exited the sunroom, changed into a new pair of sandals, and pushed open the grand door, only to be taken aback by the sight before her, a vast, barren courtyard. A stark, unpaved expanse, devoid even of concrete. Was this really the upgraded 200 square meters? Xia Yan stared in disbelief at the hotel across from her. From her vantage point, she could only see the rear of the hotel, which soared over 30 floors. The first 5 stories appeared tidy and pristine, with the marble facade gleaming brightly, while above the 6th floor, crumbling walls revealed exposed steel reinforcements. Retracting her gaze, she stepped onto the dark earth, making her way toward the back entrance of the hotel, leaving footprints with each step. She grasped the doorknob, Press down gently, and it opens smoothly. The ground floor of the hotel expanded once more, with the restaurant moving back to occupy the space of her office, providing ample room for dozens of guests, and adding over 20 new dining tables. The West Hall was divided into Hall I and Hall II, with Hall I situated on the left side of the hotel entrance, accessible via a glass walkway. Within a mere 5 meters, one could step into the spacious buffet restaurant. The restaurant was flanked by glass walls, offering a clear view of passing zombies. And if the sight proved unappetizing, the glass could be replaced with frosted varieties. The basic buffet restaurant featured a generous array of meat dishes: braised pork ribs, charcoal grilled pork chops, red braised meat, stir-fried meat, steamed fish, and more, though beef and lamb were somewhat scarce, with a large pot of braised beef with radish being the exception, while steak and lamb chops were limited to 1 serving per person. There were also 2 beverage dispensers, one for soda and one for coffee and milk, alongside a freezer stocked with bottled beer and shelves displaying foreign spirits and high-proof liquors. Fruits were limited to 4 large platters of dragon fruit, cantaloupe, peaches, and durians. Xia Yan was taken aback by the presence of durian. Wasn't this supposed to be basic? Vegetables were equally sparse, offering only cucumber salad, tomato salad, and a simple dish known as tiger vegetable. The staples consisted of egg fried rice, creamy steamed buns, and various coarse grains such as corn and sweet potatoes. Inside, there were only 4 tables, accommodating a maximum of 16 patrons. However, Xia Yan believed it unlikely that they would be overcrowded. Given the 60-point charge per person, those willing to spend such points for a single meal would be few, particularly families who would be more reluctant to splurge, likely visiting only once a week. Hall 2 was a modest 70 square meters, and Xia Yan planned to move all the machines from the lobby here, placing a sign that reads store at the entrance. This way, the lobby would not appear cramped or chaotic. She summoned the bear, instructing it to relocate the machines and the counter from behind the cash register to Hall 2. To simplify matters, she purchased 5 vending machines directly from the marketplace, stocking them with clothing and other items for sale, setting the prices, and ensuring she would be notified through the back end when stocks ran low. This way, customers could place their orders directly via the self-service system, eliminating the need for them to wait for her assistance each time. Instantly, the lobby transformed into a spacious and well-lit area. The wall that once housed a cabinet finally revealed the 4 prominent characters spelling out Resort Hotel. With the expansion of the space, the sofa and coffee table appeared somewhat diminutive. Xia Yan retracted the previous furnishings into the system grid and replaced them with an elongated, light gray commercial sofa, capable of accommodating 15 guests simultaneously. She adorned it with matching coffee tables, setting upon them a tea tray and a bowl of candies, while a bouquet of blooming flowers graced the center. 2 televisions were positioned, one for the customers and one for her, ensuring no one would contend with her for viewing. The former 2-step stairway was reduced to just one near the entrance, with a newly upgraded elevator adjacent to it, capable of transporting 10 individuals directly to the 5th floor. With a chime, 3 individuals emerged from within, their eyes immediately drawn to Xia Yan in the lobby. "Boss Xia, your abilities are truly remarkable. I'm in awe," Song Yang exclaimed, his gaze filled with admiration, wishing to kneel in reverence to the deity before him. He was more than willing to label Boss Xia as the most formidable practitioner of abilities on Earth. Reflecting on the earlier events, he remained incredulous. Initially, they had planned to leave after their meal, yet they found themselves waiting indefinitely for Boss Xia's appearance. Fu Lauda settled onto the sofa, engrossed in the television, seemingly unwilling to depart without personally bidding her farewell. The 2 dared not speak, instead sitting silently until peculiar occurrences transpired. Suddenly, the distance between the sofa and the television visibly increased, and a glass corridor appeared on the wall, seemingly leading somewhere. A faint sound emerged behind them, and, turning around, they were nearly startled to death by the sudden appearance of an elevator. The 3 were instantly jolted, bewildered by the unfolding events. Concurrently, a sweet, mechanical female voice emanated from an unseen speaker. "Dear esteemed guests, greetings, and welcome to the Resort Hotel. In our endeavor to enhance your lodging experience, we have been diligently progressing. Following this upgrade, our establishment will offer elevator services, a buffet restaurant, and an unlimited selection of food available around the clock. Thank you for your understanding and support. Farewell. Boss Xia, allow me to pay my respects." Song Yang declared, raising his hand to execute a perfect 90-degree bow.
Oh,
No need for such formalities, Xia Yan replied, unaware they had witnessed everything unfold in the hotel. Her stomach growled in hunger, urging her to seek a meal immediately. In her earlier excitement while tidying up the lobby, she had completely forgotten about eating. Now that everything was in order, the pangs of hunger surged, making her feel as though she could barely stand. Have you eaten? The hotel now features a buffet with an abundance of meats. If you haven't dined yet, shall we go together? She suggested politely. What a pity, Feng Bei said, patting his stuffed stomach. He wished to explore inside but truly could not accommodate any more food. Let us go, Fu Zhao interrupted. I happen to be a bit hungry. Seriously? Aren't you the one who eats more than I do? Are you hungry again? Feng Bei replied incredulously as Song Yang pulled him away. You all go ahead. I'll step outside for some fresh air with Feng Bei, so as not to disturb you. Xia Yan chuckled. Please do, Fu Laoda. Very well. Following the glass corridor, they soon found themselves before a bright dining area filled with an array of food in the serving zone. Silver-gray stainless steel trays were neatly arranged, with half-lifted lids revealing dishes rich in sauce and tantalizing aromas, igniting their appetites and dazzling their senses. May I ask if the guest agrees to pay 60 points? A mechanical voice suddenly resounded within the buffet hall. Xia Yan looked up towards the source of the sound, where a robot clad in a server uniform and an apron glided forth from behind the serving counter. The robot glided to Fu Zhao's side, extending its hands, with a soft green light emanating from its palms. If you agree, please swipe your card at the green light. Fu Zhao raised an eyebrow and retrieved his points card from his pocket, swiping it as instructed. Payment successful. Enjoy your meal, esteemed guest, the robot announced before gliding away. Xia Yan took a few strides to the serving counter, bending down to retrieve a tray. She first selected a pork chop, followed by several pieces of sauce pork bones, and finally scooped a serving of beef with radish, placing it on a table by the window. Fu Zhao had indeed eaten well that morning, having anticipated an early departure and thus indulging a bit more. Yet now, standing before the serving counter, he felt his desires thwarted. Despite the enticing aroma wafting through the air, his stomach protested, declaring it could consume no more. He sighed quietly, selecting a few pork chops as he wandered aimlessly through the dining hall. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. What manner of abilities were at play here, allowing such an abundance of remarkable resources to appear after the upgrade? He had never set foot in the kitchen, yet food was continuously produced, all fully prepared. This Xia Yan was undoubtedly far from simple. Just like the buffet that had emerged today, he had initially assumed it would resemble the typical rice bowls of a restaurant, not giving it much thought. However, upon entering, he discovered not only clean, uncontaminated meats but also fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as beverages and beer. One could hardly fathom how such items could exist years after an apocalypse. Having roamed countless spaces, he had only heard tales of those who had fortuitously activated spatial abilities before the end, reaping an abundance of resources, but none of them could compare to Xia Yan. Fu Zhao felt a thrill of excitement, immensely grateful for the chance encounter with Xia Yan during this mission. It was surely fate. He turned to gaze at Xia Yan, who was enjoying her meal in the light, his satisfaction and desire growing with each passing moment. After completing his task, he resolved to remain by her side, eager to uncover her secrets. After all, women deeply enmeshed in love often lose their discernment, making it all too easy to extract the hotel's mysteries from her when the time came. Lowering his gaze to conceal his surging desires, he reminded himself that the moment was not yet ripe, and that patience was necessary. Xia Yan, this buffet is truly impressive, with such an abundance of meats and even my favorite durian, he remarked, smiling as he sat across from her. His tray containing only a few pork chops and pieces of durian. Do indulge, since it costs 60 points, she replied, nodding at him before returning to her delicious meal. At that moment, she realized that Jing Yimai had spoken a profound truth. One truly cannot go long without meat. Even she, gnawing on a bone, found it hard to imagine how those who had long endured hunger would react upon entering a buffet. Undoubtedly, it would not be like Fu Zhao's experience. Xia Yan had understood that they had already dined for breakfast, yet Fu Zhao still sought to join her. He clearly had ulterior motives. Chuckling inwardly, Xia Yan thought that had it not been for their imminent departure, she would have gladly tossed him into a horde of zombies for a little while. She rose and made her way to the serving area, retrieving a sweet potato and 2 pieces of cantaloupe. Xia Yan planned to resolve her dining needs at the buffet from now on, so she did not rush to sample everything at once, choosing to eat until satisfied, but not overly full. Upon returning to the table, Fu Zhao set down his bone, wiped his fingers with a napkin, and casually remarked, "Xia Yan, we really must depart today. I must admit, I find it rather difficult to leave." Xia Yan chuckled softly, peeling her sweet potato as she replied, "I understand."
Indeed.
Having accepted the task, one must not waver midway. It is precisely this dedication that has allowed our team to stand out among a throng of mercenaries. Truly commendable.
Oh.
In comparison to Xia Yan, I still have a long way to go. I see. Fu Zhao gazed at Xia Yan, who was sincerely savoring her sweet potato, momentarily at a loss for words. I admire confident women. Thank you, I appreciate that. May I inquire about your age? You seem like the little sister next door. That's a bit personal. This conversation is becoming tedious. I've had my fill, so I shall take my leave now. Do enjoy your meal at your leisure. Xia Yan wiped her mouth with a napkin and rose to depart, chatting endlessly. What is there to discuss? Fu Zhao found her somewhat bothersome and hastily left, fearing he might impulsively toss her into a horde of zombies. In the hall, Song Yang and Gao Fei Bei were watching cartoons with a few children, while Grandma Jiang held her 2 grandsons, her face adorned with wrinkles from laughter. Upon seeing Xia Yan emerge, the 2 quickly rose, glancing expectantly behind her. Boss Xia, where is our big brother Fu? Is he not coming out? Has he gone weak at the knees? But it appears nothing is amiss with Boss Xia. Could it be that their leader is merely a facade of strength? He is still inside, enjoying his meal. Boss Xia, please have a seat. Grandma Jiang hastily stood, her face a mask of gratitude. Last night, the 3 of them had the best sleep since the apocalypse began. Her 2 grandsons had even whispered to her, "Grandma, why is it so nice here? So fragrant and beautiful. Can we stay here forever?" "Absolutely. We shall remain here. Grandma, won't he take you away?" With reddened eyes, she bathed the 2 boys, tucked them into bed, and covered their tummies with a pillowcase before she herself went for a wash. The 3 of them lay in bed silently, staring wide-eyed at the beautiful ceiling light, afraid to blink or fall asleep, fearing that if they closed their eyes, they might awaken to find it all a dream. It was only when their eyes grew painfully dry that Grandma Jiang finally blinked. They were still in the hotel. She couldn't wait to kiss her 2 little ones. The 2 grandsons had already fallen asleep obediently. Grandma Jiang gently got out of bed, turned off the light, and embraced her grandsons, finally at peace as she drifted into slumber. This morning, the 2 children woke first, hungry, pouting but too timid to rouse Grandma, nibbling on their fingers. Only when she slowly opened her eyes did the children lean in, wanting to express their grievances, yet hesitant to speak. Grandma Jiang instantly recognized their hunger and hurriedly got up, quickly washing their hands and faces before heading to the dining room on the first floor. It was entirely her fault for sleeping so soundly. How could she forget about the children's meals? Grandma Jiang felt quite vexed. She hoped there would still be noodles in the dining room. The 2 boys had cleaned their plates yesterday, but she feared the greasy food might upset their stomachs. Upon entering the dining room, Grandma Jiang was taken aback. Everything one could wish for was available, even milk and eggs. Chapter 74. Would you like some candy? It's free. The children dashed over excitedly, sniffing this and that, feeling as if they were living in the paradise their grandmother often spoke of.
Grandma,
I want to eat this. Grandma, I want to eat that. Grandma Jiang beamed, allowing them to take 2 different flavored buns to munch on. She also handed them 2 boiled eggs, a large bowl of millet porridge, and a steamed bun. Eat up, children, finish the eggs and drink some porridge. Meanwhile, she took a bite of the bun, savoring the familiar taste of wheat. After so many years, she was finally able to eat a bun before her demise. Truly, she could die content now. Suddenly, Grandma Jiang recalled her son, whose fate was uncertain, and a wave of sorrow washed over her, her clouded eyes brimming with tears. Fearing her grandsons would notice, she quietly turned her head to wipe her tears, her eyes slightly red as she took another bite of the bun. The bun was substantial and hearty, enough to sustain her for a day. The priority was that her grandsons eat well, Children need nourishment to grow strong. As for her, she was old, and it mattered little what she consumed. Living another day was a blessing from the heavens, and she was grateful just to have a bun to eat. Boss Xia, the food in the dining room is exceptional. My grandsons and I thank you for taking us in. Grandma Jiang held her two children, gesturing for them to bow like her. One must know gratitude, grandsons, no matter how cruel the world may be in this apocalypse. There are always kind souls willing to lend a hand. What I want to teach you is to express thanks to those who help you. Do not let the hearts of good people grow cold.
Thank you, Sister Xia.
The two children obediently bowed, their manners impeccable. Xia Yan hurriedly helped them up. What are you saying, Grandma Jiang? This is not an act of charity. It's primarily because you have crystal cores, isn't it? Please do not say such things. As long as everyone finds comfort in this little establishment, that is sufficient. Comfort, absolutely comfort. This is the best place I've ever stayed, isn't it, children? Grandma Jiang grasped her arm, smiling warmly. Indeed, Sister Xia, we love it. The children's eyes sparkled like light bulbs, excitedly looking at her. After just 1 or 2 meals, the children, though somewhat spirited, remained alarmingly thin. Xia Yan gently stroked their brittle hair. As long as you're happy, there's candy. Go ahead and enjoy. The children joyfully exclaimed and eagerly stretched out their frail arms to grab some. Oh no, that won't do. Candy is quite precious. Grandsons, don't eat that, put it back. Grandma Jiang was alarmed and quickly swatted away their small hands. In the base, a mere 5 pieces of candy could be exchanged for a first-grade crystal core. It was exorbitantly priced. Just moments ago, they had seen a plate brimming with candy, ranging from milk to fruit, oatmeal, gummy, and chocolate. It was far too valuable. At Grandma Jiang's stern reprimand, the children withdrew their hands, trembling slightly as they huddled close together, fearing their serious grandmother would become angry again. Seeing this, Xia Yan chose to remain silent. She understood Grandma Jiang's intentions and perceived her as a woman of wisdom. Was it truly that simple to take from others without consideration? Of course not. Even placing a plate of candy here involved ulterior motives. Eating a few less wouldn't matter, but one must be wary of those with dark intentions, who might harbor unwholesome thoughts. Brother Fu, you've finally emerged. We were about to lose our minds watching these children's cartoons. It felt like we had regressed to kindergarten. Song Yang, all ears for the commotion, noticed Fu Zhao exiting through the glass corridor and called out, "Have you got everything?" Fu Zhao inquired in a deep voice, his gaze flicking towards Xia Yan. It was mainly because the durian had been so sweet and soft that he couldn't resist indulging in a few more. All packed and ready. Shall we depart? Gao Fei Bei patted his backpack beside him, standing up to throw it over his shoulder. Let us go. Xia Yan, we're off. When he saw Xia Yan pretending not to hear, he had no choice but to call out to her. The minds of women truly are unfathomable. One moment they are as cold as ice, the next as mischievous as a little fox. Upon hearing her name, Xia Yan could no longer pretend ignorance and turned to nod, signaling her farewell for the next visit. Song Yang was utterly flabbergasted, admiring this boss Xia. Their leader's intent was crystal clear. Even a simple parting remark, such as "be careful on the road," was reduced to a mere formal expression of gratitude. Truly, it was a case of flowing water with sincere intent, while the fallen blossoms remained indifferent. Brother Fu, the journey to win back my beloved is indeed long and arduous. Fu Zhao lowered his gaze and fell into a moment of silence before suddenly breaking into a smile. Well then, I shall take my leave. Take care, boss Xia. With that, he made no effort to hear her response and promptly exited the hotel. Boss Xia, we're off. Until we meet again. Song Yang gestured a farewell and hurried after him. Gao Fei quickly tossed out, "Goodbye, boss Xia," before swiftly following suit. Xia Yan watched the trio depart, then turned to summon Xiong, instructing it to thoroughly tidy up the 3 rooms and ensure the entire place was disinfected. Xiong dutifully complied. She then settled onto the sofa, switching on another television to find the makeup effects competition she had been eagerly watching, her expression brightening with delight. The moment Song Yang stepped out of the hotel, regret washed over him. Having spent the past few days in the cool confines of the room, he had completely forgotten about the sweltering heat outside. The temperature was so high it felt as if the ground could melt. Waves of heat shimmered visibly, and each breath felt as if it might sear his airways, leaving his throat parched and dry. Compared to the hotel, it was akin to heaven and hell. Why did he subject himself to such discomfort when he had enough crystal cores in his possession to live comfortably for half a year? As he pondered this, Song Yang stole a glance at the unusually silent Fu Zhao, secretly relishing the sight of his sweat-drenched tank top, the droplets glistening on his well-defined muscles, evaporated by the oppressive heat, leaving behind pale imprints.
Ha!
I refuse to believe that you, Fu Zhao, harbor no regrets. Complaints aside, Song Yang understood why Fu Zhao felt compelled to make this trip. Within the Beijing base, there awaited a younger sister he held in high regard. However, this sister was not related by blood. She was the daughter brought by his stepfather when his mother remarried, 3 or 4 years his junior. Initially, Fu Zhao had little patience for this fragile sister, but when the apocalypse struck, both his biological mother and stepfather perished in their attempts to save him, leaving only this sister behind. From that moment, his priorities shifted entirely to her well-being. As for how his delicate sister would react upon learning her brother had someone he cherished, Song Yang could only speculate. Chapter 75. Is this truly the only way to express gratitude? Stop right there. Xia Yan did not turn her head, her gaze still fixed on the guest introducing the background story behind their special effects inspiration. Feng Bei, stealthily edging along the wall towards the exit, froze, casting a resentful glare at Qingmingzi behind her. It's your fault. Your footsteps were too loud, and now she has noticed. Xia Yan pressed the pause button on the program, turned to her and with a beaming smile inquired, You've worked hard these past few days. How many crystal cores have you managed to gather? In that instant, Feng Bei straightened her back, withdrawing her gaze and feigning ignorance. I'm still a bit short. How short? Just 2 or 3 more. Feng Bei could hardly lift her head, her heart racing, palms slick with sweat. Not a single level 2 zombie graced her presence yesterday. She was utterly exasperated. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan's tone softened further, radiating warmth and kindness. If I recall correctly, you owe me 3 level 2 crystal cores, correct? Yes, 3. I will do my utmost today. Yesterday, there wasn't a single zombie outside. I truly couldn't find any level 2 zombies. In contrast to Feng Bei, whose face flushed with urgency, Xia Yan appeared remarkably composed. Under her placid gaze, Feng Bei felt increasingly uneasy, unable to decipher Xia Yan's true intentions, her heart racing with anxiety. Wishing Xia Yan would simply grant her a swift resolution rather than prolong her torment. After a prolonged silence, Xia Yan casually explained as she massaged her fingers. You might not have known since you weren't at the hotel yesterday, but many survivors arrived at the 3rd base, attracting a horde of zombies. Fortunately, Qi Hua and his team are quite capable and managed to eliminate all the level 2 zombies. Qi Hua and his team are here too? Which room are they staying in?
Feng Bei exclaimed in surprise.
Having returned late yesterday, she was unaware of this development, and after sleeping in until now, she had rushed out in fear of being caught by Xia Yan, only to encounter her nonetheless. Well, if my memory serves me right, Qi Hua should be in room 305. Xia Yan pretended to think. There were so many guests checking in yesterday that I can hardly recall. That's no problem.
I'll go knock on their door right away.
I didn't expect them to arrive yesterday. Boss Xia. I promise I will return the crystal cores to you before the agreed time. Feng Bei declared, patting her chest with newfound confidence. However, she realized she needed to eat first. She was starving. Boss Xia, I won't disturb you any longer. I'm off to grab a bite. Go ahead. Xia Yan nodded and pressed the play button to resume watching the television program. Feng Bei breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly made her way to the dining area. Knowing Qi Hua was present, she felt there was no need to begrudge herself a meal of boxed rice. The food in the dining hall smelled divine. Once she finished eating, she needed to find Qi Hua, even if it meant borrowing the crystal cores to return to Xia Yan. With her determination set, the weight that had burdened her heart lifted, and she even regarded Qingmingzi with a gentler gaze. Seated on the sofa, Grandma Jiang shot her a fierce glare, clearly disapproving of Feng Bei. How can she still thrive after Feng Tianqi has passed? She looks so well-fed, not a trace of sorrow for her father's death. It seemed Grandma Jiang harbored a strong dislike for Feng Bei. Xia Yan extracted 2 pieces of fruit candy from the fruit bowl, unwrapped them, and directly placed them into the mouths of the 2 children. Enjoy. Grandma won't scold you. Oh dear, Boss Xia, this is quite. I'm just an old woman. Oh well, eat up, my dear grandchildren. Since it's from your sister, you should indulge, but you mustn't take it yourself. Do you understand? If I catch you sneaking any, I'll be furious. Grandma Jiang flailed her hands, bewildered, as she stared at the bulging cheeks of her grandson, unsure of how to proceed. They had already eaten it. Could she really make them spit it out? Forget it. It seems Boss Xia genuinely wants the children to enjoy themselves. She, as a grandmother, shouldn't be so ungrateful. Yet, she needed to teach the children lessons, lest they assume Boss Xia's kindness meant they could help themselves at will. Xia Yan sat quietly, a smile playing on her lips as she observed the 3 generations. The 2 children, though intimidated by their stern grandmother, were reluctant to part with the sweet candy in their mouths, obediently listening to her lecture with their heads bowed, occasionally licking the candy with their little tongues, reveling in the delightful sweetness.
Thank you, Boss Xia.
The children are young and naive. They don't understand the value of these treats. However, I, being of an age nearing the grave, must be more discerning. Boss Xia is truly a good person. Although I may no longer be young or spry, if there is any way I can assist you, please don't hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost. Grandma Jiang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she slid down from the sofa. Xia Yan, quick to react, supported her arm, preventing her knees from hitting the ground, half seriously saying, Grandma Jiang, please don't do that. It's just 2 pieces of candy. It's hardly worth it. If you persist, I might just become upset. The children were already wide-eyed, hesitating as they contemplated mimicking their grandmother's actions. Xia Yan guided Grandma Jiang back to the sofa, gently pressing her fingers against the foreheads of the fragile children, nudging them back into their seats. Grandma Jiang. It is commonly said that parents serve as exemplary role models for their children. Though you are not their biological parent, your influence surpasses that of one. Your every action and demeanor is meticulously emulated by them. In a world ravaged by chaos, strength is paramount, overshadowing the virtue of humility.
With that,
Xia Yan refrains from further elaboration. Upon arriving in this realm, she observed that many express gratitude by kneeling, initially a novel gesture. Yet it quickly loses its charm when repeated excessively. Grandma Jiang fell silent, her dim eyes resting upon the 2 children. Noticing the palpable fear and anxiety reflected in their gaze, a testament to their cautious demeanor that mirrored her own perfectly. When did they transform into such a state? Lost in her reverie, she recalled the resolute visage of her son, his unwavering gaze, and the powerful strength of his arms, an embodiment of youthful vigor.
Yet,
why had her grandsons become so different? Suddenly, Grandma Jiang felt a wave of guilt wash over her, remorseful towards her son, her late daughter-in-law, her departed husband, and even their ancestors. It was her failing, having inadvertently molded these 2 intelligent and brave children into such timid beings. Chapter 76. Shall we form a team? After lunch, Yi Qizhen gradually descended the stairs, hesitating before the door of room 212. With a conflicted expression, he raised his hand, only to lower it again in quick succession, failing to knock after several attempts, beads of sweat forming at his brow. What if he deemed himself too weak to collaborate with him? Yi Qizhen was painfully aware of his own inadequacies, lacking the courage to knock. Perhaps it was best to consider alternative approaches. He inwardly chastised himself for being a coward, lacking even the bravery to inquire. At that moment, an elderly lady approached with her 2 grandsons. Recognizing her as Grandma Jiang, he greeted her politely with a nod, his spirits dim as he prepared to retreat upstairs. Qizhen, wait. I have a few things I wish to ask you, she called out. He halted, turning back. What is it, Grandma Jiang? The 2 small boys beside her retained their frail appearance, both 11 years old yet standing only at 1.20 meters, their bodies alarmingly gaunt. Indeed, anyone surviving in that predatory base bore a skeletal form. Grandma Jiang rubbed her hands together, casting a glance at her grandsons as if making a significant decision. You see, dear child, I wish to accompany you and my grandsons to hunt zombies together. We can split the crystal cores evenly. I would not impose on you. Seeing Yi Qizhen's astonishment, fearing he might refuse, Grandma Jiang hurriedly continued, Do not underestimate me due to my age. My strength remains formidable. Crushing zombies is well within my capabilities. Furthermore, both of my grandsons possess abilities, One has fire powers, the other ice. Although they are only at level 1, they can still be of use.
Yikitseng hesitatet, uncertain.
He sought companionship, but was reluctant to team up with those significantly weaker than himself. Though, to be fair, compared to abilities, they might even surpass him. Grandma, killing zombies is not a trivial matter. Some are exceedingly swift. If one does not evade in time, it could cost a life. This is no game. I understand, dear. I have seen much in my time. Rest assured, if we encounter danger, the three of us will handle it ourselves. Our fates will be in the hands of destiny. Grandma Jiang patted her grandson's backs affectionately. I am old and cannot protect them for long. The apocalypse is ruthless. Should I perish, they lack the means to survive. Even in death, my eyes would remain closed in sorrow. Hence, while I still draw breath, I wish to impart whatever knowledge I can. If we are indeed faced with zombies we cannot escape, it will simply be our fate, and I shall lead them along the road to the afterlife. The children gazed sorrowfully at their grandmother, clinging tightly to her arm, pressing their foreheads against her in a bid to comfort the distressed elder. Yi Qizheng felt a pang of sorrow. His own efforts were motivated by a desire for his mother to live better. The love for family is universal. He realized the root of his fear in not knocking on the door of room 212 stemmed from his own weakness. With such frailty, what right did he have to disdain a family even weaker than himself? Perhaps, given time, he might even come to rely on them. Grandma Jiang, please do not say any more, I understand. From now on, we shall venture out together. For the cores we acquire, you shall take 2 portions, and I will take 1. No, that will not do. It must be split evenly. Grandma, trust me. Your burdens are heavier than mine. You shall take 2 portions, while I will take 1. That is settled, or else we shall not collaborate. Well, if you insist. Suddenly, a cacophony of desperate screams echoed from the first floor, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps crashing through the hotel entrance. What is happening? They exchanged alarmed glances, recognizing the panic reflected in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, guests on the second floor heard the commotion and hurriedly opened their doors, peering out cautiously. What is going on? Why is someone shouting for help? I don't know. I just heard it too. I'm going downstairs to check. Yi Qizheng brandished the axe he always carried, rushing downstairs. Grandma Jiang clutched her trembling grandsons, her hands shaking with fear. No, don't be afraid. It should be fine. Boss Xia said that zombies cannot enter. Grandma Jiang, come down quickly. There are zombies. Yi Qizheng's voice rang from the stairwell, laced with a hint of excitement, piercing through the chaos. Grandma Jiang immediately grasped his intent, responding urgently, we're coming. Come on, my dear grandsons. We shall slay the zombies and earn crystal cores to buy delicious food. She seized the hands of her 2 grandchildren, hurrying downstairs. The other guests on the second floor exchanged bewildered glances, unsure why the elderly lady seemed so exhilarated by the arrival of zombies. Did she intend to fight them? If an old woman could face zombies, surely they could too. Let us go. Miss, grab your things and head downstairs. There are zombies. The father from room 206 called to his children, urging them to follow him.
Mom,
are we going too? The little girl from room 207 peeked through the door frame, her pale face visible. The mother hesitated for a moment, and after a few seconds of deliberation, seeing everyone else leave, she resolved, stay home. I'll be back soon. No, I'm going too.
No.
You're too weak right now, you wouldn't be able to help. Just stay here. I'll return quickly. As she spoke, she tightened her shoelaces, tucked the room card into her pocket, and kissed her daughter's face repeatedly, ignoring her protests, before firmly closing the door behind her. Downstairs, the once spacious lobby was now crammed with people, a cacophony of voices rising in a frenzy. At the stairway stood a fluffy bear, guarding the entrance to prevent unregistered guests from ascending. The woman recognized that these individuals had also fled from the third base, likely seeking refuge here. She struggled through the crowd towards the entrance, her ears catching the sounds of zombies being slain and the jubilant cries of those unearthing crystal cores. She needed to hurry out. She was in dire need of cores.
Quiet. Who has a points card?
Show it now. Priority check-in. Xia Yan shouted from behind the reception desk. Hands reached out desperately, stretching forward with cards, crystal cores, golden necklaces, diamond rings, and even small purple sandalwood teapots, Whatever they had, they were eager to present it, almost thrusting it into her face. She took a step back, her reflexes sharp as she seized a hand clutching a points card. It's you. Everyone else, step back. Retreat. 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 Xia Yan barked several commands, and the outstretched hands finally withdrew, gazing at her with longing, enviously eyeing the individual who had been singled out. You, how many are there? Chapter 77. The 5-person team. Just me. I'm all alone. The one pointed out had disheveled hair and a grimy face, making it difficult to discern her original features. Her loose-fitting clothes obscured her form, rendering her gender ambiguous at first glance. Yet her voice betrayed her femininity, remaining delicate even as she deliberately lowered her tone. Just one? Xia Yan expressed a hint of regret and gestured for her to swipe her card, instructing her to stay in room 201. Next, in an instant, another wave of hands appeared. Come, you, how many?
5.
Who are you with? I want to see those standing together. Brothers.
Come over.
It's our turn. A middle-aged man raised his hand high, waving towards the outskirts.
Hey.
We're coming. With a rugged voice, for individuals pushed through the throng, forcibly clearing a path to stand beside the man. Xia Yan scrutinized the newcomers. 4 men and 1 woman, all appearing to be of similar age, formed a small team. While she assessed them, they too were appraising her. Initially, when news spread about a female proprietor from the base who had come with packed meals and water at remarkably low prices, those on missions had scoffed at the tales they heard. However, as the 3rd base was abandoned by the upper echelons, and they were reluctant to become mere minions at the 2nd base, they decided to investigate this place, where everyone was flocking. After all, they possessed abilities and were not afraid of being unable to leave once they arrived. How many rooms do you require? The 5 exchanged glances, and the leading middle-aged man spoke up. We'll take 5 single rooms. That's not possible. The maximum is 2 double rooms and 1 single. On what grounds? We have plenty of crystal cores. The only woman among the 5 protested, slamming her hand on the table, the numerous large earrings on her ears clinking with her actions. Behind her, a long-faced man displayed his displeasure, pulling out a 2nd-tier crystal core from his pocket and placing it on the table. Is this enough? If not, I have more. His actions stunned the onlookers. Some recognized the 5 and hurriedly retreated, fearing to be implicated. The woman turned back, surveying the crowd with disdain. As she crossed her arms, her low-cut neckline barely contained her formidable assets, threatening to escape their confines. She turned her gaze to Xia Yan, resting her elbow on the counter, her eyes locked onto her with an imposing aura. Boss, can we stay in a 5-person room this time? Xia Yan furrowed her brows, her gaze sharp, leaning slightly forward as she replied, half smiling no. The woman instantly erupted in anger, only to be silenced by the leading middle-aged man, who covered her mouth and pulled her back.
Quiet.
Boss, let us go with your suggestion. 2 double rooms and 1 single. The middle-aged man smiled broadly, his eyes crinkling with mirth, exuding a benign demeanor as he handed over the points card, agreeing to Xia Yan's arrangement. Xia Yan did not take the card but coldly stated, before checking in, please read the regulations displayed on the wall to the right. You may check in only if you can comply. All right, we'll read them now. The middle-aged man seemed unfazed by her indifferent tone, still grinning as he loudly recited the regulations. His voice echoed throughout the hall. A day trip in a zombie-infested area. Boss, see, we've read it. Can we check in now? The man's face displayed no sign of surprise at the mention of a day trip amidst 5th-tier zombies, as if he were merely reciting a mundane sentence, responding to a teacher's roll call. The woman behind him remained quiet, still crossed-armed, her expression more akin to that of a spectator at a spectacle. The other 3 shared a similar demeanor. Xia Yan lowered her eyelashes, accepting the points card he extended. Thank you, boss, you've worked hard. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude with a beaming smile, his gaze sweeping over his companions. Xia Yan placed the card on the machine. A red light illuminated.
Beep.
Warning. Unauthorized use. The scene froze. Xia Yan saw that the card belonged to Kong Bowen. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to the middle-aged man. The card does not belong to you. I'm sorry, but you cannot check in. The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged, still wearing that benign smile, his eyes sincere as he responded, true, but the card belongs to my good friend. Unfortunately, He was captured by zombies on the way here and, before his demise, entrusted me with this card as a token of gratitude for our years of care.
Boss.
Does that mean I can't use it either? Behind him, the four stood in a line, effectively blocking the counter. Their eyes glinting with a predatory gleam as they regarded her, reminiscent of rabbits awaiting slaughter in a cage. Do you dare to deny it? We've already offered you an exit. Don't be ungrateful and walk into the line of fire. Behind them, the once boisterous crowd had retreated to a corner. Staring vacantly with glazed expressions, none daring to utter a sound, completely devoid of the earlier fervor to secure accommodation in the inn. At the eye of the storm, Xia Yan let out a cold laugh, retrieving Kong Bowen's points card and tossing it into the air. The card instantaneously transformed into a 20-centimeter wide lens, its interior engulfed in darkness. At that moment, a voice filled with terror emanated from the screen. I'm giving you the card. Please spare my life. I promise not to go to the Holiday Inn. Please let me go. As the white light flickered, the image of a gaunt man appeared, accompanied by the sound of slaps echoing as the scene swayed. Are you joking? You think I'd let you live? The laughter was mocking. Look. This coward has even wet himself. As the image stabilized, the gaunt man morphed into the smiling visage of the middle-aged man standing before Xia Yan. She scanned the faces of the five. Although surprised, they remained unfazed, even jokingly suggesting shoving the points card into the woman's neckline to experience the peak of excitement.
Boss.
Why are you still arguing with this person? I say we dismantle him and draw the zombies outside. The woman's alluring voice chimed in, drawing closer. Appearing in the corner of the frame, her ears adorned with exaggerated earrings. Pouting in discontent, she remarked, Brother, why pursue this points card so relentlessly? We could simply storm that so-called inn, with the five of us being fourth-tier ability users who would dare deny us entry. What do you understand? This is called being prepared. The middle-aged man smirked, his demeanor oily as his gaze wandered to the woman's neckline. He then lifted her with one arm, leaning down to audibly kiss the valley of her cleavage. Chapter 78, The Five-Person Team 2. Bad man. So annoying. The woman giggled, playfully punching the man's chest, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Cough, cough, boss. You two should be mindful. There are still 3 single dogs here. It's unbearable. A rugged male voice chimed in, seemingly exasperated, yet subtly hopeful. Humph. The woman scoffed, her gaze dropping to a particular spot, smiling widely as she covered her mouth. All right, let us quickly deal with him. Let us proceed as we discussed earlier. The middle-aged man ruthlessly gripped the woman's body, his gaze brimming with menace. Enough.
No.
Please spare my life. Help me. Damn it. How dare you shout like that? Among those quail, who would dare to utter a sound. The scene fell silent for 3 seconds before plunging into darkness. The chilling sound of bones cracking echoed. Bring a knife. Sever it for later use. It hurts. Save me. Damn, it's so noisy. The sharp blade at the throat. Help, gurgle. The sound gradually diminished until it vanished. Use these items to divert the zombies. We cannot linger here any longer. We must leave swiftly. The points card resumed its original form, lying quietly on the counter. The taciturn middle-aged man slowly moved his eyes, a smile seemingly welded to his face, and softly inquired, What does the boss mean? Do you wish to avenge him? Xia Yan gazed at him impassively, her expression inscrutable. Our establishment prohibits the unauthorized use of others' points cards. I kindly ask these 5 patrons to vacate the premises. What does this mean? Is she attempting to expel us? What a preposterous joke. The woman laughed derisively, her face a mask of disdain. They were 5 fourth-tier ability users. Individuals like her, who were oblivious to their own insignificance, had crushed countless foes. Truly, a foolhardy endeavor. Is Boss Xia serious? Asking us to leave? The middle-aged man straightened his posture, the once unyielding smile on his face now cracked. I am sorry, please leave. Xia Yan stated flatly.
Damn, boss.
Why are you still wasting time with her? Just finish her off. The burly man could no longer restrain his temper, his massive fists cracking ominously. The lanky-faced man also readied himself, poised to leap into action at the slightest command. Boss Xia, 3 times is a charm. Considering you are a woman, I shall ask once more, are you expelling us? This time, Xia Yan could not be bothered to respond. Merely gesturing towards the door with her chin, her eyes radiating indifference. The middle-aged man's expression darkened instantly, his face a stormy hue as he gritted his teeth and barked. How dare you show such disrespect? Eliminate her. When had they ever been treated this way?
Damn.
At this, the lanky-faced man transformed into a monkey-like creature, a long tail sprouting from his rear, furiously leaping onto the counter, his mouth agape, revealing teeth that were 7 centimeters long and razor-sharp, aiming directly for Xia Yan's face. The burly man circled into the counter, his arms and fists gleaming with a metallic sheen under the influence of his ability. The other 3 remained seated, believing the 2 could handle the situation without assistance, leisurely settling onto the sofa, reveling in the spectacle. The huddled survivors were filled with sorrow and fear, trembling as they fled outside. Boss Xia was undoubtedly no match for them. These 5 had always run rampant in the base. Even Zhang Yunzhang and his crew had to speak to them with deference. How could Boss Xia have offended them? No need to look. Boss Xia was surely destined for a grim fate. Falling into the hands of these 5, being left with a whole corpse would be a tremendous act of mercy. Where do you think you're going? Stand there. Open your eyes wide and watch closely. The woman stood up, pointing at the crowd, scolding them vehemently. Anyone who dares to step out that door, I will kill them on the spot. Satisfied to see everyone return with their tails between their legs, she resumed her seat on the sofa, leaning against the middle-aged man affectionately. Brother, I want to stay in the biggest room here. Very well. Do as you wish. The middle-aged man wrapped an arm around her shoulders, gazing calmly at the counter. The second man's iron arms were not to be trifled with. They were impervious to blades and guns, more than sufficient to deal with a mere woman. The middle-aged man wore an expression of assured victory, casually popping a piece of candy into his mouth. Not bad, it's quite sweet. Brother, why are second brother and third brother so motionless? The woman suddenly noticed that the 2 had remained in the same position, even the monkey-like third brother suspended in midair. What? The middle-aged man sprang to his feet, looking at the counter, and indeed saw the 2 frozen in their attacking stances. Is the candy tasty? A calm voice emerged from behind the counter, revealing Xia Yan stepping out, gently waving her hand. The 2 men floated like balloons, their eyes spinning wildly, signaling for them to flee. The middle-aged man broke into a cold sweat, instantly realizing he had kicked a steel plate this time. This woman was far too powerful, effortlessly subduing 2 4th-tier ability users in an instant. Damn it, find a way to escape. He resolutely kicked the woman beside him out, turning to flee himself. Brother! The woman screamed, coming face to face with Xia Yan's icy gaze, a dangerous signal igniting within her. She hurriedly activated her skill, her fingernails elongating to 20 centimeters. As hard as steel.
D.
She screeched, aiming for Xia Yan's delicate face, her fury palpable.
Yes.
Stop her. The middle-aged man was relieved that the woman proved useful at such a critical moment, far more so than 5th brother, who could only vanish and flee. Xia Yan remained unperturbed, gazing at the approaching claws, until the woman's eyes sparkled with triumph, believing her strike was certain, when she softly uttered, "Capture." What? Before the woman could react, she felt as though she was sinking into a quagmire, immobilized. What is this? Why can't I even speak? Panic set in as she realized her entire body was paralyzed, leaving only her eyes able to rotate. She strained to shift her gaze to the corner of her eye, catching sight of the middle-aged man already on the verge of escape. Thank goodness. The boss has gotten out. She could alert the higher-ups to rescue them.
No.
Hadn't he already fled? The woman saw herself and the middle-aged man suspended midair, alongside second and third brothers, feeling as if they were confined in concrete despite being in the air. Then, she glimpsed the middle-aged man, equally paralyzed, his eyes wide with terror. Fear. Those 2 words felt so distant, yet so near. Now, all their hopes rested on the invisible 5th brother. The previously derided ability had now become their lifeline. 5th brother, you must escape. System, where is the last person? Why can't I see him? Currently accessing the universal vision glasses, please wait. Xia Yan had already sealed the door the moment she captured the middle-aged man. Now, the last person remained in the hall. As a precaution, She added another layer of defense around herself. Please use. Chapter 79. The Final Fate of the Five. Xia Yan clicked to use, and a pair of golden-framed glasses settled upon her nose. She surveyed her surroundings, glancing over the terrified faces of the survivors, the empty sofas, and the unoccupied counter. The woman exchanged glances with her teammates, feeling a profound sense of fear toward the glasses that had seemingly appeared from thin air. What are those? Are they specifically designed to counter invisible abilities? Found you. Xia Yan directed her gaze towards the sneaky man squatting by the elevator door, hiding his head in the crook of his arm while peering out. I'm going all in with you. The discovered man pulled out a spring knife from his pocket, lunging at her with frenzied abandon.
Capture.
Xia Yan hung the last person on the wall before returning to the reception desk, removing her glasses and neatly placing them in the drawer. You all come here and continue with the check-in. The crowd, huddled together, lowered their heads, too timid to be the first to speak, and even more reluctant to gaze at the 5 individuals who resembled hanging cured meats. Are you sure you do not wish to check in? Xia Yan rapped her fingers on the table, growing somewhat impatient. If you do not intend to check in, kindly leave. Her words stirred a faint agitation among the crowd.
I
wish to check in. A slender arm emerged from the throng, straining to break free and standing still, gazing at Xia Yan without daring to approach. All right, how many of you? One, just one. Do you have a point card? No, but I have a crystal core. Very well. Bring it forth. Okay. The emaciated leg, resembling little more than a bone, trembled as it struggled to support the body forward. You will stay in room 204. The dining hall is still open. You should go eat first. Xia Yan could not discern his age and casually pointed out the direction of the restaurant. Thank you, boss. Is there anyone else wishing to check in? She frowned, feeling vexed by the indecisiveness of the crowd. The small team of 5 had already been dealt with by her. What were these people still concerned about? I want to check in. We are 3 people. 3 women raised their hands high. Would you prefer 3 single rooms or 1 double room? We do not wish to be separated. We want to stay in 1 room. A round-faced woman spoke cautiously. Fine, for 3 people, there will be an additional charge, totaling 80 points. If agreeable, please insert the crystal core into the machine, and you can recharge it yourself in the future. The round-faced girl nodded in agreement and successfully recharged with Xia Yan's assistance. You will stay in room 311, located on the 5th floor. You may take the elevator. Boss, can we eat first before going upstairs? That is at the guest's discretion. You may choose. Xia Yan replied in a very official tone. Let us go eat first. I feel like I'm going to starve to death. I haven't had a proper meal in days. I hope the restaurant has plenty of food. The round-faced girl hurriedly pulled her 2 friends towards the dining hall, muttering under her breath.
Keep your voice down.
Don't let the boss hear us. It's fine. I don't think she's unreasonable. Xia Yan pretended not to hear their conversation. Soon after, several other solitary survivors checked in and, upon receiving their point cards, rushed straight to the dining hall for a meal. Since no one else seems inclined to check in, please step outside. The establishment needs to be cleaned. Xia Yan waved her hand, directly instructing Bear to fetch the disinfectant, ordering it to mop the lobby before employing the floor-cleaning robot, ensuring not to waste good things. Bear promptly brought a mop bucket filled with a high-concentration disinfectant, efficiently donned gloves, wrung out the mop, and headed straight for the lingering crowd, swinging the mop to drive them away. The displaced individuals dared not utter a sound, quietly exiting like silent black lambs. Suddenly, someone rushed back in, seemingly resolute as if casting all caution to the wind, shouting with all their might, albeit weakly, Boss Xia, I can't afford to stay at the hotel. But could I possibly obtain a point card to buy a meal from you? Xia Yan noticed the rapid rising and falling of his chest, his lips turning pale. He truly summoned every ounce of courage. In that moment, she understood why this group was neither willing to leave nor check in. She glanced towards the entrance, where those who had been about to exit turned back, due to his words. Though they still bore expressions of despondency, a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. Of course, not only can you purchase a meal, but you can also dine in the restaurant. She smiled again, adding, however, the prerequisite is that each person must obtain a point card. Sharing of point cards is not allowed in the restaurant. The lunch machine is unrestricted. Her words ignited a spark of enthusiasm in the previously silent crowd, who jostled and clamored to enter, eagerly exclaiming, "Boss Xia, I'm not staying. I just want a point card." "Boss Xia, me too. Boss Xia, please assist me first. I asked first." All right, don't crowd. One at a time. The food in the hotel is plentiful. You may all self-serve on this machine." Xia Yan observed the crowd with a smile, ultimately issuing 43-point cards. Although each card contained only 100 points, any amount was better than none, and ultimately, it would all find its way into her pocket. As for the customer with the collectible items, she declined them, reiterating to the crowd that if they lacked crystal cores, they could exchange gold or silver jewelry, but not collectibles. Collectibles are not universally acknowledged across worlds. Only gold and silver remain eternal. In no time, the restaurant was filled with customers, while a portion purchased boxed meals from the lunch machine, gathering with their families to share. The water in the hotel was inexpensive, costing only 1 point per serving, while bottled water required merely 2 points, an astonishing bargain compared to base 3. Only then did Xia Yan find the opportunity to address the 5 troublemakers. She slowly paced before them, her gaze landing on the remnants of candy wrappers on the coffee table. "System. They consumed my candy earlier and must compensate for the damages to the store. Retrieve all the crystal cores from them." Received. Simultaneously, the 5 individuals flipped over, their bodies trembling violently as the crystal cores clattered from their pockets. The base gradually filled with various colored crystal cores, alongside several grade 3 cores. Xia Yan's smile widened with delight. Once they could no longer drop any more, the 5 returned to their original positions, their faces flushed, eyes half-closed in a state of extreme dizziness. Xia Yan beckoned, and the crystal cores gathered together, exiting the base and landing on the reception desk, where she deposited them all into her private account. Ding, personal assets, 61,000. She nodded with immense satisfaction. If these troublemakers returned 2 or 3 times a month, she would no longer need to fret over revenue. "Are you all awake now?" Xia Yan gazed at them with a smile, observing their pupils gradually converge, their eyes reflecting the fury of having their crystal cores taken. Her smile grew ever sweeter. "Now that you are all awake, let us have a proper experience." "Experience what?" The 5 simultaneously questioned in their minds, only to quickly react to the compressing sensation above and below them. Were they truly being crushed to death? Waves of excruciating pain surged through them, yet their bodies remained immobile. Even their abilities showed no response, as if the connection had been severed entirely. The agony was enough to induce unconsciousness, only for them to awaken again, reeling from the pain, once more succumbing to oblivion, then awakening again. The 5 realized she genuinely intended to kill them. "Help! Help!" Accompanied by the familiar crackling of bones, searing pain pierced through their skulls, and the cries of anguish echoed in their minds, culminating in a resounding bang that coalesced into a small cube of blood mist. 5 cubes floated before Xia Yan, which she promptly tossed into the self-service vending machine, priced at 500 points each. Chapter 80. The Painful Affection of Blue Wu. Xia Yan stepped outside, where an intense battle against zombies raged. She observed the guests who had already checked in, including the woman from room 207, fighting valiantly to slay a level 1 zombie, trembling hands extracting the crystal core from its skull. Though her face was smeared with dirt, her eyes shone with hope for the future. Xia Yan nodded in satisfaction. With customers like this, what more could she, as the owner, desire? After all, everyone was diligently earning crystal cores for her, haha. The customers seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement. The higher-tier zombies were left to the capable hands of the powerful abilities of Jing Yimai, Lan Wu, Shiji, and others, while the weaker zombies were handled with precision, 2 individuals per zombie, showcasing an impressively organized division of labor. Meanwhile, the survivors who had attracted the zombies remained inside the shop, slumped on the ground, watching the others dispatch the undead. They felt a mix of helplessness and longing. Having run here on empty stomachs, utterly devoid of strength, venturing outside would be tantamount to signing their own death warrants. They resolved to wait until at least half of their energy was restored before daring to confront the zombies. Yet, they couldn't help but envy those who had acquired crystal cores. Even a single level 1 crystal core represented the ability to purchase 7 boxes of takeout from the hotel. enough to sustain life for another week. As the last zombie fell to the ground and a level 2 crystal core was extracted, the crowd trudged into the safety zone, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. They had acted quickly and efficiently. Even the frail elderly couple managed to secure 2 crystal cores, one level 1 and one level 2.
Indeed.
Hard work bore fruit. After a brief respite, they ventured out once more to clear the numerous zombie corpses from the street. Xiong brought over large barrels of disinfectant, pouring it over the places where the zombies had lain, and using a steel brush to scrub away the congealed blood from the pavement. After several rounds of disinfectant rinsing, the area was restored to cleanliness. The survivors leaning against the glass stared vacantly at the puddles that reflected their images. Did Boss Xia not understand the value of water? Using it to wash the streets? Such behavior seemed reminiscent of the watering trucks of peacetime. Xia Yan stood at the entrance, beaming as she greeted each customer with a nod. Upon spotting a few financially capable patrons approaching, she announced, "Thanks to the kind reminder from our previous guests, our little shop has opened a buffet today, featuring an abundance of meat dishes, fresh vegetables and fruits, chilled beverages, and beer. Available for a limited time at an unlimited quantity for just 60 points per person. The buffet is located at the end of the glass corridor, and you can enjoy the delicacies by simply swiping your card." "A buffet?" Lu Ju exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Is it the kind of buffet I think it is?" "Yes, indeed," Xia Yan replied, nodding toward Lan Wu beside her. Her gaze lingering on Lu Ju's slightly grown antlers, her palms itching with excitement. "Thank you for the reminder, Boss Xia. Little dear, be good. Let us freshen up before we go," Lan Wu said, noticing Xia Yan's gaze, affectionately pinching the little deer's earlobe. Lu Ju shook her head, biting her lower lip, her big eyes filled with innocence. "My clothes are clean. You go change, I'll wait for you here." Lan Wu hesitated, his tone growing serious. "Little dear, listen. No, I want to go. I've been out playing for days, and I haven't spoken with Sister Xia in so long. Please hurry. I'll wait for you. Be good." Lu Ju tugged at his collar, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his lips, her large eyes blinking sweetly. Lan Wu was taken aback, his cheeks flushing slightly, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused as he softly murmured, obediently heading upstairs. Xia Yan stifled a giggle, and once Lan Wu had left, she reached out her hand to pinch the longed-for little antlers. "Ah, this is the sensation." Lu Ju pouted as her antlers were pinched, nuzzling against Xia Yan's embrace. "Look at you, little dear, you've grown quite a bit in just a few days." Xia Yan held the adorable creature, playfully pinching her little antlers and chubby earlobes, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. For the past few days, Lan Wu had taken Lu Ju out to explore, claiming they wanted to see everything before leaving. Xia Yan couldn't fathom what could be entertaining in this ruined city, yet they returned every day. Lu Ju always wearing a bright smile. Perhaps there were indeed enjoyable places in the city? "Little dear, where have you been playing these past few days? Are there still places to have fun in this city?" Lu Ju nodded, her excitement palpable. "Yes. So many places. There's a particularly large amusement park. The machines still work."
Still work?
"Is there electricity?" "No, but my brother used crystal cores."
Crystal cores.
If she recalled correctly, the various attractions at the amusement park were quite large. How many crystal cores would that require? It was so much fun. We flew while the zombies chased us. My brother even took me to the highest building and jumped down, spreading his wings just before landing, gliding across the ground. It was thrilling. Lu Ju's eyes sparkled as she animatedly described the experience, gesturing with her little hands. Xia Yan found it hard to imagine Lan Wu, with his aristocratic demeanor, willing to go to such lengths for Lu Ju's happiness. It was a testament to how love could indeed cloud one's reason. "Sister Xia, next time I'll have my brother take you flying too. You must experience it. It's truly so much fun." "No, thank you. I'm afraid of heights. I can't handle such thrilling games." Xia Yan could not afford such an adventure. She released Lu Ju to greet Shiji and Wang Chong as they entered, relaying the same buffet information. The two exchanged glances and hurriedly dashed upstairs to change and eat. At that moment, Lan Wu descended in fresh attire, his damp hair falling over his forehead, exuding a refreshing scent of shower gel. He approached Lu Ju, gently taking her hand, nodding gratefully at Xia Yan. and leading Lu Ju into the glass corridor. Lu Ju smiled and tilted her head, whispering something that elicited a chuckle from Lan Wu as he playfully tapped her forehead with his finger. Xia Yan observed the pair, her lips curving into a smile. "Boss Xia, are you perhaps feeling the stirrings of romance?" A deep, magnetic voice interrupted her thoughts, and Xia Yan turned to see Jing Yimai standing beside her. His figure completely enveloped in layers of clothing, with only his eyes visible, now filled with a hint of curiosity. "If I may, dear guest, you seem to be overthinking things. Romance is best observed from the sidelines," Xia Yan interjected, cutting off his impending remarks. "Moreover, I am an advocate for the single life." "My apologies." "Not at all. I presume you intend to dine at the buffet? You can find it just beyond the glass corridor."
Thank you.
After watching Jing Yimai depart, Xia Yan relaxed her tense smile, gently caressing her skin. The daily routine of professional smiling had indeed become somewhat exhausting. "Boss Xia, regarding the buffet you just mentioned, can we, go in and eat?" The customer huddled in the corner, having listened intently, looked upon the buffet with longing. If only they could partake in a meal. Xia Yan turned to him and nodded. "Of course, as long as you have sufficient points on your card, you are welcome to enter the buffet."
Thank you, Boss Xia.
"However, that is contingent on your survival and possession of crystal cores, as well as having checked in at the hotel. Otherwise, you are not permitted to stay overnight." Upon hearing Xia Yan's words, the customers, who had harbored a glimmer of hope, fell silent. Some murmured quietly, "What does it matter if we live here? Can they really just kick us out? We are members with point cards." The crowd turned their attention to the brave soul who had spoken. Recognizing him as one of the leaders from the third base, puzzled as to why he had come to this place instead of the second base, Xia Yan regarded him with cold indifference.
You may certainly try.
Sensing the ominous tone in her voice, the crowd instinctively distanced themselves from him, wary of incurring her wrath. Realizing he had overstepped, the man wished he could slap himself for speaking out. Those 5 who had sought trouble had met a grim fate at her hands. What business did a low-tier ability user have to provoke her? "Boss Xia, my sincerest apologies. I was merely jesting. Please do not take offense, as if I were a mere knave. I shall take my leave at once." The individual, slightly hunched over, clutching an unfinished takeout meal and a bottle of water, sheepishly retreated to the doorway. The others who had finished their meals, upon a shift in thought, followed suit. As Boss Xia wisely noted, they needed to find a place to stay for the night. But where could they possibly go? The street filled with hotels was lined with shops, devoid of doors and windows, let alone accommodations. They gazed at the dilapidated high-rise, not far off. Perhaps there lay a possibility. Within the self-service restaurant, Jing Yimai held 2 trays brimming with succulent meats, placing them on the dining table before venturing to procure another round of food. He truly had not anticipated that just yesterday he had casually mentioned to Boss Xia about the desire for copious meat, and today it had been realized. He must take extra portions of the braised ribs. Regrettably, steak and lamb chops were limited in quantity, but no matter. There were charcoal grilled pork chops and radish beef to substitute. He also ordered a smoked chicken, a smoked duck, and a serving of chopped pepper fish head. Approaching the refrigerator, he retrieved 4 bottles of beer and returned to his table, first savoring a piece of braised rib. The rich flavor of the sauce, the tender and flavorful meat. With a gentle bite, the meat separated from the bone, revealing the thick, luscious marrow within the bone. Each morsel was a delight. Witnessing the live preparation of the charcoal-grilled steak elevated it to the status of a cherished dream in his heart. Under the deft hands of the robotic chef, the prime-cut steak was placed upon 500-degree lychee wood charcoal, slowly roasting, emitting an enticing sizzle. After the slow roasting, the steak emerged with a fragrant crust. While the interior remained pink and juicy, the thick cut of beef burst with the sweet richness of fat and the original flavor of the meat, complemented by a hint of smokiness from the charcoal. Jing Yimai was transfixed. The 60 points spent were truly worth it. Anyone who failed to experience the steak would surely lament the missed opportunity. He must not let his thoughts drift too far. He continued to indulge. What a compelling reason to combat zombies, so that he could feast daily on this meal from the self-service restaurant. He was all in. Shiji was equally awestruck by the culinary delights within the self-service restaurant. Without hesitation, he set aside Wang Chong, who was juggling 3 or 4 plates, and began to voraciously pile his plate with meat. It was delicious beyond belief. It turned out that he need not cling to women as skirts. All he had to do was slay zombies and accumulate crystal cores to fill his belly. Heaven knew the lengths he had gone to for a single meal in the past. Those vile women had impeded his zombie-slaying efforts. How many crystal cores had he missed out on over the years? In that instant, he finally comprehended why his second persona, Xia, despised him so vehemently. He too wished to erase his own existence.
Wait.
Xia suddenly sensed something amiss. Wang Chong, seated across from him, was now acutely aware of Xia's peculiar behavior, his heart racing in trepidation as he noticed the shifting emotions reflected in Xia's eyes, as if multiple personas were vying for control of the body. Suddenly, he saw his own body flicker twice, becoming somewhat ethereal. No, Xia Yan, hold on. I'm not finished eating yet. Wang Chong desperately crammed more food into his mouth while frantically shoving it in. What nonsense was this? After all his hard work, he couldn't even enjoy a proper meal? Don't mess with me. Wang Chong, help, I'm losing control of my body. A voice, softer and distinctly feminine, emerged from Xia's lips, and Wang Chong instantly recognized it as that of Xia Yan, the very one who had brought him into existence. He lunged forward, gripping Xia's shoulders. Quick, tell me how I can help you. Quick, I want to eat steak.
Eat.
All of mine are yours. Hurry up and come out. Wang Chong seized a steak from his own plate, shoving the whole piece into Xia's mouth, covering it with his hand and shouting urgently, Eat. I've put it in. Xia was forced to tilt his head back, his half-open eyes revealing pupils of 3 distinct colors, still striving to consume and overpower the other. Xia Yan, give it your all. There's plenty of delicious food in the hotel. Ice cream.
Milk there.
Your favorites. You're looking for death. Xia's voice turned deep, laced with aggressive malice. All of you, step aside. This body is mine. This was the first persona of Xia. It's my turn to take control now. The voice softened. This was Xia Yan. Wang Chong's nose began to sweat in anxiety, his gaze fixated on Xia's pupils. Wishing he could reach in and seize the piece belonging to Xia Yan, the purple hue expanding to claim the territory. He never imagined that a mere steak could awaken both the second persona and Xia Yan from their slumber. Xia Yan, fight hard. Wang Chong shook Xia's shoulders back and forth. It had to be Xia Yan that emerged. If it were the second persona, he would surely be doomed. Xia Yan. Xia emitted an unrecognizable roar, trembling violently, his face pale, arms and legs involuntarily contorting in bizarre motions. No, they're too strong. Hurry. Come back. Xia suddenly opened his eyes, the purple hue in his pupils reduced to a narrow sliver. He reached out, grabbing Wang Chong. In panic, Wang Chong attempted to retreat, shaking his hand vigorously, but it was as if they were drawn together by a powerful magnet. He was slowly being pulled in.
No.
Xia Yan, I'm not finished eating yet. Hurry back. With a shriek from Xia, Wang Chong vanished from sight. Brother, that person has disappeared. Lu Ju leaned closer to Lan Wuhui, somewhat frightened. Gazing at Xia's trembling form, Lan Wu wrapped his arm around her shoulders, patiently soothing her. Do not fear. That person was never real. It was merely his ability. Lu Ju cautiously peeked over Lan Wu's shoulder, locking eyes with Xia's purple gaze. Chapter 82. Xiong truly exudes leadership.
Ah!
Lu Ju gasped, diving into Lan Wu's embrace, too frightened to look again. Lan Wu gently stroked her head in comfort, casting a threatening glance at Xia. Seated at the table, Xia raised his cup, a smile playing on his lips, mouthing apologies. On ceci, no. She should be called Xia Yan. Having successfully subdued the other 2 personas after reclaiming Wang Chong, she now held dominion over the body. Satisfactorily, she picked up her knife and fork, elegantly slicing into the steak, savoring each bite with half-closed eyes. She had never anticipated that the first persona, that pathetic wretch who could only survive by relying on women, would actually find a powerful ally. While she had always looked down upon the first persona's ways, this time was an exception. Surveying the self-service restaurant filled with stainless steel trays brimming with food, the exquisite decor, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, and the refreshing breeze from the air conditioning, She mused that the first persona had indeed stumbled upon a fortuitous stroke of luck. It was astonishing that a woman would find that pretty face appealing. But all of this was for her, Xia Yan, to relish. It was just unfortunate that Wang Chong had been reclaimed and could not serve her, however, it mattered not. Xia Yan pulled out a handful of crystal cores from her pocket, her smile enchanting as the wind. Boss Xia. The customer staying in room 207 has come down with their child for a meal, a voice announced in the hall, and upon spotting Xia Yan, they approached to greet him. Oh, off to eat? Xia Yan casually tossed 2 pieces of candy into the little girl as hands. The girl, bewildered, held the candy, glancing at her mother hesitantly, unsure whether to accept. Just now, I took down 2 zombies. Give my daughter a card too. Boss Xia, we'll pass on the candy. You keep it. Kids grow up. Too much candy is bad for their teeth. The woman humbly took the sugar cubes from the girl's hand and placed them back into the fruit bowl, her demeanor resolute. Xia Yan smiled and nodded, no longer insisting. It was for the best. Only then did the woman depart with her child. Xia Yan unwrapped a piece of pineapple-flavored candy, reclining on the sofa as she leisurely switched channels. The mother and daughter duo, number 207, were indeed commendable, displaying a sense of propriety. Although the first day without a backbone left her at a loss for survival, today she had ventured out to slay zombies and even collected 2 crystal cores. This was more like it. In the apocalypse, one should not always rely on others. What if they proved unreliable? Crunching the sugar cubes, Xia Yan rose and stretched. At that moment, Xiong rushed past her, brandishing the essential tools for cleaning windows. It headed straight for the glass in the hall, spraying a fine mist of water with a spray bottle and beginning to wipe away the splatters with a cloth. It seemed she would need to add a few more employees. Xiong had been tirelessly working from the 1st to the 5th floor, even overseeing the night shift, busier than her own role as the boss. Xia Yan decided to upgrade Xiong first, as her points were plentiful. System. Upgrade Xiong. Deduct points from my personal account. Successfully deducted 300 points. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade complete. Language 25, 100. Thinking 13, 100. Cleaning attribute 100. Continue upgrading. Successfully deducted 400 points. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade complete. Language 35, 100. Thinking 18, 100. Cleaning attribute 100. Let us see if I can upgrade 5 levels in one go. Successfully deducted 3,500 points. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade complete. Language 75, 100. Thinking 38, 100. Cleaning attribute 100. Xia Yan glanced at Xiong, who stood motionless, surrounded by shimmering rings indicating the successful upgrade. Let us upgrade 5 more levels. Successfully deducted 6,000 points. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade complete. Language 100, 100. Thinking 73, 100. Cleaning attribute 100. As 5 rings flashed by, Xiong remained still, turning to Xia Yan and bowing deeply. Thank you, boss. Your generosity shall inspire my diligence in work. Oh dear, spending 200 points yielded such noticeable results. Xia Yan approached and affectionately patted its fluffy head. No worries, I'll purchase a few more employees shortly and you can help me manage them. With only Xiong as the sole employee for the 5 floors, it was certainly insufficient. Besides, with 50,000 points left, she could indulge herself. Yes, boss. I will follow your arrangements. The youthful voice of Xiong delighted Xia Yan, and she affectionately ruffled its fur again before placing an order for 5 virtual employees through the system. After spending 500 points, 5 distinct characters, each standing at 1.6 meters and adorned in various outfits, appeared in the hall. To make it easier to remember their names, Xia Yan decided to rename them, numbering them from 001 to 005. She then spent 5,000 points to elevate their levels by 5. Fortunately, the virtual employees upgraded differently from Xiong, starting with a base of 100 points, each additional level requiring 50 points. 1,000 points allowed for a 5-level upgrade. Once upgraded, the 5 employees were able to converse fluently and bowed in unison to Xia Yan. Hello, boss. From now on, you will follow Xiong's directives for your daily tasks. It will serve as your team leader. Understood? Understood. The 5 employees bowed to Xiong. In return, Xiong also bowed and said, "Greetings, everyone. I hope we can foster unity and camaraderie as we work together for the prosperity of the hotel. Now, let us assign tasks. Each employee will be responsible for one floor, numbered according to your designations, including all cleaning in the hallways, corridors, doors, and windows, as well as addressing customer inquiries. Please resolve what you can and bring any unresolved matters to me. It is strictly prohibited to feign knowledge, as it could adversely affect the hotel's reputation." Xia Yan stood aside, listening intently, her admiration for Xiong growing as she observed its leadership qualities. Her gratitude deepened for the 5 individuals who had come seeking assistance today, thankful for the 60,000 points they had provided. "Love you all." Under Xiong's command, the 5 employees took their positions. Employee 001, remaining on the first floor, picked up a cloth to take over Xiong's cleaning duties, starting to wipe the glass. "Boss, is it a convenient time? I have some matters to discuss with you." Xiong turned, fixing its serious gaze on Xia Yan. "Ah, yes, go ahead." "Thank you, boss. Since our hotel opened, we have yet to replace the sheets and covers in each room. Would it be possible to arrange at least one set of 4-piece bedding for each room?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yan felt a twinge of guilt. She had indeed overlooked this matter. "System, how much for 4-piece set?" "The cheapest set is 50 points each." "Is there a discount for bulk purchases?" "None." "An 80 discount would suffice." "Impossible. The minimum is a 90 discount." "How can the price of 4-piece sets for double and single rooms be the same?" "Deal at 80 discount." "No, the 4-piece set for double rooms is 50 points. How much for single rooms?" 30 points. 30 sets for double rooms and 23 for single rooms, applying an 80 discount, totals 752 points. Deduct the points. You already stated the agreement. So no backing out. Chapter 83. Just because he is your father. Xia Yan placed the acquired 4-piece sets at the reception desk, totaling 53 sets. For Xiong to distribute. She had thought that purchasing the 4-piece sets would be sufficient, yet Xiong still lingered by her side, unwilling to leave. "Is there anything else?" "Yes, boss."
Speak.
"Certainly, boss. Currently, there are many guests checked in across the 1st to 5th floors, including the restaurant and lounges 1 and 2. If we were to place an air conditioner or fan in each area, the monthly electricity consumption would surpass the next billing threshold. Please continue. Moreover, you do not have enough spare air conditioners to meet demand, with outdoor temperatures reaching 70 degrees. Many guests are at risk of heat stroke without the cooling provided by air conditioning. If not detected promptly, in a closed, high-temperature environment taking multiple factors into account, I believe you should consider central air conditioning, which includes a fresh air system and purifies the air. It consumes less electricity than separate units and can also provide heating during the winter months, offering superior cost-effectiveness. Xiong concluded its thoughts, hands folded demurely before its abdomen. Standing obediently still, Xia Yan fell into contemplation. Acquiring central air conditioning would necessitate reclaiming the previously rented units. Indeed, the past few days had seen soaring temperatures, and the entering guests exuded an unpleasant odor. The new arrivals lingered in the lobby, reluctant to leave due to the air conditioning system. How many points for central air conditioning? According to Xiong's request, it would require 30,000 points. Xia Yan gasped in disbelief. That's exorbitantly expensive. It is practical. As the hotel upgrades and the number of floors increases, installation will be free. One-time purchase, lifetime service. Warm in winter, cool in summer. An essential for opening a business. Hearing the system's 3 consecutive sales pitches, Xia Yan understood its intent to boost performance with the 30,000 points. Even if your words are as flowery as a blooming garden, I still find it exorbitantly priced. Is there any complimentary offer? Xia Yan felt a twinge of regret for spending a hefty sum on upgrading the bear. She increasingly suspected that the two were colluding to pry into her hard-earned finances. The ask was a staggering 30,000 points, leaving her with a mere 14,500 after the transaction. 14,500. Well, that still sounds rather ample. After all, it's points she acquired without effort. Using them to renovate the inn seems quite appealing. Complimentary private room with shared central air conditioning. Xia Yan's gaze fell upon Yiqi, who was seated on the floor downstairs, waiting for others. They formed a circle, animatedly gesticulating as they spoke. with the crystal cores gleaming enticingly in the center of the floor. The young men, shedding their past lethargy, radiated vigor and vitality, akin to an endless expanse of grasslands. Sun-kissed and golden, with fresh green shoots sprouting from their roots, thriving in the gentle breeze. If only I could add underfloor heating for winter, I would consent. No problem. Ding, you have spent 30,000 points. Account balance. 14,500. Central air conditioning is being installed. Estimated time. 5 minutes. My dear bear. I trust you have no further suggestions this time? The bear bent slightly in a bow. The boss is generous. The boss is thriving. The boss earns millions of points annually. Xia Yan waved her hand, half amused, half exasperated, and said, Fine. When you deliver the 4-piece bedding set, remember to retrieve the air conditioning and fan. They might come in handy later. The bear summoned 001, and together they ascended the stairs with the bedding set. 5 minutes later, a slight tremor underfoot heralded the emergence of a new interface before Xia Yan. Central air conditioning has been installed. Access the operation platform can be utilized via the shop interface or summoned directly. 1. Ultra-quiet cooling mode. 2. Ultra-quiet heating mode. 3. Invincible sleep mode. 4. Activate fresh air system. Xia Yan selected options 1 and 4 and confirmed. Before long, the indoor temperature transformed into a comfortable, refreshing ambience, devoid of the biting chill of a standalone air conditioner or the audible noise from the air vents. It was as if the entire room had instantaneously cooled, and she could feel her body no longer perspiring as her mood lightened. Meanwhile, in a small second-floor establishment 15 minutes away from the inn, Feng Bei was tugging at Chi Hua's sleeve, tears streaming down her face. Captain Chi Hua, I implore you, lend me a hand, just 3 crystal cores. Considering how long we've been a team, and how I've never held you back, please help me. Wang Xuewei, filled with disdain, gripped Chi Hua's other sleeve and shot her a fierce glare. Don't give her anything. How could her father do such a thing? Why should we assist her?
Besides,
she and her father have bullied the people in the base. Upon hearing those words, Feng Bei, crying, pushed her away. You're speaking nonsense. I haven tea. You all know who my father is. Can I possibly restrain him? While I was out slaying zombies, he was causing chaos in the restaurant. Why should I bear the consequences of his actions? Why should I? Just because he is your father. Wang Xuewei steadied herself, her hair bristling in anger as she shouted back. Chi Hua, caught in the middle, remained silent, allowing the two to tug at each other. But my father has helped you too. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have been able to leave the base. Chi Hua, if it weren't for the fever medicine my father provided, you would have long been dead. Feng Bei yelled desperately, her demeanor resembling a cornered rabbit, eyes blazing. Chi Hua, be a person of conscience. If it weren't for my father assigning tasks to your team, how could you and your families have survived until now? And now all you do is speak ill of my father? Even if he takes half of the crystal cores, isn't it because of him that you're alive? Indeed, they had forgotten that if it weren't for Feng Tianqi, they wouldn't have received any tasks, let alone acquire supplies at such low prices. And their families would not have survived. Feng Bei gasped for breath, her eyes swollen, surveying her former teammates with profound fury and sorrow. Now that you've risen, you've forgotten how our father assisted you back in the day, haven't you? Enough talk. I'll give you my crystal cores, no need for repayment. Consider it our family's overdue gratitude for your father's past assistance. Chi Hua, her voice hoarse, gently extricated herself from the grips of both women and retrieved 3 crystal cores from her mother's meticulously sewn inner pocket, handing them over. Feng Bei glanced at the first-level crystal cores in his palm, chuckling derisively. Captain Chi, is your family worth just 3 first-level crystal cores? What I lack are second-level cores. Chapter 84. You all must give me something. The memory stirred by Feng Bei's words compelled the others to recall how their families once benefited from Feng Tianqi's protection, rendering them unable to rebut her claims. They could only acknowledge that despite the trials of the post-apocalyptic years, their small team still clung to a shred of kindness. Deeply resonating with the adage, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Thus, although Chi Hua felt somewhat embarrassed, she rummaged through her pockets once more, managing to find a single second-level crystal core. I only have one left. For the remaining two, I'll take you to hunt second-level zombies now. Feng Bei's eyes brightened, and she unceremoniously snatched the crystal core from his hand, wiping her tears with her sleeve and turning to her fellow teammates. What about you? The captain has set the example. You must contribute as well. At that moment, no one dared to refute her, for no one wished to bear the stigma of ingratitude or being a thankless wolf, not even needing others to point it out. They could berate themselves. Even Wang Xuewei had to temper her expression, and despite her reluctance, she extracted a second-level crystal core from her pocket. I'll give you this second-level crystal core, but that accounts for your father's life-saving grace, so don't cling to it in the future. Feng Bei snatched the crystal core from her grasp, uninterested in her words, and turned her attention to Li Chong and Wang Yi. Li Chong furrowed his brow, wanting to speak, but his boyfriend Sun Zhe tugged at his sleeve, shaking his head. There was no choice. After all, she had also benefited from Feng Tianqi's kindness. So Li Chong could only sulkily dig out a second-level crystal core from his pocket and toss it over. Seeing Feng Bei's jubilant expression, Li Chong felt even more frustrated, leaning against Sun Ze's shoulder, his hand secretly pinching the tender flesh at his waist, eliciting a low cry of pain from him. Brother Wang Yi, one second-level crystal core will suffice. Feng Bei approached the last person, extending her hand. Although she already possessed 3 second-level crystal cores, she could not let Wang Yi off the hook. Everyone else is giving. Why shouldn't you? With this second-level crystal core, she could extend her stay at the inn for a while longer. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Feng Bei's eyes as she felt for the first time that her father had done something truly remarkable. In truth, Feng Tianqi was willing to assist Qi Hua's team partly due to Feng Bei. The lazy girl suddenly expressed her desire to venture out and earn crystal cores. And he was thrilled. Additionally, there was an agreement in place that each time they completed a task, he would receive half of the profits. Otherwise, a person like Feng Tianqi, who pursued profit, would hardly offer assistance. As for the low-price supplies, they were actually a batch of expired products that the base forbade selling. That person approached Feng Tianqi, who then contacted Qi Hua's team, cleverly marketing them, thus earning a tidy sum in the process. The benefits were all his. Yet both sides expressed immense gratitude towards him. In this regard, Feng Tianqi reveled in a moment of arrogance.
Take it.
Wang Yi was quite agreeable, directly handing over the crystal core. Feng Bei secured all the cores close to her and prepared to return that evening to settle her debts. Speaking of which, she truly expresses her gratitude towards Boss Xia. It is thanks to her ingenious suggestion that they acquired the crystal core with such ease. As Qi Hua observed Feng Bei stow away the crystal core and cease her lamentations, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, it was merely a second-tier crystal core. If it was given, so be it. He would still have opportunities to hunt second-tier zombies in the future, and crystal cores would inevitably come his way. Yet, he could not afford to incur debts of gratitude. At least this matter was settled. Brother Qi Hua, shall we hunt for second-tier zombies? Feng Bei sniffled, rushing to his side with an eager glint in her eyes. Qi Hua immediately discerned her thoughts. Averting his gaze with a tone that bordered on indifference, whatever we encounter, we shall deal with. But you promised me 2 additional second-tier crystal cores as compensation.
Feng Bei.
Do not overstep your bounds. Everyone has already bestowed upon you so many crystal cores. How can you still have the audacity to ask for more? Wang Xuewei could no longer contain her frustration, her pent-up anger finally erupting. Clearly, Brother Qi Hua just agreed to my request. You all heard it. This is unacceptable. Brother Qi Hua, tell me, did you not just agree to it? Like a spotlight, all eyes converged on them. After a prolonged silence, Qi Hua, though still somewhat hoarse, spoke with a newfound seriousness. Feng Bei, we shall refrain from commenting on your father's situation. Your current request for crystal cores is merely an attempt to repay Boss Xia's debt. Do not look at me with that expression. When we checked in, Boss Xia not only reviewed the surveillance footage with us, but she also stated that you owe her 3 second-tier crystal cores. Pausing momentarily, he continued, earlier, I offered to give you 2 more, hoping to spare my teammates from having to dig into their own pockets. However, now that they have contributed to you, you possess 4 crystal cores. After repaying Boss Xia her 3 cores, you will still have 1 remaining, which should suffice for an extended stay. The implication in his words was clear. Everyone understood your intentions, and you should not underestimate others' intelligence. Crystal cores are hard won, and survival is a challenge for all. Even though your father aided us in the past, he consistently extracted half of the crystal cores, which has long since settled the debt.
Today,
What we provided you with is a final resolution. From here on, you and our team have no further ties. Let us all go our separate ways in peace. With that, Chihua took the lead in departing, while Wang Xuewei dismissed her with a scoff. His words were immensely satisfying. Finally, she would no longer have to endure the sight of Feng Bei's face. Upon realizing Chihua's meaning, Feng Bei's complexion drained of color, her hands and feet turning cold as she stood there, dumbfounded, watching them leave. What is happening? Is it merely a request for a crystal core? Aren't they the ones indebted to me? How has it turned into me owing them?
wait.
You cannot leave. Do not abandon me. Ah, so you are the boss. Fair-skinned and beautiful with long legs. What could have caused such a moment of despair? Xia Yan crossed her arms, languidly reclining on the sofa, scrutinizing her closely. TSK, TSK. While you are indeed lovely, it is unfortunate that you are nearsighted. Xia Yan. Why is Shiji suddenly acting so feminine? And why does she speak, as if she does not recognize her? She shifted slightly, maintaining a blank expression as she focused on the television program. Do not shy away. Why are you distancing yourself from me? Do you not recognize this face? Xia Yan chuckled, turning around on the sofa. If the boss is as beautiful as you, I must commend the first personality for their excellent taste. Xia Yan raised the television volume, disinterested in engaging with her. Fine, I shall not be bothersome. Xia Yan playfully placed her fingers to her lips, crossing her legs in a distinctly feminine manner, winking sweetly. Xia Yan was perplexed. You are not Shiji, who are you? Chapter 85. I am Xia Yan.
Shishi?
Surely I am not that little pervert. From Xia Yan's perspective, Shiji gave her a knowing smile, delicately unwrapping a piece of candy with exaggerated slowness, savoring it with grace. The taste is quite delightful. It has been ages since I have enjoyed such delectable sweets. Thank you, little sister. One piece of candy costs 10 points, and it has already been deducted from your card. Xia Yan rose expressionlessly to fetch water. Little sister, do pour me a glass as well. Women must stay hydrated. Xia Yan touched her somewhat rough skin, cursing the first personality for ruining her meticulously maintained complexion. Xia Yan halted momentarily, insisting on serving herself. That is quite all right. My skin is already in this condition, and it cannot be restored in a day. After quenching her thirst, Xia Yan returned to the sofa. Boss Xia, why are you sitting so far away? Have you not progressed to that stage yet? Which stage? That stage. Please refer to the 4th clause of the regulations posted across from you.
Oh,
Prohibited from laughing? So, that is why. I was wondering how you could be so blind as to fall for him.
ha ha ha.
Alright, allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Xia Yan, the 3rd personality of this body. It is a pleasure to meet you. Xia Yan smiled warmly, extending her hand towards Xia Yan. It was evident that she had transformed. Her subtle facial movements exuded femininity, and her violet eyes? Xia Yan had never noticed Shiji's original eye color, but at that moment, she recognized that this self-proclaimed Xia Yan possessed a pair of deep violet eyes, confirming her intuition that this was indeed another personality. Hello. Your eyes are beautiful. Xia Yan took her hand. Thank you. Your eyes are quite lovely as well. After exchanging pleasantries, Xia Yan released her hand, turning her gaze back to the television. Her voice soft and soothing. I never expected such a significant transformation upon emerging. I intend to stay as long as possible. At least until I have sampled all the delicacies in the buffet. Welcome. To be honest, I truly believed the first personality had ensnared you. Thankfully, you are rational enough not to be swayed by that pretty face. I am an advocate for singlehood. Rational sisters are a rare find. Well done. You shine beautifully on your own, but do refrain from harboring thoughts of seeking a boyfriend. Xia Yan raised an eyebrow and tilted her chin, her gaze leisurely sweeping over Xia Yan. Such a simple motion exuded immense charm in her demeanor. Seeing that she was not inclined to converse, Xia Yan obediently fell silent, turning her attention to the television drama. Since Xia Yan had settled onto the sofa in the lobby and refused to leave, the long-awaited night finally descended upon Xia Yan. Customers returning from their outings flocked in like birds returning to their nests, stepping through the hotel doors just as darkness consumed the last remnants of light. "Little sister, I am off to dine," Xia Yan announced, stretching languidly, her movements surprisingly alluring. A tall man, exuding allure, even when the soul within was female, made Xia Yan avert her gaze, feeling slightly overwhelmed. "By the way, which room are you staying in?" Xia Yan smiled innocently, blinking slowly. 304. Xia Yan had ample reason to suspect that she had no idea of the room number and had simply lingered there the entire afternoon.
Thank you.
Xia Yan blew her a playful kiss, swaying her hips as she walked toward the buffet. Xia Yan lowered her gaze, feigning ignorance as she adjusted the hem of her skirt. Finally, Xia Yan had taken her leave. Xia Yan exhaled deeply. At that moment, the door swung open once more, and a group of individuals entered, their faces glistening with sweat. Upon stepping into the lobby, they were greeted by the comforting temperature. Indeed, this is the coziest place in the establishment. As the heat dissipated, exhaustion washed over them. Chi Hua spotted Boss Xia seated on the sofa and greeted her before taking the elevator upstairs. "Where is Feng Bei?" Xia Yan noted her absence from the crowd. Did she not accompany them? This thought flickered through her mind, for it was uncharacteristic of Feng Bei. Just as she pondered this, the door swung open once more, revealing none other than Feng Bei herself. Xia Yan looked at her, surprised by her noticeably disheveled appearance, speculating quietly. Had they abandoned her midway? Had a rift formed? Chi Hua was known to be a steady and emotionally attuned individual. Feng Bei, catching the scrutinizing gaze of Xia, felt a lump in her throat and hastened to stand before her. "Xia, Boss Xia, I have come to return the crystal cores." She retrieved a bundle wrapped in tattered cloth from her pocket, carefully unwrapping it to reveal 4 crystal cores, placing 3 of them on the coffee table. "Boss Xia, these are 3 grade 2 crystal cores. I return them to you. Our debts are now settled, and you need not have Qingmingzi follow me any longer." She sniffled, a wave of relief washing over her as she contemplated the settlement of her debt. Surely, Xia could no longer use this against her, and she could finally hold her head high. Yet, the Chi Hua team had refused to accept her back, leaving her to fend for herself against the zombies. As these thoughts consumed her, her eyes began to well with tears, her teeth biting down on her lip in frustration. "Fine, I will rely on myself. I can survive." Xia Yan picked up the crystal cores, studying her once more. "I just saw Chi Hua and the others come in. Why did you not accompany them?" Feng Bei looked up briefly, biting her lip.
I was abandoned by them.
"Oh." "They refused to take me along, deeming my abilities insufficient and fearing I would hinder them. So they left me behind and returned without me."
I see.
"Yes, I'm quite exhausted today, Boss Xia. I shall head upstairs now." Fearing Xia would discern something amiss, Feng Bei hastily made her way to the elevator, her heart racing. Xia Yan regarded her thoughtfully, holding the crystal cores up to the light, their translucent hues casting a delicate glow on her face, revealing a small diamond shape. These crystal cores were remarkably pristine, as if they had been meticulously preserved and kept close. Xia Yan stored them in the system, successfully earning 1,500 points. The temperature in all the rooms had become comfortable, and apart from a few customers who had descended to purchase laundry detergent and undergarments, the lobby was left desolate, with Xia Yan as its sole occupant. After a simple dinner, Xia Yan rose and made her way to the West Room 2, where she retrieved the remaining boxes of lunch from the brunch machine, placing them in the adjacent freezer. She had now filled 4 freezers to the brim with box meals. "Su-mei, oh Su-mei, the week-long appointment has long passed. Why do you not come? I can scarcely fit any more meals." Chapter 86. The mountain ridge. In the makeshift medical station behind the front line of the mountain ridge, Su-mei bit her lip, beads of sweat trickling down her pale face as she remained utterly still. The medical staff, swift and adept, tightly wrapped a roll of discolored medical gauze around her slender waist, where a fist-sized wound gaped, inflicted by the rampaging mutated horned bull. As blood seeped through the gauze, the nurse furrowed her brow, rummaging through the nearby cart with a clatter. "Damn it, we are out of hemostatic agents. All used up. And no, it's all right. Just wrap it again, tighter." Su-mei gasped through the waves of excruciating pain that threatened to overwhelm her. She bit her tongue, forcing herself to remain conscious. She could not falter. Her teammates were still on the front lines, and she needed to support them. Reluctantly, the nurse reached for another roll of gauze. Endure a bit longer. Let us try wrapping it again. In that moment, the agony caused her eyelids to twitch, blinding flashes of white light dancing before her eyes. Damn it, it hurts. Shaolin.
Hurry.
Another batch of injured is coming. The makeshift wooden door burst open, and an urgent voice rushed in.
Coming.
The nurse called back, quickly finishing the wrap and seizing the cart to dash away. Shaolin, you handle those 8. Understood. As the chaotic footsteps outside gradually faded, Sumei took a deep breath to alleviate the pain. A few seconds later, she extended her left hand to brace her abdomen, moving her legs to stand again. She closed her eyes, anxiously waiting for the darkening vision to clear. She had lost quite a bit of blood, but it was manageable. The priority was that her comrades were still fighting on the front lines. Once her sight sharpened, Sumei stepped outside, pushing open the wooden door. The parched, yellow earth was strewn with numerous injured, all swathed in layers of gauze, their faces contorted in agony. With unwavering focus, Sumei navigated through the wounded, picking up a triangular blade belonging to one of them, assessing its weight. Still manageable.
Captain Su.
What are you doing?
Xiaolin, seeing Sumei, freshly bandaged.
Emerge wielding a weapon, slammed the tray she held down in frustration. You should be lying down inside. Do you not realize you have a gaping hole in your abdomen and a fractured right arm? Do you wish to die?
Let go.
My comrades are still on the battlefield. I cannot abandon them. Sumei's eyes blazed with determination as she shook off the nurse's grasp and strode resolutely outside. Your teammates are all here. What do you need to go back to the front for? The nurse stamped her foot, regripping Sumei's arm, forcibly dragging her to the west side of the wooden cabin. Look, they are all over there. Do not wander off. The nurse pointed to several injured individuals, their faces marred with dark red stains, before leaving to continue her rescue efforts. These past few days had been particularly unfortunate. 3 healers had been reassigned by the higher-ups, while the number of injured had only increased, leaving the medical supplies woefully inadequate. They had to rely on sheer endurance. On the barren ground lay 7 injured individuals, their eyes vacant as they gazed at the sky, suppressing the pain coursing through their bodies. Upon hearing the nurse's voice, they slowly turned their heads, their lost pupils gradually refocusing on Sumei. Captain. Seeing the scene, Sumei's heart ached. The battlefield was ever-changing. Injuries were a common occurrence. Silently, she counted her team members, realizing there were only 7 left. 12 were missing. Those 12 were still on the front lines? You all rest well. I will go support the front. Sumei could not afford to examine their injuries closely. The thought of 12 comrades still fighting alone filled her with urgency. Captain, cough, cough, do not go. There are only a few of us left, cough, cough. Mao Yuanyu and clutched her pant leg, her eyes filled with sorrow. What? They were all gone? Captain. Cough, cough. Sumei felt the world spin around her, blood rushing to her head. 12 individuals gone? The 7 on the ground turned their heads, crystalline tears welling in their eyes. And before they could fall, they transformed into black, as if the anguish coalesced. Even light could not escape. Those 12 had bravely sacrificed themselves to hold the line, ensuring that some among them could survive. It felt as though the sky had collapsed. Sumei staggered back a few steps, collapsing to the ground, her left hand hanging limply at her side, murmuring in a daze, "How could this be? It's all my fault if I had been there."
No, Captain.
This is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. Yes, Captain, it has nothing to do with you. The teammates lying on the ground, despite their pain, propped themselves up, reaching out to pat the captain's shoulder. Losing 12 of their closest comrades at once was unbearable, not just for the captain, but for them all. However, this was the battlefield. Stepping onto the front lines meant facing life and death, something they had all known from the start, had they not? Forcing the 12 exceedingly familiar faces out of her mind, Sumei rubbed her aching eyes and lifted her head. You all take care of your injuries. I shall fetch food and drink for you. Wait for my return. She stood once more, concealing the sorrow that lingered in her gaze. This was not the time for grief. 7 teammates awaited vital supplies for survival, and she had to procure them. Outside the resource management department, Sumei was halted by someone who informed her that the minister was in a meeting and asked her to wait. With her back straightened and her gaze sharp, She fixed her eyes ahead. The guard, recognizing her adherence to protocol, issued a couple of warnings before returning to his duties. Recently, a large shipment of crystal cores had arrived, and Minister Dong Zhongbing had mandated strict supervision to prevent any mishaps. The sun blazed overhead, the temperature soaring, waves of heat rippling through the air. Su Mei lifted her stiff legs, intending to seek refuge in the shade from the relentless sun. Her body was weak, and there were many matters awaiting her attention. She could not afford to falter. Just then, a gentle breeze brought a snippet of conversation to her ears. Brother Zhongbing, the third team has caused a disturbance again. There are still survivors, according to the previous plan. Shouldn't we send them back to the battlefield one last time? Yes. It seems so. Tomorrow, I shall. The latter part of the conversation faded with the wind, leaving Su Mei with a sudden intensity in her eyes, sensing that the matter at hand pertained to her own Team 9. Moreover, it involved her arch-rival, Hua Qiong. An inexplicable fury surged within her, prompting her to stride forward and knock on the door, startling the two inside.
Who?
Dong Zhongbing cleared his throat, gesturing for Hua Qiong to remain calm and sit down.
Come in.
Su Mei pushed the door open. Ah, it is Captain Su. What brings you here with such urgency? Dong Zhongbing clasped his hands on the table, wearing his usual smile. Su Mei glanced at Hua Qiong beside her, tightening her lips, then turned to Dong Zhongying. Minister, I have come to request some food and water. My teammates are in dire need. Please take a seat, he responded. Oh, you are here for supplies. I must apologize. Unfortunately, all the provisions have been requisitioned by Captain Hua. He raised his hand to halt Su Mei's response, continuing, not only Captain Hua, but also the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th teams have taken a week's worth of rations from me. You must understand, the front lines are strained. It's a long journey to Beijing, and food arrives very slowly. I know it's hard for you, but as General Chu Wanfu said, special times require special measures. Everyone must grit their teeth and endure. General Chu will not forget the sacrifices made. Is there truly nothing left? My team has just returned from the front lines, badly injured, relying on these supplies for survival. You must find a way to assist me. Su Mei's voice was hoarse, her demeanor humble. Dong Zhongbing exchanged a surprised glance with Hua Qiong. It was the first time they had heard Captain Su speak so softly. A glimmer of excitement flickered in their eyes, as if they had seized a valuable advantage. I understand, Captain Su, I truly do, and I empathize with your concern for your teammates. However, this is a battlefield. Tomorrow, Captain Hua and the others will head back to the front. How can I ask them to share their rations with you? Minister Dong, our Team 9 has been on the front lines twice in 4 days, yet have we ever come to you for food? Su Mei suddenly lifted her head. Despite her pallid complexion, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Are we to have no right to a full meal after risking our lives? When Zheng Bianliu returns, should I confront him about this? At the mention of Zheng Bianliu, Dong Zhongbing's expression darkened, hinting at his irritation. Zheng Bianliu, who always seemed to be encroaching on his position, constantly seeking trouble. Hua Qiong, sensing his discomfort, slammed her hand on the table and shouted at Su Mei. How dare you speak to Minister Dong like that? Are you threatening someone? Su Mei's lips tightened, her right hand slowly forming a fist at her side. With a darkened expression filled with malice, she glared and spoke hoarsely, Hua Qiong, do not think I am unaware of your schemes. Do not push me to the point of no return. Hua Qiong's eyes widened in alarm, glancing nervously at Dong Zhongbing. What did she mean? How could she possibly know? The seasoned Dong Zhongbing lowered his brow, discreetly assessing Su Mei, and raised a hand to signal Hua Qiong to sit down, a benign smile returning to his face. Captain Su, what are you implying? I fail to comprehend your words. How about this? Since Captain Hua is present, you might as well ask her directly. If she agrees to lend you supplies, I shall not object. Brother Zhongbing, Hua Qiong leapt from her seat like a startled cat. What are you saying? I will never give her food. Su Mei, dream on. Alas, Captain Su, it seems I am unable to assist you. It is merely unfortunate that you arrived too late. As all the rations have already been distributed, perhaps you might try elsewhere? Dong Zhongbing spread his hands innocently. And the water? Ah, that too is gone. Captain Mao Yuan struggled to rise from the ground, pressing a half-eaten hard bun into Su Mei's hands. Quick, eat this. Yi Sini offered her unfinished water. Everyone was aware that Su Mei returned empty-handed. Hua Qiong was the captain's sworn enemy, and with Dong Zhongbing's alliance with her, Su Mei could expect no favors from them. Dejectedly, Su Mei hung her head low, revealing only the crown of her head. I'm sorry I couldn't bring back supplies. It's all right. What matters is that you hold on. Yes, we sisters must stay strong. Don't cry, Captain. Is the captain crying? Get up quickly. Oh, it hurts so much.
Captain.
I am not crying. You all rest. I will think of another way. Mao Yuan you and eat the bun. Do not worry about me. Su Mei's voice was low and hoarse, reminiscent of an ailment, her throat congested and breathless. Without sparing another glance at her teammates, she swiftly turned and left, as if fleeing for her life. Mao Yuan, is it true? The captain really cried? Mao Yuan clutched the hard bun, her gaze falling on the small brown patch on the ground, starkly contrasting with the surrounding colors. She felt a heaviness in her heart. Hurry, say something. Why are you so silent? Luo Yu, filled with frustration, nearly kicked her if her leg hadn't been broken. And no, I won't say what the captain refuses to. Su Mei leaned against a large tree, venting her anger by pounding on its trunk, and if one were to come closer, they would see the typically strong woman now weeping profusely. It was all her fault. If it weren't for her, her teammates wouldn't be starving after being sent to the front lines twice in succession. It was her inadequacy as a captain that had led to the downfall of 12 comrades. It was all her fault. Images of their past interactions flooded her mind. 12 exceedingly familiar faces, smiling joyfully as they called her captain. Upon receiving the oranges she procured from the inn, her teammates were beside themselves with joy. Captivated by the splendid descriptions she offered of the establishment, they inundated her with inquiries about the inn's interior. And upon learning that the proprietor was a girl even younger than themselves, they exclaimed that they would call her sister when they next met. Counting down the days with fervor, eagerly anticipating their captain's return to the inn. However, a week had long since passed, and the supplies she had submitted had vanished without a trace, as if they had sunk into the abyss, leaving no ripple behind. Then came the chaos of the front line, rescue operations, reinforcements, and the call to battle. Just 2 days after her return to the battlefield, she suffered the devastating loss of 12 comrades. They would never again savor the sweetness of oranges. Su Mei wept, her sobs choking her as she mourned the loss of her steadfast companions who had perished one after another, while the wounded, deprived of food and water, bore the weight of burdens that felt as oppressive as the 5-fingered mountain of the Buddha, pinning her down mercilessly. She was but 25 years old. How cruel the heavens were. Have you heard? Tomorrow, they are forcibly sending the 9th squad to the front lines. One girl exclaimed.
Who told you that?
Another questioned, panic rising. Shoo, keep your voice down. We don't want to attract attention. ISNT at our captain, Hua Qiong? It's a pity for Captain Su. Why offend anyone else when she had to cross paths with Hua Qiong? Have you seen how all the squad leaders avoid her? Now, it seems we are headed for total disaster, one remarked. Surely not. How could she dare? Oh, she dares. Have you forgotten who her mother is? The second wife of Minister Yang. What is a mere Su Mei to her? That's true. It's truly unfortunate. Speaking of which, Captain Su is rather foolish. She could have simply returned and quietly submitted the supplies, but she let Hua Qiong discover it. She was in dire need of a reputation to approach General Chu Wanfu. And now she has delivered herself right into the lion's den. Is it really worth endangering so many lives for this? You don't know. The higher-ups have taken a keen interest in the supplies submitted by Captain Su. They even allocated a significant amount of crystal cores. They wanted to go with General Chu Wanfu. They hope to entice that so-called proprietor. The matters inside are tangled and intricate. Goodness, how do you know all this? Be careful not to speak carelessly. It could be dangerous if the wrong ears hear. My partner happens to be the guard for this batch of crystal cores. I've overheard quite a few tidbits. Enough, I can see you're frightened. I want to say more.
Hey.
Don't let your tongue slip and tell others what I shared.
No.
I'm terrified. I wouldn't dare. Ha, I knew it. Come on. Let us go eat. I heard Director Dong is treating everyone today. All the squads will be there. Let us join the festivities. The two laughed and playfully bantered as they walked away, leaving their earlier conversation behind, unaware that the central figure of their discussion sat concealed behind a large tree. Her eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity, filled with wrath. Ah, so this is how it is. I never imagined that just for a chance to be near Chu Wanfu, Hua Qiong would go so far as to jeopardize the lives of my entire team. Su Mei thought, tears streaming down her face as laughter mingled with her sorrow. The weight of the circumstances bore down upon her, stifling her breath. She abruptly rose, her posture resolute, akin to steel. She gazed toward the back, where the banner symbolizing supreme authority fluttered, her expression fierce. The council hall was suddenly interrupted by a knock, breaking the heated arguments within. Enter. Chu Wanfu capped his pen and placed it upon a blank notebook, his gaze calm. The recorder entered, her face flushed with embarrassment, and addressed the head with a soft voice. General Chu, someone is seeking you outside, claiming to possess urgent intelligence. What urgent intelligence? The front lines are already fraught with tension. What could be more pressing than this? Bring that person to me. Such audacity. A middle-aged man seated beside Chu Wanfu slammed his notebook down onto the table, his eyes wide with fury. His thick brows raised in indignation as he glared at everyone present, exuding a fierce aura.
Uft.
As if oblivious to the tension. A young man with a delicate appearance across from him scoffed, his voice dripping with mockery. I say, Xiao Xingzi, perhaps when you next upgrade your abilities, you should consider upgrading your brain too, instead of just your guts. What the hell did you say? Looking for death. The middle-aged man growled, violently kicking the chair apart, rolling up his sleeves to reveal bulging muscles. He took 3 strides forward, grabbing the young man by the collar and pulling him closer. You coward, say that again. Panic ensued as onlookers hurriedly stepped back, none daring to intervene, their eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement. Let us teach this pretentious guy a lesson. I've long found him irksome. The young man, gripped firmly by the collar, raised an eyebrow, his gaze assessing from the middle-aged man's brow to his lips, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he lazily uttered, mindless fool. Veins visibly bulged on the middle-aged man's forehead, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he swung his fist rapidly, creating a sharp windstorm that howled through the air. It was his signature attack, the blade wind whirl. Gasps erupted from the crowd, realizing that the young man had thoroughly provoked him. And the first strike was a lethal move. What was the young man's ability? Could he evade this? All eyes were riveted on the eye of the storm, anxious anticipation gripping them. The middle-aged man roared again, unleashing several more attacks that encircled the young man, a triumphant laugh escaping his lips. As long as you're willing to kneel and call me grandfather, I will let you go. Let us see if you can land a hit on me first. In the blink of an eye, the young man, who had been firmly grasped, had somehow slipped behind Chu Wanfu, maintaining his infuriating demeanor. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's proud blade wind whirl struck nothing but the ground, creating multiple craters. You, how did you escape? The middle-aged man gaped in shock, pointing at him. The young man, uninterested, brushed him off. Gung Xingye, sit back down. After a lengthy silence, Chu Wanfu finally spoke. Gung Xingye shot a cold glance at the young man, snorted disdainfully, and returned to his seat. The crowd, realizing that the spectacle was over, settled back down. Let that person in. The recorder trembled as she exited. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal a female soldier entering, clad in the most formal attire. Her posture straight, her right arm suspended across her chest. Despite her injury, her presence remained commanding, her gaze unwavering as she faced the esteemed leaders without fear.
Delivering a crisp salute.
Even the most discerning Gung Xingyan nodded in approval. She was indeed a promising recruit. General, I have urgent matters to report.
Speak. Report.
It pertains to the supplies I brought last time. Su Mei bit her lip, reluctantly voicing her words. She was uncertain how many were aware of this matter and could not speak plainly. Chu Wanfu paused in his writing. Proceed. Yes. My 7-day agreement with Boss Xia has lapsed. It is unwise to delay further. A merchant values integrity, as must we. Moreover, with the current scarcity of supplies at the front, procuring a batch from Boss Xia swiftly could ensure our victory. Su Mei performed another salute, her expression solemn. Though her palms were slick with sweat, she could not be sure whether Chu Wanfu would acquiesce. After all, this matter involved him. And it was audacious for a mere soldier to instruct a general on his duties. Yet, for the sake of her comrades, she had no choice but to take this risk. Her words rang with conviction, and for a moment, The council hall fell into an oppressive silence. Chu Wanfu surveyed the faces of those present, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. He spoke in a calm manner. I trust everyone has heard. Our impending journey to the hotel is imminent. There is no need for further debate. We shall proceed according to the established plan and depart tomorrow. General Chu, please take me with you. It is far too perilous for you to go alone. Geng Xingye exclaimed, abruptly rising to his feet, his hands anxiously rubbing against one another. A look of urgency etched upon his face. Geng Xingye, do you think so little of my capabilities? Aze interjected, playfully flicking his finger and propping his chin. A sardonic smile dancing upon his lips.